I have a what do I have? I have HP, which I
Yeah.
think is a pretty good brand. I don't know, and just I've had it for a long time, and I think these things have a shelf life. But
Well, when I was active with my businesses, I get a new machine every 2 years. Didn't want
yeah,
to screw around.
I'm about due for it, and
Yeah.
so yeah. Anyways, Mike, I don't know if you heard the news just come over the wires here, but
Pancakes? Yeah.
yes, and that's not good. I mean, that's troubling. I know he had some personal problems before his marriage. Maybe he hired a few hookers. I don't know, but
Yeah.
I just he would have been a very key figure at the very
Well,
center.
sometimes the trouble with being a flamethrower is you have a pretty exuberant personality, and the trouble is, um, as good as he is in doing the good things, he's pissed off a lot of people on both sides.
Right,
And they
right.
were probably marshaling a lot of resources to make it very difficult for him. And besides, he's got a Senate appointment that's going to be given him by DeSantis. So what the heck? Um,
So you think he'll be yeah, okay.
I
Um,
think that I think that
won't he have this? Well, I guess that that's something he doesn't have to go through any confirmation
yeah,
process.
yeah. So maybe he was always saying this was all made up and so on, but you and I know where there's smoke, there's fire,
No, I
right?
mean, look, the man obviously had some issues, but I think
Yeah,
that look, I think he kind of straight cleaned up his act after his marriage. With where you take a guy like Bill Clinton, and the problem started after his marriage.
yeah, yeah.
So I mean, it's obviously a double standard, but there you have it. I think that I'm worried that any attorney general in Trump's administration, that's such an important position, not only because they can protect Trump in the same way that Janet Reno protected Clinton, by the way, or
Oh, for
Holder
sure.
protected
And
Obama.
she was completely incompetent anyway. I mean, that was a joke appointment.
No, but she stopped any attempt to try to. Clinton
Yeah,
was surrounded by scandal. I mean, if you look back, you could look at the archives of news. He had a scandal a week.
pretty
Cabinet
much.
members taking money, people doing all sorts of stuff, and she kind of ran interference. That's the only function I think she had, basically, was she knew how to run interference to protect him. And that's when you're a person, when you're a figure like Trump, you have to have that. He's going to have, we're talking here mainly about the lame duck period here. They are going to throw they're not stopping. I mean, the Trump hatred is as vigorous as ever. I think that they are, besides the fact that they're trying to start World War III with nuclear Russia.
Yeah,
So I mean,
Biden should be just for that impeached.
oh, clearly, I mean, who knows who's in charge of that, anyways? I mean, this whole policy of giving Russia a green light to fire missiles, or Ukraine
Ukraine,
to
right?
fire these advanced missiles, and also lay landmines. This was done. Biden wasn't even in the country when that was done, which brings up the broader question of who ran that illegitimate, rotten regime. But putting it
Oh,
aside, probably, yeah,
yeah.
they're trying to set a trap for Trump by launching a war that Trump will be embroiled in. They don't give a damn how many people they kill. And on a domestic front, my understanding, according to the reporting of Natalie K. Winters, who I think is a pretty in-depth reporter, they're doing some of the same crap they did when Trump came in the first term. And Obama basically embedded various figures inside the government that could not be easily removed, could not be easily discovered, and that would basically thread and marble the Trump administration and just run interference every chance they could get. They're lining up people like Mark Elias, who's not going away. I think he's ended the big steal in Pennsylvania now that even Shapiro has come out against it. So he's now lining up, according again, my source on this is Natalie Winters, lawsuits to bring out against Trump. Every single thing he does is going to be a lawsuit. There's going to be lawfare is going to go into high gear. That's not going anywhere. You've got a shadow government set up. I forget who was talking about this openly on NPR. I believe he was a congressman who was like, we're setting up a shadow government just like they have in Great Britain, where you're going to have, for example, the shadow attorney general is going to be none other than Shifty Schiff, and the shadow secretary of state. And each of these people are going to be there to attack and criticize every time one of Trump's cabinet members and office holders, whatever they do, they're going to get attacked. They're going to get criticized.
Well, here's the good news. All right.
Yes.
No, seriously. This is not his first rodeo. All right.
Right.
So this second term, he's got pretty much more of a free reign, and he's figured out, I think, who his loyalists are. So this may sound threatening and so on with all the stuff they're doing, but you got to look at the other side of it. This is all they've got. They're destroyed. And I believe that Democrats are going to be out of power for a long time. And I'll tell you why. They haven't figured it out. You keep doing this crap. You keep, and I wrote about it. I think it's a good example. There's Alan Lichtman, idiot.
Oh my God! I had him on my show, and he basically hung up and left after
he's a little prima donna.
Oh, I mean, he basically said that Trump has to be impeached because of his war on women. I'm like, hello, where in the Constitution? Yeah. I mean, this is absurd. You know?
So, but what I was getting at by that is that, and there's a point to this. All right, in the article, I talk about his quote 13 keys.
Oh yeah,
well,
right.
The problem is that if he had followed his own model, he would have predicted Trump would win. If you take his 13 keys, it's incontrovertible that Harris was going to lose. So his head was so far up his ass, so to speak, that he couldn't even use his own model correctly. And by the way, that also applies to this primary model guy who's used this to predict supposedly every election since 1912. Well, here's the problem. There wasn't a legit primary candidate on the Democrats this year. Whoops. So that all fell apart.
Well, the whole thing is...
The other one, the primary was Biden, but he didn't run. Okay. So I think that let him double down and triple down and bring out all these weapons, but they're going to lose. They're going to keep losing because what they're doing is they're simply denying the fact that the FDR model of winning elections doesn't work anymore. All right. They don't
I think that Nate Silver kind of got a wind of that, and he changed his tune and came out and acknowledged that Trump was going to win. But they're going to try to do all this crap. You're right. I mean, it's the same old playbook. It doesn't work for them any longer. They haven't learned anything. They're so mired in this really demented and irrational hatred. Either that or they're...
And it gets more and more irrational by the day.
And you got people on the inside, people like George Soros and his son Alex, who have announced, oh, heaven forbid, they said, don't break bread with any Trump supporters. Don't meet them. Don't talk to them.
I missed a chance to go to lunch with Alex Soros.
Oh, well. I mean, first of all, I don't think any self-respecting Trump supporter wouldn't want to be seen having lunch with him. Your career would be up the river. But putting that aside, I mean, they obviously haven't learned any. It's the same old bit of stuff. I'm seeing it still. I mean, they're just it's like they're locked into some kind of and their brains are locked into some kind of an iron cage. And
it's very sad. I think we talked about this before. And the shorthand I use for it is the model UN mentality, which may be lost on some people. The idea was back in the day, the little kissy-assy smart kids in junior high would be appointed to the model UN.
Right.
And this was a big deal. And these were all the smart kids. And this was the worldview they had when they were 13, 14 years old. The trouble is, it doesn't apply anymore, but instead of modifying their view. They're just trying harder and harder and harder to make it work. It's pathetic. I've seen this in high school sports all the time, where the team is losing by 30 points at the half, and what we have to do is double down and do even more on the same losing game plan we've already done.
It's the
And
definition, as I said, it's the definition of insanity.
yes,
You had that pop psychologist Dyer, I think his name John Dyer, back in the 70s, the erogenous zones. He he wrote his research based on spending many years working in mental hospitals and observing mental patients and their patterns. And one of the things he takeaways from that was that the pure sign of mental illness is that someone would do something over and over again, even though they knew it didn't work anymore, but they would keep repeating it. That is someone who's mentally ill, and that's what they're doing. They're mentally ill.
I think that's true. And I had said in the past weeks that there's no talent on that side. Now, there's talent to do the same old crap they've been doing time after time, but they can't adjust. So what do? Well, as I mentioned in the current article, they attack the customer, so to speak. I mean, Lichtman, the people have to go to that video. It's unbelievable. This is the best time I've ever seen Cenk Uygur. He just laces into this guy.
Yeah.
And
now he wants to be on Musk's Doge, I guess.
Yeah.
Apparently. And they're all basically, selling out to Trump. You've got Joe and Mika, Morning Mika, meeting Trump. I don't know why Trump even gave them the time of day, but putting that aside.
Well, showing that he's gracious and all that.
Yeah, I mean, they were off to Mar-a-Lago. Now they're on the verge of being fired. MSNBC is considering changing its name. All these leftist media outlets are going down the tubes. I think that, but and look, I feel elated. I want to celebrate. I want to relish the moment. But at the same time, this war ain't over.
Oh,
it's just starting. I mean, Obama laid some very ugly traps for Trump as he left the door, including the Steele dossier and all of that stuff. That all was. This is a matter of public record. I mean, that was devised in the Oval Office with Obama, and Biden was there also, and they all basically put this thing together.
Yeah.
I don't know if they can pull something like that off again, but I think that Trump...
I don't think so, because they don't have the advantage that Obama had. Okay, right. Remember, he was the golden child. And, as an aside, he could have done a lot of good. Instead, he chose to do evil. And I'm telling you, history is not going to be kind to that guy.
And by the way, speaking of Obama, I don't know if you heard this, but Obama wanted to appoint RFK to Health and Human Services, and the drug companies called him and said no.
Yeah.
So he didn't do it. It's just to show how much he was a stooge of this.
No, Obama was a garbage human being, and
he had no background. He had no authority. He was just another one of these, as bad as they all were. Biden, the Bushes, Clinton, they've all been bad since Reagan. Since Reagan was shot, it's all been bad. I think that's of course why they despise and fear Trump. And I think that this time around, Trump isn't going to he's not going to step into another Steele dossier thing.
Yeah.
He does need to get a strong attorney general, though. I don't know who it'll be. And I hope it's someone that maybe Matt Gaetz could be brought in as an advisor, to whoever, right? Let Gaetz be the kind of informal attorney general if he can't.
Well, what do you think a Street Fighter type like a Peter Navarro? I don't know if he has a legal.
I think he's great.
Yeah.
Well, I put Steve Bannon in there. Well, first of all, I don't think he's a lawyer. So I think an attorney general has to be a lawyer.
Pretty much.
Maybe if if Trump can get the recess appointment, he could still put Matt Gaetz in there.
Yeah, I think the trouble with that is that would just be a flashpoint forever and
Well,
ever.
yeah, I mean, unfortunately, they've got so many things on him that it's a big distraction. It's too bad, but that's
Well,
that's where we
one
are.
way, and maybe I'm glad that Trump chose not to go this route. I was kind of relishing a real street fight in that, okay, bring it on against Ed Gates or whoever. And believe me, there's no shortage of dirt on the other side.
Well, when they talked about releasing the ethics report, I think that Marjorie Taylor Greene made the very good point. She said, fine, release all the ethics reports.
Yeah.
Right, on all sides, both parties. They have an immunity fund in Congress that they basically use to pay off people who are making accusations. And it's been used, I think, many dozens of times. Let it all come out. If they want to have it come out, fine. Let's have it. So, but the point is that maybe that's why he's stepping aside.
Well, the trouble is, that sounds fun, but it's kind of a distraction from getting stuff done. I think you'll be able to find,
and you could be blackmailed. It's like I understand that like J. Edgar Hoover used to show up at the LBJ White House, and he'd bring lots of these files with him, and they would go through it and look at all the dirt, and they'd have big laugh, and they would just and they would just go through everybody and what they had on them. So I mean, this is all blackmail material, and I mean, obviously, this wouldn't happen if it was a Democrat appointee. We know that. But here it is. I mean, I just hope he finds somebody who can pick this thing up, because you can't have another, weak person like a Jeff Sessions, or you can't have another backstabber like Bill Barr. You have to have somebody on the outside who is going to come in and do. This is such an important position right now. I mean, I don't know who it would be. Peter Navarro would be fine.
Yeah, I don't know if he's a lawyer.
I don't either, but he'd be fine. I don't know. I can't
think of a tough guy.
He is.
And ideally a tough guy without a lot of past.
And also, Mike Davis is good from the Century One Project. He would be a tremendous attorney general. Recently, Tish James made some comments about continuing with the lawfare in New York, and he came out and he said, I dare you. Go right ahead. I'll have your fat ass in prison so fast your head'll spin. And that's what he said, and I'm quoting. Yeah. I mean, he's like, he would.
Well, he could be the guy,
He could be. That would be tremendous. Okay, so that would be, I'd feel a lot better seeing him in there. He is like the real, I've listened to him this past year on with the Steve Bannon and filling in for Steve Bannon while he was in prison. He's tremendous. So,
Well, what I like about him too is he got this sense of humor. I mean, in the same speech where he went after Tish James, and he was talking about Alvin Bragg, Fannie Willis, and Tish James, said, "Where the hell they get these people? Weight Watchers?"
Exactly. Yeah. Right. And I'd like to see them investigated for how much money they've gotten from all this, and throw in Fannie Willis, big fan.
Well, let's talk about money for a second.
Yeah.
All right. What happened with the total of tens of millions of dollars that the Harris campaign spent on celebrities? This was just incandescently stupid. All right. They were reversing cause and effect, right? Well, because we spent all this money, it's going to do all this good. And can you imagine giving $2.5 million to Oprah to make some kind of speech that essentially slavery is going to come back under Trump?
Oh, it was horrible.
I don't get it. What is in it for her? She's a multi-billionaire. Does she have to now go on TV and expose how stupid she is?
Well, she did it for Obama too, and she did it for Biden. She's a hack. She's a liberal. She's drank the Kool-Aid. She's just. I mean, you could see from her interviews, and she's kind of. I never really got what her appeal was, but whatever it was, it's gone. I think that she kind of bit the dust after she left her show. For a while, she was the biggest radio talk show host in history.
Yeah.
But once she left that show, she just faded, and I think that she's never found her footing again. She moved out of Chicago and she moved to like a tropical temperature. I think she's retired. I think she just had it at that point. So whatever happened to her, I mean, that's obviously an
I
embarrassment.
think it was part of the it girl phenomenon, right? Um, she was the it girl because the color purple, and she
Right.
does the radio thing, and oh man, there's black women are people too, and they can do stuff, and isn't that great?
Mm,
Then she puts out the magazine and all the fashion stuff and so on. Gets a lot of money with
sure.
her broadcast empire. But then, as with all these it girls, Clara Bow being the original one, people start thinking about, wait a minute, why is she the it girl? What's behind all this? And then the facade sort of falls apart. And unfortunately, in the case of Clara Bow, went kind of negative. But
Yeah.
Oprah had enough money that she was able to withstand. She doesn't need this anymore. Although she did take the 2.5 mil from
Yes, I know.
there.
Really, what the hell? I mean, she's one of the richest women in America.
That was this is so important to me that I'm going to charge you $2.5 million. Yeah.
I mean, and obviously Harris has gone down in complete disgrace. I mean, imagine spending over $1 billion of contributions and money sent in by people, for her campaign, on giving like 10 million to Beyonce and who else? Nobody knows where that's just typical of a Democrat liberal. The money disappears into some gigantic vacuum. It's like Black Lives Matter. Everybody probably is building mansions. They're
Yeah.
all like, cashing in billions of dollars disappearing. And she then leaves the campaign $20 million in debt. I mean, can you imagine what a disaster that would have been? I mean, Trump kind of had a great troll in that he said, "Hey, I have a surplus. I'll offer to pay off the campaign debt for her." But meanwhile, I heard Bill O'Reilly say that in response to your speculation about what will happen to her, he said, she'll do some shows. She'll be on TV. Maybe she'll fill in, co-host The View for a while. But
Oh,
when Newsom leaves California, she's going to run for governor because apparently there was a poll done and she had 70% approval among Democrats, which means she's a shoo-in. So she'll become governor of California, as awful as that sounds.
well, we've had so many awful governors in California that
How does California put it? I mean, is it just a stolen election there? I mean, I know that when Hillary got that huge popular vote in 2016, there was a lot of evidence of fraud. There was a lot of like kind of street activity of signing up illegal aliens in
oh yeah.
Los Angeles, and you've talked about what happened to battling Bob Dornan, and I mean, I guess
Well, Jordan Chuck was the beginning,
yes,
and I think it was a trial balloon for the fraudsters. All right, because they could have stopped that, nipped it in the bud, but they didn't.
mhm.
So the Republican Party of California, it's 100% their fault for letting it go. And if you think about it from a strategic point of view, what a great test case, right? You take a popular congressman, I think he was in for 4 terms,
Right.
Loretta Sanchez, who, by the way, that wasn't the name she used until the campaign.
Right. It's like she's as phony as Kamala.
Yeah, it was some Anglo name I don't remember.
She became black.
But she suddenly became Sanchez, which was her maiden name that she never used professionally. And there was clear evidence of illegals voting.
Yes.
There was also clear evidence, unfortunately, of complicit Catholic churches allowing her to speak. And you don't do that. All right, this is
No,
a
that's
tax
why would
exempt.
they? Why would they cozying up to this?
Because it started even before then. There was this sort of left wing liberation theology thing that was going through the
I
church.
see, yeah,
Unfortunately, the Pope you have now is part of that.
right.
So this allowed the massive corrupt infrastructure to start. Okay, there was always an active Democrat Party in California, and when I was a kid, uh, LA politics was dominated by Sam Yorty. Uh, I can't think of her name.
Mhm.
Uh, these various people who were just fixtures forever, and and of course that took advantage. In fact, Yorty was actually one of the rare conservative Democrats. Um,
Didn't he run for
yeah, Ross
president?
Wyman was the other one. They were
Oh,
working
okay.
on this since the 1940s, and I think they let Schwarzenegger come in as a token, quote, Republican, but they were just vicious. I mean, Gray Davis was recalled
I remember
uh,
that. Yeah,
as a Democratic governor, and here was a guy who was a perfect candidate, right? War hero, worked in the party forever, and all the chickens came home to roost when he was up there. The power issues, no, it's been a mess. It's been a corrupt mess forever. Not maybe quite as long as the state of New York, but close.
but pretty rotten. And I mean, I suppose that in this, kind of war to MAGAize the country, which is, I think, something that is ongoing.
Yeah.
And then when President Trump puts his hand on the Bible, it's going to be enthroned. And we need to make sure that we identify and call out all of these enemies. Every time they file a lawsuit, I hope that we can file a counter lawsuit. Every time they bring up, we should be the shadow government. Every time they do something, we should expose it. Not because we'll ever change the core of it, but because we can all continue to peel off percentages of the population who are sick and tired of it, especially if Trump is winning and doing well, which I think he will. And but I don't know where I was going with this, but
Well, how California got
California,
corrupted
yeah.
to this
I
extent.
mean, can it be saved? And can the blue states? I just had Trevor Loudon on my show earlier today, who he's from New Zealand. He's an expert on communism. Interesting guy. They have this new movie out called Behind Sheep's Clothing, which is really interesting. He talks about the influence of China in the United States and how strong it's become. We even talked about in Massachusetts. He says there's this Chinese Progressive Association that really owns the state. We don't know it, but they control a lot of what's going on in our state. And he shows that this is like part of Minnesota with walls, and California, major infiltration by the CDC, Chinese Communist Party, the CCP.
Well,
And
it ends up being, and I think you'll agree, a major cultural issue. All right.
Oh, and by the way, just in the middle of my interview with Trevor Loudon, TikTok canceled my they canceled my live stream, and Trevor said, "Oh, well, you mentioned China. That's a no-no for TikTok."
Yeah,
But
yeah. I
their
think
influence
what
is
happens, and the cultural problem is this. All right. Generally speaking, people on the right are normal. They have families, they have careers, they have things that they truly care about.
yes,
People on the left are freaking animals. All right. They don't care about family. They don't care about anything other than politics. It's almost like everybody, in a sense, is Ethel Rosenberg. And you just have to look at it that way. So
right.
that's all they do. It's for the great cause. And the people on the right just aren't wired that way. Okay. So we're always going to have a disadvantage because you're up against these psychotic zealots. But their fatal flaw is their platform and their programs are terrible and they don't know how to get to normal people.
Mm.
Now, the question that you and I have been struggling with, whatever happened? How did suburban white women become so deluded? I wish I knew.
Well, that is the core. I mean, I don't know what exactly. I know what you mean. I know this personally. I mean, it's like what is it? Abortion? I mean, I don't know. It's there's just something going on there in the water. Suburban white women used to be conservative. Yeah, they used to be the backbone of conservatism. I don't know what's happened. I mean, it's there's been like there's something manipulating going on. I don't know.
Well, I mean, my friend, the late Vin Lewis, um, said it ended up being sort of pure hatred, right? They're raised with feminism, but then they get trapped into having families and kids, and all that would have been avoided if they'd only had aborted everybody. So they're walking around with this huge chip on their
Yeah, but
shoulder.
aren't they happy to have a family with kids? I mean, don't they love their
According to
husbands and their
him, a
children?
lot of them aren't. A lot of them aren't. That they felt they were thrown and shoehorned into that role. They hate their
They
lives.
resent it. Yeah,
Yeah.
I know women like that.
And
They always feel like somehow they gave up, they sacrificed their
well, and again,
wonderful
it goes
life.
back, unfortunately, to this Model UN thing. You know, when you were
Yeah,
a bright college student at age 19 and they filled your head with all this feminist BS and you thought that was the gospel, then you come into real life and find that no, it doesn't work that way, which comes back to maybe my all-time favorite cliche is real life more like high school or college. All right.
hmm
And the people that thought real life is more like college are pretty damn unhappy as they grow older.
right. No, it's true. And the colleges, of course, speaking as I mean, I'm continuing with my own college studies with Arizona State, and it's real left stuff. I mean, it's really
Yeah,
like, I mean, I keep notes, and I'm actually going to
already
probably,
surprised, right? Okay.
yeah, I mean, I'm going to publish a book using all the information I'm getting. But it's become I mean, this is what I mean. Trevor Loudon talked about this in my interview with him. I mean, they control the high ground in the culture. They
Yeah.
control the academia, media, entertainment, Hollywood, television networks, all of it. Publishers, historians are all on the left. You take a look at Wikipedia, it's all left. I mean, they've totally, Wikipedia, when it started, it was a great resource. They actually, I could get a lot of information from them in my own books and my research. It's all now been deleted. It's not. I mean, I'll give you just as if anyone wonders. Let me make a suggestion. Look up a page on Hunter Biden on Wikipedia, okay, and see what they have to say about him. That will tell you everything you need to know. It's complete bullcrap. It's complete propaganda, and they have
And the
removed.
sad thing, if I could interrupt, is that if you pick a topic that isn't political, the material is usually fairly accurate.
Right. Well, the one thing that you can still, the one redeeming quality with Wikipedia is you can still go to their footnotes and get source material,
Yeah.
even though they've also removed some of that. But you cannot get to a lot of the great stuff that I used to be able to get to.
Yeah.
The alternative history of this country, and it's all gone. It's all been deleted. I hope that one of the byproducts of this new administration is that we're going to get away from the censorship. I don't think it's going to ever be completely, but I think that we're going to move into a little bit more freedom. The real censorship started in 2018. It was before the pandemic. That's when I first had my YouTube channel taken down. And it's there are a lot of groups that are coordinating in that. Unfortunately, one of the big ones is the ADL, and they really are trying to control what we see, what we learn
Let me ask you about
internationally.
the ADL, okay? what was the, or when was the Rubicon crossed where they
Well, I think
changed from
they've
Jewish
always been a left group. I mean,
from the
since
beginning?
oh
All
yeah,
right.
I mean they started with this the Leo Frank case
Yeah.
in Atlanta, and they saw an opportunity to essentially make anti-Semitism a national issue and use it as a way to raise money and organize in the same way that the NAACP uses racism. I mean, and
Unfortunately, Leo Frank was guilty, however.
Leo Frank was he brutally raped and murdered that girl,
Yeah.
and then he tried to blame the black security guard, and
Yeah.
the trial was the most racist thing. I mean, you're going to trust this black man? You look at him; he's completely innocent. And the ADL came down from New York, and they orchestrated the whole thing with their lawyers, and it was really a disgrace. They still stand by that. It had nothing to do with
What? No,
anti-Semitism.
they still do? They
Oh
haven't
yeah,
disavowed it? Oh
I
my
mean,
word. I didn't know.
He was convicted several times, and then when they pressured the governor at that time to commute the sentence, I guess that he was corrupted. He was working in as a lawyer. He had worked as a lawyer in one of their offices, and so he did commute the sentence. And just as Leo Frank was leaving prison, he was he was kidnapped and lynched. Right, and he deserved it. And that governor had to leave the state. I mean, it was a
And
real.
wait, and they're hanging their hat on that still?
Oh yeah, there was just a Broadway show about this with Leo Frank. The evils of that anti-Semitic incident had nothing to do with. I mean, it's a disgrace that he happened to be a Jew, but it had nothing to do with that. I mean, and the South is not generally anti-Semitic anyway. Putting that aside, they generally, are very tolerant toward Jews. They admire Jews, especially with Judah Benjamin, one of the
Judah
main
Benjamin, right?
figures in the Confederacy,
Treasurer
was
of
a
the
Jew.
Confederacy. Yeah.
Yeah, and he was Jefferson Davis's right-hand man, and he was a true Confederate.
Yeah.
So I mean, generally speaking, it was a non-issue that they made into an issue for political reasons and for social, for
I
financial
learned something
reasons.
today. I thought they had disavowed that finally.
No, absolutely not. Oh
Oh,
no, they still
okay.
stick by that story. They'll never change that. So
So,
that's
so they've
that's the
been
story
rotten
of the
from day
ADL.
one. All right.
They've been leftist since day one. They are like the ACLU is to the establishment. They're Fabian socialists. They want to gradually change the country by changing the meaning of words.
Well, here's
And
okay, but like the ACLU, and you know more about this than I do. I mean, to his credit, Roger Baldwin, who founded the ACLU, was a communist. All right.
he
However,
was.
he disavowed the Communist Party some years later. But now you're going to tell me that the origins of the ADL, they never disavowed that. So they're
No,
just
and I don't know if he might have disavowed the Communist Party, but he didn't disavow communism.
no, no.
I mean, the ADL, I mean, the ACLU to this day, I mean, they will continue to promote leftist causes and denounce, I mean, do you think that they would take a case against the Black Lives Matter? I mean, never. I mean, they're very much an apparatchik of the international illuminated left-wing establishment. And I think that they ran a full-page ad denouncing Trump, calling him Hitler, this kind of thing.
Well, here's the good news then, going back to how we started the show. The left hasn't learned a damn thing. They're going to keep doubling down on the same ineffectual talking points, and they're going to wonder why they're losing the muse.
A good book on the history of this, and I probably have it in my book collection, is None Dare Call It Treason by John Stormer.
Oh, man, I wrote about that. Oh, John Stormer.
John Stormer.
7 million copies, baby, self-published.
Yes, and not only that, but I think that he came out with a revised edition that was double the size, I think in the 1990s. I don't know if he's still around, but it's
I think he
really
died only a few years ago. But
yeah, but he goes chapter and verse into a lot of stuff from the ACLU and from the the National Council of Churches, how they were Communist Front, how the ADL is a communist front. He shows all of the communist takeover of these, or creation of these establishment institutions, and how they then went ahead and became dominant in the media in terms of what would be, the official and approved narrative. I
Right.
mean, obviously the Southern Poverty Law Center, which spawned that rotten Secretary of State in Michigan, Jocelyn Benson. I mean, they're very much part of this communist movement, and that he goes into it chapter and verse. I have to get that. I mean, he really quotes it, and he does a brilliant job. Um, you have the whole perpetual war for perpetual peace movement.
Yeah.
He shows how they wanted to have what's called, quote, convergence, and that this is a policy that was openly espoused by Roosevelt. That basically the idea was that the United States would move to the left, the Soviet Union would move to the right, and they would both meet and converge at some point in the middle to create a world government. You think I'm making this up? There was
Yeah.
this, no, I mean, this is documented. This guy, Rowan Gaither, he was the head of the Ford Foundation, I think, or the Rockefeller Institute. He was interviewed by Norman Dodd, who was a researcher in the late 1950s, as part of the Reese Committee hearings, which are not well known today, but they were very pivotal. They investigated the big foundations and how they had been infiltrated by communists. And he interviewed Rowan Gaither, the head of the Ford Foundation, and he went on record as saying all of this. We were working toward convergence. We were working toward creating a new way of being, a middle ground that would merge, capitalism and communism, Sovietism and Americanism, and we were pouring money into doing this from these big foundations, which were created thanks to Wilson in 1912, 1913. Anyway, interesting history, but
Well,
that's so
I mean,
that's
the good thing is it's history, and they keep, using this, and it ain't working anymore.
well, it never worked. But the point is, they're still doing it, and they still have that kind of power. They have, George Soros is no piker. I mean, these guys have international power. They have a way of framing narratives the way they want them framed. They will create a world war if they think it's going to benefit, and they're trying to do that right now. We have about how many weeks left of this corrupt, illuminated, illegitimate administration? I think the rest of this month in December, and then 2 weeks in January. During that time, they could create a world war. They're already, firing high-end advanced missiles into Russia, and Russia's firing back. They just hit a power plant in Dnipropetrovsk in Ukraine. The people that are going to suffer from this are the Ukrainian people who would like to see some kind of a peace agreement and who are willing to give up a couple of those Russian provinces. Who cares? I mean, they're Russian anyway, in order to get peace. But they're going to try to push for this massive war. I mean, this is what I wanted to talk about today. Between now and January 20th, there's a lot of things that could go down. We don't know what could happen in the world, but it's a very, very dangerous time, the lame duck period. In the 1930s, I think it was, Congress actually passed, I don't know if it was a constitutional amendment, it probably was, to kind of reduce the lame duck period, because it used to run from
I think through March.
November, yeah, it's all the way through till March of the following year, almost 6 months.
Right.
And it was a lot of crap went down. I mean, it was a very bad time because you had an outgoing administration, and if it was from another party, they could do all sorts of things. I mean, thinking in Massachusetts, it says they have this idea where they have the lamp in the State House on the night before the governor leaves. He's burning wax, signing legislation, passing laws. You've got Elizabeth Warren trying to shove through, along with Schumer, radical judges. They've got 50 openings, and and shame on J.D. Vance and Rubio for not going and doing their work right now in the Senate. to stop this from happening because there were votes, and they what do they went home for Christmas? I don't know. It's like they have to be, this is a fight. They just passed through this radical appeals court judge who had given a pass to a child rapist,
Yeah.
saying that laws against child rape are racist. I mean, this person is going to be on the bench as a fairly young man. He's going to be there for decades. And this is in the South. I think it's Alabama, Georgia, and Florida. So, I mean, they're putting in position people that will never get rid of them. I mean, they'll be there forever. And, this is all lame duck. As Congress goes out, they're keeping the midnight oil. They're burning candles at night, signing who knows what. I mean, it happens every time there's a lame duck and there's a change of parties. And it is a very dangerous time. I mean, it's they like to talk about democracy. You can't get less democratic than this. I mean, this is real, insider power play where you're
Well,
putting
it is, and it's really pathetic because how can anybody, even on the left, support some of these horrible judges? Everybody watching this show, I'm sure
cheering.
on YouTube, some of these proceedings where, first of all, most federal judges are terrible. It did not used to be the case. I'm old enough to remember I had a friend in high school whose father was a federal judge when it actually meant something. Now it tends to be people that can't get a real job or zealots.
Oh, they're cheering. I mean, I don't know. There's this guy on TikTok that I follow, Aaron Parnas. He's like Harry Sisson with a brain.
Yeah.
He's like this twerpy little guy, white guy. He's a lawyer. He looks like he's in his early 20s. He brags about how he graduated law school when he was 21. And he just keeps going on almost every day. He does a TikTok, talking about how wonderful it is that these elections are still being challenged and they're still counting. And we're going to beat, McCormick in Pennsylvania. And I mean, it's ridiculous. And he's like bragging about all the judges that are being put on the bench. He's happy about that. He's got this smirk that he really needs to wipe off of his face. It's just disgusting. But it's that mindset. It's just amoral, little, party hacks. They don't care. They just want the power.
They don't care. Maybe they will if they get involved with the system. I had the misfortune many years ago being involved in a large federal case. And I can't begin to describe how incompetent the federal judiciary is. This guy was falling asleep during the proceedings. He was a damn drunk. It was outrageous.
Yeah.
And
they have real power. I mean, they can.
Oh, yeah.
They can ruin a person's life. They can change the course of the country's direction. I mean, I think, and Elizabeth Warren, of course, is all, she's working, 18 hours a day trying to get these people jammed through in these last miserable weeks. Who knows what else they're doing?
It was just a numbers game because even Warren would admit that some of these people are just total scumbags.
Oh, she doesn't care. They don't care.
Yeah, they don't care.
They want to have their seat warmers. They're going to do, I mean, you see them being interviewed by people like Senator John Kennedy. He's hilarious. And he just asks them basic questions about, are you familiar with, the Clark versus so-and-so? No, they never heard of it. I mean, these people are dumb as bricks in some cases.
Yeah.
But
think about it, Chuck. Who would want that job? All right. If you're a halfway decent lawyer, you're going to make 3 to 4 times what is paid there.
They want power. They want to have
power.
Change the world for communism. I don't know, make a more collectivized world. These people they have that glassy-eyed look on their face. You could tell with that smirk. It's like Rachel Maddow on Speed. They just, of course, she's getting $6 million a show, but putting that aside, I mean, they want power. It's a very powerful position. it's these people who have like low egos and low self-esteem, they feel important, and in a way they are important in a position like that. They can change lives.
Yeah, I
They
mean,
can
in
change.
fairness, there is a small number of people that seem to really want to be on the bench to do some good. I mean,
Right.
I knew a guy who was a really, really good litigator with a big firm in LA and making serious money. But he got the call from whoever the president was at the time.
Yeah.
We want you on the. And talk about taking a pay cut. Good God, you know. But I guess he was a true believer. The guy was, not necessarily liberal,
Right.
but this was some sort of brass ring. I truly don't know why.
No,
Because
I think that
judiciary,
most
yeah,
of them are good. I mean, in Massachusetts, the federal bench is very good, and even though many of them are liberal leaning, they're pretty good. I mean, they are committed. They're hardworking. They do want to try to be fair. I'm not, but there are these political appointments that Biden seems particularly involved with that are just rotten apples. I mean, it's very bad. But I'm not trying to, it's like most Catholic priests are religious people, but you have some bad ones that give the whole bunch a bad
yeah,
name.
yeah.
I think the same thing is true with the judiciary. Most of them are good. I do think that they are well-meaning and hardworking, and they do their job. But you do have the what I'm talking about here particularly is these really rotten Biden appointees are just bad news. I mean, they're just being shoved onto the bench, and they serve the purpose of basically siloing power as Trump goes in. And then, of course, you have others on the bench who are now not going to leave. They won't retire because they don't want to have Trump have an opening. I mean, right? I mean, of course, I mean, that backfired with Ruth Bader Ginsburg, but,
Yes, it did, didn't it?
yeah. And I think Obama actually asked her to step aside, and she said, nope, I'm going to live forever. I'm not going anywhere. So they blamed Trump because he had an appointment. I
No,
mean,
she was rotten to the core, and and this friendship between her and Scalia, I will never understand. But
whatever. I mean, the thing is that they become there's a sense of invincibility after a while
yeah,
that they're indispensable and they're never going to go. And but here we are, Mike, in these final miserable, decrepit days of this rotten, illuminated regime, this illegitimate regime. I just I don't know what they're gonna. They're kind of dismoored of any responsibility. They can pretty much now show their cards and do whatever they want to try to perpetrate their power. I think they're still in denial in a way that they have been beaten and that they are going to go. Donald J. Trump, assuming they don't, something drastic doesn't happen, God forbid, he's going to put his hand on the Bible on January 20th, and he's going to be president. And it's going to be a great day because he's going to go in there and he's going to kick ass. And he has a lot of things that are going to happen. I do believe that, assuming he gets there. And they don't really, they're trying to figure out these sort of sneaky, miserable, end runs around that. And I mean, again, I mean, Obama tried to do it, and it was bad. But I don't think they're going to pull that crap off again because Trump, isn't going to be fooled this time.
no.
I just hope that we don't have world. I hope we don't have nuclear missiles hitting Boston anytime soon. That's all. I mean, who knows what they're going to do?
Well, what about your well, not your mayor, because I don't think you're directly living in Boston,
I
but
do live in Boston.
all right.
Oh yeah,
And Michelle Wu saying she's not going to cooperate.
yeah.
Uh,
That's what they're. I mean, look, you've got Pritzker in Illinois. You've got. I mean, they're all saying this.
yeah, well, they're talking big, but when
And
one of
in a
them,
way, there's actually a silver lining to all of it because what they're doing is they're asserting states' rights,
yeah,
right? That's good. even if they're left-wing states. It's a, states should, I mean, they were, they're complaining about that with Roe versus Wade. They want the federal government to come in and mandate abortions. But at the same time, hypocritically, they're all about states' rights when it comes to Trump. I say that, if they want to go that route, that does set positive precedent. It is a reinvigoration of the Ninth and 10th Amendments. They do have a state right in many areas. They don't
I
have to
don't know that
cooperate.
they have a state right in immigration, though.
No, they don't. But they don't have to cooperate. And Homan has said as much. He goes, if they don't want to cooperate, that's fine, but they better step out of the way with regard to a federal prerogative, which is immigration, especially when you're dealing with crime. And that they're talking about a lot of, they're going to put people in jail and they're going to separate families and put people in cages. No, that's not what's going to happen. They're going to, Trump in the first year is going to focus on criminals, on drug dealers, on drug traffickers, on sex traffickers, on people that are bad, violent people, all the, not the best, as Trump likes to say, and deport all of them. Good. And also, he's going to cut, as I said, I think I said earlier, they're going to cut off their money, which is going to save the taxpayers billions, and which is going to result in a self-deportation. If they don't have any more money, they won't stay.
Yeah.
Now, if some of them want to get jobs and be gainfully employed and not be criminals, I don't think that Trump's going to go after them. Maybe eventually
it's going to be wonderful to go after the criminal element,
right,
and look into all the corruption involved with putting these people up in hotels and whatnot.
That's right, and that's exactly what's happening in Massachusetts, and in other states. I mean, the state is going broke, putting people up in fancy hotels. They have this meal plan. They get $75 a day. I mean, and the state's hired a caterer to feed them all. I mean, the state is going broke. There's no logic to that. What are we supposed to get out of that? Meanwhile, so I think that once you cut that off, they're gonna leave, and we're gonna have millions of people.
Well, what it is virtue signaling with somebody else's money.
Yeah, but why is this a virtue? What's virtuous about bringing people in?
I hate to go back. I mentioned this third time. It's this Model UN thing. You see, we have to do right by these people, and to take an old term from Rudyard Kipling, white man's burden, right? And,
I thought that there was a hilarious YouTuber. I don't know who he was, but he went to, during the campaign, he was knocking on the doors of people with Harris Waltz signs.
Oh yeah, I saw some.
Hey, we have an illegal alien here. And some guy would come out of the van. He wants to move. He wants to live with you. Will you take him in? It's like, so I mean, to a man they said no. Of course. What do you mean? I can't. I have children at home. I can't do that. No, you'll send them all. It's like what DeSantis did with Martha's Vineyard that time.
Martha's Vineyard.
It was hilarious. Martha's Vineyard deported them. They hired 150 National Guardsmen came to the island. They put them on a bus and they deported them, sent them to a camp, I might add, at Otis Air Force Base in the Cape. That's what the liberals did when it came to actually dealing with illegal aliens instead of sending them to the red states. Anyway, it's going to be very interesting to watch.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, it's, they're going to complain, but the point is that the American people voted for Trump, and it was a mandate. And that, you want to talk democratic principles. That's what we have. Democracy. We have democratic principles. They're complaining, well, Trump is going to get rid of agencies and he's going to fire all these people. Guess what? That's what every administration is supposed to do. Every administration actually has done degrees of this when they take office, because that's why we have elections. Why bother if you're going to just keep people in there forever? Why, that's a dictatorship. It's an oligarchy. Why bother having an election, really?
Well,
Yes,
why
he's
was it
doing,
okay for Roosevelt to create all these agencies, but someone can't come back in and either consolidate them or
or get,
eliminate them?
or
You
get
know,
rid of them. And that's exactly what I think Trump's going to do, starting with the Department of Education. You get rid of about 80% of it, and maybe the rest of it can be absorbed by another department, the little piece, the tiny piece that they do that's actually of any worth. But you get rid of all of these federal agencies. And I think that with Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, that's exactly what Ramaswamy just gave an interview where he said, yeah, we're going to consolidate agencies, get rid of them in some cases. We're going to pare them down. That's what Musk did at Twitter, and it worked beautifully. That's what's going to happen. And I say hallelujah. I never thought I'd see the day. I remember the late Sam Blumenfeld back in the Birch Society. They've been talking about this for a generation, and you never thought it would happen. Well, it is happening. And they can, and as Steve Bannon would say, they can suck on it if they don't like it. He's on fire. You got to listen to him. I don't miss a
yeah.
show.
Oh, he is good.
Since he got out of prison, he is like kicking. I mean, he's like amazing. I mean, he's great. I mean, I'd love to see Trump give him an appointment. He's tremendous. Although I'd like to see him stay at the War Room. I mean, he's doing he's got millions of followers. It's huge.
Yeah.
I mean, he's doing gangbusters over there.
Yeah,
So
Abe said this, but going to prison really helped his game. I think.
he didn't. He just came out. He's better than ever. He didn't miss a beat. I mean, he's roaring, and I just think that he should continue right where he is, where he's really playing a big role, in a way very similar to the role Rush Limbaugh played, except, he's taken the glove. Rush Limbaugh, in a way, kept the kind of,
He was
you know, he
genteel.
did, yeah. I mean, he didn't go too far outside of certain lanes because he knew that they could pull the plug on him. But I think that with the internet, with Bannon, he doesn't care. He was already thrown off of Facebook and Twitter years ago. It didn't matter. He just keeps moving along. He's got his own network. He's consolidated it. I mean, to my way of thinking, they can't do to him what they could have done to Rush, just because of technology now being what it is. And so, yeah, I mean, I think that he should continue on doing exactly what he's doing. I mean, and other people, I mean, I certainly emulate that. Other people should try to create their network as well.
It's going to be an interesting holiday season.
and a festive one, I might add.
Yes, festive.
So, Mike, what do you have coming up on your Substack?
All right. Well, I had that piece that went out last night called "Victory," but we focused on the issue of blaming the consumer and your favorite guy, Alan Lichtman, who just gets to be more of a joke with every passing day. I mean, after he was pilloried on all these video forums, he gets interviewed on a YouTube video by his son, who said essentially that, well, even though
there's the only one left that will interview him.
Yeah.
I mean, and some of these left-wing historians, some of these left-wing historians have really gone off the deep end, like Mitchum, who has written some pretty good books, completely Trump deranged, and Michael Beschloss, he wanted Trump to be executed.
Yes.
Remember that? Because of the after Mar-a-Lago was raided, because he had papers that might reveal some national secrets. Anyways, they've all shown their true colors. They're absolutely insane. So I guess I'll talk to you next week.
We will see you next week. Looking forward.
God bless America. All right. Thanks for joining me, everyone. Charles Moscowitz, welcome to the program. The movie in question is Beneath Sheep's Clothing, and my guest to talk about it is author Trevor Loudon. Trevor is a New Zealand author, speaker, political activist, blogger. He was vice president of ACT New Zealand, a classical liberal and right libertarian political party from 2006 to 2008. The author of 5 self-published books on U.S. politics. Trevor, thanks for joining me today. It's an honor.
Always good to be on. Thanks, Charles, for having me.
You know, Trevor, before we get started, I have to ask you about this New Zealand story with this haka, which took place
right.
in the parliament. I mean, it's something that, in spite of myself, I can't stop watching it. It's fascinating. And what is going on there briefly? What's happening with that?
Well, we've got to see the head of the ACT party, which you mentioned I used to be the vice president of, is
Yes.
David Seymour. And I knew him very well when he was the head of Young ACT when I was the vice president. And he's introduced a bill defining the rights conferred to all citizens under the Treaty of Waitangi. That was signed in 1840. It's like your Declaration of Independence. It was a founding document of New Zealand. And what it was the Maori citizens, a native race, transferred sovereignty over New Zealand to the British Crown in exchange for British citizenship. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
They became citizens. Now, the left, the communists, ever since then, have been trying to say, no, this was a partnership. Maori are equal partners to everybody else. Maori should have 50% of representation in government. Maori should have 50% of this, 50% of that, 50% control of the airwaves, the seabed, etc. So David Seymour's act, law, was to basically codify the rights so that Maori and everybody have exactly the same rights as everybody else. Nobody has special rights, which I 100% concur with. That's the principles that America is founded on. But the left spins this as though this is a horrible bill taking away the rights of people. No, it's not. It's stopping communists. The Maori Party is a communist party, effectively. Is stopping communists getting leverage over all of New Zealand society, way out of proportion to their numbers. So that's what it is. It's a complete scam. And David Seymour was calling out the scam and saying every New Zealander should have exactly the same rights, no more, no less, regardless of your ethnic origin, which I think you and probably all of your listeners would agree with, Charles.
Of course, and the bill doesn't take any rights away from the Maori. It just simply recognizes that all citizens of New Zealand are equal and that the Maori are free to organize their identity any way they choose. Doesn't change anything. It just it doesn't give special group rights to any particular group.
It just stops Marxists using race as a wedge issue to get more powerful themselves. Like, for instance, they were pushing things, and it happened in some places that Maori, who are 15% of the population, would get 50% representation on government boards. For instance. So this is a great way to blackmail people. Oh, we're on the Waikato Water Board. Well, if you want to build a new pipe, you'll just have to give a couple of $100,000 to our Maori Resource Centre. And then it's ending an endless stream of scams, of special privilege, of affirmative action. But the left-wing media, of course, says, oh, this is taking away rights from people. It's like saying if you arrest the mafia, you're taking away their rights.
Do the Maori have a particular geographic part of New Zealand, or are they well distributed throughout the country?
They're well distributed. Well, look, the further north you go, the more Maori it gets. Like New Zealand is about 1,000 miles long, 2 main islands. When I grew up in the South Island, Maori were probably 2% of the population. If in the far north are probably more like 40% of the population.
I see.
The further north you go, the more Maori citizens you find. But they are everywhere. Every community has Maori citizens.
And the other thing, I mean, this gets into a broader question of the indigenous issue, which is something the left is, I think, using on an international scale as a
Absolutely.
leverage
Yeah.
to try to undermine sovereignty and to use people. And just to go to that briefly, my understanding is that historically, the Maori people and the British arrived in New Zealand roughly around the same time. It
No,
wasn't like they were there first, and if they were there first, it wasn't. It wasn't. We're not talking about a long period.
no. The Maori arrived about 1,000 years ago from the
Okay,
Polynesian islands. So they were well established by the time the British came. The British established formal sovereignty in 1840, but there'd been British communities there for about 60 years before that. A lot of Massachusetts whalers were there, by the way.
oh
There's a
sure,
lot of Massachusetts blood in certain communities in the northern,
interesting. Yeah.
because the sailors had to have something to do in their time off, and so there's a lot of Massachusetts ancestry in certain
Yes,
parts of the North Island.
just like a lot of
that might look-
Massachusetts people are in Hawaii. They
Well,
settled here.
exactly, because of the whaling industry and that sort of
Whaling industry and also missionaries,
yeah,
Puritan
exactly.
missionaries.
Well, that's exactly the same pattern in New Zealand, and the Maori are basically the same Polynesian race as the Hawaiians.
Understood.
They're the southern reach of the Polynesian diaspora, which went to Hawaii, Tahiti, and many islands in the South Pacific. But look, you're right about this being used internationally. The communists call this the nationalities question. It was devised by Stalin. It's where you don't have a working class, you find ethnic minorities, religious minorities, racial minorities that you can instill a sense of grievance in and use them as revolutionary cannon fodder. So this is the Hawaiian independence movement. It's a Marxist movement. The La Raza movement, which wants to return the southwestern states to Mexico.
Sure.
The communists who worked in the black community in America and the Native American community for decades. So this
Right.
is a common thing. Wherever there's minorities, there's Marxists stirring them up.
Right, and they want to sow division, and they run on this assumption that somehow if a timeline indicates that a group of people were there before another group, they have some kind of a divine right to that country. And of
Yeah.
course, they apply this very arbitrarily because they will never apply it to Jews
To
trying
Israel,
return
yeah,
to
that's
their,
different. That's
yeah,
different.
to their homeland of that tiny little swath of land that we call Israel. I want to bring things to politics right now, and I feel remiss if I don't talk about the fact that after the resounding victory, thank God, of President Donald J. Trump to serve a second term, he received both the electoral vote and the popular vote. It's interesting that all those states that were trying to get rid of the electoral college by signing a pact saying that all of their electors will go to the whoever wins the popular vote, they're now going to have to send all their electors to support Trump,
Yeah,
including
isn't that
California.
a sweet injustice? Isn't
And
that sweet justice?
yes, and
But
also that Republicans have taken both houses of Congress, and it does look like we're moving toward a significant realignment politically, one that is as profound as any going back to the Reconstruction after the Civil War.
yep,
But they are causing a lot of problems in these miserable final weeks of this lame duck, illegitimate, illuminated, radical regime. They're trying to trigger World War III in Ukraine. And I do think that that's obvious. Now you have green lights for the Ukrainians to fire advanced missiles into Russia and place landmines. And it's all happening in these final weeks. I think that they're trying to embroil the United States into a world war, which will, of course, make it difficult for President Trump to fulfill the mandate that he called for, which is to bring about a negotiated peace in that war. Do you think
yeah.
that is the case?
Well, look, I'm a big Ukraine supporter, so I'm glad they're getting these capabilities. But yes,
Right.
look, Biden didn't. The Ukrainians have been pleading for 2 years to be able to strike back into Russia when they've got troops massed across the border ready to attack them. They're not allowed to attack them. So now Biden has given them some limited capability right at the end of his term. I think this is basically to take a card off President Trump's table.
Okay.
Basically, there's nothing to do with helping Ukraine here, though I'm glad they have the ability to defend themselves. This is all about sabotaging President Trump.
Well, that's right. And I think that both sides want a negotiated peace at this point. And I don't think it's realistic for the Ukrainians to expect Russia to return Crimea or some of those eastern provinces. So there's going to have
Russia wants all of Ukraine. Russia's not going to negotiate.
Well, that's right. That's why there has to be a negotiated
all
peace.
Of Ukraine. So there is no negotiated peace.
Okay.
Really, in my opinion, because Russia said quite plainly, we want all of Ukraine, not just the parts we occupy, all of it.
Right, but they're not going to get all of Ukraine because
they're not going to negotiate till they do.
Well, that's just it. There has to be painful concessions. A war can only end with a total victory by one side or painful negotiations to result in the compromise. And I think that Trump's position is that to protect Ukrainian sovereignty, there's going to have to be, and to stop the war and the killing, there's going to have to be a painful negotiated peace. And that's sort of where I am with it. But let's go on to your movie. It's
not mine, it's Julie Bieling's movie, but I'm interviewed in it.
You're interviewed in it?
Yeah.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the movie because it gets into a topic of how much communism and communist ideas have infiltrated our liberal Western democracies, and something right under our eyes which we don't see. It's imperceptible, but yet done in the broad daylight. So,
yeah, well, look, the movie is Beneath Sheep's Clothing, and Julie Bieling did it. She was a missionary in Russia not long after the collapse of communism, and wrote a thesis on how the Russians suppressed, how the Soviet communists suppressed religion specifically, the techniques they used. And she found that when she got back to the States, she found that the Democrats were using exactly the same tactics against Christian churches and conservative Jews, Catholics, etc. here, even Mormons. And so what she's done the movie basically showing us how we're in a communist revolution. That's what we're in right now. Now, Donald Trump has put the brakes on that, and he's going to reverse a lot of it. But we got to understand that's what we're in.
Right.
We're in a 70% completed communist revolution. They have our education system. They have Hollywood. They have sport. They have most of the universities. They have the Democratic Party, the unions, and they're trying to consolidate their power by winning one more time and legalizing 30 million illegal immigrants, so who will then vote Democrat religiously. So we're in a revolution. Donald Trump is putting the brakes on, but they ain't going away. No. They're going to be fighting tooth and nail, and I mean violently, lawfare, everything. And Julie's is the best movie I've seen out there that actually makes it real to people that that's what we're in. That we can understand that this isn't just stupid Democrats or silly liberals. Open borders, the indoctrination of kids, destruction of the energy industry, all of it is communism. All of it is a manifestation of the American communist movement, which is allied to various foreign communist movements.
Yes, I mean, well, more philosophically, I think that Whittaker Chambers got it right in his book Witness when he noted that communism is the world's second oldest religion, and that it goes by different names at every generation, but what it is essentially rule by man, as opposed to the sovereignty of a creator of the universe, with man under God having a limited sovereignty. And that every generation has had to grapple with this idea. It really, in the modern times, was launched with the French Revolution. In the United States, it was launched, I think, or got the successful foothold with the election of Wilson in 1912, and the transfer of sovereign powers to unelected bureaucracies like the Federal Reserve and the Council on Foreign Relations and all these other groups that are shadowy and unelected and don't represent the people. President Trump has thrown a stick into the hornet's nest by basically openly calling for a return of sovereignty to the people under God and not to this clique of internationalists who want perpetual war and the erosion of sovereign borders. And for that reason, while he won, the war goes on. It's not over. In fact, this is just the beginning. They're not going to sit down and allow for a reversal of hundreds of years of setting the stage for their creation of this international beehive of where nation states become just pro forma and provinces of a world order.
Yeah, look, and you now analyze it perfectly, Charles. This is ultimately satanic. You know, the natural order of things is God, man, nature. You know, and there's hierarchies. You know, we're given institutions to govern ourselves, like the church, like civil government, like the family. They're the godly institutions. So communism in its various forms, and you're right, it's gone back thousands of years, has always sought to overthrow and undermine the church, to overthrow and undermine the family, and to overthrow and undermine civil government, to basically give Satan the upper hand on earth. That's what communism it is, and its various names. Today we call it sometimes globalism or the deep state, but it is communism, and it's heavily influenced by China, by Iran, by Cuba, by North Korea, other countries who have control over large numbers of our senators and congressmen, and have their agents working all over our communities. Like if you look at Boston, you know, there's a group there called the Chinese Progressive Association, which is a communist group, works with the Chinese Communist Party, and basically runs the Boston City Council and runs Elizabeth Warren and many of your other Congress members. So
and
all
Michelle
over
Wu.
America.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, Massachusetts is behaving in a very strange way. I think particularly since Maura Healey and Michelle Wu were elected.
Yeah.
And you have this phenomena, I think, manifested in this spending, maxing out the state budget to pay for bringing illegal aliens in and putting them up in nice hotels, giving them 3 meals a day. There's no sense to it. There's no logic to it, and the state's going broke over it.
Unless it's part of a revolution.
Yeah, and now they're covering up a pedophile scandal that involves these people. I'm not going to go into details about it because it's a story that's just emerging. But in normal times, this would be enough to force them all out of government, but it won't happen here. They just control the levers. I mean, the Boston Globe is a huge power in the state, has been for many, many decades, and they kind of call the shots in terms of what is permissible and what isn't in the public sphere. And I'm sure Massachusetts is just a microcosm for a lot of other states, not all. We have some, they call the red states, more freedom oriented, but they still control what, the high ground of the culture, as you say. I mean, I think there was Andrew Breitbart once said that, politics is downstream from culture, and they control the big culture, the big media, big tech, big, entertainment, Hollywood, all of it, academia. They really have, and they have worked to develop this stranglehold on it slowly over time. It's like a Fabian approach where they gradually weed out their opposition and install their friends and agents.
That's exactly how it works. How do you take over a university or a union or a church or a government? You just get a few people into key positions, secretary of a union, president of a union, chancellor of a college, head of a sociology department in a college, and they just hire their friends. They keep hiring their friends, and they get rid of any opposition. And that's in 10 years, you could take over a university or a church or a labor union. And that's what's happened. Most of our institutions in America, the unions, churches, Hollywood to a large degree, are controlled by communist sympathizers, many of them loyal to China. And one way it exhibited, if you look at all the states that had the harshest lockdowns during COVID, Massachusetts being one of them, Minnesota being another, headed by Tim Walz, the Chinese communist aficionado,
Indeed, yes.
California, Hawaii, Oregon, all of the states that had the worst lockdowns were all the states with the most Chinese influence. Because
Right.
it was designed not for public health, it was all about wrecking our economy. Because
Right,
if you have
it
no
was
economy,
had
you have
nothing to do. That's a huge scandal, and they were able to shut down small, as you say, mom and pop businesses,
yeah,
and while leaving the big box stores open, shut down the churches, shut down the schools. Children had to get education through Zoom, which, by the way, actually turned out to backfire on them because we got to see what was
yes, I
going on.
agree. Yeah, exactly.
And eventually the regime had a major setback. Thank God for the Canadian truckers who
Yeah,
stood up and said, "We're not going to go for the forced vaccines of the jab, which of course is questionable." And the whole regime collapsed here in Boston. Michelle Wu, our new mayor, talk about maybe communist associations.
oh, absolutely. She is
Yeah, I mean, her first
very
act
heavily
was
tied into the communist movement.
you couldn't go into a store or a restaurant unless you showed your card proving you'd had the vaccine. And that happened right when the truckers struck, and there was fear that the trucker strike would spread to the United States. So they backed down, and she backed down.
Yeah,
And so they had a setback, but they're going to try something else. I mean, this is it's only a matter of time. I think that they've had another setback with the election of Trump.
yeah,
And the team that he's putting together is tremendous. They're going after every one of them. They have people who they're planting a strategy, from what I understand, where they're going to sue everybody. Every movie he makes is going to be lawsuits, attempts to
yeah.
impeach him. And I think that Trump has become sophisticated enough, and the people around him, that they're going to respond by countersuing. They'll tie them up. I mean, they'll bleed them out. This is a tough group, and I just was censored on TikTok. I guess I said something that PO'd the TikTokers, so I've been suspended for a week. Sorry about that. So anyway, that's the agenda. Look, I mean, it's happening in real time here. They still.
Well, it's wonder because we were talking about Chinese influence in the
Yes, I think that was
globe.
the key. Mentioning Chinese influence.
Yeah,
I think you're absolutely right, which is profound. China has, basically established a censorship regime in the United States with scores of, they got the EKG thing. I mean, they got rid of that to an extent, where if you don't rate well in three areas: economy, environment, governance, and social consciousness, you get a lower score and you can't function as well. I mean, that's open in China, but in this country, it's a little more subtle.
yeah.
But it's a gradual tightening up of control over the lives and the destinies of citizens.
Well, that's right. And what people see these things, they see the open borders, they see the ESG, they see this transgender education, they see the lockdowns, they see the destruction of the US energy industry, all of these things. What they don't see is that these are all arms of the communist octopus. All of these can be linked back to China. The COVID, obviously, Black Lives Matter was a Chinese operation.
Right.
The election, every state has major Chinese-backed election voter registration organizations. The Chinese Progressive Association does that for you in Chinatown. They run Boston through doing that. So if people understood the actual depth of Chinese penetration of every level of our society, from Congress and the Senate to Hollywood to the unions, whatever, they would be shocked beyond measure. But this is why they They had to get rid of Trump with the COVID and the Black Lives Matter and the election shenanigans. And now they're freaking out because they've overplayed their hand, and Trump is a lot smarter this time and a lot better people around him. So we're going to see a battle royal coming up over the next few years. But as the point being, don't go to sleep. It ain't over. Too many people went to sleep the first time Trump got elected, and they came back and they won the election, and they rubbed our noses in it like little puppies in the carpet, you know?
Right.
And we got to understand Trump's a leader, but we got to all be involved in taking our country back, all of us.
Yes, indeed. And we, as we said, the battle is just beginning. I mean, it's a great victory. We should bask in it and enjoy it as we enter into the festive season. But they're setting all kinds of booby traps for Trump. And I mean, even Obama did this when he set up the Steele dossier, and he put people that they call it burrowing. They burrow people into the civil service and into administrations and positions that you can't remove them. I mean, right now, in the final miserable days of this administration, Elizabeth Warren and a couple of other senators are trying to shove radical judges into place. And by the way, shame on Ted Cruz and J.D. Vance for not going into the Senate and working to stop this. They're sitting on their laurels. It's these are positions that are going to be with us for decades.
And look, their own literature, I read the left literature, they're talking about the job is to entrench their word, entrench as many justices in the system as we can to hold up the Trump agenda, entrench their word. So this is a very organized, very disciplined, very focused revolutionary program that we're dealing with.
Indeed, it is a color revolution. In fact, recently, one of the congressmen, I forget his name, he openly stated that they're setting up a, quote, shadow government. They want Shifty Schiff, who basically lied for years about having proof that Putin colluded with Trump to steal the 2016 election. He's going to be set up as a shadow attorney general. And they're going to everything that whatever Trump does or any of his cabinet members, they're going to counter it. So, I mean, this is like, it's subversion at its worst. And they point to the British system as an example. Well, guess what? We kicked out that system in 1776. I mean, we don't want to go back to that.
No, we don't. We got a constitutional republic, which has set the country free and made the most prosperous and great country in the world. But he just mentioned Schiff. All the time he was going on about Russian collusion, he was working closely with the Committee of 100, Communist China's main influence operation in America. So he was going on about Russia, and nobody called him for his China, deeply in bed with the Chinese Communist Party all through that time, and nobody called him on it. And that's why I write my books exposing this kind of stuff. But Adam Schiff is hardcore, and he's connected to the Committee of 100, which, as I keep saying, is Communist China's main influence operation in America. But this is the thing, Elizabeth Warren is deeply tied into the Chinese Progressive Association, Communist China's main influence group in Massachusetts. So is Ed Markey. So are several of your congressmen. So is Michelle Wu. So are several other people on the city council. China controls Boston. China controls San Francisco, LA, Boston, I believe Portland, Oregon, certainly Honolulu, and many other cities around the country, the Twin Cities as well. And so we got to understand how deep this is and the battle that Trump's got on his hands, and that we have to play a role in this.
What we can do is exactly what you're doing right now, Trevor, which is to identify, expose, and then oppose the nature of this conspiracy. And I use that word openly because they call it that themselves. I mean, the entire communist edifice is by nature a conspiracy. They don't operate.
That's what they call themselves. Yeah.
They're not operating out in the open. I mean, they're not they are subverting institutions because they know that if they came out in the open, they would be kicked out so quickly their heads would spin. So they do it through, careful, subversive, well-studied means of changing perceptions. People that are involved in this, some of them don't even know they're involved in it.
Yeah.
It's very, very tricky and very difficult to detect, which is why it's very important, especially now with Trump coming to power, that we get into identifying the nature of this. And by the way, your blog is called the New Zeal blog. I really recommend.
TrevorLoudon.com on New Zeal blog. Yeah.
TrevorLoudon.com, New Zeal blog, shining the torch for liberty. You get into American politics. Your book is Stealth, Kamala Harris's communist roots. That was something that I think people did become aware of that one.
Well, that's the book just behind me. You can see it just there. Stealth,
yes.
Kamala Harris's communist roots. But that is not just about Kamala. That's about the movement that made her, the communist voter registration groups, the massive communist infiltration in California and other states. So, yeah, I recommend that. But beneath sheep's clothing is a must see for everybody too.
Yeah.
People.
I mean, the reason they couldn't steal the election this time around is because the Republicans at least learned some lessons from last time, and they were able to field thousands of volunteers who worked the polling places, who sat in the counting rooms to make sure that there were more eyeballs on those absentee ballots. They couldn't do a mass mailing of absentee ballots this time around, but they couldn't pull it off. But yet they still are counting in some places. They're still trying to do rear guard actions.
See, there's a group called Seed the Vote, which is run by the Chinese Progressive Association of San Francisco, which works directly with the Chinese consulate. They are running the vote curing operations around the country. That's where they send their people, and they're openly saying this is to get more seats for the Democrats. They're openly saying this. So that this Chinese operation is going around finding faulty ballots and getting them cured. But they only get them cured and admitted if they're Democrat ballots. If they think they're a Republican ballot, if the person who did it is a Republican, they're not going to cure theirs.
No,
so
they're still trying to steal
seats. They're still trying to steal state Senate seats and congressional seats around the country right now. This is
there's still 3 seats they're counting in California. And of course, you have in Pennsylvania the attempt to steal the Senate seat. One of the electors, one of the election officials there actually openly admitted that they were counting illegal ballots. And she said, I don't care because everyone breaks the law anyway. So even their communistic governor has come out, Shapiro, and has put a stop to it. It's just so obvious that they can't do it.
You should be going back and throwing out all the ones that have slipped through.
Yes, they should. And also, we do have now groups on our side like Turning Point USA. You've got Charlie Kirk, and you've got others who are curing ballots for us. So, I mean, they've learned some lessons. They're going out and doing, voter harvesting now because that's how the system works. We all voted early this time around. We didn't wait for election day. We didn't fall into that trick. They still stole Arizona, but the stealing has been met on the field by people who are playing that same game. And I think that's been very important. Although now that President Trump has won, I hope that he doesn't forget about the fact that we need national reforms on voting. We need national voter ID. We need to have paper ballots, get rid of the machines. Elizabeth Warren in Massachusetts put a bill up in 2018, I mean, where she said that the voting machines are rigged and that we need all paper ballots. Of course, she denies that now, but that's we have to call that up and say, I support Elizabeth Warren's bill.
And I do too, but that's the thing, isn't it? All these reforms have to be put in place, and people have to go to jail for committing vote fraud.
Oh, absolutely. And
You know,
and by the way, it's not
what's
voters who are
worse, stealing
committing.
your car or stealing your ballot?
Yeah, I mean, this is a crime. It's a felony. It's not individuals committing voter fraud either. It's election fraud. It's ballot fraud.
It's organized,
Yeah.
hardcore. It's like an organized crime issue, and I want President Trump to set up an organized crime unit, federal government that goes and does RICO lawsuits against the organized ballot crime operations in Boston, in New York, in Los Angeles, in Chicago, and you start finding the low level people,
Yes.
and you say, we've got you for vote fraud. You get 2 years in jail, but you can go free if you rat on who paid you, and you go up the chain and you find the people at the top and you put them in jail. And if you do that, vote fraud will be gone. It'll be over.
I think that's an excellent program. I mean, those rotten big city machines have been in power by these means for several decades now. That goes back to the 1960s.
At least, you know,
Oh, yeah.
and we're not going to fix the country unless we fix that
Oh,
problem.
I
And
totally
people,
agree with you. That's the first priority, returning the voting system to one man, one vote. And the integrity and sacredness of that system has to be restored. So, Trevor, just briefly, let's talk a little bit about this movie again that you're here to promote. What will people expect to see with if they get this movie?
what they'll expect to see is understanding that communism is alive in America, and it's way more powerful than they think, and it'll show how it's done. The
Mhm.
ways this is manifesting, because we all see these weird things going on, whether it's open borders or transgenderism or the attacks on the energy industry, whatever it is, but we don't understand that it's cohesive, that this is part of an organized program by our enemies to bring us down. So the movie features me, James Lindsay, Alex Newman, and a whole bunch of other people some of whom who lived under Soviet communism and are
Mhm.
talking what they saw back in their own country. They see is exactly the same that was happening in our country until the last election, and still is happening, though at a now more on the defensive than it was. So, look, it's a great movie. It's very, very gripping and very educational. And I want millions of Americans to see it. I really do. And I don't make any money off it.
Mhm.
I was in it because I believed in it, and
Well,
I just want people to see it.
and now more than ever is the time to learn these these messages, these lessons, and to examine your local politics, your state politics, and when you see strange things going on, like governors saying, "I'm not going to allow illegal alien criminals to be deported," or "I support sex change operations for children," or any of these other things which are hard to explain, you know that there's something rotten underneath because these are not things that people elected our government to do or to allow.
These are not stupid people. They're saying crazy stuff, but they're not stupid people. These things only make sense if they have an agenda to weaken and divide the country in preparation for a revolution. And you got to look at it through that lens. And
Mm.
beneath sheep's clothing will help you to understand that lens, how we actually look at these phenomena and see the connections between them.
I can already see the battle lines forming around the issue of deportation of illegal
Yes,
aliens.
absolutely.
And I think that the Trump administration is going to focus on, first of all, supporting the worst people. I mean, certainly in the first year, criminals, fentanyl dealers, drug dealers, violent criminals, and also I think that there's going to be a massive self deportation
Yep.
because they're going to cut off the money. They're
Yeah.
going to cut off the fancy hotels and the dinners and the credit cards. Even Mayor Adams in New York is already starting to do this, which is why I think he's under attack. They're
Yeah,
already,
100%.
he's actually shown a little independence. And I think that's going to be the Trump strategy, but their strategy is going to be to try to resurrect all of this old demonization. Oh, he's separating families and the children in cages, and we're going to hear all that kind of propaganda.
Yeah.
How do we respond to that?
Well, I think like Leo Hohmann is, you don't apologize for it. You
Yep.
said these people are criminally in the United States. They are taking the place of legal immigrants. There is no justice for this, and for the integrity of the American system, and for a lesson to all of those around the world who want to cheat that system. These people must not be allowed to enjoy the fruits of their criminal activity. And when I say criminal activity, jumping the border is a crime.
Exactly.
It's not just you. Everybody who is here illegally is a criminal by definition. They've
That's right.
committed
And we have to
immigration
stand up for
fraud.
law and order. Yeah. And the idea that they would be flown in by the Biden people, that shows how Biden, I think, to the degree that he had any scruples or brain left, was very compromised, probably by China. And
100%.
yeah,
He's China's man. He's been China's man since at least 2001. He was Russia's man since the early 70s, and Iranian's man since the late 70s. But look, allowing the borders to go wide opening, having 10, 15 million people streaming across the border, that's not stupidity.
no.
That is a deliberate program to alter the United States on a permanent basis, to swamp the conservative voting base, to cripple the hospitals, cripple the education system, and economically destroy us. That only makes sense if it's malicious. These people are not that stupid.
Oh, no, it's quite deliberate.
It is absolutely deliberate. The goal is the social transformation of America on a permanent basis towards socialism. You imagine, had Kamala Harris got in and she legalized 30 million illegal immigrants who then voted 90% Democrat, that was their goal, to have a one-party state that could never be thrown out, ever.
You'll never get rid
getting it.
Once you have a communistic government in place, it's very difficult to get rid of it. I mean, look at Venezuela. We could look at the Soviet Union. It took almost 100 years to get rid of that. I mean, they immediately assume control of all of the levers of power, all of the nexus of influence in a country, and there's just no defeating them. So
people used to say to me when I campaigned against communism in the 80s, they'd say, "Oh, Trevor, if the people in Russia didn't like communism, they'd just organize a revolution and throw it off." And I'd say, look, to do that, you need a few people, right? So you got a room, you got 25 people in it. You're going to organize a revolution. 5 of those people are KGB informants, but you don't know who they are. And if they tell the KGB what you're doing, you're going to get executed. So are you really going to try and organize this counter-revolution?
No, they use, of course, they have the mechanism of terror. I mean, I've talked to a couple of Iranian exiles here who have told me that they go back. Some people try to go back and they all get killed. I mean, it's just they control that ability, and they have an outreach all over the world. And so, through terror, certainly China does this. China has in colleges the Confucius clubs, which keep an eye on Chinese students, making sure they're in line.
And they had about 17 secret Chinese police stations in Minneapolis and others, monitoring anybody who might say something bad about China, and then their families will get pressured. They will get kidnapped. They've actually kidnapped people from this country and taken them back to China. Chinese nationals living in America who have criticized the Chinese regime have been kidnapped and returned to China.
Oh, yeah. And
that was right under Tim Walz's nose. Tim, China-loving Walz in Minnesota was allowing this to go on.
Yes, and it's something that, I mean, we can see how China even handles its own citizens. People disappear if they if they run afoul of the Communist Party. So, so Trevor, let my viewers and listeners know where they could get more information about you and your excellent work.
Yeah, trevorloudon.com. That's my website. All my books are available there. And uh, Beneath Sheep's Clothing, you go to beneathsheepsclothing.com or go to Amazon and look it up and get a copy there.
Excellent. Trevor Loudon, as always, I want to thank you for joining me. Great conversation. Welcome to the program. Charles Moscowitz here, live. Taking your calls, 508-637-5596, 508-637-5596, or you can text me or chat me, whatever you want to call it. I'm also live on TikTok right now and on Podomatic, so thank you. And of course, the flagship station is Rumble. Welcome aboard. Thank God, first of all, I just want to say again that President Trump has won a resounding victory. This is not something that for 1 minute I or anyone in this country should take for granted. This is not only a miracle, but it is a game changer in world history for the better. We really bit the bullet recently by avoiding another illegitimate regime. I don't want to go more than that with regarding the opposition because TikTok will take me down. There's still censorship. But I just feel grateful. I feel happy about it. I almost at a loss for words. Will we need to continue the fight forward. This is just the beginning. President Trump, God willing, will be inaugurated and will begin his administration on January 20th of next year. And I can only count down the days. We don't know what kind of mischief they may be pulled off in the meantime. It looks like they're trying to instigate World War III, maybe embroil the administration into a war with Russia, nuclear Russia. They're going to start authorizing American missiles in the last weeks of this miserable administration. That's really, I don't think anything that anyone sees in any other way than a deliberate, blatant attempt to try to launch World War III. The new administration, God willing, they get to the finish line without that happening, without them killing half the population of the planet, will be in a position to negotiate a reasonable peace with both sides of that war, a war that really, we now know from information recently released that the Biden regime, whoever was running the shop over there, instigated and started when they had Biden go up and give a speech where he basically gave a green light to a limited Russian invasion of Ukraine. And that's exactly what happened. You know, it's interesting if you look at these things from a modern geopolitical standpoint, that a lot of wars were started that way. Korea was started that way. You had Secretary of State Dean Acheson deliver a speech a couple of weeks before North Korea launched a full invasion of South Korea at the National Press Club. He was the Secretary of State, where he said basically the same thing. He gave a green light to North Korea invading South Korea by saying that South Korea was outside of the U.S. defense zone. You know, so many other double talk kind of references. So you have to ask yourself, why do they want war? They want war because they want world order, and they want to wipe people out and weaken the world in a way broadly, and more specifically, various populations, socially, psychologically, culturally, every other way, so that they can implement their world order designs. they can turn the United States into a province of the world, as a sort of a gendarme of the world. And also they make money from it. Arms dealers. I mean, it's interesting that the Clinton family, the Bill and Hillary, reestablished the Clinton Global Initiative shortly after the launch of the Ukraine war. These are scams. They're making money from taxpayers, with the blood of young people in these countries, and enormous suffering. And I mean, the immorality of it is impossible to calculate. And they have an interest in keeping perpetual war. The historian Charles Austin Beard developed, kind of blew the lid on this. He was an establishment historian in the 1920s with his book, Perpetual War for Perpetual Peace, noting that has been the policy of what, you might euphemistically call the Anglo-American establishment. The United States, the British Commonwealth Empire, and all of their apparatus, including their secret apparatus, such as the Council on Foreign Relations and networks of other societies. That has been their policy since World War I. Perpetual war for perpetual peace. Constant nation building, constant interventions, constant arms dealing, and war, right up until today. Donald Trump was a distractor. He stopped this. He came in and he said, no, the United States will have peace through strength. We'll offer a hand of support to our allies and a hand of friendship to our allies, but we will not any longer engage in this perpetual war. We are the peace party. That's why we one of the many reasons why we elected Trump, to get us out of wars, to stop this policy. Hi, you're joining me on TikTok. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. How you doing?
Good, very good. What are your thoughts?
What do you say?
Yeah, welcome aboard. We're talking about the new administration coming up. We're talking about this push toward World War III on the part of this decrepit Biden regime. What do you think?
Oh, that's really nice, though. Like, where are you coming from?
Well, I'm in Boston. Where are you?
Oh, you're in Boston. I'm from Africa.
Really? Which country?
Yeah, Nigeria.
Nigeria, wonderful. Great country. One of the powerhouses of Africa. I understand there's a fantastic...
Yeah, we are the giant of Africa, Gosh.
You got a great economy. You've got great... Lagos has a great skyline.
Economy, like, the economy is bad. Like, we didn't have any fucking great economy, to be sincere with you.
Oh, okay. Well, I hope that Nigeria could be a leader in African sovereignty, in the development of all these great independent states. I know there's some corruption, and that's too bad. Maybe you should run for prime minister.
Yeah. I know. Yeah, I know, right? I don't hope everything goes better,
Well, what do you people think?
What are you up to now? Like,
well, I'm just doing a live stream here on my station. Let me ask you, what is your impression of President-elect Donald Trump?
Oh, you mean the elected president Donald Trump, right?
Yes. What do you think?
Wow. Yeah, I think it's a good decision for the Americans. Trump is a leader, is a all-round and father that knows what to do,
Yes.
He's someone that is moved with a great ambition that wants to make America great again,
Yes. I mean, well, I couldn't agree with you more. And by the way, I've talked to people overseas, and they're generally very, very favorable
I'm
to
very
Trump.
happy
Good.
for Trump and for American people.
Thank you for saying that. And we're very excited and hopeful, that we want to have a more prosperous and freer world. So very good. I think that most people I've spoken to overseas have said this. They're grateful and happy that Trump is in office. because they want to stop the wars and they want to stop the.
Everybody's happy that Trump is happy.
I agree. Listen, thank you for joining me. Nice to see you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. You're welcome. Anytime.
All right.
Yeah. All right, my friend.
All right. Take care. All right. So you're welcome to join me, obviously, on TikTok. This was. And by the way, you could call in at 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596. So I want to get to the main. I mean, I'm kind of riffing here, not getting into the main subject that I suggested today and that I put on the masthead, and that is the MAGA cabinet, the appointments that President Trump have made. All of them are brilliant and excellent. All of them must be approved and must be seated. It's that simple. Donald Trump won the election. He won on the Electoral College. He won on the popular vote. He swept all of the so-called battleground states. Congress is Republican, both Senate and House. And he made inroads in all of the blue states, by the way, including Massachusetts. And thus, he has a mandate to govern, and we must ensure his ability to govern smoothly and effectively, not like last time. And the most important way to do that is to ensure that all of his nominees are confirmed and put into office. Now, the deep state, as President Trump calls them, the double government, as Michael J. Glennon calls them in his book by the same name. He's a professor emeritus at Tufts University, Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy. He's a former legal counsel to the U.S. Senate. He's an insider. The military-industrial complex, as Eisenhower called it. The power elite, as C. Wright Mills calls it, my sociology mentor. They will do whatever they have to do to try to stymie, slow down, impede, obfuscate the Trump mandate. They're already talking about setting up a, quote, shadow government, unquote, with people like Shifty Schiff from California operating as Attorney General. I mean, it's really, really subversive and frankly un-American. This is what they even say openly. I mean, there's an interview about this that I listened to on NPR. I forget the name of the guy, but he said that the British have been doing this for many centuries. Yeah, the British. I think we got away from them when we kicked out King George III. I mean, excuse me, but hello, we had a Declaration of Independence. We don't do that here. We may be, the Democrats could be part of what's called the loyal opposition, of course, and they absolutely should criticize. I do. I mean, we all do. That's American. But the idea of setting up a shadow government, really? Anyway, it's more serious than that. And the big problem, of course, is not really them. The problem is the rhinos. The problem is people like Mitch McConnell, who is anti-Trump, who hurt Trump in the first term through, dragging his feet, making sure that he couldn't function in many areas. He's going, thank God he's out. But his replacement, John Thune of North Dakota, is apparently his protege, and that's very bad. It's not good that he won. I will say about John Thune that when he started in Congress, probably about 12 years ago, he was a Christian. His main motive was to bring morality and faith to his functioning as a U.S. senator. And he was a pretty good guy. I don't know. I think that, power corrupts, as Lord Acton said, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And that political figures, when they're in office too long, are all, without exception, bad people. President Trump, by the way, is proposing term limits, which would be great. And I think Thune possibly has become corrupted by the system. You no longer are serving the interests of the country, the interests of your own constituents, and you start to serve your own interests and do favors and trade favors with other political figures, and you lose your moorings. I don't know if that's true about Thune. So far, he has said he's recognized President Trump's mandate, and he has said that he will allow for recess appointments, if not bringing people through the process quickly. We'll see. There is an insider fight over this right now, because McConnell has apparently gone on record as saying that he's going to oppose recess appointments, even though it's been done before. It was done by President Obama, by the way. And yet, Mike Johnson has stood up. So we have an ally in him, at least at this time. I wouldn't trust anyone, but he seems to be a stand-up guy. He has stood up and said that the Constitution states that both houses of Congress have to agree to a recess, and if they don't, then the president, as chief executive, can come in and call a recess for Congress. Now, that is a constitutional theory. I'm not sure it's ever been done before, but Mike Johnson is a pretty smart lawyer. He has stated this by quoting from the Constitution, and that is one way to get it done. Either way, it has to be done. We have to get all of President Trump's nominees in their seat. We have to do it now. We have to call our congressmen, our senators, our representatives, and let them know in no uncertain terms that we expect all of President Trump's nominees to be seated in their respective offices. Now, Pete Hegseth and Matt Gaetz, particularly Matt Gaetz, they seem to have some personal problems, or did have some personal problems, that are being brought up as ways to stop them. I would argue that this is very political, because those same types of problems would not have been brought up had they been playing ball. I mean, whatever Matt Gaetz was doing before his marriage, I think he was married in 2018, it doesn't look good. It's not good, free, solid moral behavior, okay? Whatever it is, and I'm not saying any of it is even true, but I think it probably a percentage of it is true. It was before he was married. It was before he was in Congress. It was before he was married. He is married now. Apparently, marriage has done for him what it does for a lot of men, in that it's made him better, made him more moral. It's straightened him out. And, and by the way, I would contrast that with Bill Clinton, who really misbehaved after his marriage, or probably before too, and who did, the stuff that Gaetz is accused of is nothing, remotely comparable to the activities of Bill Clinton. Not to mention other major figures like Joe Biden, for example. Let's not forget about Tara Reid and other people. I mean, this is the kind of thing that goes on. It's not good, and it should be identified, but it's personal. It's not, it's not really should not have bearing on his career. He's not running for Pope. He's no angel. He doesn't hold himself up as some paragon of virtue. He's a tough lawyer, smart. He'll defend President Trump and protect him. He'll protect the MAGA movement. He will investigate the real corruption that has permeated the Department of Justice. You have a guy like Merrick Garland. He's probably as straight as an arrow. I mean, he's probably never, he's never even jaywalked, and yet he has launched a complete politicization of the Department of Justice, using it to spy on political opponents of the present regime, however they're perceived, spying on parents as they go to school board meetings because they criticize critical race theory or transgender surgeries or COVID laws, spying on Catholics in church, spying on pro-life Christians protesting outside of an abortion clinic, spying on whoever else this regime sees as an enemy. That's, that's evil. That's un-American. I mean, he's turning the FBI into a Gestapo, basically. And by the way, I hope Kash Patel is chosen as FBI director. That would be a beautiful thing. So I would rather have somebody who is going to go in and know how to function. And you should see, you can watch it on YouTube, some of Matt Gaetz's examination of corruption in Congress, when he questions Merrick Garland, when he questions Christopher Wray. He is just a tremendous lawyer and advocate, and he thunders and he takes no prisoners. He just goes in and he does it. So I think that he would be a fantastic attorney general. I understand he's got some personal problems. I think that we need to turn a blind eye, overlook those, and look at the interests of the country and of this administration first. Same thing with Pete Hegseth. I don't know a lot about Pete Hegseth, but I know who his enemies are. And he's a decorated veteran. I mean, my sense is that he's interesting because of the fact that for 20 years, he actually was directly involved in real combat, unlike people like Mark Milley and, these sort of desk officers who really never saw combat. And as such, he's a disruptor of the system. He understands the actual inner workings, the guts of the military. And in that capacity, I think that he is a person who more likely will make the military what it should be, which is a fighting force, a force that can protect both coasts, that can protect America from invasion. That's why we have it. It's not a social experiment. I think that Hegseth will get rid of that aspect of the military, and that is something that is good for all of us. In fact, all of the cabinet positions are oriented in that way. They want to bring back the function of their respective offices to its original function. Most of them have expanded too far beyond those functions, and they've particularly gotten involved in politics. The obvious example is the FBI. Now, the FBI has always been problematic. I mean, under J. Edgar Hoover, it was problematic. It was spying on people. But at least Hoover went after genuine enemies of the United States, like the Ku Klux Klan, like the Communist Party, like the Mafia. Since, I think probably starting with Mueller and then on through Comey and then finally with Wray, you have these political lawyers who are not agents, who don't have a background in investigation work, who basically have used the FBI and turned the FBI into a political house. I mean, that goes after people they don't like. I mean, Comey made his bones by going after Martha Stewart, right? I mean, it's just, it became arbitrary and it's dangerous for freedom. So I hope that Kash Patel is the nominee, and I believe that he'll make it right. Anyway, I'm going to take off at this point, but I will just give out the number one more time if you'd like to call in. 508-637-5596, 508-637-5596. So just to encapsulate here and sort of wind it up. Thank God President Trump has won. We need to enjoy and feel happy and grateful for that victory. I certainly do, especially as we enter into the Thanksgiving, Christmas, Hanukkah season. I feel good. I mean, I'm pleased with the direction of this country. At the same time, we have to understand that this is just the beginning of the fight to take back our country. We have to make sure that President Trump's nominees are confirmed. We have to make sure that President Trump's agenda is carried out. That doesn't mean we can't criticize when criticism is warranted, but we have to do it in a constructive way in order to make things better, not to tear things down. Anyway, I want to thank you for joining me. My books are available on Amazon Books. Charles Moscowitz, you can check them out. I'm looking forward to a reduction in the censorship regime as we enter into this new year. I am planning on expanding my live stream capacity. I'm planning on inviting various guests. I am planning on doing the program consistently at the same time each day so I can develop an audience and start to get people calling in and texting, and we can really have this experience. And I feel optimistic about that. That was my original purpose in terms of getting into this back in 2018, around the time the censorship started. So I feel optimistic personally. I feel optimistic as an American. I feel optimistic as a Jew. I feel optimistic as a person, as a man. And I guess I covered all my bases. So anyway, thanks for joining me, everyone. Check out my books. They're available at Amazon Books. God bless you all. God bless America. The program, we're now live. Thank you very much. Charles Moscowitz here. The number to reach us, 508-637-5596. If you'd like to join the conversation, 508-637-5596. And of course, you can send chat as well. I'm doing a little live streaming here to discuss an issue that's very important, both to me personally, but also, I believe, to the world. And that is my basic advocacy and suggestion that the state of Israel immediately annex what is called the West Bank and Gaza. What has been called historically and in Israeli circles, the lands of Judea and Samaria. I advocate that they do this before President Donald J. Trump takes his oath of office on January 20th, which of course is really less than, 2 months away from now. And that they get it done. They get it done now. They have a ceasefire in of course, on the northern border with Hezbollah, but that they must do this now. This is a unique, historic opportunity for Israel to take the bull by the horns at last and codify what was certainly a military victory in 1967, the Six-Day War, but which will end this ongoing political agenda to tear out from the very heartland of the tiny state of Israel another state that would be hostile to its existence. This would be like, creating a Taliban state out of one of the American states, or an ISIS entity out of one of the American states. To expect Israel to do that politically, militarily, it would be insane. Religiously and spiritually, it would be wrong. Israel must assert sovereignty over that tiny country that was recognized by the Balfour Declaration, was recognized as part of the British Mandate of Palestine, at least the western part of it. The eastern part, Transjordan, was basically the Arab part of Palestine. And they have to stop the quibbling and the ongoing and endless arguments and discussions. Get it done. Get it over with. Israel is Israel. Israel today, before I address the political issues, I want to address the spiritual issues, and then I'll go to the practical question. The spiritual issue is simple. The Lord God, King of the universe, blessed be he, spoke to Abram, who became known as Abraham shortly after this message, where he told him to go up and go to the land that I will show you. That land is exactly the parameters of the state of Israel today. That land, Abram did go up, Abraham as such, as the world's first believer in the creator of the universe. And he established a commonwealth there. He fought wars with the Canaanites, the seven nations, and he successfully established the first completely sovereign Israelite commonwealth. That continued through his rule and through that of his son Isaac, and then on to his son Jacob. Of course, we know the story of Joseph and how he ended up in Egypt, and he became the de facto prime minister of Egypt after saving the country from famine. And then Jacob and his sons, dealing with terrible famine in Canaan, went down and had a reunion with Joseph, and they lived in Egypt, where eventually, after Joseph's death, they became slaves. We all know the story. They would then be liberated by the hand of God and his messenger, Moses. They would wander through the Sinai for 40 years, where they would receive the Torah at Sinai, at Mount Sinai. They would then conquer the land that God had shown Abraham, that being exactly the parameters of the state of Israel today. The book of Joshua talks of how Joshua crossed the Jordan and defeated the Canaanites at Jericho. Now, the book of Deuteronomy is clear about two things here. Firstly, that 2.5 tribes of the 12 tribes asked to stay behind, to stay on the other side of the Jordan, and yet remain part of the Israelite Confederation, and continue to help with their brother tribes in the conquest of Canaan, which God commanded the Israelites to do. So that tells us that the border of the Holy Land was the Jordan River. The Jordan River today is the exact border between Israel and Jordan, or the Kingdom of Jordan, or Transjordan, which, of course, according to the British Mandate, is Palestine. So you have the border established. The second piece in Deuteronomy that I would note is that when Joseph blessed his sons and his brothers, and God and Moses, I think, or God blessed them, the borders of their tribes were clearly delineated. And those tribes stretched from the Jordan River to the Great Sea, the Yam Soph, which of course is the Mediterranean, and from the north, Dan, to the south, Beersheba. Those are the exact borders of the state of Israel today. The Tel Dan is actually in Metula, which is in the very northern tip of Israel. And of course, Beersheba is a city today. It's one of the oldest and most ancient continually inhabited cities. And it's in Israel today. The only part of the state of Israel today that is outside of these lands that God commanded Joshua to conquer is a stretch of desert that goes from Beersheba south to the Gulf of Elat. That's called Negev in Hebrew, which is a word for desert. So, in other words, Israel exists in the parameters of that great land. That is a fulfillment of the commands of the Torah. It is the commands of the God of Israel, the God that we believe is the one God. There is no other God before him. Why God chose Israel, I don't know. I mean, that only God knows. But that is the very cornerstone of our faith. And it is very clearly delineated that we are to establish a commonwealth in that land, and we are to observe certain laws that would separate us from all the other nations and make us into a priestly sect. That's the concept of the chosen people. Not to go too deep into that, other than to point out that this concept has been misinterpreted by both Jew and non-Jew historically to mean that the Jews are involved in a command to control other people, to control the world because we're superior. Not so. That's not what it's about. We are not superior to any other human being. All men and women, I may add, according to the book of Genesis, were created in the image of God. We are all equal. We are all children of God and images of God. And it is that element of the book of Genesis that was recognized, thank God, by the founding fathers of the United States Republic. That's what Jefferson pointed out in the Declaration of Independence, issued July 4th, 1776, where he stated, all men are created equal. That's where that came from. It came from the book of Genesis. God said that all men and women are created in the image of God. We all have the same rights under God. We all are born equal. We all die equal. We're all equal. So I just wanted to dispel that misconception, one that's been occasionally amplified by people who don't mean us well. But also at that time, the borders, as I said, were clearly delineated between the 12 tribes, and Joshua conquered Canaan. He left some of the Canaanites where they were, which means that in some ways he failed to completely conquer Canaan. And that failure continues, frankly. But on a more practical level, the land of Canaan became somewhat of a diverse region where you had both Israelites, Canaanites, Philistines, and others. So you had an Israeli or an Israelite kingdom, but it wasn't, ethnically pure. It had different ethnicities in it, for better or for worse. And that's, of course, the story of the book of Judges, the book of Kings, the book of Samuel, right up through the book of Chronicles. I'm just getting into a brief history here, okay? The kingdom is united under first Saul and then David. And then it reaches a zenith of power under Solomon, where it becomes a great, powerful empire. Jerusalem is established as the capital. Solomon builds the temple in Jerusalem, which is actually not commanded in the Torah, but which is in the writings. And then, of course, Saul falls into sin, and he spends so much money on his concubines that he bankrupts the country. 3 years after his death, his son Rehoboam turns out to be worse and not even as intelligent as Solomon. And then the empire divides into two, Judah and Israel, or Judah and Ephraim. The northern kingdom becomes more pagan. They set up idols, mainly because they wanted to stop people from making pilgrimages to Jerusalem, since the two countries are now enemies. And at times, friends, Judah remains Judaic. It remains children of Judah. It adheres to the covenant with some major lapses and some bad kings like Manasseh. But nevertheless, it retains its consciousness, its identity as the inheritors of the covenant of Sinai, the extra code and all of it, and the worship of God, the rejection of idol worship with all of its evil practices. Eventually, the northern kingdom is taken away by the forces of Nineveh, of Assyria, in the person of Sennacherib, and they are dispersed to, generally according to the prophets, regions in what is today Iran and Azerbaijan. The kingdom of Judah continues, and the kingdom of Judah is more than just the tribe of Judah, of course, because Judah had conquered Benjamin, and you had the disbursement of the tribes of Levi and Simon. Since both of those tribes never received an allotment, they were dispersed among all the tribes. And you have elements of the northern kingdom who had made their way to Jerusalem to worship at the temple and who stayed, and then in exile reuniting with the Judahites who had been eventually sent into exile with the Babylonian conquest in the person of Nebuchadnezzar and the destruction of the temple and of Jerusalem. So that happened maybe a century later. Then, of course, after the destruction and the exile, the Judahites, the children of Israel, are commanded to return to their ancestral land once again as clients of Cyrus the Great of Persia, who conquered Babylonia and who is referred to as the Messiah in the book of Ezra. Ezra, the scribe, and his general Nehemiah lead the children of Israel, or a big portion of them, not all. Many of them stayed in Persia or Babylon, where they set up, by the way, an incredible and learned civilization of Judahites, or what in English we call Jews, and eventually leading to the writing of the Babylonian Talmud many, many centuries later. But Ezra returns to Jerusalem. It's miraculous. He reestablishes the state in Judea, or Judah. Judea is just a Roman, Latin, Greek way of saying it. He rebuilds the temple, and he reestablishes the Commonwealth under Persian sponsorship. Eventually, Alexander the Great defeats Persia, passes through Judea, recognizes the Judean client state under Greek control. The Greeks, of course, after Alexander's death, his general Ptolemy takes over and rules from Egypt, still recognizing the sovereignty of the Judeans, the semi-sovereignty. And by the way, around that time, Ptolemy, or one of his children, developed the Septuagint, which is a Greek translation of the Torah, and which basically brought Torah principles to much of the world. After Ptolemy eventually has a war with Antiochus of Syria, who victoriously presides, he conquers Judea. A lot of Judeans are beginning to become super secular. They're becoming Greek. They're becoming Hellenic. There's a civil war there between them and the religious Judeans led by the Hasmonean clan, which is a priestly clan. Eventually, the Hasmoneans defeat not only their fellow Jews who were secularists, but also the Greek state under Antiochus. That's the story of Hanukkah, which is a story of sovereignty. It's a story of nationalism. It's a story of religious assertion, one that should and has inspired all of man ever since. And by the way, the book of Maccabees is codified by Catholics in their Bible, the Vulgate. It's not actually codified in the Tanakh. But nevertheless, we observe Hanukkah. Judah Maccabee, the son of Metzisyahu, establishes sovereignty, complete sovereignty, even though he does send a gift to Rome, because Rome at that point was the major power in the world. After several wars and the martyrdom of his brothers, each of whom had a period of control, eventually Simon, who was the last of the Hasmonean brothers, his son, John Hyrcanus, becomes a powerful ruler of Judea, expands Judea, and then, of course, his son further expands it, that being Alexander Yanai, who was evil. And then when Yanai dies, his wife, Queen Salome, becomes queen for a great period of time. I don't think it was long, maybe 10 years. And after her death, her two sons, unfortunately, fell into a civil war. The Romans used that as an opportunity to back one of the sons and install him as a dictator under Roman auspices. And the general Pompey, Gaius Pompey, entered Jerusalem and entered the temple. And while that ended the sovereignty of Judea, the infrastructure continued. They were punished by the installation of Herod, who was an Idumean and who was a forced convert as such by Hyrcanus, which is seen as a sin in the Talmud. And he was evil, very evil. And he established what you might call the so-called deep state, what President Trump would call, in Judea. And the Herodians under Herod would control all of the institutions. They'd control the high priesthood. I would argue that they were the ones who were responsible for the crucifixion of Jesus, because they're the ones who advocated it to the Roman dictator, Pontius Pilate, who, by the way, I know that he's portrayed this way somewhat in Christian sources, who I think wanted to soften any attack on Rome later on, as they basically eventually literally took over the Roman Empire. Nevertheless, according to Alexander of Philo Alexander, a Jewish scholar in Egypt, and according to Josephus, who was one of the primary sources as a historian of those times, Pontius Pilate was a very cruel and brutal dictator who probably crucified thousands of people outside the walls of Jerusalem. Eventually, he was so brutal that he was even too much for the Romans, who recalled him after he massacred Samaritans who were going to pray on their holy mountain, Mount Gerizim, which is in the heart of Samaria. By the way, the Samaritans, generally, scholars believe that they are descended from a hybrid of the 10 tribes of the northern kingdom and the invading Assyrians and other surrounding peoples, and that they continue to practice Judaism, belief in God, except with some differences. They approached Ezra to ask for a reunion. Ezra refused. Now, for reasons that we don't totally know, but that's what happened. And they're still there. They live around the city of Nablus, which of course is the Greek city of Neapolis, or the Roman city of Neapolis, and goes back to the ancient Hebrew city of Shomrim or Samaria. And they continue to practice a form of Judaism. They have had a rapprochement with the Israeli chief rabbi, and that is a relationship that ought to continue to be explored. A lot of Palestinians who trace their lineage back many centuries, and that's only a small segment of people who call themselves Palestinian, by the way. I'll get into that in a minute. They trace their ancestry back to the Samaritans, and the Samaritans, ethnically, genetically, are very similar to the ancient Judahites. So, in a sense, in the broad sense, we are brothers with the Samaritans. So back to the history of Israel. In 70 AD, the temple is destroyed due to a civil war amongst the Judeans, with a cult of zealots who were feared and hated by people like Josephus and by the establishment, basically dividing Judea into factions that defeated each other. So the Romans were able to walk in and pick up the pieces, just like they did under Pompey, and destroy the temple. About maybe 75, 100 years after that, you had another rebellion, the Bar Kokhba rebellion, where the Judeans achieved sovereignty for, I don't know, maybe 3 to 5 years. They were defeated by the Romans under Hadrian. Hadrian used a classic Roman technique, the one that the Jews always feared would happen, one that Rome did to Carthage, which is that he really destroyed Jerusalem and built a temple to his god Apollo on the ruins of the temple. He changed the name of Jerusalem to Aelia Capitolina, and he changed the name of the country from Judea to Palestina. The reason he did it, according to most historians, was because Palestine was the name derived from the ancient Philistines, the sea people who had settled on the coast and who were the eternal enemies of the ancient Israelites. Goliath, for example, was a Philistine, and the wars between Judah and between Israel and the Philistines are legendary. David had wars with them. Eventually, they were defeated by David, and they disappeared from history at that point. So you had the complete defeat of Judea, and yet they continued on in a weakened state. There was a disbursement of Jews, one that started by the Babylonians but continued and accelerated throughout the Mediterranean. Jews, according to history and archaeology, settled in the Rhine Valley of Germany. They were as far as Ireland. They were traders. They were merchants. They got into business. They were known to be polyglots. In other words, they knew many languages. So they made themselves useful to various courts. There's a big Jewish community in Saranasia, which is today in Libya, Benghazi. They were in Spain. They were everywhere. And yet they continued in Roman Palestine and Byzantine Palestine, and they continued to write the Talmud, or the Palestinian Talmud. And they continued to have communities there. They never left. They continued right up till Herodotus, who was a Byzantine emperor and who was oppressive to the Jews of Aleppo, of Antioch, and and basically at that point the Jews formed an alliance with his enemy, the Parthians. The Parthians came in and defeated him, and for about 20 years, this was just before the Islamic conquest in the 6th century, the Jews again asserted sovereignty in Judea. People don't realize this. It was a difficult one. It was insecure, but it was under Parthian sponsorship, which of course echoes Cyrus the Great. They were able to establish sovereignty for a brief period of time. Herodotus came back in, completely defeated them under the guise of the True Cross, and there was a bloodbath by the Byzantines at that point. About 10, 15, 20 years after that, you had the Islamic conquest, the Battle of Yarmouk, which was fought by Abu Bakr at the Yarmouk River, which is near Lake Tiberias. And the Islamic forces were successful in conquering Palestine. The one of the caliphs at that time, I think it was Ali, or Omar, he allowed the Jews to return to Jerusalem. He allowed the Jews rights under his control. They did not reassert a sovereignty at all, but the community was able to reestablish itself somewhat. And they formed an alliance with the Muslim authorities. Some have speculated, for example, that the famous Dome of the Rock, which is on the Temple Mount, is actually a synagogue. It is unlike any other mosque in the world. It has writings on the wall which could be viewed in some translations as Jewish, as Hebrew, or as derived from the Torah. And we don't know this, but it is at the site, according to faith, that where Isaac, with Abraham, did the Akedah, and where Melchizedek ruled in Jerusalem. He never died. He went to heaven. One of the few figures in religious history who did so, along with Elijah and along with Jesus, who can make that claim. And so you had Jews in Arab-controlled Palestine at that time, which was not really a separate government. It was ruled by the Umayyad Caliphate, then eventually by the Abbasid Caliphate. This period went maybe for a couple of hundred years. Eventually, you had the Crusades come in. The Jews of Palestine helped the Saracens, which is what the Frankist Crusaders called Arabs, defend Palestine from the invasion by the Christian Crusades. They were allied with the Arabs, and they were slaughtered by the Christians. These are just facts of history. And by the way, with regard to the Crusader kingdom, Israel has learned lessons from why that kingdom eventually failed. The reason that kingdom failed, according to many historians, is that after the Frankist king, I think it was Godfrey, or I don't remember the name, established the kingdom in Jerusalem, the original Crusader kingdom of Jerusalem. They invited their wives and children to come in from France, and there was a great celebration. The wives and children decided to go down to the Jordan River to celebrate and to, where Jesus was baptized and all of it. And while they were down there, they were slaughtered by a gang of Saracens. One of them escaped and was able to go back to Jerusalem and talk about what happened. And the reaction to this by the kingdom of Jerusalem, the Christian kingdom of Jerusalem, was rather than to go out and fight, they built higher walls. They went behind the walls. They cowered in fear. In many cases, they sent their wives and children back to France, and they kind of hunkered down into a siege. And that was the beginning of the end, because if they weren't willing to get out and fight, they were not going to survive. And eventually they didn't survive. I mean, there were several more crusades, but they were not ultimately successful. And eventually they were defeated on the fields of Hattin by Saladin. Israel does not respond that way. When Israelis are attacked, they don't cower. They may just temporarily, for a day, to protect their lives, but then they come out and they fight, and they defeat and smote the enemies that are trying to wipe them out. The same enemy that successfully defeated the Crusades. So that's a lesson learned. After Salah ad-Din, who was Kurdish, so the Arabs were gone at that point, ethnically, ruled an empire. Eventually they were defeated by the Mongols, who came in and really devastated what was left of Palestine. And at that point, the country, according to historians, really became a kind of a backwater. There was very low population, low industry, low development, low activity there. The Turkish eventually, under the rule of Osman, became the Ottoman Empire. They took over and they ruled the area for 400 years, from 13th century, 14th century, right up till World War One. And they did so with a kind of a loose hand, the Milliyet system, where they had local families, local tribes who were loyal to them, basically serve as landlords and send them tribute, but otherwise were left to their own functions. And of course, one of those tribes, the Husseini family, their son was Haj Amin al-Husseini, who was the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, who was one of the people who started the war against Israel. I write about this in one of my books called The Nazi Connection to Islamic Terrorism. So anyhow, every generation, and I get into this, by the way, in my most recent book, right over my shoulder here, The Anti-Semitic Imagination, I document how in every generation there were Jews who tried to make aliyah, to go to the land that God showed us, to go reestablish our homeland, and that this was uninterrupted in every generation, every decade, from the ancient times till today, and that there were communities there in every generation. The Jews never completely surrendered that land. They never completely gave up in terms of population. Napoleon tried to reestablish Jewish sovereignty there, and he was not successful. But in a way, Napoleon, in around the turn of the 19th century, kind of could be viewed as one of the fathers of modern Zionism. Zionism, again, being a movement that it's both nationalist and religious, that has existed within the Jewish people and their allies in every generation and in every decade and in every year from the ancient times right up till today. After Napoleon, you had wealthy Jews like Montefiore and Edmund de Rothschild later, who became interested in Zionism and who tried to help establish Jewish settlements from European Jews in what was then called South Syria, and did so very successfully. I mean, it's a great history of how they established neighborhoods. Montefiore established that neighborhood right outside Jerusalem. The Khan Yunis, I forget, no, that's an Arab name. I forget the name of it. Harnoff, I think, the one with the windmill. Rothschild, who was one of the few members of the Rothschild banking dynasty that was actually friendly to Israel, he set up what eventually would become the Jewish National Fund, which purchased land from local owners at fair market value and turned it into this massive Jewish fund that to this day technically owns the title to about 85% of Israel outside the West Bank. And all done, on the marketplace. They continue to proceed. Anyway, so we're up to more modern times. I'm not going to get into that. It's just too much for today. There are many, many books written on how the Zionist movement, people began to make Aliyah. It was an organic movement. Yes, it did not start with Theodor Herzl and the Zionist conference in Basel. It actually started more in Eastern Europe in a big way, with the first Aliyah, which was 19th century, and the second Aliyah, which was in the late 19th century, and which was mostly Russian Jews, mostly religious Russian Jews. but also left secular types as well. I get into this in my book. You can get, I'm not saying you have to buy the book. You can get it from your library. The Anti-Semitic Imagination, Charles Moscowitz, where I show the different waves of settlers coming in, a lot of them from Russia, some of them from Western Europe, even some from America, and how they really started to develop what you have today, which is this incredible, organic, dynamic society that is established. So that brings me up till now. And by the way, let me give out the number you're welcome to call: 508 637 5596. 508 637 5596. So we're up to modern times. Hi, Paul. Nice to see you on TikTok. By the way, you're welcome to call in, as is anyone else. 508 637 5596. So, again, I've got the history of Israel. The modern history is accessible. We know what happened at the establishment. I've written books on the topic. There are many good books. 1967, Israel successfully conquers all of British Palestine, and that means what's called the West Bank, what actually before 67 was called West Jordan, but which historically is called Judea and Samaria, and religiously certainly is called Judea and Samaria. Oh, I got a warning on TikTok because I said Judea and Samaria. I don't know, whatever. I guess I'm still there. Thanks for the warning, TikTok. I don't know what I said, but just for you who are watching the show on TikTok, let me mention that I could be shut down any second. Looks like I might be suspended, in which case, check out charlesmoskowitz.com and all of the live stream sites that are now carrying the show, okay? Just a forewarning. I don't know what I said. I'm not going to worry about it. We've got Paul wanting an invite. You're invited, Paul. I am now advocating, especially after the events of October 7th of 2023, where you had a genocidal assault on Israelis attending a rock concert and Israeli villages along the border of Gaza. I am now advocating that Israel annex Gaza and they annex the West Bank in its entirety. And they do it before President Trump takes the oath of office, God willing, on January 20th of next year, which is only about 6 or 7 weeks away. That they do it now. They rip the Band-Aid off the arm. No, it's not going to be easy, but they must do it in order to assert sovereignty over that tiny country, that they assert the rights and the privileges of all the citizens of that country, both Jewish and non, both Israeli and Arab and otherwise. And that the only way to do it is to get it done. Declare sovereignty. Donald Trump, President Trump, I believe, will recognize that sovereignty once he takes office, but it has to be done first so that he can do that. He can recognize it. And the best time to do it is now, today. Get it done. Declare sovereignty. Okay, so what do I think will happen if Israel does this? I think nothing will happen. They'll just do it. Israel should offer citizenship to Arabs in Judea, Samaria, and Gaza. They should offer citizenship. If they get citizenship, then they'll have all the same rights as any and all other Israeli citizens. They'll be free to travel in Israel. They'll be free to live as Israeli citizens. They should have that. All of them should have it. Israel shouldn't be afraid to offer it. Now, what would citizenship entail? Well, let's look at the process of receiving American citizenship as an example. Someone doesn't just get American citizenship. Every year, you might note, and certainly here in my own community of Boston and in other major cities, there are what's called naturalization ceremonies where new citizens take an oath to support, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. They pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States. They take a test to see whether or not they have basic knowledge of American form of government, American culture, and other factors. And they swear a loyalty oath to the United States. It's a process. You don't just get it. It just isn't handed out. And one of the questions that I believe used to be asked, I don't know if it still is, if it isn't, it should be, is whether or not you have loyalty to an enemy of the United States, namely the Communist Party. Have you ever been a communist? And you have to disavow that if you were, or you shouldn't be, obviously. And you have to say, I no longer adhere to foreign alien principles that are anti-American and that are antithetical to American government and way of life. And I totally, wholly, and with all my heart adhere to and accept the American way of life as part of my responsibility as a citizen of the United States. So I would suggest that therefore, only naturally, there has to be that same process in the state of Israel. So if you have Arabs living in Hebron or Nablus or Ramallah or Gaza or anywhere else who want to become Israeli citizens, they would be required to go through a basic process to get to that point. And that should include probably a year of education on Israeli history, on Judaism, on Israeli law, and on other factors. Then they should be required to take a test, mostly written test. And finally, they should be required to take an oath of loyalty to the Jewish state. And once they fulfill these obligations, and once it is demonstrated that they are not adherent of or affiliated with enemies of Israel, like, for example, Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the other enemies who are openly and avowedly dedicated to destroying Israel, then they should be welcomed as citizens. I just think that's the right thing to do. Now, if they become citizens and they take the oath, and then they obviously will then be expected to be loyal to that oath and continue on as loyal Israelis. If for some reason they behave in a way that contradicts that, then of course that is a violation of that oath, and that's a crime, and they should probably be prosecuted or expelled. Now, as far as Arabs who don't match up to that level, or who don't want citizenship, I would say to them, that's okay, as long as they are peaceful, as long as they don't take up arms, then they shouldn't have to become citizens of any country. And for that reason, I would suggest that the Palestinian Authority should be allowed to continue operating sort of like an American state. It's like Massachusetts operates within the United States, the federal system, or Rhode Island or Delaware or any other state. I know that's an inexact comparison, but the Palestinian Authority should be able to continue to engage in municipal decisions, infrastructure, roads and bridges, welfare, healthcare, all of the normal things that local sovereign states do. They should not be able to make foreign policy. They should not be able to have military, of course. And they are under overall Israeli law, but they have limited local autonomy. They can elect people if they want to elect Hamas, as evil as that is, as long as they are observing the laws, then fine. I have a feeling they won't. I know that there was experiments after the 66-day war in 1967 where municipalities elected governments, and some of them became radical and they went to war, in which case they had to be ended. I hope that doesn't happen again, but it might. Either way, as long as they want to be loyal, as long as they want to be peaceful, they should be able to operate local and regional sovereignty. Those who want to continue to fight Israel, those who want to continue to take up arms against Israel, ought to be treated no differently than what Tom Homan, the new head of security and border control in the United States, is talking about doing to radical criminal gangs like the Trente Arva from Venezuela and syndicates, crime syndicates who are illegal aliens coming into the United States. They should be viewed as terrorists. They should be detained. They should be expelled. And if they want to fight with weaponry, they'll have to be killed. And that's something that I think we can assume is going to happen in Israel. They're not going to just put down their arms. They aren't now. And thus, Israel is going to have to continue fighting them until they are defeated. And that war could take a long time. It could take 100 years. It could take 1,000 years. I think that Chaim Weizmann was once asked, the first president of Israel, by a reporter, when do you think there'll be peace between Israel and the Arab countries? And I don't know if he was making a flippant comment, but he said essentially it's going to take 1,000 years. Well, I hope and pray it doesn't take that long. I hope it doesn't take much time at all. But if you have a subversive element inside your country that's continuing to kill you and fight you, you have a moral obligation and a practical need to stop them, to defeat them. So if Israel declares sovereignty over its entire country, I assume, unfortunately, that particular element of the war will continue and will continue over time. And I think Israel should take its time. It doesn't need to go in guns a-blazing. It just needs to control its borders, stop any flow of weaponry to them, and just gradually, carefully, strategically, and surgically take them out one way or the other. So that's my rant for the day. I think Israel needs to get it done. I think it will not affect Israel's position in the world. There may be some wringing of teeth, and the UN, which, of course, every day they condemn Israel. I mean, every agency of the UN, you can have an agency on basket weaving, and somehow they're able to work in a condemnation of Israel. Israel does not need to concern itself with any of that. Israel needs to preserve and protect and defend its own citizens and its own interests, both politically and nationally, as well as spiritually and religiously. And therefore, they have nothing to apologize for, especially after the attack of October 7th. People who were slaughtered that day, over 1,000 Israelis and guests, Their blood cries out from the grave for justice. This is doing them justice. This is making sure that their deaths were not in vain, that their deaths led to a positive change. I think that it is taking an evil event and making it into something good. Just like Joseph in the Bible, in the Torah, took an evil event, which was that his brothers threw him into a pit, a snake pit, and left him there to die. Eventually, after a chain of events, he turned it into something good, and he was able to redeem his brothers and forgive them for their horrible, evil sin. I think that in that same way, Israel is right to respond to this evil, which if they don't respond to, will happen again. They have a right, a moral obligation, and a practical necessity to respond to it by declaring sovereignty over their tiny country once and for all, and to then let these other issues work themselves out in their own time and on their own terms. Anyway, on that note, I want to thank you this afternoon for joining me. Now that President Trump, thank God, has been reelected, I am assuming that some of the censorship is going to start to fall, and that I'm probably in this next year going to establish a regular live stream that will be consistent. I haven't done that this year, but I'm hoping to do it next year, where I come on at the same time each day and where I open the phone lines and really start to develop a great online experience for myself and all of those who participate, and where we will be able to really, drill down and talk about issues of all sorts. Okay, looks like I have. Oh, nope. You're welcome to come on board on TikTok. I almost got a guest. I'm signing off, but you still have some time here if you'd like to join me. So once again, I want to thank you all for listening. Check out my books. They're available at Amazon Books. Charles Moscowitz. I've written probably about 20 books. They're all there. And God bless all of you. God bless America. God bless Israel. God bless President Trump. Keep him safe and keep his family. I'm very optimistic about the future. I'm very bullish on President Trump's establishment of his cabinet. We need to support all of them. And on that note, I shall say adieu until next time. Thank you for listening. Welcome to the show. Charles Moskowitz here, live streaming on all the usual live streams and downloading on all the usual podcast sites. I'm in the process of expanding my live stream numbers, only in that there are all these wonderful live streams that work independently, but I can't figure out how to get them to work yet with my system. I am clumsy when it comes to these matters, but I would just mention to anyone listening that if you know how to do these things with live streams, I'll pay you. Contact me. Send me an email. I want to hire you. I need help figuring this out because there's all this opportunity. And I do think that now, as we enter into the glorious age of President Donald J. Trump
2.0.
Yes, we're going to see a reduction in censorship at last. So I want to be ready and to hit the ground running on that. I am already thinking about really launching a weekday regular show with calls and all the things that I wanted to do before the censorship regime kicked in around 2018, just before the pandemic.
Yeah.
When suddenly I was taken off YouTube and all that. But I think that already I'm seeing positive response. Already there's a loosening up and everything looks like it's a go. Things are looking very, very good. I'm feeling giddy, actually.
Well, I think what's happening, Chuck, is that the 25% of the lost audience of CNN and the 50% of MSNBC has all signed up on your channel.
You know,
So,
that they've lost a huge audience. I don't know if you saw this, but even like the left wing podcasters and YouTube channels, like David Pakman was quoted in an
yeah.
article in the Gateway Pundit. He noticed that right after the election, he lost something like 25% of his subscribers.
Oh, that was glorious watching that video.
And you know,
Now,
this is he had been growing for years, and I think that they made the point that even the left is sick and tired of all the gaslighting and lies that they were pushing all those years. And you know, it's all kind of, you know, people have had it with it, and it's just I think that Joy Reid is now gone. My understanding is she just
really,
deleted her entire Twitter X account, and you know, they don't know what to do with themselves. I mean, it's just it's all falling apart. They can't. Apparently, MSNBC is up for sale, and they can't get anyone to buy it.
well, I have heard that the Daily Wire wants to buy it.
Good
Obviously,
for
it's not
them.
going to stay liberal, but um, there is some value in having a TV network. Not the value there used to be, but um, that David Pagman thing was great because if you watch the video, he was figuring out in real time what was going on. First, he said, maybe it's just a tech glitch, or maybe uh, a couple of people subscribe. But then toward the end of it, he was beginning to see that if you keep lying to people and telling them all this dire crap and it doesn't come true, then it's going to fall apart. And what's going to happen after that? Remember, this is just news media. But the people that were really lying to you, where it really affected your life, unfortunately, was public health.
Oh yes, and you know, I've heard rumors that RFK is going to be the head of the EPA.
You mean HHS?
Yeah, Housing, Health and Human Services, which
Well,
it's. I mean, and he's been talking. I mean, he's got a channel where he's like, I'm going to clean this place out. I'm going to we're going to get to all the toxicity that's put in food, the pushing of vaccines unnecessarily, and you know, he's one of America's preeminent environmentalists, and he's got guts. I mean, he's a very successful lawyer who's had lawsuits, won many lawsuits against drug companies and against all these people. And that's huge. That's, you know, this is like, I can't believe this is happening.
well, the other thing with him is he's got a big chip on his shoulder now because he was betrayed by the party of his family. He was betrayed by his own family, for God's sake.
Yes, he was. And yeah, he does. And you know, he's on the right side. He's probably a lot closer to where JFK and where his father would have been had
Yeah.
they been were they alive today. And I think that he knows that. And he wants to by the way, speaking of that, he wants all that declassified. And Matt Gaetz, he's going to declassify Diddy tapes and all that crap. Epstein. Oh my God, that's why they're going into a frenzy right now against him. But you know, that's Trump needs somebody like that. I mean, in his
Oh,
first
yeah.
term, he had like you know, Jeff Sessions. The guy was like a noodle. I mean, he didn't do anything to help defend
Well,
Trump.
he gave, it's funny. My wife was mentioning Jeff Sessions.
Yeah.
And I explained to her, reminded her that he got the gig because he was, to his credit, the first senator to endorse Trump.
Right.
But that ends up being pretty thin gruel, unfortunately, because the guy turned out to be a lightweight.
Right.
Some good old boy that just kept getting reelected in Alabama. And
yeah, and I think Trump, and then of course Bill Barr was worse. He was an outright traitor. I mean,
Yeah.
he actually lied to Trump. Oh yes, we investigated the election and we found nothing. So I think Trump has learned his lessons. It looks that way. Trump has somebody in there because obviously I think it's fair to say that he's going to have 4 years of attempted impeachments and lawsuits and bullets and, you know, everything you can imagine they're going to keep throwing at him. And so you need a guy like Matt Gaetz. I mean, I've seen some of the video of him in Congress interviewing people like Christopher Wray. I don't know if you saw this.
Oh yeah, well he's a flamethrower with that.
Oh
you
yeah,
know?
he's a tough, like old-fashioned Southern lawyer. He has a great ability to smoothly move forward on an argument. I mean, JD Vance has that too. I mean, they don't take any crap. I mean, you can throw everything at them and they just keep going, and they know how to keep the thing. They keep on the topic. They don't get rattled. And you can see in his interview with Christopher Wray, and he's saying, you don't know where the Hunter Biden laptop is. You've had it in the FBI for 10 years. And Christopher Wray, what an evil individual. You can see they have a close up of his face. He's got, Tourette syndrome. He's twitching and everywhere you can look. I mean, the guy is just, there's something really rotten. And now I understand that just before coming on the air, I'm looking at news. Kash Patel is going to be the new FBI director.
Is it FBI or CIA? It was
FBI.
About...
FBI.
Yeah.
That's freaking amazing. He's going to clean, because he wrote a book about this gang, Washington Gangsters, I think it's called. I wish I'd interviewed him back then. I probably should have. I whatever. But the point is that he knows the score. I mean, he's going to clean that office up and get through all of these, rotten, FBI officials.
Well, let me tell you about the FBI. The morale at that place has been going down the toilet since, believe it or not, about 2005, and I'll tell you why I know this. As some of your viewers may recall, I'm a California guy, moved to the DC area for some years, came back to California. Point being, when we had moved to Northern Virginia, I joined a health club and got to be friendly with a woman at the front desk, who then I found out her husband was an FBI special agent detailed at headquarters.
Right.
And she just wouldn't stop talking about how bad the morale was and how everybody hated the leadership. And that was back then. And it was only getting worse and worse and worse. Chris
That was
Wray,
probably back when Mueller was the director.
Yeah.
Or Comey before him. These people are political hacks who are just weaponizing, and I think Wray has been the absolute worst. I mean, they're going to Patel is going to take the politics out of it and start to investigate actual criminals, actual enemies of America, people who are, the drug cartels, whoever. He's going to stop prosecuting Catholics by sending spies into churches and parents at school board meetings. I think that the other thing, Gates made mincemeat out of Garland. What a rotten individual he is. These people, I mean, they have the nerve to talk about, criticize Trump's appointments. I mean, this is excellent. These guys are great. And Hegseth, he's fine. He, look at his resume. I mean, the guy spent 20 years in combat, unlike a lot of these generals like Milley, who probably would faint at a nosebleed.
No, Milley was a desk general.
Desk generals, exactly, who worked their way up through cocktail parties and social circuits. I mean, Hegseth actually is in combat. He's awarded several Bronze Stars, front line. Same thing with Tulsi Gabbard. I mean, look at her record. It's incredible. These people are great.
These are the kinds of people, Chuck, that were always passed over for these inside positions. I mean, That's the problem. And you can go back to Secretary of Defense a long, long time, and you know who I'm going to mention. Your favorite guy, Robert McNamara.
Oh, yeah, right. Formerly head of Ford Motor Company. Knew nothing about
the Wonder Boy who said that we were going to win easily in Vietnam because on paper we looked better than the Viet Cong. And this moron, it took him to, people can call in and tell me the exact date, but literally 6 months before he died, for him to finally admit, gee, I really screwed up.
I remember that interview he gave at that time, and reporters started to ask him questions about it, and the man just absolutely flipped out. He was screaming at them. I mean, he was filled with such remorse and such guilt. I mean, he's responsible for, the blood on his hands of just these stupid policies and bad decisions in a war that we either shouldn't have never been in, or we could have won it in a matter of maybe a year. And just, it was really a pathetic, rotten. I mean, and yeah, these guys, I mean, they're all, even Lloyd Austin, who is right now Secretary of Defense, and who's a relatively good comparatively to most of them. He was he like CEO of Raytheon or something? I mean, he wasn't like, I mean, he's a general, I think, but it wasn't from war. I mean, it was more like another one of, I mean, I suppose we could even go back to Eisenhower, I guess. Never really was actually.
In fairness, Eisenhower was basically a desk general.
He was.
And let's face it, he became, quote, a hero because of the way World War II worked out. But he was promoted way over MacArthur for the only reason that he was able to kiss a lot of FDR butt. And
MacArthur was the real McCoy.
Yeah,
I mean, MacArthur, he was when he was in the Philippines, and they lost the Battle of Manila, and then they were in the Corregidor, in retreat. He didn't want to leave. He was like, I'm not going. I'm fighting. Eventually, FDR had to personally call him in the Philippines and order him to leave.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like, that's tough. I mean,
yeah, he was a tough guy.
Yeah.
And of course, my late friend, Vin Lewis, always, what he referred to when Harry Truman fired MacArthur, he referred to it as the original Revenge of the Nerds.
Right. Although Truman was correct in firing MacArthur. I mean, it was in retrospect, because we have a civilian government, and you cannot have a military figure defy and contradict and be insubordinate to that government.
But what was great, and Vin was always very intelligent about this. It literally was true to the movie Revenge of the Nerds, because the nerds had legitimate complaints about the jocks, right? I mean,
right.
So yeah, there was stuff that MacArthur was doing that was wrong, no question about it. But if you looked at Truman,
yes, well, MacArthur actually was right, but the problem is he was contradicting Washington. He wanted to invade China, and keep them out of North. He had completely taken North Korea by force, and he wanted to strengthen that border and eventually do some forays into China. And Truman put a block to it, and then of course China invaded. So it was a disaster.
Well, I mean, that was the really a bleak period, because this whole Marshall Plan type idea for the world and so on was a terrible failure. And you're right, MacArthur was right.
He was right, but unfortunately it was insubordination because Truman was president. So I get that. I mean, that's like what Milley did. I mean, he was insubordinate to Trump. So, and in fact, now Milley has said, and I hope he's right, that he's afraid that once Trump is in office, he's going to be called back into service so he can be court-martialed. I hope they nail him. I hope he is. What a horrible person.
It was just terrible. And here was a guy, didn't really have anything on his resume other than playing the game and being one of these desk generals. And when I lived in the D.C. area, there were hundreds of these kind of guys.
They're all, I mean, he didn't even go to West Point. I mean, he went to Princeton. He didn't have any military. I don't know if he had any background in military. It's just, I hope that Trump revokes all of the security clearances of all those people, those intelligence agents who signed the Hunter Biden laptop letter, and maybe even have them investigated. That's, Trump wants revenge. Fine, good. I mean, it's not so much revenge, it's justice. The left has for years, I've been hearing them gaslight, no one is above the law. Really? Well, now they're gonna eat that now, hopefully. Yeah, because no one is above the law. And those people, I mean, they need to be brought before tribunals and interviewed. And if they're guilty, let the process take its course, of course. But if they're so worried about it, what are they hiding?
Well, call it revenge if you want, but I would
Sure.
prefer to look at it as straightening out and reforming the system. If these scumbags can exist in such a bad system like this, then it's got to be looked at heavily. Okay. And an article came out some weeks ago, I think in Epic Times, asking sort of rhetorical question, exactly what was wrong with the spoil system? It seemed to work pretty well.
It's unsensible. I mean,
this horrible civil service thing, which now your new Department of Government Efficiency is going to look into. And
yes.
by the way, great article in the LA Times, clueless thing on the front page of the LA Times today. It's unclear how this new department is going to find out anything. I mean,
I think it's going to get pretty clear pretty quickly. I mean, Elon Musk. I mean, how can you get better than that?
Yeah.
I mean, he's the richest man in the world, and Vivek Ramaswamy is no slouch either. I mean, to have them go in forensically looking at every government agency, I can't believe it. I mean, I've been talking about this for decades. In Massachusetts, they should do this. I hope when they're done, they have a Doge in each of the states, and they clean up Massachusetts and the Massachusetts, the MBTA for starters. I mean, it's like 40,000 people on payrolls and their pension plans and their hacks. Meanwhile, the train is running last year with their train with no engineer running over the Neponset River. I mean, it's a disaster. And so yeah, I mean, that's huge for them to go in like that. I mean, no wonder they're nervous.
Well, here's a little speculation. You think, despite the fact that we suffered from 2020 through 2024, is it not better that he won in 2024 because now he's more pissed off? The mandate is clear, and we had to kind of wait, didn't we? But yeah, I think it's better this way.
Oh, it is. I mean, it's almost providential. I mean, Trump has had a chance to learn from his mistakes. The country has had a chance to see what a disaster an illegitimate leftist regime is going to rot. And now he's come back with an ability to bring that new wisdom and this new team. I mean, there's a whole political realignment. I think it was Stephen Miller, another great guy, who said that this is the biggest political realignment in American culture and politics since the Reconstruction. Left and right no longer apply here. This is the people versus the uniparty oligarchs who are corrupt and who are out of touch. And that's why they're going berserk, especially over Matt Gaetz. I've never seen such a meltdown. Oh my God, they're like absolutely, spinning like crazy.
The funniest Matt Gaetz that I saw was Lisa Murkowski tweets out, he's not really a serious candidate, blah, blah, blah. Well, that's really big talk from that broad, right? She was Frank Murkowski, who was the governor of Alaska's daughter.
Yeah.
And he appointed her just as some young woman that from out of nowhere to become a senator. And
talk about legacy. I mean, I don't even think it's going to matter because there's 3 extra Republicans senators. I think it's 53. They're trying to take McCormick out in Pennsylvania. That's not going to work. They got Mark Elias doing like a rear guard election steal over there. He wants
what a scumbag Bob Casey turns out to be.
Oh my God. And he wants to recount ballots that already the state court twice or 3 times has said are not valid. We're talking about ballots of people that aren't even residents of the state.
Right.
So yeah, that's not going to work. But they're trying to do something. I mean, so they've got 3 senators. They probably have at least a half a dozen senators who are going to be up for re-election in 2 years, who are probably not going to be so quick to oppose the Republicans, and who are going to go along. it's not good that Thune became the Senate majority guy. I mean, that's the way it goes. But I think that, he has gone on record as saying that he supports President Trump's request for recess appointments and for recess so that they can appoint people and not have to wait a year to get
My
someone in
hope
office.
is that Thune is not going to be as bad as everybody thinks.
Yeah.
I believe that he's had a bit of a transformation. Maybe he got in there because McConnell was able to force this secret ballot nonsense. But I think if he wants to make a name for himself and not go down as another one of these crummy South Dakota senators,
Right.
that he had a chance to do something right.
Well,
So-
Thune started out when he went in as his whole calling card was that he was an evangelical devout Christian, which is good.
Yeah.
Then he kind of lost his bearings, I think, after 3 terms. They get corrupt. Pretty soon he's become another one of the good old boys. He's like garnering favors, and he just sort of lost his soul a little bit. And
Well,
I
that
think
was unfortunately, Chuck, the 17th Amendment problem. That the worst part of direct election of senators is that you get Joe Biden and John Thune type guys because
right.
it's
And Ted
always
Kennedy.
dominated by the small states, right? South Dakota has 300 people in the whole state, so it's fairly easy to cater to a sector of that. What Daschle did, by the way,
Oh
when
yeah.
he was in forever, was that he got very chummy with some Indian tribes, and that was it. All right. Biden's success was a couple of unions, the credit card guys in Wilmington,
Yeah.
and he was in forever. Mike
Right.
Vance
It becomes a corrupt borough, basically. It's like a rubber stamp.
I don't know that the people that thought direct election of senators was a good idea even considered this horrible small state phenomenon, but there you go. All right.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was a terrible idea. Basically, it took power away from the states, and the senators, rather than representing the states and their legislators, they represent the federal government. I mean, it's become like Trump has put revolutionary proposals in place. Term limits, Senate no more than 2 terms, maybe House, maybe 3 or 4 terms, fine.
Right.
Moving some of these enormous bureaucracies out of Washington, that'd be great. Maybe you should put, the Health and Human Services into Juneau, Alaska, or something. Like move them around the country so that they're not part of this rotten culture and they have to like hire real people in real places and become like much more efficient. And he's also talking, and this is a miracle, getting rid of the Department of Education. Reagan said he'd do it, and he never did. Instead, he put in Bennett, who turned out to be bad.
Yeah.
And getting rid of the Department of Education and just putting in a couple of national standards for school boards to follow in exchange for federal dollars.
Well, you're right. I mean, it's never been explained to me. Just because you have a list of standards that schools have to maintain to get federal aid, why you need a department with 34,000 employees.
Oh, it's a gift to the teachers unions. They've been pushing for that for over 100 years. I can just hear the late, great Dr. Samuel L. Blumenfeld, my mentor, in his grave talking, smiling. I mean, he wrote a whole shelf of books on this topic. I mean, it's just a rotten, it was put in place by Jimmy Carter because they wanted to help elect Carter, and it was a political favor. And it has corrupted the system ever since. It is all about DEI and gay rights and nothing else.
Yeah.
It's nothing
Jimmy
to do with
Carter was the gift that keeps on giving. I mean, it's.
Oh man, if they get rid of that, we're going to see finally a return of education to the school boards where you have parents who are elected. I mean, the reason here in Boston that Mayor Michelle Wu is not allowing for the direct election of the school committee. It was taken away during busing because there was so much contention. It was because she doesn't want people like, I don't know, me running for school committee. People who've had a child graduate Boston Public Schools like I have, who actually can go in there and take a look at the curriculum, take a look at the budget. He doesn't want that. But the point is that they still are elected, and there are parents on those school committee boards, and they will make the decision about the curriculum, not some rotten, corrupt Washington agency that is, living off of the taxpayers and foundation money from the Ford and Rockefeller Foundation and pushing a leftist agenda. Now, if they want to be leftist, fine. If like Cambridge, right, or Somerville or Provincetown, they want to elect communists to their school board, good, let them, if that's what they want for their children. But the point is, you'll have choice. You can do this through. There's a little concept that the left likes to talk about called democracy, right? There are democratic principles, and it's what Trump is doing is, it's just, he really is on a roll. I mean, this is downright revolutionary. It's just I can't believe it's happening, and it is happening. And not only that, but if God forbid Trump is somehow taken out, he is setting up enough of a structure that it's going to continue, between all of these people who are now going to be in the government, like J.D. Vance and like Kennedy and Musk and Tulsi Gabbard and, Kash Patel and all the rest of these people. It's going to become a juggernaut. It's not going to matter if ultimately, well, it does matter, but I'm just saying they won't be able to stop it.
No, and they are so scared and so upset because it's all falling apart. But that's not the only thing that's falling apart. Look at the incredibly stupid failed campaign of Kamala Harris, where I think if you play the tapes back, you will find me saying stuff like there's no talent on that side, and they think it's still 1950. All right. Apparently, they thought it was a great idea to spend a lot of money on celebrity endorsements.
Yeah, like millions of dollars. They gave $1 million to Oprah, which she lied about when she was chased down the street by a reporter.
Well, she was confronted, and it was a stupid lie. Well, they didn't give me $1 million. They gave it to my company. Right. Okay.
Well, like Beyonce got $10 million. I mean, these are donations from people who wanted to support, a political candidacy, not to give to Beyonce. And it was all flat. They had to do it because nobody would show up to hear her. She was so horrible. They were paying people to go to these rallies. Yes. And then they had these guys like that numbskull Sisson, that white kid on Twitter, on TikTok. He was being paid by a public relations firm, to do that. He was on a payroll.
Yeah, he was completely phony. He didn't care.
Yeah. Trump didn't have to do
that. He's ever made. So he'll say what they tell him to say.
Of course, he's an employee. I mean, it's really awful, and now they end the campaign with $1 billion spent, $20 million in debt, and she's still raising money to try to cover the debt. Trump maybe was trolling, I don't know, but he said, "Well, I'll tell you what, we'll retire her debt by my campaign. I'll just pay for it because I don't need the money anymore. I'm in office." But I don't know if they took them up on that. But really, really bad. I mean, one of the worst. And now they're all like at each other's throats, trying to blame everybody. And
here's another conspiracy theory, according to, if you want to believe Nancy Pelosi, right?
Oh my God.
That she claims, and remember, she's lies 9% of the time. She claims that the Democrats wanted to have an open primary, but Joe came out and endorsed Harris as a deliberate way of torpedoing everything, because then they couldn't go against that, apparently.
I think there might be some truth to that, actually.
Well, I mean, there's no doubt in my mind, absolutely no doubt, that Joseph Biden voted for Donald Trump.
Oh, yeah. And his wife, she was dressed in like red clothes that day. I mean,
yeah, wearing this MAGA outfit. I mean, come on. All right.
I've never seen him look happier. He hasn't looked that good in years. He's smiling from ear to ear. I mean, he met with Trump. He looked like relaxed. He's like, yes,
Yeah.
finally. I mean, they despised her. And I mean, she called him a racist and a pedophile to his face during one of the debates. And then you see during Memorial Day, she's sitting there in the stands with Jill Biden, and you could just, it looked like she was about to get up and like it was just really brutal. So, I mean, these are all sort of like the whole thing is just crumbling, and everybody's like pointing fingers, and they don't get it. They don't understand why they lost. They think that it's not her personality, it's the issues. She did better than Biden probably would have done. I mean, they just the whole administration was obviously not legitimate, and it was corrupt. Opening the southern border, right? I mean, hamburger at McDonald's, $15. Just World War III on the verge. What do they have going? I mean, castrations and hysterectomies for children. I mean, they've got nothing other than those things. What? I mean, maybe, but he's made many accomplishments. What? He lowered the price of the EpiPen. Okay, fine. It's like, good. I'm glad he did. Very small potatoes. I mean, it's like this is it for 4 years. It's like, really?
It was just too bad for everybody. He should have quit while he was ahead.
Right.
He was able to get away with 50 years of corruption. He could have retired.
He couldn't let go.
To the beach, and that would have been it.
Yeah.
But
no, it's old-fashioned hubris. I mean, people think they're indispensable, and they get drunk with power. It's happened. It's happening around the world. I mean, it's happened throughout history, where you have these new political figures, these young guys usually, who come up and they're reformers, and they're going to take over the country. They get elected with a huge popular vote, and then after a few years, they start to enjoy the perks of power, and they eventually, they're not going anywhere. It becomes as bad as anything. They're there for life. People get drunk.
Heard of a guy named Julius Caesar? I think you're describing his biography.
Yeah, I mean, it's an old story.
Yeah.
You could look at the kings of Judah, that. I mean, it's just an old story. I mean, this is why, you want to get biblical about it, why the prophet Samuel warned the children of Israel not to have a king.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, there's a fantastic speech in the book of, I think it's in the book of Samuel, where the people come to, we want to have a king like all the other countries. And he's like, fine. He's going to, your daughters will be made into prostitutes. Your sons will be sent out to war where they'll all be killed. Your property will be seized. It goes on this long litany of what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's what we want, right?
But the people, we don't care. We just want a king. We want to have somebody to look up to. I don't know. It's like a psychological thing, I guess. But anyways, these are very interesting times, and I feel like we have to still keep the eye on things. I mean, nothing is ever we're never going to be there. This is just the next stage. My job over the next years is going to be to try to articulate the reasons why this administration is in place, what they're about, why they're important, to try to educate people as best as I can to make the most out of this. And also the one issue that I hope that Trump doesn't overlook, and I understand if he does, because he's received this incredible mandate. And by the way, just a little side, not to digress, but all those states that signed a compact to do an end run around the Electoral College, right? Because they said, we're going to only give our electors to the winner of the popular vote. They're all going to have to give their electors to Trump, including California. All the electors will have to go to Trump now because he won the popular vote. And apparently they're still counting, and he's growing. So, but the point I wanted to bring up is that we cannot take our eye off the ball with regard to election corruption, with regard to election integrity. They did try to steal it again. There was so many
Kerry Lake.
Kerry Lake, exactly. That's obviously stolen. I mean, I think in Wisconsin also they stole it from Hovde.
Yeah.
He's shown how this happened. So yeah, they are still trying. They still have this incredible infrastructure that can steal elections on the state and national level. And they did. The reason, frankly, why Trump won is because he learned the lessons of 2020, and he saw the example of Glenn Youngkin in Virginia. Glenn Youngkin was able to and he went up against the real left establishment. I think it was, what was it? What's his name? He was a McAuliffe, right? Clinton guy. I mean, these are entrenched powers. And he came up, he had never held office before. He's a wealthy guy, I think he's a Wall Street guy. He got thousands of volunteers to work the voting booths, to stay in the counting rooms, to watch the counting of absentee ballots, to do all of the tabulation checking. And he also had a team of hundreds of lawyers on call. So if someone saw something funny going on, whether it be just observing a corrupt election official or whether the Democratic Party was trying to pull some bullshit about, we're going to keep counting, his lawyers were ready to hit the ground immediately and get it, and he won because of that. It was the cleanest election that Virginia probably has had since Jefferson. And even that wasn't so clean. But the point is that Trump did this nationally. The RNC did this. Thanks to Lara Trump and Watley and a couple of other people, they fielded thousands, I think it was something like 275,000 volunteers across the country, not just in the battleground states either, even in some of the red states like Texas. And they worked the counting rooms, they worked the polls, and he had lawyers on staff. And whenever they came up with some bullcrap about, well, we need to, we're going to count, illegal votes, and we're going to do this. They had lawyers in court within a minute, within hours, stopping it. Pennsylvania is a good example. I mean, there was several lawsuits brought up and decided within hours, where you had corrupt Pennsylvania county officials and DAs. They stopped it, and they did it because they knew they had everything well heeled, well coordinated, and they were able to fight these things. Michigan, they stopped that crap. I mean, they were going to start in again with the white vans. Atlanta, they had it down. I mean, they just, the only place I think where they did kind of falter was Phoenix, but Nevada.
I think Phoenix, unfortunately, Kerry ended up being a martyr, but I think that was the last gasp, because this guy, what's his name, Richards, I believe.
Richer, Stephen Richer.
He's out. That was it. I mean,
yeah, but he's talking about corruption. I mean, he's allegedly an R Republican. He's like working with these radical left-wing PACs. These PACs, these political, the NGOs, apparently, UN NGOs.
Yeah.
All left-wing are trying to, they're out there. You didn't have like Zuckerberg write a big check this time. You didn't have the big money coming in this time. But the point is that in the broader sense, the whole system still has to be overhauled. It's been brought up that the states that Trump won were states that had voter ID, and the states where he did not win are states that don't have voter ID. There's a map that can show this without exception. This is this is crazy that they don't have voter ID. I mean, there's no excuse for that. They don't have it because George Soros created this turf group back, I think it goes all the way back to the Bush-Gore race, I think, but maybe not that far, called the Brennan Center, that basically decided that the way we're going to fight voter ID is that we're going to claim that it's racist, which is absurd. And the media jumped on that. The establishment jumped on it. And it's interesting, here in Massachusetts, I can think of an example. I forget her name, but she was an ultra-liberal left state senator who was championing voter ID. And back then it was actually a liberal cause. And then all of a sudden, like overnight, she did a 180-degree turn. Suddenly, oh, no, we can't have it. The point is that they have
that is so reminiscent, though, of the way those commies turned on a dime.
Oh, yes.
where Uncle
when
Adolf
Hitler,
is our ally
yeah,
until he isn't.
when Hitler double-crossed Stalin, all of a sudden, I mean, there's a case where this communist guy was giving a speech at like a public rally, and suddenly this guy comes and whispers in his ear. He gives him another speech, and he goes, I mean, they literally changed everything overnight. And that, yeah, that's how they operate. And I hope that Trump does, steps up and does the reforms necessary. There has to be voter ID in all 50 states. There has to be paper ballots. The rotten computer, the Dominion, they tried to do it. They had cases in Tennessee, apparently, where you could not vote for Trump. You'd put Trump on the ballot and it would switch over to Harris. Now, people caught that, but the question is, how many people didn't catch it? How many people didn't notice this? It's still there. They have to throw out Elizabeth Warren, my senator, Hiawatha. She was championing this until all of a sudden there's like a 180-degree turn. In 2019, she put up a bill before the U.S. Senate saying that there will be no voter machines because it's, quote, rigged, unquote, and she was right. And they have to bring that back. They have to get rid of the machines. They have to have paper ballots counted on election day. No, if you no absentee unless you have a very good reason for it, like you're in the military or you can show. And if you do cast an absentee ballot, you have to have your signature in the town clerk's office where it can be verified. And it's just that simple. I mean, this country, it's a disgrace that we haven't done it right. I mean, it's never been right here. You go back in history, it took 100 years to get the secret ballot. When this country, in the first early part of the 19th century, people would vote in public with a show of hands, and you could get it hurt. The author James Fenimore Cooper, the author of The Last of the Mohicans, his father was murdered after voting for the wrong candidate at a public forum in New York. And after he left, after voting for the wrong guy, he was hit in the back of the head with a baseball bat and killed. So I'm just saying, I mean, this country has never had it right. It's always been corrupt. The whole, the voter rolls. I mean, Mark Elias fought tooth and nail to stop states from removing bad names from their voter rolls. I mean, what could be more obvious than that? With a click of a mouse, all that information is available. You can cross-check it. There are these guys who's doing this statistical analysis. You can go into any state and take a look at tax returns, take a look at utility bills, take a look at all sorts of things to prove that a person is who they are and that they are residing where they say they're residing. And anyone else should be removed from the ballots. I mean, you've got hundreds of thousands of names on ballots of people who have passed away or they've left the state or they don't exist. That is no excuse for that. I mean, we can't have that in this country. I think this is a very important cause. It's not, I mean, there are other things that are exciting right now, and I'm thrilled, but they can't forget about this. This has to be done, and they're going to, and when they do, if they do, you're going to hear the left scream louder on this one than anything. They're going to absolutely go.
You're probably right, but I mean, the reason they haven't been able to do much about it is because, again, I go back to public health. People don't want to come to the realization that it's corrupt. Because you're taught from the time you're in the first grade that it's a free country and you can vote and your vote counts, just like you're taught that, you have your Salk polio vaccine and you do what they tell you to do and everything's great. Yeah. And for people to realize that a lot of this was just crap is devastating.
Yeah, but Trump doesn't give a damn, it seems.
Oh, I get it.
He's going to go ahead and, they can scream and squeal. And his wife doesn't give a damn either. Apparently, she didn't want to go when he went to meet Biden because she hates the Bidens. And she rightfully blames them for sending armed thugs into her home where they rummaged through her underwear drawer and her
Yeah.
son's bedroom and turned everything upside down. She's very angry. She blames Biden. And Trump asked her to come with him, and she said, F that, I'm not going. Yeah, I'm not going to, I don't want to see him. So that's great. That's who you want. I mean, both of them are like that. They're like, they don't seem to care. They're very, and now that they've had this mandate, the left says, oh, he's not going to have the guardrails, they say. I mean, listen, Bill Maher, the guardrails are gone. Yeah, you're damn right they're gone.
The guardrails.
The guardrails are gone. He seems to be going right in and doing what he needs to do. And, it's an incredible thing to see. And I just am very excited. I mean, for the first time, I feel
your mood is so much better than it was a few weeks ago.
Oh my God. I'm still not 100% well. I had such a nervous breakdown. Those few days leading up to that election, I didn't know I was going to be that affected. That night, I was almost like in some kind of a stupor. I mean, I'm there practically passed out on the couch with my pistachio ice cream.
Well, I figured something was up because, as you recall, it was on the next day when it was clear that he won. You were just euphoric. You called me. Let's do a show right now.
Let's do it. I know. I mean, I'm like half asleep, and all of a sudden, I have one eye open, and I took a look at Rachel Maddow's face. She had lost it looked crestfallen, and all of a sudden, I'm like, yes, I was totally up, and something is going on. And then I'm flipping the channels, and they're all like, it's like worse than a funeral. They're like, oh, and one of them, she's like, I'm nauseously optimistic.
Yeah.
Really? I mean, they were
I hell with those people, because what I saw in the real world, and maybe you saw it even in your little enclave there, is a lot of these people were coming out of the closet as Trump people. I remember I go to this deli to pick up a breakfast sandwich on occasion.
Right.
And I said, well, George, how you doing? Well, after last night, I'm doing great, And I never knew he was the Trump guy, right?
Yeah. Well, I think that everybody's very happy. Even people who vote, nobody liked her. Nobody was happy with that. And I think that even a large percentage of people, other than these crazy women who are shaving their heads, I think that most people are relieved and happy. They know that the country dodged a major bullet. They know that already things are looking up across the board, across the world. The rest of the world is celebrating. I mean, Israel is going to annex the West Bank, okay? I mean, it's amazing. Let them do it. Get it over with. It's like these are major positive developments in the world.
Well, here, I'm going to put you on the spot now, because it came out and the numbers were higher than 80%, and in some cases over 90%. The three top demographics for Kamala Harris were Black women, Jewish women, and LGBT.
Yeah, but something, even amongst all three of those categories, I think Trump made a few gains.
He did.
He got 26% of the Jewish vote. Now, that doesn't seem like a lot, but comparatively speaking, that's 1 out of every 4 Jews voted for Trump. Women, she didn't get the women's vote. I mean, I think that Biden got a bigger women's vote than she did. I mean, all the talk about abortion, it didn't happen. I think Trump, I don't know if he won the women's vote, but it was pretty even. It didn't work for her. Maybe Black women, I don't know, but it didn't fly. Gays, I think Trump did better. I was driving around doing my driving, and I noticed in the town of Sharon, which is a very ultra-liberal town, this gigantic rainbow flag, gays for Trump. They were flying on the front of the house. I mean, they weren't making any secret about it. I think that Trump did better among all categories.
Why do you think that the brain trust of the Democrats, or at least her campaign, thought that abortion was a winning issue? I never understood
No,
that.
but I think that most people saw through it, which is, first of all, if people do believe in, and they are pro-choice, Biden and Harris didn't do a damn thing other than a lot of hot air on that issue. I
Yeah.
mean, they did diddly squat. I mean, it's not a federal issue any longer. It's a state issue. And if they cared about it, they might want to work with states to try to just maybe tighten up the laws a little bit to help protect the life of the mother, which, by the way, we talked about this and you made the point, and now it's been kind of more proven that isn't happening. Women aren't dying because they can't get an abortion.
No, and the other dirty little secret is that after Roe v. Wade was overturned, abortions went up. Went up.
Yeah, and in some states like Massachusetts, they actually liberalized it, like to the point where now you can do it after the baby's born.
Yeah.
It's horrible, but look, that's what it is now. It's up to the states.
Well, that's my point,
democratic.
Chuck. So why did anyone think this was an important issue?
It wasn't. It wasn't. And I think people saw that. It was not on the ballot. It was not a federal issue. If they don't like abortion or they want to change abortion policy, it's a state issue. And there was some people that they thought they could get revenge against Trump because he appointed conservative judges. I don't think that worked. You didn't get anyone outside of a hardcore base of people who bought into that. People just, and the other thing on this, on everything is there hasn't been any rioting. There hasn't been any violence. There hasn't been any,
Right.
pussy hat, stuff. I mean, none of it. It's people are happy. They're relieved. None of that. And I don't think it's going to happen at inaugural either. I mean, they just don't have the energy for it. And if they do, if like Antifa comes out, that's not going to help them. The other thing that Trump, and now it's sort of, there were two rumors going around. The first one, as I say, it was dropped by Mike Huckabee, the new ambassador to Israel. That
Boy, was that a great choice.
Excellent, brilliant. I think he's tremendous. I think that Israel's going to annex the Judea and Samaria. The other one is that Trump is going to pardon all of the J6 prisoners.
J6, yeah.
2 federal judges have now stopped all hearings. The rotten, Garland office is still trying to, arrest people and raid people. I mean, and they're not. It's not happening. The time is ticking away. They only have a few more weeks.
Well, here's a little speculation thing for you. What happens to Garland next year? What does he do? He goes around the talk circuit. Well, I tried. I was an old warrior. I did all this. What happens to guys like that?
I think that we'll never hear from him again because I think that the far left hates him because they don't think he did enough.
Yeah.
He didn't jail Trump. He didn't do, why? I mean, I'm listening to Jim Browdy and Marjorie Egan on NPR here in Boston. I mean, they're like, why doesn't he, go in? I mean, he should have been put into Rikers Island because he defied that corrupt judge in New York. He defied the gag order. He should be put in chains. No, I mean, he didn't do that. So he's hated by all sides. And he's like that's just an old, rotten, that's the past. I don't think anything. He'll go to the same place Kamala goes. Nobody will want to hear from these people ever again.
Well, it's interesting because unlike Mike Dukakis, that ended up having an academic career and being sort of a somewhat respected guy, those two, you're right. Everybody hates him. What I predict is going to happen with her is at some convenient point the next year or so, Dougie and her are going to divorce.
Right.
Because what the hell does he need her for now?
Sure.
And she's just going to be forgotten, kind of like Norman Thomas or something, just fading away. And
she'll end up with a couple of cats like an old cat lady, sort of what J.D. Vance was talking about.
Well, interesting that there was maybe non-Californians aren't familiar. Well, Jerry Brown had appointed this woman, and you know where I'm going with this, Rose Byrd, as the Chief Justice of the state of California.
Right.
And she was a radical leftist who it was a joke. I mean, there were some large number, dozens of death penalty cases came in front of her, and it didn't matter how egregious the circumstances were. She voted no every single time.
Right. Let them loose. Yep.
She ends up as the former Chief Justice of California, unable to get a job with any law firm. All right. Goes on welfare.
Oh my God, really?
No, well, she developed cancer, which I think took care of some of the money, and she just died in obscurity. And
yeah, that's where that I think that's definitely a possibility. I mean, these people have no, they're no, the left will give you, they'll weigh your shelf down with awards when you're of use to them, but when you're not, they'll pull the rug in a matter of a minute. You're just gone.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, these people. I mean, who the hell wants to? What's going to happen to Rachel Levine? I mean, who the hell wants to hear from any? I mean, but with Harris, I mean, she's so dreadful. I mean, you can't stand listening to her. Nobody liked it. She was the left-wing media people that put her on for softball interviews and who were paid, we now know, to do so, and who did the softest interview you can imagine. They looked like they were ready to slit their throats listening to her talk. It was depressing. She, you walk out of it stupider than you were when you went in. I mean, it's just, it was so bad.
Well, that's having a boomerang effect. Also on, for example, CNN. The only reason people even watch it anymore is Scott Jennings is on.
Yeah, exactly.
He's a conservative guy, but he's always on with this Abby Phillips, who's an attractive black woman, not very smart, because he'll raise these points, and she looks like deer in the headlights, and then she's listening to whatever someone's saying in her earphone, and then comes up with some comment. I mean, it's all done, and people are going to reflect. This is what's going to happen. They're going to reflect, wait a minute. Why was Harris even elected to anything?
Oh, well, everybody knows. She worked her way up through the casting couch.
Yeah.
And then she was like she played the race card, and she just was very manipulative. She knew how to get favors. I understand that Jennings might be the press secretary, which would be great. He's very good. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, Trump.
It's really exciting times.
Yes.
It's very exciting. I'm sorry. To watch some of these people crash and burn.
It's a beautiful thing. It's going to be very, as I hear, who is it? As Steve Bannon says, it's time to break out the popcorn and just watch, And
well,
watch
you can see CNN is getting rid of these overpriced hosts. Your friend Chris Wallace.
Oh, he's horrible. Yeah, he's been gone for a long time.
Well, he went, but the thing with him was his father was terrible. But that was the era of CBS with all the leftists. Mike Wallace was nothing more than a left-wing bully. Chris Wallace was nothing more than a Nepo baby.
At least Mike Wallace would occasionally chase someone down the street with a mic,
Yeah.
And try to get some answers. I mean, Chris Wallace is a piece of what. I mean, what he tried to do to Trump during that debate, just, evil. And ugly, and just I'm glad to see him go. Hopefully, all these the final last ditch effort is being pulled off or try. She won't get away with it, but none other than my own Senator Hiawatha is trying to jam down some left-wing judges in the last weeks of the administration. She's trying to shove down, finish the Biden judges, and it's not going to happen. Yeah. Mike Davis, who is really a powerful, one of these tough Irish lawyers. He's great. I mean, he's on all the times with Bannon, who, by the way, is just absolutely soaring and who's brilliant. Check it out on War Room. I don't miss one of those podcasts. It's beautiful to listen to that. But Mike Davis is a regular guest of his, and he's a brilliant lawyer, and he's not going to let her do it. He's got people there in Washington. He's well connected. They're going to pull the plug on that. She's trying to shove down the throat leftist judges at the last minute. I don't think she's going to get away with it. They tried to get Sotomayor to step down, with the rumor being that Biden would then appoint Harris which I don't think he would have done anyway.
No, there's no chance.
But
There's no
Sotomayor is saying,
And you know what? She wouldn't have wanted it because she's just too stupid.
they don't know what to. They think that maybe she's young enough that she'd be a warm body in there. But Sotomayor has said she's not going anywhere, and that means that Trump is going to get more federal, judicial appointments at some point, because apparently she's not in good health. I mean, I guess she's got like an advanced diabetes or something. She has a medical assistant with her at all times, and it's going to be like Ruth Bader Ginsburg. People are begging her to leave, and she's like, I'm not going anywhere. So Trump will get probably 2 or 3 more appointments, and it's just amazing. It's going to be amazing.
We're going to get tired of winning, right?
I know. It's the whole. I mean, this country. I that's why I was so sick, because there's such a difference in terms of the course for the future. The way things could go, and I just am so thrilled and pleased.
People were just always overwhelmed. I mean, I called a friend of mine, a retired cop, conservative guy. This is about a week after the election. I said, Neil, I haven't heard from you. He said, I'm still basking in it. I'm still enjoying the glow.
I know. I don't even know what to do with myself. It's a beautiful time. I mean, you almost feel like you don't want to get too giddy, because bad stuff is obvious.
And by the way, all these meltdowns that you see on TikTok, this is all crap. And it is, because what human is going to say, well, wait, I'm going to have a nervous breakdown, but let me first log in to my TikTok account. And that's not how humans work. This is all crap. It's all theater.
Oh, I know. There's this one woman who's doing all the screaming in the car.
Yeah.
This musician, I don't know if you've heard this on TikTok. He's turned it into like a rap concert thing with drum beats and music. It's hilarious. And then there's the Lysistrata group, following in the example of South Korea. Apparently, women, no sex, no men, no relationships.
But it's like a parody on itself, because all the women that post these are ugly.
Well, I like the comment made by Natalie Winters, who's Bannon's co-host, and who did a brilliant job of filling in for him while they had him in prison. She's like, well, they're not, as President Trump would say, they're not sending their best. Oh man. Anyway, so
there's all kinds of parodies on it. One of them comes up and said, look, what do I have to do to make myself unattractive to MAGA guys? And Paul Joseph Watson said, just keep doing what you're doing. Perfect.
Oh yes, I know. It's just not flying. Good for them. Anyway, so Mike, what do you have coming up on the?
I was going to do but I think I've just done it on this show. I was going to do a piece called "Dead Wrong," and maybe we'll still talk about how. It's getting old even for me. How there's just no talent. They're going back to 1950s. Oh, just wait till we have the media. That'll convince them.
Yeah.
What I'm waiting for is the owner of the LA Times. I don't know if you heard this, because why would you? Said that he's firing the editorial board and is going to replace it with all conservatives.
Wow.
And I guess if I'm going to get it, the LA Times has been liberal since the mid-'60s, but it's at least a real newspaper in the sense that there's some content and so on. And I'm hoping maybe they'll go a little more conservative, because the thing I get delivered to my house now, and the USA Today Network has a bunch of these things, these local papers where the national news is 3 days old. I'm not kidding. 3 days old. And yeah, you're pretty up to date on the high school football scores in the local area and stuff, but
right.
It's a joke. My wife says, well, and she reads the paper in the morning, well, that took me 7 minutes, so.
I know there's no content to it anymore. The Globe is like that too. And I don't think the Globe is going to change.
No.
That's not happening. Although there's a lot of rumors about Mayor Wu having some serious opposition here in Boston, including from the son of Bob Kraft. We'll see. It's interesting, and he's more conservative.
Well, I never understood, other than historically, how Boston, which to me, a large part of Boston, is hard scrabble working class, how they didn't get all red pilled as much as I would have
I know
thought that they should have.
it's a good question. I don't know. I mean, they go just so far. I mean, they elected Marty Walsh over a very left-wing candidate.
Yeah.
And he captured all the rich, well-to-do leftist neighborhoods like the Back Bay and Beacon Hill,
Yeah.
whereas Walsh got all the more blue-collar areas. So, there is at least some shift there, but you never see, a real, MAGA type in Boston, at least not yet. We shall see.
All right. Well,
All
good
right,
luck.
Mike.
I'm
Thanks a
glad
lot.
you're doing so much better.
As is everybody. All right,
See you
I'll
next
talk to you next week. Thanks a lot. Okay, I think that we're good. Let me just make sure that my sound is functioning here. Let's see, go to Podomatic for that. Doing my special election day program. Hello. Yeah, it looks like we're okay with sound. Hello. Let me just try it again. And testing, and we're good. And let's go live on Podomatic. Thanks for joining me, everyone. Charles Moscowitz here. Michael D. Shaw will be with us shortly. This is Election Day. What else can I say? 508-637-5596 is the number. Let me go live on TikTok as well. Not that, I'm a little worried about TikTok only because they've been censoring me. What can you say? They might shut down the program for reasons, but God willing, if Donald J. Trump prevails today, the censorship regime will take a major hit. They will not necessarily fall, but you'll have a major setback for the censorship regime. So how do things look out there? Well, what is this? I don't know what the heck that is. I'm getting music from Live Fest. I don't want that. Let me just go. I'm gonna shut down TikTok for now. I just try it again. I don't want to have anyone automatically come in. I'm going to cancel that, and I'm going to go live again. All right. This is a live program. We're talking election. If anyone sees anything, knows anything, say something. Call in. What's going on out there? What's happening in your area? 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596. And I will put you on the air, and you can report on what you're seeing, what you're observing out there. I am nervous. Maybe I've been traumatized after 4 years of living in a regime where I've had to deal with censorship. I've had to deal with hatred. I've had to deal with threats. I just feel like we're so close. We're finally here, and this is a chance to take back this country. Whether you like Trump or not, I love Trump, but putting that aside, this is your chance to take back the country and do the right thing, to end this invasion of our country by 10 million foreigners crossing the border unvetted, this slide into perpetual war and World War III. In case anyone hasn't noticed, Ukraine is on the retreat, and if Biden or Harris are elected, they're going to nuclearize a war with Russia. That means missiles hitting American cities, whereas Trump doesn't want war. He's a peace candidate. He wants to bring about a treaty of peace between those two countries by getting them together and forcing them to come to the table and each making concessions. That's the role, the traditional role of the United States. Do we want to have an economy where we haven't increased the deficit by something like $5 trillion, but instead we have a situation where we can, see inflation go down so that a McDonald's hamburger doesn't cost $15. It's really the choices are stark. Anyways, I don't really think at this point I need to make a pitch for Trump. Oh, there we go. We're taking some supplements here. What I'm worried about and what I'm observing is something that I would think was inevitable, which is their attempt to steal the election. Now, again, maybe I've been traumatized by what I observed 4 years ago on election eve, when I saw with my own eyes 6 or 7 states stopping the counting while Trump was ahead, almost to the second. And, after that, they reopened the next day and Trump was behind, or he had lost ground. That was the steal. And we were told what we were seeing wasn't what we were seeing. They told us this is, we've been gaslighted for 4 years. I hope he gets to the bottom of it. Keep going. We're letting more viewers know you're live. Thank you. One of your friends is live. Invite them to go live together. They're invited as long as you stay with the topic. If you don't, I'm going to have to shut you down. I mean, at TikTok, you get people coming on who are just, they're into something else. And this is, hi, how are you? Did you vote today? Disconnected, looking for another creator. Okay. You're welcome to join me on TikTok if you'd like. Hey, how you doing? Let me just turn up my volume a little bit. So I'm doing a program on the election. Did you vote today? Did you don't know. You're dressed like Santa Claus, so it's a little early. Christmas is a month away. All right. 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596. Let me see if I'm live on Twitter. I should be. Apparently Getter is I'm having problems going live on Getter for some reason. I think they want some money to do that. We'll see. I hadn't paid much attention to Getter until today. I looked it over and I found that I'm not going live there for some reason. Am I live? Yeah, I'm live on yeah. We're live on Twitter or X. If you'd like to chat, you're welcome to do so. Come on down. We are talking election. I want to know what's going on, where you voted, if you voted, how you voted, what you've observed, what you're seeing. I just let's get to let's see. We're also live on Rockfin. Rockfin has been a really good site for me. Yep, Rockfin's live. Rumble is live. Rumble is the flagship station. I'm live on Podomatic, and I'm live on Twitter X. Everything is moving along well here. Anyway, I am. Look, if this was an honest election, Trump would win a landslide. I don't think there's any question about that. We have to get out and vote so overwhelmingly today that the cheating won't really be enough. But they are scrambling to get this thing done, to cheat. They're not getting anyone coming out. They've got no enthusiasm. All of the momentum is on the side of Trump. We are in a position where we can save our country. We can save our future. Everything is at stake. This is the most important election in American history, the most important since Washington. This is one of the most important events in world history, going all the way back to Jesus's Sermon on the Mount. Okay. You want a co-host for now? You've got somebody. Hello, you're no, I don't want that. Yes. No. You want? I'm doing that. Okay. They're just. I got another TikToker who wants to do some dancing. Let's get. Please, people, I'm doing a talk show here. We're live on several live streams. We're talking the election. If you want to talk election, you're welcome to come aboard. You can join me on TikTok. Thank you. Or you can call. Oh, I've got a violation already on TikTok. A warning. Yeah, I guess you see I don't know how much longer I'm going to be on TikTok. God willing, if Trump wins, maybe TikTok can be reformed and there won't be this Nazi-like censorship. I don't know. We'll see. 508-637-5596. If you'd like to join the conversation, 508-637-5596. You're welcome aboard. We're talking about, or you can join me through chat on multiple platforms, including Twitter, where I'm live, and Rumble, or you can come on down on well, Rumble is the good one here. That's kind of the flagship. And we're talking election. Have you voted? If so, what did you see? What did you hear? What did you observe? Let me just see what's. Yeah, we're live on. All right. Yep, you can chat with me live on Rumble, on Twitter, and on Rockfin, all of which are live. Or you can just call up old-fashioned, like they used to do back in the day when you had talk radio. You could call 508-637-5596. That number again is 508-637-5596. The Gateway Pundit shows frustration boiling as Pennsylvania voters witness, quote, non-English speaking citizens escorted past long lines to vote. Yeah, I mean, I wonder who they are. I think that you had actually John Fetterman, who's a senator from Pennsylvania, admit to Joe Rogan recently, the other day, that non-citizens, illegal aliens, are registered to vote across Pennsylvania. That's what we're looking at right now. That's who they're going to use. Those are the votes. You have people who were registered, and their names are being voted, even though they may not even know it. I don't even blame them. I think that this is underway. I think they are trying to steal this election. Now, if TikTok wants to shut me down for saying that, fine. I have said it. There it is. That's an opinion. I'm not stating it categorically. I don't have any evidence, hard evidence of it. But it appears to me, based on what I know and what I've observed over the past. Am I in PA? No, I'm in Boston, Massachusetts. Are you in PA? What's going on in Pennsylvania? What are you seeing down there? I can tell you here in Boston, where I am, there are large crowds at the voting booths, and they are fired up Trump supporters. You might actually see some surprises right here in the Bay State, the cradle of liberty. I don't think Trump's going to win Massachusetts, honestly, but if he makes some inroads and we see some more areas go red, so to speak, that could be of earthquake proportion in our politics here. We have a very leftist government here. I could get into that. That's a subject for another day. But suffice to say that the reports I'm hearing, initial reports, are that there's a lot of enthusiasm out there for Trump. And there's a lot of people showing up, and they've been waiting for this for 4 freaking years to put Trump back in and to get rid of this illegitimate regime. Anyway, in Tennessee, have you read? Good. What's happening in Tennessee? We're getting a note on TikTok. Have you observed? What are you seeing out there? I mean, are people enthusiastic? I mean, Tennessee is a bellwether state. I know it's red, but that doesn't matter. It's a key state. If without Tennessee, we can forget it. What's going on over there? You're welcome to join the conversation. Up. My access, my live has been removed. Okay, so we're done with Twitter. We're done with. Yeah, I've been taken off Twitter. That doesn't surprise me. You know, this is election day, and Twitter and I mean, I've been taken off TikTok. So be it. Anyways, 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596. Let me just see something. Content has been taken off. That doesn't necessarily mean that I can't go live. Let's just see. I just want to be sure. Live, go live. Yeah, access suspended. November 12th is when they're going to let me come back. Yeah, okay. Did I say something that doesn't comport to the establishment? Apparently, I did. Let me just try something here with all right, let's just see. TikTok Studio. Let me see if I can switch accounts. I have 2 accounts here, so maybe the other one will let me go. No, I'm not going to do that. Forget it. I'm not on TikTok's out. So be it. Damn. All right. Anyways, so the Gateway Pundit says that a shocking scene reportedly unfolded at a satellite election office in South Park Ice Rink in Bethel Park, Pennsylvania, where early voters who had been waiting for hours witnessed van loads of non-English speaking citizens allegedly escorted to the front by translators to cast their ballots. According to ex-user Emma Carwood, at least 3 buses arrived with individuals being guided in by representatives from, quote, Vote Today PA, a vote mobilization group funded by the progressive organization Working Families Power. Sounds like communists. Which advocates for causes like, quote, economic fairness, racial justice, gender equity, and climate sustainability. All buzzwords for communist action. Some of these individuals were seen wearing hooded sweatshirts with Vote Today PA printed on them. One witness described a disorganized scene, claiming they had these people, they had about 12 of them, walked in and were all foreigners, and they took them up to these younger people to help them fill out and say Vote Today PA, and somehow they beat a 2-hour line. And then they walked up, and one lady, they were even asking her, they were like, we don't have you in the system. Your name's not right. And they're like, oh, we'll take it back and change it. How do you change your damn name? The witness asked. Another individual, Kathy, recounted her experience on X. I was there on Saturday when this happened. We were told when we arrived there would be a 2-hour wait. We watched at least 3 different groups of approximately 20 non-English speaking people were escorted into the building ahead of everyone in line. Another witness, visibly exasperated, commented, I was there. I saw firsthand. So not only do they get everything in their life for free, but now they get to skip the line while the rest of us waited 2 hours. Unbelievable. Okay, these are all commentary on what's going on here. This is, let's see, Gateway Pundit, Arnold Schwarzenegger. What a jerk. He's endorsing Harris. Really? Exactly why? Local ABC news station mistakenly, quote, leaks a, quote, test election result showing Harris winning Pennsylvania as GOP voters storm the polls. Kamala calls for unity, then calls Trump a tyrant. Buzz Aldrin endorses Donald Trump. Good for him. Florida teen wielding machete arrested for intimidating voters outside polling station. I wonder who he's supporting. Congressman Keith Self, Pennsylvania's call for courage, why conservatives like Scott Perry are needed to save America. Kamala is collapsing. Kamala can barely keep her head up and looks absolutely exhausted after a light day of campaigning. FOIA finds FEMA funding millions to Illinois at the request of House Democrats. Why did FEMA get? Were they part of the Hurricane Helene? I don't think so. What's going on with them that they're getting FEMA? President Trump holds a rally. Great. Biden nukes Harris campaign, calling half USA garbage. We know that already. Trudeau on the edge. Bloc Québécois withdraws support for unpopular Canadian Prime Minister and his Liberals. Now works with opposition to topple his government. Okay, so if he's lost Quebec, he's lost everything. Honor and freedom of expression, a distraction from what's truly at stake in the U.S. election. This is about that comedian who said about Puerto Rico, the stupid comment. He should never have made it. Shameful. Kamala Harris makes a comment defending Joe Biden after he called millions of patriotic Trump supporters garbage. Trans kids' mental health no better despite dangerous drug treatment. Yeah, now they released that. I wonder why. Probably somebody leaked it. Anyway, Michael D. Shaw will be joining us shortly. You're welcome to join the conversation. 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596. I'm not going to engage in happy talk here and talk about how I think Trump's going to swamp it. I think that because of the cheating and because of the mass media and all of the forces that are out there to try to stop Trump and have done so in every way possible, they're not going to sit back and let this happen. I won't believe. I don't, I saw, first of all, I saw Raskin on with Bill Maher the other night, and I understand he's already drawn up articles of impeachment in case Trump does win. But what I would suggest is that if Trump does win, but if the Republicans, the Democrats are able to take the House, they're going to not only launch articles of impeachment, but they're not going to certify his victory. They just aren't. Raskin is fairly open about that. He also was promoting a radical agenda. He wants to get rid of the Electoral College. He wants to make Washington, D.C. a state, and Puerto Rico, which, by the way, probably would be Republican. And he wants to get rid of the Electoral College, which, of course, is really un-American. It means that the president will just have to run and be elected out of New York and L.A., maybe Chicago. The rest of the country will become irrelevant, will become unnoticed. Let's see. Do we have notes? We've got chats. Your stream so really well. As a proposal for you, I will share your stream. You just see that. To kick community for you to hit 1,000 followers. Oh, he wants me to this is some ad. They're offering to do something in it. Yeah, they want to pay. No, thanks, but no thanks. I don't pay for anything. Yeah, I don't need to have. I don't need that. But thank you anyways. And nothing. There's nothing wrong with making a pitch. I just I don't pay for radio. I want to do it the old-fashioned way. Build up an audience as I go. I'm not going to. I just ain't going to pay. Anyways, 617. I'm sorry, 508-637-5596. If you'd like to join the conversation, come on down. 508-637-5596. Let me just okay, let me hide that one. And I'm going to all right. I'm not going to overlay it, but I'm going to. You can call in. I just was canceled off of TikTok, so much for that. Let me just take a look at my my Skype here. We have. Let me just see if this works. Best way to do it is just call it. 617-396-4958. Yeah, see, that one doesn't work. It's the other one that works. Let's see. Did I write that out? Yeah, this was in my interview with Dustin Nemos. Right. Nah. Oh, anyways, you're all welcome to come on down. Here we go. If I can find it. I have the number. Here is the number. Okay. 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596 is the number. You're welcome to come on down. Now let's see, where did I put my phone? I think I just lost that. Can't get anything straight here. Oh boy. Yeah, okay, so I'll have to find, there it is. Okay, so let me just try dialing that, see if that number works. 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596. Yeah, that one works. So you're welcome to call. This is a live program. We're talking election. What are your thoughts? 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596 is the number. You know, let me just put that in there. 508-637-5596. And just enter. Call in at 508-637-5596. You're welcome to join the program. We are live. 508-637-5596. You know, I used to do talk radio in Greater Boston at different stations, and then I kind of got out of it. I got involved with other things. I ran for office. I worked in my business. I had a family. I brought up a daughter. I had other activities. And then I kind of got back in. Now I'm getting back in more so with this online show. But that I immediately bumped into the censorship regime. It actually happened, and it really started happening in earnest in 2019, just the year before the pandemic. And now, if God willing, if President Trump wins, I hope to maybe get back to figuring out how to do an end run around that. Let's see, voter suppression. Quakertown polling in Bucks County cuts voting line nearly 3 hours early, despite 4:30 p.m. closing listed on website. Peace officer cites slow and grueling process as cause. Latest UO-CAVA updates. See, this is where they're going to try to cheat. Trump is going to be ahead, and he may even, they've kind of set the stage so that he can't declare victory, even if he has won all these states, because they'll say, well, all the votes haven't been counted yet, which they'll keep counting probably for a week. But in the meantime, they have these UO-CAVA votes, which apparently they have lowered the standards overseas for who gets to vote. It originally was for the military, which, by the way, has been stiffed in that they don't have enough ballots in some cases to vote. So that's suspicious, obviously, and a disgrace. But the Democratic Party has spent a good deal of money and resources to galvanize non-military overseas citizens to vote. And apparently certain states in the battleground states, so-called, I would point particularly to Michigan. You don't have to even be a resident of that state, or you don't have to prove you're a resident of the state when you're overseas and you want to cast one of these so-called Uakava votes. So that's where I think they're spending money and time gathering those. Now, if they do it in Israel, by the way, where you do have a lot of American citizens who are dual citizens and who are Israelis, they're going to vote for Trump. So I don't know if they're really focusing too much on them. Let's see. TikTok notification. Yeah, TikTok has shut me down. Sorry about that, TikTok followers, but I ain't going to be on TikTok for another week. I'm in the penalty box. I don't know. Maybe they'll improve it. I don't know. By the way, if you're out there and you have some tech savvy, contact me. I might hire you. I need help to figure out how to get the stream live on several sites that I really could do this. Like, for example, Substack and Getter is a problem for me now. Used to not be. And several others. I want to be able to expand the program, obviously, as much as possible. What else would I do, right? I mean, that's why I'm here. And, I want to be able to make hay, what can I tell you? Let me do something. Let me also go Twitter and see if I can get the live button going. I know I'm live on Twitter, but there's also this facility where I think I can anyway. Maybe not. Let's see. Twitter. I mean, here we go. Spaces. Yeah. Go live on Spaces. How do I go live on Spaces? Let me try it again. I think I almost had that. Spaces. Let's see. Premium Spaces. Wait a minute. Let me just try it again here. Spaces. Okay, here we go. Spaces. And I want to go live on the video. Reconnect. Hello. Let's see. Mic is off. Mic is on. Mic is on. Welcome to the program. Charles Moscowitz here. Let me just see if I can get video. I don't see video. MySpace. No video? That's fine. I don't need video. We're live on Spaces. If you want to join the conversation, you're welcome to do so. I'm also live on various live streams where you can. What do I want to talk about? What do you think I want to talk about? What else? All right. The mic is on. You're welcome to join on Spaces. You're welcome to join. I've just been booted off of TikTok. I don't know. What did I say? You can't know. That's the problem. Even if I did know, I don't give a crap. I am concerned about possible theft of this election. There are some troubling things going on out there. I don't believe that the powers that removed Trump in 2020 are going to lie down and let him win. I just don't. I mean, I'll be, I will be shocked. Maybe I've been, Steve Turley, who I follow and who's a good guy, he says that people like me, we've been traumatized. He understands it, but he thinks that we've been traumatized by 2020 and what we saw, and then all the hate and abuse that's poured out, and the destruction and the nastiness after that so-called victory. And he's right in one sense. Doesn't mean it's not true. Doesn't mean it's not happening. It is happening. I think they're trying to steal the friggin' election. I stand by that. I don't doubt that they are. I think they've tried everything, including 2 assassin attempts. They flooded Western North Carolina. They tried to bankrupt Trump. They tried to try him on bogus charges. They tried to bankrupt his family. They tried to harass him in every way possible, and none of it worked. And now they even stooped recently to calling him Hitler and this kind of garbage. Enough with the frickin' Hitler talk. Disgusting. These are the same people who are doing stuff that's would have made Hitler and his henchmen blush. Like, for example, castrating young children and removing young girls' breasts. I don't think Mengele would have pulled that off. It was too evil, as bad as he was, obviously. They're the ones who are doing the censorship. That's why Twitter just shut me down. They're the ones who are doing lawfare. They're persecuting and prosecuting anyone who dares be a political opponent. They're spying on Catholics at church. They're spying on parents going to school board meetings. They're spying on pro-life families who, are expressing their opposition to abortion. They're freaking killing a pet squirrel in that guy's house in New York. Really? Some busybody neighbor calls and they show up with a SWAT team. They go in, they ransack his house, seize his pet squirrel and his pet raccoon, and kill them. Commit, well, it's not homicide. You have to have a person for homicide. What is peticide, right? They killed his wonderful pets. I'm sorry, but that does have an impact. And they finished their campaign with this really low, sinking to the bottom of the barrel by calling everyone Hitler, and they're all Nazis. That's right. We're all friggin' Nazis. As I said, the irony is who they are and what they're saying. And what this tells me, again, is that they are not going to allow President Donald Trump to win. I won't believe it until I see it. I really won't. I'm sorry. But that's my position. I just, maybe, again, Steve Turley is right. Maybe I've been traumatized. I don't know. But that's what I see. And that's all I can go by. Let's see what else is going on here. Latest I talked about the UO-CAVA updates. Benson is up to new tricks in Michigan. The widespread leftist ballot harvesting operations. Colorado's Jenna Griswold, who put Tina Peters in prison for 9 years for allegedly exposing the code of a machine. She's exposing a ton of codes. She should be in the can. Under fire for leaking voting machine passwords in 63 of 64 counties on the state website. What else is going on? Puerto Rican Trump supporters hold massive caravan rally in support of President Trump. That's in San Juan. Puerto Rico joke hyped by Dems and media has caused zero change among Pennsylvania Hispanics. Good. New Judge Cannon won't recuse herself from would-be Trump assassin. Andrea Mitchell announces she's retiring from her daily MSNBC show. Good riddance. White House spin after Joe Biden called millions of Trump supporters garbage is so pathetic that CNN isn't even buying it. He came out of jail mentally and physically sharper, Steve Bannon tells the Gateway pundit. He's back and ready to fight. Steve Bannon is really a great leader of this movement. I have been listening to him since he got out of jail. Every single show. Check it out. If you haven't been listening, check it out. It's so he doesn't complain. He gets right back in the fight. He deals with signal, not noise, as he likes to say. Goes right into the research. You can't get better than Steve Bannon. The guy is a powerhouse. He reminds me of growing up in Boston, these kind of Irish, tough, street fighting people, who Boston Irish Catholic vibe, and I mean that in the best sense, not the bad ones. There were a few of them too, but Steve Bannon, this moral power that he brings to the table is unprecedented, and he hasn't talked about the fact that he was a political prisoner for 4 months. He's busy with the campaign, but he did make one quick reflection on that. He said that while in prison, he was giving civics lessons in the rec hall, and it was wildly popular. Everyone attended. You had lines out the door. And that most of the people there were Black or Hispanic. And based on comments that were made and questions over time, and while, of course, this is anecdotal, but it's obvious, he came to realize that they despise Kamala Harris because they know that she was responsible for keeping them in prison longer than their sentences required in order for the corporate interests to get free slave labor in California when she was the Attorney General. And that conversely, they love Trump because they understand that Trump was the author of the First Step Act, which released 10,000 predominantly minority men from prison for minor misdemeanors. Hello, am I on? Yeah, okay. Anyway, you're welcome to join the program. 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596. God willing, if President Trump wins, and oh my God, I'm sitting on Spielkes, as they say. I mean, the thought of it is just it's so tantalizing. Oh, and it could be such a glorious day for this country if he wins. I can almost taste it. That if that happens, for me personally, I'm probably going to start to ramp up this program a little bit. I don't deny the fact that I've been discouraged. I've been behind the 8 ball in terms of marshaling the amount of energy needed to do it because of the censorship. Look, I was just canceled from TikTok. I was only like about 5 minutes in and they canceled me. I think that if Trump wins, there's going to be ways around that. I believe that. Let me just see if I'm live on YouTube. I have a phantom YouTube. Oh, I'm live on my own website, Charles Moscowitz Live, which I'm going to spend some time promoting. If Trump wins, I'll feel energized to do that. Let me see if am I live on YouTube? YouTube's unlimited hangout. All right, let's see. No, I don't think I am. It's still, YouTube is still a little tricky. Whatever. Yeah, maybe I am. I don't know. It doesn't appear. Let's see, YouTube. No, it doesn't appear that I am. Let me just see if I click live, if anything happens. No, they won't let me do that. Destiny, he's a left-winger. He's live. Yeah, they let him go because he hates Trump. I mean, it's this is they're all having live coverage. Okay, fine. Not live on YouTube. Anyway, you're welcome to join the conversation. 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596. I don't see, I'm not really attracting much action on the Twitter X. But whatever, it's just another venue. I don't mind. It's all good. Let me just see. Where are we on this? Spaces, yeah. I mean, I am live on the Spaces. Anyways, Michael D. Shaw will be joining us shortly. He's a science writer. He does a blog. He has a Substack, a page, and we'll see what happens. Let me just maybe I should take some more of my supplements. I've been working out at the gym. Something I never thought I would do. I always hated it. We had membership, but I never went. But my daughter urged me to go and challenged me, and she kind of like, and I listened to her. Whatever she says, I try to do. And so I actually hired a personal trainer. And, these things get more important when you get to be my age. And I think that the results have been astonishing. I find that I really like it. I look forward to it. I feel better. I'm doing stretch exercises. I'm doing good old-fashioned bodybuilding, pumping iron. I'm doing, cardio by doing the treadmill. I get to listen to Steve Bannon on the headphones while I do it. And I'm finding that I'm feeling better than I have felt in a long time, and I'm getting into shape. Plus, I want to be ripped, especially as Thanksgiving comes up, and I feel competitive with one of my brothers who is very much kind of a gym rat, and he's always been fit. I'd like to be able to show up and not look out of shape, at least, or at least on my way. So that's interesting to me, and I urge people to do that. I'm also a big supplement person. I love supplements. I take them, a lot of them. Anyway, you're welcome to join the program, 508-637, while we wait for Michael. There he is. He's there. How do you like that? Hi, Mike. How are you?
Hey, let me call. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. It's kind of a casual.
No. Here we are. All right. First thing.
Yes.
I'm going to put you on the spot here.
Please
First
do.
question. What's your gut? What is your gut?
Something, I am, as I've said, I'm sitting on Spielkas. My gut is that Trump is going to win big. And, that even in Massachusetts, the polls are crowded and they have Trump people. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't think he's going to win Massachusetts, but I think he could make inroads here. I think he has a chance of taking New Hampshire. New Hampshire's key. New Hampshire is coming out in spades. Kelly Ayotte is running for governor. She's a Republican, very popular, and it's very important that she wins. But she's bringing out supporters. Maine looks promising. I think New York.
Wow.
Well, Maine has. The city of Portland is to the left of Pyongyang. I mean, those people are lunatics. But if you go outside of Portland, you've got real Mainers. And they're coming out in droves.
Maine is an interesting place because yes, Portland's very liberal. If you go into hardcore Maine, it's pretty conservative. But then you go into places like the mid-coast, and apparently somebody created a Trump train the other day, driving up to these mid-coast little towns.
Yes,
just driving those people nuts.
Yeah, but people are coming out in favor.
Yeah.
And you have to realize the Trump supporters, people like even myself, I would include here. you don't talk about it too loud because you could end up getting in a lot of trouble. So, but today is the day that you can come out and vote. And I think that Trump actually is doing well in New York. The city of New York, you don't have too many. His rally in Madison Square Garden, you had thousands of people out on the street in Manhattan. You had, New York. I mean, the mayor Adams is pro-Trump, even though he doesn't explicitly say so. And Trump has given him a compliment also, and that people are upset about, the whole influx of migrants taking over all the city facilities, and that whole agenda. Plus, upstate New York, it's very red. I think Trump could take New York. I really do.
You heard it here first, folks.
Yes.
Heard it here first.
Pennsylvania is going to be a knife fight. I think Trump. I mean, the people like Scott Pressler have been working in Pennsylvania now for years, registering Republican voters.
Right.
The early vote, which is something that the Democrats always expect to be work well for them, and usually does, it has not worked well for them this time. It's completely backfired. In every example, particularly of the battleground states, Trump's early vote was huge. People did come out, and they were urged to do so. And they're not the usual type of voters. Today, they're swamping the polls. And so I think that if everything was on the up and up, Trump would win a landslide. He possibly could win, about maybe, all of the states except for the far left. California, I don't think he could win because you've got 3 million illegal aliens voting. So that's gone. I think Washington is probably far left also, but Oregon, maybe, I don't know. Hawaii, forget about it. But all of the West, I mean, even New Mexico, I think that Trump's
Mexico's in play.
Arizona, but of course, Arizona, you still have the corrupt, rotten, Maricopa County. But I just heard Kerry Lake on with Bannon last night, and she said that they have fixed the problems of the broken machines that were breaking only in Republican areas in 2022, and that the street game is good. I think that I'm optimistic there that the fraud will be overtaken. The fraud in Pennsylvania is a problem. They're blocking access to voting machines. It's like a street fight there. But I think that the overwhelming nature of the vote, they could overcome the fraud. There's always the threat of the Uakava votes, and they're setting the stage now for preventing Trump from declaring victory by saying, well, all the votes aren't counted yet. He's stealing the election. And what they mean by that is the Uakava votes. Now, the Uakava votes are overseas voters. What it is that the standards were weakened, I think about 5 years or 6 years ago. I don't know if it happened during the pandemic, but originally it was only supposed to be for military personnel and their families, and maybe a few others overseas, American citizens. That has expanded to everybody, and that the standards of proof of residency has weakened. The Democratic Party has invested a lot of money in harvesting and gathering those votes, and doing so for the battleground states. And of course, you have the corrupt, rotten Secretary of State in Michigan, Jocelyn Benson, who has said that all of those votes will be counted whether people lived in the state or not. So that's a problem, and they could do that, and they could. That's going to be one avenue to steal the election. I think that they may use it. There are problems being reported with the Dominion voting, and there I said it, Dominion, in some states, apparently particularly in Kentucky for some reason, where people are trying to vote for Trump and the machine won't let them. I don't know how pervasive that is, but we know that that's something that's very difficult to detect, the algorithms of those machines. So I'm worried about that. Look, I still think that they're going to try to steal it. I can't imagine them letting Trump win. They've done everything to stop Trump, obviously. I mean, they tried to shoot him twice. They tried to bankrupt him. They tried to put him in prison. They've used day after day of these hoaxes and this propaganda to push him. And, oh, he's Hitler. You know, they've gone to the lowest of lows. I mean, the bottom of the barrel. He's Hitler. Oh, yeah, sure. And, you know, nothing has worked, but they're still not going to stop. They're going to do something. I mean, I'm not going to be calm and relaxed until I see it happen. I mean, what about you, Mike?
All right. Well, I can't disagree with any of that, but on the positive side, they have no talent. They keep doing the same things. Let me give you this particular example. That Liz Cheney statement about the firing squad. Now, that may have worked. That may have worked when there was no alternative media. But I ask you, what's the point of making a ridiculous statement like that when it can be disproven in 3 seconds?
Well, even Bill Maher noted that even though he was on a rant about Trump being Hitler, he noted that was a hoax. I mean, and you're right. I mean, there's too much alternative media now who can identify these hoaxes, and they come out with a hoax a week. I mean, I don't know, the latest one having Trump, you know, I mean, just this garbage. I mean, you look at, you know, he's unhinged, or, you know, I mean, the most recent one, this is actually the funniest one, and the one that I think encapsulates the entire agenda every week. I'm looking at the Drudge Report, which is really anti-Trump.
Oh, man. Oh.
And they have a big headline, Trump is toast. Trump is toast. Yeah. And they show, of course, they do what the Globe used to do to anybody they don't like. They did this with Reagan, where they show a very large picture of him in the most unflattering light. I mean, it tries to make him look really old, or, you know what I mean? They'll find something. And then you click on the article, and what it is that Michael Moore, the filmmaker, has said in some stupid interview in some weird podcast that he thinks that Trump is going to lose. This is a headline? I mean, what the hell are they talking about? And they're making this is like, oh, yes. I mean, it's like pathetic. If this is all they have.
Well, this is what I've been saying, that they're being very aggressive, but it's the same playbook they've always used. They haven't adjusted. Now, one piece of good news that I saw on Twitter, I believe yesterday, was that people are looking in Pennsylvania and say, wait a minute, where are all the votes? Where are all the votes? And then the answers come up. Well, if you're comparing it to 2020, when they added 700,000 fake votes, that's why you're not seeing it. And
yeah, but I don't know. They still might drive in those white vans filled with made-out ballots in Philadelphia and in Detroit. I mean, I assume that Michigan will be stolen. I mean, it's so bad there. But I hope that maybe that might be the only state she wins because it's stolen.
The signs look good. Obviously, we'll have to wait. But this election seems a lot different from 2020.
Oh, and you know something? I'm listening to the left-wing radio shows. They all seem demoralized. I mean, they're like pulling, and they're even mentioning, I mean, in passing, what happens when Trump does win. I mean, and these are people like, Nancy Gertner. I don't want to mention her name in particular, but I'm just saying the hard left, street fighters. These are thugs who will like stab at Trump in a second. I mean, these are, you know, they don't F around. I mean, this is like Mark Elias and that crowd. You know, they're not gonna. They are just out there, and they are sounding demoralized, which is a good sign. I mean, if you look at their, I follow his Twitter page. And by the way, the censorship regime is in full force. When I went on a little early and I went on live on TikTok, they shut me down immediately within 5 minutes.
Really? What did you say?
I don't know. You can never tell. Did I make a reference to getting to the bottom of 2020? I mean, I was trying to actually be somewhat careful, but somebody reported me and they shut it down. I've been suspended for 2 weeks. So I only say this to note that the censorship regime is in full fledged right now, and the last time around, anyone who brought up what they saw with their own eyes, which is that the election had been stolen, and that they watched 7 states shut down simultaneously at 11 p.m. Anyone who brings that up is demonized as being almost like a subhuman, like you're the Übermensch, Untermensch. Was what the Nazis called you. And that the media, rather than investigate, because they've never really answered what happened with there or some of these other things, they just launched into vicious ad hominem attacks on anyone who questioned that election. That whole infrastructure is still in place. They are setting the stage for demonizing anybody who questions the election now. I do think that. I mean, they're going to try to keep it.
I don't think they have the power that they even had 4 years ago. It's pathetic. In fact, there were numerous articles talking about Jeff Bezos' comment in the Washington Post why they didn't do an endorsement. Mm-hmm. And I think it was Megyn Kelly and others said, it doesn't matter. The paper's dead. You're not going to save it. You have a hardcore of like a couple 100,000 subscribers and people online, but it's like you're preaching to the choir. And for a good Catholic, this is not a particularly nice thing to say, but they're just going to abort themselves to death. And that's going to be a smaller and smaller faction. I think
so. I mean, Bezos, I think, knows this, which is why he's not endorsing Trump. And maybe there's a couple of other big names out there who are around now. I mean, look at Elon Musk was anti-Trump until recently, right? He supported Biden. Maybe there's a couple of those types that are out there now and that are going to stand up.
Well, even Joe Rogan, as otherwise a liberal, unless he's completely changed.
Oh yeah, he formally endorsed Trump yesterday. So, there are some pretty hard-hitting people, I think, who are around now who weren't before. There's a huge momentum. People are excited about Trump's government. He has amazing people around him. RFK Jr.
That's a big point. It's not just Trump. It's the people around him. He brought the RFK.
Yeah.
Elon, Tulsi Gabbard, some of his good guys from the previous administration.
Yeah. J.D. Vance.
Yeah.
His 2 sons are great. His daughter-in-law is great. People he can trust. They're actually very brilliant people. He's surrounded by good people who will not only protect him, but who are going to have expertise in various areas of government. I mean, Elon Musk wants to handle, reducing the deficit. Can you imagine? I mean, Biden, they've rung up something like $9 trillion in debt, which is why people are wondering why hamburger costs $15 at McDonald's.
Yeah.
I mean, to bring Elon Musk in there for that, he's the richest man in the world. He did it at Twitter. He cut back 80%, and it's much better now. I mean, that's like, it's a gift. I mean, this is like something.
Consider that for a moment. Again, I've seen things to this effect.
By the way, let me just interject also.
Cut back 80% at Twitter, and it's running fine. Imagine what he could do to the federal government.
Of course. And by the way, they're UAKava votes. They're not trying to gather votes in Israel because Israelis are overwhelmingly pro-Trump. Right. They're going to, they do have American citizenship, a pretty good number of them. I mean, probably in the maybe upwards of, 50, 60,000 Israelis probably have American citizenship. And they're going to vote for Trump. And that can make a difference. So I don't necessarily assume that the UAKavas are going to all be for Biden. I mean, for whatever the hell they are. Harris.
Well, that's a good point. I think a lot of the military has become liberal, which is a story unto itself. But
Oh,
you know,
but did you see that they're shafting the military? They don't have enough ballots. I don't know if you saw
right.
that.
No,
I mean,
well,
that's really a disgrace.
they
Can you
always seem
imagine?
to complain about that. This isn't the first time, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, that's ugly. That's a disgrace. Can you imagine? Meanwhile, I mean, Jeff Kuna this morning pointed out that the Democrats in Congress scuttled a bill that would have provided for financial assistance to families of veterans who had died in war
Yeah,
for colleges. They scuttled that bill, and instead they supported a bill that gives free tuition to illegal aliens. Now, to me, F them. That's enough of a reason to vote for Republicans in Congress. And Trump has to take both houses of Congress. I think that his chances for the Senate are good. The House, I'm not so sure.
they're trying to
But
make in the Senate numbers like 54,
oh,
possibly
that would
more.
be fantastic. Yeah, I mean, I think so because I think that the guy running for Manchin's seat is going to win. The guy in running against Tester in Montana is strong. He probably is going to win. And there might be a few other surprises in the Senate races. I mean, maybe, I mean, I don't know, John Deaton can beat Hiawatha Warren here in Massachusetts. I don't know about that, but you never know.
But
You
haven't you
know?
noticed that there really aren't too many Democrat office holders that have come out full throat for Kamala Harris?
No, I mean they don't go like Tammy Baldwin, who by the way is losing, I think, or challenged in Wisconsin. She didn't even appear with her when
No.
that's like a shock in a way. That's a big story because when your president of your party is making an appearance in your state, you join them on stage and you support them. She was nowhere to be found. So that might be a sign for what's going on in Wisconsin. I don't know. But I mean, that could be, and Wisconsin is huge. I mean, if Trump takes Wisconsin, that's a game changer. That's huge.
Yeah.
So
The other thing that seems to be a good sign is if you look at all the newspapers, um, the most they'll say is it's a dead heat.
which means Trump is crushing it
That's
because
what I.
oh
That's
yeah, I
what I.
mean, and they're never going. I mean, Trump always, I mean, historically performs better than the polls, and this is a good sign. The reports I'm hearing are that people are out on the street, they're voting, and they're waiting in line. If you're listening to this program, get out and vote. Bring your friends, bring your family, bring your colleagues, and be prepared to wait in line. Maybe get a couple of snacks and some water because you're going to have to be there a while. But it's your civic duty. I mean, this is a chance to really, make a difference in this country and get out and friggin' vote for
Yeah.
Trump.
Now saying
Save the
that,
country.
there's you don't. Well, today you do, of course, but there are opportunities, of course, to early vote. Which what 50%?
Is that still happening? I mean,
Well, no, there's
I
not
think
early
the-
voting
I think
today.
that the early voting is over now.
Right, no. But what I'm saying is that you didn't have to wait till November 5th. If you did,
Right.
you damn well better vote today. But on the other hand, you have plenty of opportunities or had plenty of opportunities to do it. And you should consider, because it's less of a hassle on these so-called election days. So food for thought.
Yeah, but the important thing is that so far the early voting has been in Trump's favor across the board. Every single battleground state. I don't know so much about. I haven't heard any data come in from the blue states, but I don't know. I mean,
The
I think
information coming in from the blue states is there are more Republicans voting early than ever before.
so. Then yeah, and that's the so-called firewall for the Democrats. They always banked early votes early, and they were ahead going into election day. I mean, at least in recent decades, and now they don't have it. It's gone. Trump's ahead in all certainly in all 6 of the battleground states, and he's gained in the blue states. I don't know if he's ahead necessarily, but now on election day, Republicans traditionally come out and vote. And I also assume that independents are breaking for Trump, and a lot of Democrats are going to vote for Trump. They're not, everybody, they all admit that nobody really is enthusiastic about Harris.
No one is for Harris except for a very small number of stupid people that think the most significant thing in the world is that a so-called black
she has a vagina.
woman, president.
Yeah, they're voting for her vagina. Just like there was that core of people that voted for Hillary. Yeah. And all I can say to them, is what is her vagina going to affect the cost of hamburger? What the hell are people thinking?
Well, here's the thing. I'm not a fan of Hillary Clinton, but I would have to say that Hillary Clinton had a lot more gravitas.
Oh yeah, look, Harris is the worst. She's absolutely horrendous. She can't answer a freaking question for beans. Look, she's by the way having said that, I think she's better than Biden. And I think that she's probably going to do better than Biden would have done had he stayed on the ticket, because Biden could not even barely function at all. The guy he's like gone. There's nobody home at all.
Well, which begs a big question, Chuck. Who's the president now?
Well, whoever has been president for the past 4 years is who's president now. We don't know. Probably George Soros, I would guess. I don't know. Obama probably. He's probably out there. And all those people are going to be swept away if Trump wins. The Obamas, the Clintons, the Bushes, all of them will be gone, finally, relegated to the sewers of history where they belong.
Well, let's talk about the Bushes for a minute. Interesting case. I always hated them, but certainly GW was masquerading as a Republican successfully enough to win twice. Okay.
Right.
Now, why the hell didn't he just go off into the sunset, tell his damn family to shut up, and his legacy, such as it is, would have been preserved? But when his daughters and his wife come out in favor of Harris, and I don't believe GW is in favor of Harris. He's kept pretty quiet on that.
Yeah.
But what was the point? What good did that do for those endorsements?
Well, I think that Bush has been affected by the same forces that affected Blackmun, that Nixon talked about. They are blackballed. They're hated. They're denounced. They can't hold their head up at social events. They've been uninvited. They can't go to church probably without holding their head up. And I think that got to them. I think Bush has had, there was things got pretty ugly for Bush particularly in that final year. I remember that they revved up that hate machine.
Yeah.
That was pretty tough. And I don't think that the Bushes are set up for that. They're like, they're country club, people were like denouncing them. So I think that has a lot to do with Bush. I think that his daughters, one of whom is in the media, I think she's on NBC, I think. Yeah. They want to be part of the beautiful people. They want to be invited to the fancy parties and the dinners. And they want to see.
It's funny, Chuck. What I often ask people is real life more like high school or college? And of course, the answer is high school. And I mentioned this in my latest piece. Why are all these celebrities lining up for Harris? All right, the younger ones, the people on the way up, I understand they have to be part of the cabal.
Exactly.
But Harrison Ford.
Oh my God! What a
Harrison Ford, 84 years old. He's never going to make another movie.
I know he's a washed up.
Than God. So, what's the point?
What's the deal with him? He's a washed up actor, and he's now coming out. It's just, and Schwarzenegger is one of the worst. Oh my God!
He
really?
Now that was, I think something happened to him because this was a scuttlebutt going around California when he was governor, that he was ruined by Maria, who was a true believing Democrat. In fact, the funny, and again,
plus he stuck with the babysitter, putting that aside.
yeah,
I mean,
there were the story that went around that I thought was hilarious, and I'm sure is true, is when Maria Shriver was in college. I don't think I ever mentioned this on the show before. She was staying in some dorm or whatever, and she happens to encounter some fellow student.
Right.
Well, yeah, I just got a new car, and the payment's a little high. I hope we're going to be able to do it. Maria turns to her and says, "Payments? People buy cars on payments?" And
oh yeah, well, talk about silver spoon in her mouth growing up.
Yeah, well, a silver spoon and brain dead.
Yes,
I know a lot of rich people, and they're not that stupid about common man things like that. Unless they've been sheltered their entire life.
well, I mean, apparently Kennedy never carried a piece of change in his pocket.
No.
He would go out and people would have to pick up the check. He'd be at church, and when they passed the pew, the thing, he'd have to hit the guy next to him. Could you give me a 10 or something? Oh, by the way, we are live. You can join the conversation. 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596. I see that Alex from the Donut Factory has just joined us on YouTube. Alex recently hosted me debating Dustin Nemos on his program. Really good debate. Alex, you're welcome to come on if you'd like. 508-637-5596. I'd like to hear from people about what they're seeing and hearing out in the field. Did you vote today? What was it like? What are the lines like? What are people saying? What's going on, especially in Pennsylvania?
Oh yeah.
Pennsylvania is almost turning into, it's almost a civil war.
Well,
I mean,
there was some thing with Cambria County, Pennsylvania, where they're not going to have to keep it open till 10 p.m. I understand.
Yeah, but now they're not. I mean, they've already tried to. They only put like 2 or 3 people in there. There is a war going on in that state. They just had somebody's reporting. I mean, the Gateway Pundit, that people are in line for hours, and these buses are showing up with people who don't speak English, and being done by this radical leftist group who hired them. And they're being ushered into the front of the line to vote, and they don't even know their name. They can't even have a name listed there. So, they are trying to pull it off in Pennsylvania. I know that we have a very good street team there. I mean, I don't know if they're going to overcome it. I mean, you've got Scott Pressler is out there. Jack Posobiec is out there. He's from Pennsylvania. You got teams of people. Charlie Clerk is out there from Turning Point America. I mean, there are people, we're not taking Pennsylvania for granted. There's a huge team of people crisscrossing that state and watching everything. And I think that the Republican National Committee, they've had their problems, but it's a hell of a lot better than it was under Ronna McDaniel. Now they have hired hundreds, if not thousands, of lawyers who are ready, just like Youngkin did in Virginia.
Yeah, that was brilliant.
Oh yeah, I mean, they're ready. If you see anything, drop a dime, call the Republican National Committee, and they'll have a lawyer on that thing immediately. They've got teams of thousands of poll workers, people watching the counting rooms. Already, the corrupt, Soros-backed, Southern Poverty Law Center-backed Secretary of State Benson over in Michigan, that beautiful blonde woman, she has already tried to block people from going into the counting rooms and has failed. So, it's tough. I mean, those people.
Isn't this so? I mean,
they're going to stick a stick in their back.
Isn't this good news in the sense that they realize they've got a street fight?
Yeah.
And the problem is they got a street fight against people that have already been bullied.
That's right, and they're not going to take any crap this time around.
Yeah.
People are like, they're just, we've been waiting for 4 years for this, and I just don't think that they're going to pull that. I mean, I feel encouraged by that. I just think that even with that, though, they're not going to roll over. They're not going to let this happen. I can't imagine it. Do you think that they've got something up their sleeve? I'm sorry, but I feel uneasy about it. They don't care. I mean, they didn't care last time. They don't care this time. They want to hold on to power. If they lose, they all could end up investigated and in jail, like they did to Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro. I can't wait to see them being called to testify before Congress. Let's see if they do it under oath. It's like they know they're in trouble. They're going to be investigated. There's going to be an investigation.
Here's a model for this. On the ridiculous deal with Trump and the loan with Deutsche Bank, when it came up to New York Supreme Court,
Mm-hmm.
the case started falling apart like a house of cards.
Yeah.
To the point that, and there's video on this, I found it very amusing, that toward the end, the lawyers for the plaintiff were begging the judge, don't sanction us.
I saw that. He looked like he was about to cry.
Yeah.
He's like, I have a family. I have supporting.
Oh, yeah. So I think that you're going to see some rats leave the sinking ship. I think you're going to get some tell-alls.
There's already a whistleblower, by the way, in Detroit, a young black man who is saying that they're stealing it in Detroit, just like they did last time. They're putting names out. They're creating fictional people and voting those people. I don't know if there's any way to overcome that completely, because once a vote is cast, it's done, which is why I think that probably they'll hold on to Michigan. I mean, it's just too corrupt.
I'll tell you the way to overcome it in the future is you put these people in prison that are doing this.
Well, that's right. And we should tell people, and I think the Republicans have done a good job, even with commercials. If you cheat and you're caught, that's a felony. You're going to go to jail. If you're an illegal alien and you get caught, you're going to be deported.
Compare this to the early years of the internet, where people were hacking. Remember this? And isn't that cute? He hacked into the public school web server, changed the grades. How clever. And it was, isn't this a little thing? And then you get wrist slap. Yeah. But now, no. It's a big deal.
Go to jail.
They come down on these people. And I think that I have always said that the only reason that California became deep blue was massive, massive voter fraud after 2011.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they put people on I think they've done it by putting illegal aliens' names on the ballot. And and voting those names, even if they don't know they're being voted. I don't even blame them. I mean, it's just
you're exactly right. And it was the Republicans did it to themselves because they had a chance to stop this and nip this in the bud, so to speak, with Bob Dornan's campaign against Loretta Sanchez, and they didn't. And they didn't.
By the way, we have somebody texting me from Flanders in Belgium, Victoria Perfidum. You're welcome to join the conversation. Send a message and I'll read it over the air, or you can call 508-637-5596, 508-637-5596. We are live here. We're talking about the election. We're talking about what's happening on the street. If you voted, I want to hear about it. Have you seen anything, heard anything? What are you seeing out there, wherever you happen to be in this country, if you're listening? One thing I will say that is, if Trump wins, God willing, I intend to really start getting into doing this show. I've been demoralized by, look, TikTok already has taken me off just 5 minutes in. I think that since the censorship regime started to crack down, but I think that that's going to lift. That's one of the positive things. about a victory by Trump, this Nazi-like censorship regime is going to take a major hit. They're not going away, but they're not going to get away with what they've done. They're not going to censor legitimate opposition to their political radical point of view. And I think that the rest of the world, people are praying that Trump wins. I've talked to a few people about that. I attended on the Sukkah holiday. I actually attended a Sukkah celebration in Manhattan.
Did you have a sukkah in your home?
No, that's a big deal. I don't do that, but I did it actually last year. We did it, but we went to a major one in New York. My daughter lives in New York, and a lot of French Jews were there. They're visiting their children who are going to college, and I spoke with several of them, and they're like, "We are praying for Trump. Vote for Trump." They even said it to my wife, and my wife said, you actually make a case. I would not listen to my husband, of course, but you make a case. Maybe I very well might. She doesn't. But I'm just saying that they were very passionate about it.
Well, they should be. The country has been overridden.
Yeah.
And
overridden by anti-French foreigners who, and in Europe,
anti-French and anti-Semitic. Let's not kid ourselves.
Oh yeah, definitely. And in Europe, it's a bigger problem than here. But that could be us, where you have an influx of large numbers of people who are not interested in assimilating into your country, but who are creating their own nationalism within your country. Now, I don't think that's happened here. By the way, the Muslim community in Dearborn, pro-Trump.
Oh, yeah.
The Somali community in Minneapolis, pro-Trump. They've come out. Thank God for them. Thank God for the Muslims. Thank God for the Palestinians and for the Somalis. Get out and vote. They basically said.
Isn't that an interesting turn? Isn't that an interesting turn?
Well, they want to have peace. In fact, Rashida Tlaib, right, who came to office in her first public statement said, "I'm going to screw Trump, that mother effer," and using that word. Remember that? She's not coming out and endorsing Harris because she knows that her constituents are endorsing Trump. So that could tip Michigan. That really could. If the Muslims of Dearborn come out and vote for Trump, Dearborn, Michigan has the biggest Muslim population in the Western Hemisphere.
Well, the interesting thing about Dearborn, because I was born in Detroit.
Yeah.
And you have to be my age to remember this. Dearborn then, first of all, no Jews.
Right.
No blacks. But then they started, they didn't have on their membership sheet anything against Arabs, and they came in and within a very short time became the dominant demographic in Dearborn. But it completely changed. The old mayor.
My understanding is that Henry Ford wanted to hire Muslims to work in the factory back in the 1920s because they had a reputation for not drinking. And he thought they'd make very good employees. So he actually sent agents to Beirut and to Damascus to recruit Muslims to come to Detroit to work. So that was the beginning.
There weren't that many living there then.
Sure. But they're all voting for Trump because they believe in traditional values. I think that they're probably also, quite frankly, misogynists. They don't like women in positions of power, which is, I'm not endorsing that, but that's just.
Well, that'll work this time. Okay.
Yeah, that's just a reality. That happens to be a street thing. Steve Bannon has not talked about his prison experience. He says he's going to get into it after the election. He's completely focused on the election. He's doing an incredible job. Check out the War Room Pandemic. It's really, he goes into each state. He gets into it, brings in the right people. The one thing he did mention about his prison experience was that he said that while he was there, he was giving these seminars in the rec room, these civics lessons. and that they were hugely popular. People were lining up to go. These are prisoners, most of whom are black or Hispanic, and that this may seem anecdotal, but he said they despise Harris because they all know that when she was Attorney General in California, she kept prisoners, majority of whom were black men, in prison longer than their sentence required. They could have gotten an early release because she wanted to have cheap labor for her leftist support, the leftist supporters of the Democratic Party out there, who, I mean, this is, they're going to have slavery practically, and they know this, and they despise her for it, and they love Trump because of the First Step Act. The First Step Act, Trump worked personally on that and getting that across. The result was that upwards of 10,000 prisoners, predominantly black men, were released from prison for misdemeanors, for like having a nickel bag of marijuana, really small crimes, and that he promised to do more. So, that's I think black men are not supporting Harris. They hate Harris, and I think Hispanics.
Exactly right. She made her bones, such as it is, by going with tremendous and stupid zeal on relatively minor drug cases, putting tons of primarily black men in prison.
Yeah.
To put more notches in her belt. And she was very emblematic of the cartel of the criminal justice system, which is horribly corrupt. It just exists to prosecute drug offenses, to enrich defense lawyers, and keep incompetent judges on the bench. It's a whole mess, and she was a big part of it, being involved in the largest state in pursuing that. So I don't really know what her bona fides are, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she has not once talked about anything other than being, quote, black and female.
Right.
She's not talked about a single accomplishment, of which she doesn't have any, in her entire career. And
exactly.
So the only reason to vote for her is if you really hate Trump beyond all reason.
Mm.
But do you really hate Trump enough to put her?
I think people are tired of the Trump hatred. I mean, they're going to still have their hardcore cult, Trump derangement cult. That's going to be there. But I think that
you're never going to change those people.
And who cares? I mean, I think the numbers for them have eroded. It's becoming. Most people are just getting sick and tired of it week after week, year after year. And they're like, this is enough for me. I mean, how long can you sustain that kind of irrational hatred? I don't think people are buying it. They didn't buy the whole convicted felon thing. Everybody saw that they were persecuting a citizen. And then when Trump, of course, is like, he's a brilliant media person. Let's face it. I mean, he's like P.T. Barnum, and I mean that in the best sense. He knows how to work the crowd. I mean, coming out with the mug shot, right? When he gets shot, standing up, fight. I mean, Trump has instincts in terms of how to be a public figure and how to inspire people. The garbage truck, these things, the McDonald's takeout window. He's brilliant. I mean, he really knows how to do the business of politics.
And contrast
with Harris. I mean,
when there's a chant, Kamala, and she said, okay, now everybody yell their own name.
And everybody sat there in silence.
Yeah,
Trump is it's like the novel The Last Hurrah, which is about Boston, Boston politics, and it showed this great skill that the fictional character had there. It was based on James Michael Curley, who was he actually won re-election while in prison because he garnered this. He knew how to work the public. I mean, he knew how to do things that would connect with people. And that's a great politician. Trump has that, and I think that that's served him well. I think he's gotten
He's
better
not
at it.
corrupt like James Curley, but
Right. Well, James Curley, I mean, he had a few, he lived, he had a few beans went in his pocket. Okay. But the point is that he also was a great populist, and he connected with people, and there are similarities. Trump doesn't need the money, but Curley was somewhat corrupt, although they probably went after him because he challenged the Protestant establishment at the time, which he was scathing. He called Saltonstall horseface. I mean, he and all these old Yankees who were running Boston. Curley was, in a way, it is similar to Trump. I mean, in a way, and he was a memorable figure. My grandparents loved Curley, because I mean,
Curley is the guy that originated the notion of having ethnic groups dominate the city so the WASPs would move out,
which they did, except
yes.
Beacon Hill. But he pushed them all out. I mean, John Kerry was like one of the last Yankees left, and maybe Bill Weld when he was governor. I mean, they were the last of the breed, and they were not the best ones either. But but no, Curley was a brilliant politician, and I think that there are similarities with him and Trump. And he got a lot done for the city. It was amazing. Anyway.
Well, that was the model in a sense for Richard Daley, right? That you can be corrupt, but things have to work.
As long as you get something done, I mean, people are willing to turn a blind eye. Everybody knew Curley was, making a few bucks on the side, but he didn't hurt anybody, and he meant well. And with Trump, he doesn't need to be corrupt. He made his money already. Believe me, if Trump had a shred of corruption, that would have been front page week after week. They haven't found that. Instead, you have some corrupt judge saying that he claimed that Mar-a-Lago was worth $18 million. Show how ignorant he is. I mean, Mar-a-Lago is worth $300 million at least. The parking lot next to Mar-a-Lago is worth $18 million. I mean, just to show how rotten that and corrupt that legal system is. That hasn't worked. We don't even need to talk about that. People have forgotten about that. That's dead.
Well, in a sense, I'm glad they forgot about it.
Oh, yeah.
Because this was supposed to be a big strategy. This idea of worshiping authority in general. I mean, when Mandy Cohen, and this has to sink in, of the CDC comes out a week ago saying you should get your COVID booster. It's like my head would explode, right? I mean, how can you keep this up? How is it possible for you to keep this up? And here's the thing, they don't know anything different, right? That's what they do. But it isn't working. No one's getting these shots anymore. And why not? Well, because 60-70% of people did. A lot of them had side effects. Some of the side effects were horrific. And people thought, it's sad, but I can't trust public health anymore. Now, as one who was writing about public health for years, well, I had come to that conclusion a long time before that, the thing that made me write off public health was when they came out against vaping as a method to stop smoking. And then I realized this is so corrupt.
Oh, that's
so stupid.
Well, we'll get RFK going in there with a scalpel and clean up that whole mess. He's one of America's preeminent environmentalists. He has a record as a lawyer of winning cases against the big pharma and against environmental violators, and that's a great thing. I mean, I think that he could bring in a lot of people from the old left, right?
I think you're right, because people that have opened their eyes.
Yeah. People, as they say, they've been red-pilled.
Yeah, well, but it's red-pilled in a good way, in the sense that, I think I mentioned this last time, that my oldest son said, like, what the hell is wrong with Republicans? Why have things gotten this bad? And I said, well, the first thing is, look at who these so-called Republican presidents were, going as far back as you want. After Calvin Coolidge, you have Ronald Reagan, and then Trump. None of these, they're all rhinos.
They all are. They're Me Too presidents.
Lyndon Wilkie, Thomas Dewey.
Yeah.
And let's face it, Eisenhower lucked out because Robert Taft, well, he didn't die before the election, but he was as good as dead.
Yeah.
So they never put up anybody. Barry Goldwater they put up, who was subject to pretty nasty campaign rhetoric from LBJ and company. Remember with that famous
the Daisy commercial. If vote for Barry Goldwater, he's going to blow up the world.
Yeah.
I mean, in a way, they're trying that against Trump. He's going to be like Hitler. We're going to have Nazis. And they showed the Madison Square Garden rally, and they showed the Hitler rally. I mean, to talk about ugly. I mean, it hasn't worked for them though. People aren't buying it. It's like the boy who cried wolf. You can just do it so many times, and eventually you're going to be ignored. They're not. No one's paying any attention. It's like, here they go again, the latest hoax. It's just they're not. It has no traction.
Well, it has no traction. But then I point out, who was stupid enough to come up with that anyway?
The Hitler thing. Well, I mean, they've called every Republican a fascist, going all the way back to Eisenhower. That's nothing new. But they've gone a little too far this time.
Who thought that it would resonate to compare a rally in 2024 to one in 1939? What does that have to do with you?
And they went in all in with that. I mean, you had the lead up to it, and it just didn't fly. Nobody bought that.
But Chuck, what was the point? All right.
Maybe they thought they could rally their own supporters. They thought this reflects the very base of the Democratic left.
But what's the analogy? The fact that it would, first of all,
it's ridiculous. It's completely fabricated. It's an utter lie. There's no analogy, but I think they're doing it because they want. It's like a dog whistle to their reporters.
Yeah,
they're going to drum up. Try to get people out to the polls. You have to stop Trump. He's going to be like Hitler, And it hasn't worked. It hasn't worked among Jews either, by the way. Trump, I predict, is going to get a big percentage of Jews. I think especially in Philadelphia, and the governor there, who happens to be Jewish, that being Josh Shapiro, I don't think he's showing all that much energy in terms of helping.
No, I was going to say that. I think you're being polite here.
Yeah, I think that
he's very actively doing nothing.
Exactly.
Because he got screwed. And
he doesn't have any interest in it. Plus, he actually is popular there, and he can see that Harris, he's like any other Democratic politician. He's moving away from her like a Chesapeake Bay crab.
Yeah.
They're like going sideways. Yeah. They don't want to be associated with her. She's like, it's like what happened. I talked about this last time. What ultimately happened to Michael Dukakis. They're going to move away. They don't want to be seen with them. This person doesn't exist. I have nothing to do with this.
I think Shapiro is thanking God that he didn't get picked by her.
He bit the bullet on that one. Yeah. And he'll be around for another round, and he's fine. But so anyway, if anybody would like to report on anything that they're seeing out there, we're still live here. We're going to wrap it up soon, but you can call in 508-637-5596, 508-637-5596. This is the most important election in American history. It's as important as the election of George Washington, going all the way back. I mean, this is this is monumental in terms of which direction this country is going to go. You have, domestically, you have somebody who wants to come in and stop this crazy, inflation, which is leading America into like Banana Republic territory. Internationally, we're on the verge of World War III. I think that it's now being reported that Ukraine is collapsing. They have maybe about a few more months left. They've run out of men. They've run out of ammunition, and they're losing. And if Trump's elected, he's going to find a formula for peace there. He's going to bring Putin and
This is a
Zelensky.
live show, folks, and I think I have to answer the door.
Okay.
But take a Chuck for a minute.
Okay. He's going to bring Putin and Zelensky into a room somewhere, probably Camp David, and he's going to force them to come up with a peace and stop the war, stop the killing, stop the fighting. If Harris gets in, God forbid, there's going to be a nuclear war because that's what they've always wanted. I mean, there's now video out which shows that Biden actually gave Putin a green light to invade Ukraine because they wanted this war. They wanted to create this perpetual war because it benefits the arms dealers. It benefits the internationalists who rely on this constant warfare to weaken resolve to develop sovereignty in the world. And that's what they're up to. So we're going to have war. It's probably going to be nuclear. There'll be nuclear missiles hitting Boston and New York. And it's going to be a complete world war if she wins. Whereas Trump is going to bring peace. Same thing with Israel. Trump will end that friggin' war. You know, he will force both sides to the table. The Israelis are going to have to make painful concessions to the Palestinians, but there will be peace. They will, I mean, Biden released something like, it now turns out to be $850 billion in monies that had been retained by Jimmy Carter going way back to Iran. They immediately funneled it into Hezbollah and the Houthis and Hamas, which then invaded Israel with that terrible genocidal invasion.
Why did he do that?
Because they believe in perpetual war for perpetual peace. That's why. The policy that was mentioned by historian Charles Austin Beard back in the 1920s, who, by the way, was attacked for being an anti-Semite. They tried to destroy his reputation. He was a great man, not an anti-Semite. No, they want to create war in the world. I just was mentioning that it's now come out, this video that shows this, that Biden gave Russia and Putin a green light to invade Ukraine. They want war because they want to, weaken the world. They want to have, the arms dealers, the internationalists. They want to have this perpetual state of war.
Well, here's a good question for you. What happened to all the peaceniks, the Democrats, the lefties from the 60s, all the anti-war types?
Some of them are coming home, like the RFK crowd. I mean,
yeah, all right.
Some of them are waking up. It may not be too late. Probably most of them are gone. But there is some, I think there has been some awakening of people to this internationalist illuminated agenda that seeks to weaken sovereignty, to weaken the United States, and to turn us into a province of the world. That's why they're inflating the dollar. That's why they're engaging in international war. That's why they're telling municipalities that men can be women and women can be men. This is all part of this bigger agenda. And Trump is openly and articulately countering it. To me, it'll be a miracle if he wins. It'll be an event that proves that there is a God. It almost makes me want to become Christian.
Hey,
I mean, I don't know.
The greatest Jew of all time, maybe.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying. I only say that because it makes me become a believer in God in all of the forms. It's just something miraculous.
Here's something to think about on this military-industrial complex. The term created by Eisenhower on his 1961 farewell address. I'm thinking that he developed a lot of guilt feelings at that point, that he was part of this massive cabal of death and destruction, which, worked out well for the U.S. maybe, but he could see it was not ending. And it was
I agree. I mean, I think that he did decide to spill a few beans at the final moments of his administration. He waited for the evening before he left office and JFK was sworn in.
Literally
And-
the 11th hour.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah.
And he also said more than that. If you look at that speech, he also talked about big pharma and the biological industrial complex. I mean, there's a lot there that he got into, and he's not the only one. I mean, there were other people in the establishment. I mean, we've talked about Michael J. Glennon and his book, The Double Government. I mean, C. Wright Mills, the sociologist, wrote The Power Elite. It's all about that. There were other people who have tried to blow the whistle, not just Trump and the deep state, talking about the deep state. And that this is a rotten establishment that's been with us since time immemorial. It's nothing new. And it's always been a struggle by people to bring back sovereignty under God and not under the state. I mean, this was the Protestant ethos of the Puritans who founded Boston. Boston is really the cradle of liberty. They brought in the idea that, and it was definitely anti-Catholic, it was anti-Jewish too, probably, that sovereignty comes from God, who is the great sovereign, and that he grants a limited degree of sovereignty to the individual under God, and that the state exists as a vehicle to protect and to preserve those God-given rights. This was the ethos of the founding fathers. This was the ethos that was captured by Jefferson in the Declaration of Independence. This is the political philosophy and the religious philosophy of America. It's a Puritan country. We believe in this concept. Catholics and Jews also have become slightly Protestantized as Americans. It's not the same as it is in other countries.
Well,
Because
tell
that's what we are.
when Eisenhower, confessed in 1961,
Yes.
why has it taken so long, and why did it take a guy that was completely outside the system before more people woke up?
Because they control the media. That's why. You've
Right.
got Walter Cronkite. You've got them. They've been able to, kind of like, manage what we know and what we don't know, what we see and what we don't see. They really have to a large degree, and they do so less now. There have been great figures who have stood up. I don't know. I mean, I'm a fan of Pat Buchanan. I don't know if you like his books, but
Yeah, yeah.
he's somebody who who threw out some ripples. Nixon was not completely on board with it, which is why he was, I think, removed from office. Reagan was not totally on board with it, which is why he was shot. And there have been people who have been at least willing to stand up to somewhat to this. Rush Limbaugh, the late Rush Limbaugh, he didn't go so far as to like completely expose everything he knew, because he knew that they'd pull the plug on him in about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
But talking between the lines, he made a big difference in terms of bringing people to a more conservative consciousness, an awareness of the American values. He really did. I mean, but he worked within the system because he wanted to maintain. It's kind of it is a compromise. He had huge influence. He had the biggest show in the world, really. They used to listen to it clandestinely in Havana.
Yeah.
And he was there for decades doing that show. Huge difference. But he did play ball to a certain extent with the illuminated establishment. But he pushed the edges, and that's what you have to do. I mean, I don't do it, you don't do it. But if you reach that level of influence, you kind of have to an extent. I'm sure Trump does to an extent. But within that context, you can still move things inexorably toward individual freedom under God, toward the existence of an objective body of moral and ethical values that come from Sinai. You can move things in that direction. The founding fathers understood it, and that was almost a miracle, the fact that there were so many of them that did. And they didn't always agree on everything, but they did embrace this American system. And, ever since then, this country being a microcosm, we have struggled to realize the true, as Martin Luther King said, the true nature of our creed. But in a sense, America's as a microcosm is you can expand it and look at the entire human experience as the macrocosm. We have been struggling to realize our own individual potential since the days of Adam and Eve. I mean, it's not new. And that, it's every generation we have to struggle to advance. And we've made major strides in this country, especially. So, anyway, Mike.
Well, there you go.
So get out and vote. And as the Irish in Boston used to say, vote early and vote often. and please, pray for this country and pray for our future. There's so much at stake. If Trump doesn't win, I mean,
no, and let me put a final historical perspective on this. All right. Consider how consequential the election was of 1912 when Wilson came in.
Great
Transformed the country, and no one's looking back at this point. All right. That's where all this left-wing stuff came from, and it just marched on and on.
That's a great example, because that year, the entire country changed.
Yeah.
Wilson was an open and self-avowed socialist, and that we've never been the same since.
He was an open and self-avowed racist, too.
Oh, yeah. And he was an internationalist. He got us involved in World War I, which is unnecessary. He basically embedded the United States into this international agenda. He was very open about it, and there were people around him who were even more open about it, like Edward Mandell House, who actually who coined the phrase New World Order.
Yeah.
And he did it. He got in there through trickery. I mean, they convinced Teddy Roosevelt, who I think was a great man, but he had some weaknesses. He had an ego, to come in and run, as a bull moose, and that split the vote so that Wilson could be snuck in. They implemented the income tax. They implemented a reform so that the Senate would no longer be appointed by the states, which removed state power. They reduced the size of the U.S. House. They implemented the first social experiment, which was prohibition, right? Who the federal government should have no role in whether our people drink. They implemented World War.
All this is he was an unmitigated disaster, and the election of that guy changed the course of the United States, and not for the better.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he implemented, as part of the Income Tax Act, you had exemptions for foundations and nonprofits.
That's the only way they could get it through.
Yeah, the multi-billionaires could park their money and use it to influence our politics, buy politicians, hire their layabout children for fat jobs, create this aristocracy in this country, this informal aristocracy. David Horowitz from the Horowitz Center has done a good job of writing about that. And just generally speaking, it's been a shift in sovereignty from the individual to the state. It's a big subject, maybe too big to get into, but you bring it up very well, Mike.
But right now, if you haven't voted, you got to vote.
You bring it up well, because that is what can happen. There can be a major change in the way we see ourselves, the way we govern ourselves, by who is elected. It does matter. It's significant. That's a good example in 1912.
That's right.
That happen again. Anyways, Mike, I'll talk to you next week, and God bless America. Get out and vote. Let's not have any illusions.
Get out and vote.
Thank you. All right. Mike, take care.
See everybody next time.
And we start recording on this one.
And if you need to take some time, take time.
No, we're ready to go.
Cool.
All right. Charles Moscowitz here. And my guest is Charlie Robinson. And Charlie is the author of this really interesting book, The Octopus of Global Control. Charlie, thanks for joining me.
Thanks for having me. Let's get into it, shall we?
Shall we? Why not? First of all, what led you to write this book?
Oh, man. So it's funny because there should be some deep, complicated story about it all. But really, what led me to write it was a very simple question. A conversation I had with my mom. I had discovered some new great conspiracy topic that I had gotten into, and I was filling her in on it. And she just, and she's always such a good sport, and she listened to me about these crazy things. And afterwards, she just said, "This is all great. You've got all this information about all these different topics. What are you going to do with it?" And I didn't have an answer. It never even crossed my mind that I had to do something with it. I just kind of, I just was compiling it in my head, and I was interested in the topics, but I never had any sort of plan. And after that question, I sort of, I just started thinking about it, and I thought, well, I could do a documentary. Well, I don't really have the background in film and all that. I could do a podcast. Well, I wasn't really at the point. I now have one, but at the time I wasn't really ready for that. And I just decided, well, I think I can write about it. I think I have a way of injecting my dark sense of humor into these dark topics. And I think I can find a way to make them, while still being respectful of how serious the topics are. I feel like I can do it in a way that also kind of makes it a little bit funny, because I've been inspired by guys like George Carlin and Bill Hicks and Joe Rogan and comedians, and Jon Stewart, that comedians that had understood the political slant, and they could tell you a story about it, and you would get the gist of the story, but you'd still find yourself laughing at it too. So I figured if I could find a way to kind of do that, that would be a good part. But then I also remembered that back, I don't know, I think this might have been 2006 or so. I made the mistake that a lot of us in the, I don't know if you want, I guess, truth community, if you want to use that term. I made the mistake that a lot of us in the truth community make, which is I brought up 9/11 at a Thanksgiving dinner, and I watched watched the table turn on me, and I watched everybody not appreciate my contribution to the dinner table conversation. And I also realized that through that botched conversation, I realized that they saw me as somebody that didn't have any sort of authority to talk about these topics, in part because I didn't have any authority to talk about the topics. I was just a guy that was interested in it. But, but I felt like, you obviously you don't take your notes with you to a Thanksgiving dinner, but I felt like if I had that conversation again, what I would have done was I would have brought in the words of, not me, because they didn't value my opinion on it. This was my in-laws' family at the time. They didn't value my opinion on it, but they did value other people's opinions. So so for instance, I felt like if I would say, if you heard Henry Kissinger say this, would you believe it? If you heard David Rockefeller talk about the New World Order, would it be more real? What about Bill Clinton? You like Hillary Clinton. What if you heard Hillary Clinton talk about it? So I started thinking about that conversation. And when I wrote the book, so the structure of the book was that, yes, I've got my opinions on these topics, and yes, I brought in a dark sense of humor, but then I also brought in quotes from over 500 different people that had like a front row seat to some of these events. Either they were involved in it, or they were witnesses to it, or they had some interesting take on it. So that's where I was able to pull in some George Carlin quotes and some Bill Hicks, but also Rothschilds and things like that. The format of the book is I'm talking about these 8 tentacles of this octopus, but then I'm also peppering it not with footnotes, but with quote footnotes. So I would talk about how they had this plan for a one world government, but then I would inject the quotes that was them talking about it, behind the scenes and everything. So that's how the book came about. And I wrote it in total secrecy because I didn't think I would finish it, or I wasn't sure if I'd finish it. And when it finally came out, and when the boxes when the first batch of books got delivered to my house, I hadn't told my wife I was writing a book, which is maybe not the best strategy. I left for the day, or I was out doing something, and the boxes came, and my wife didn't know what they were, and she opened them and found all these books, a 540-page book flipped it over on the back, and there's my picture on the back of it.
Oh
And
my.
when I got home, she threw me out of the house for 2 days because she said
Oh
I was
my.
cheating on her by writing
Now,
books.
did you send a copy to your in-laws?
I did not, but they should get credit for spurring me to write this book. So that's kind of how it started
No,
out. And
that's
so,
amazing. You know, I mean, I had a similar experience. I don't know where you fall politically, but after the last election, I was informed by my in-laws that the Thanksgiving dinner would be a Trump-free zone. And also, look, I mean, on a more serious note, I mean, writing a book and I've written more than 10 nonfiction books on similar topics. It is a great way to really go deep into a topic you're interested in and fascinated by. And almost anyone can now write a book with the access to the internet and Microsoft Word and several things. You can write the book. You can self-publish it if you want on Amazon. It could get picked up by a publishing house, which happened with me in 1 or 2 cases. And it's an amazing thing, and that what we have access to.
Yeah.
Now, I want to talk a little about the book itself and your premise.
Sure.
You weave together a very comprehensive look at what you call the octopus of global control, what I think we used to euphemistically call the Eastern Seaboard liberal establishment, and its interactions with other like-minded establishments around the world.
Yep.
What do you see as the main nexus of, and in a sense, the brain of this octopus?
Well, it's so the octopus concept was not mine. Obviously, it went on early. You know, it's been around for a while. And one of the quotes that I used talks about. It's a quote from a guy named John Francis Hyland, and he talks about this octopus with its sprawling tentacles that have captured the state, you know, the courthouses and the media and the banking and the government. And he's going on this long thing, and he says, let me be specific. I am talking about the Rockefeller Standard Oil interests. And when you get to the very end of this guy's 3-paragraph quote, he was the mayor of New York City. It was 1922, and if you would remove that and put 2020, his statement would have been as relevant today as it was 100 years ago. So what occurred to me was that this has been around for a very long time, and in the brains behind it is this group of banking. God, I hate to use the word elite because there's nothing elite about them in the sense of being good people. They're reprehensible people, but elite in the sense that they consider themselves to be above everybody else. So it's these banking oligarchic families that have been around, that have like the Rockefellers and Rothschilds, and they're less concerned about nationalities, and they talk about it in their own works as being internationalists. Now we call them globalists, but David Rockefeller talks about himself as being an internationalist. So it's these internationalist type families that have a controlling hold through their interlocking boards of governors and through the corporations that they run, through the central banking components that they are involved in. But it's a fluid situation, though, because I think that it's not just that. I think that there's new people being added to this octopus. I think that the new tech oligarchs are going to carry this moving forward. It's a philosophy more so than anything. It's a philosophy that they believe they are. They look at themselves as being the people that are making the tough decisions for humanity. They are doing the work that needs to be done, and that we should actually be thanking them for stepping up to the plate and taking care of this. And we see this, we're starting to see this now in a more modern context with what Bill Gates is involved in. And he would definitely be part of this group, part of this octopus. And you see him stepping up and saying things like, in order to get the the economy back and get people out. Everybody's going to have to take this vaccination. We're going to need to see where everybody is. And, and he says it in such a matter of fact way, as if like, oh, okay, well, we'll just follow you. But this is the mentality that they have. They've been either in control of their large corporate interests. They have tons of money. They're psychopathic in nature.
They have a messiah complex, I would say.
For sure.
I mean, they believe that and a lot of them are well-meaning, but they believe they live in this kind of ethereal bubble that's resulted from either inherited success or actual success, to the point where they've gotten used to power, and they believe that they want to reach out and exercise their visions on the rest of us, that somehow they're smarter than the rest of us.
Yeah.
And while some of them are well-meaning, I think some of them are not well-meaning, they're sinister. They nevertheless believe in this kind of informal international governments that by which they leave in place the governments of the world, they leave in place the religions of the world, they leave in place the cultural institutions and the economic institutions of the world, but they would quietly exercise their power to control these things. And I think it was Whittaker Chambers in his book Witness, which is one of my favorite books. He referred to it as a conspiracy of gentlemen. It's not like a literal conspiracy where you have a bunch of people sitting around smoking cigars and, drinking scotch, in some wood-paneled room somewhere. It's a people who are like-minded, who think similarly, and who hear each other and make sure that particular type of voice and that particular means of communication is the predominant one that is heard. A perfect example of that is Barack Obama. Mm-hmm. And he's a classic example of somebody who was fixing parking tickets, and all of a sudden he's catapulted into the presidency, and he spoke that kind of language, that sort of double talk, that sophistic style where it's all coded and it's a lot of dog whistles and indirection. And, you hear that. When you hear that, it was French scholar Alain Benescon who referred to it as the language of totalitarianism. It's not real. And one of the reasons that they so much hate and despise Trump is because he doesn't engage in that kind of language. He speaks plainly. He can be crude, and certainly he can be cruel, but is what it is. It's not, and when he says things, he means it. It's not like, Obama, Clinton, they all gave a lot of speak about strengthening America's borders and stopping illegal immigration and that kind of thing. But no, everybody knew they didn't mean it. And if you listen to the way they said it, you knew they didn't mean it, because it was couched in this kind of doublespeak.
Yep.
Whereas with President Trump, he says it and he means it and he's doing it. Yep. So this is a major stick in the eye of this establishmentese, this internationalist set that scorns things like sovereign nations and belief in a creator of the universe and individual rights, and has contempt for those things as being backward and anachronistic.
Yeah. Yeah, and people have always said, well, what are these guys just sitting around, like you said, sitting around a smoky table and, plotting out how to rule the world? It's like, well, they don't need to. They know what's good for them. They understand what works for them. They understand what benefits their industries, and they have relationships with other people, high-ranking people that understand the plan as well. And do they have meetings? Yes, of course they have meetings. They have Bilderberg meetings and Council on Foreign Relations and Trilateral Commission. They have all of these things, but above those organizations is a group of people that understand what works best for them, and they all understand what does best for them. So they push the policies that will benefit them in terms of either making them more money, which is not as high on the list as maybe everybody thinks, because when you have access to the central banks, you have access to the money, but it's more about controlling the minds of people and shrinking the power into as few hands as possible, and playing this game where they make it look like the nation states are calling the shots on all of these things, and that the presidents are calling the shots. I totally agree with you. When you're Bill Clinton or you're Barack Obama or George H.W. Bush, that when you watch them speak, there's two speeches in one. There's always two speeches in one. There's one that goes out to the public, and then there's one that you can interpret much differently based on understanding the words that they use, the phrases that they use. There's even coded language, like like the way they use their hands when they put their thumb on top of they make a fist and put their thumb on top, and they do this. It's a very unnatural. If you watch politicians give speeches, when they do that, it's like a trigger mechanism. It's like waving a big banner that says, "I'm lying to you right now." I'm lying to you.
Well, they affect certain mannerisms that are very studied, like the way Bill Clinton would bite his lower lip. I mean, this meant that he actually cared about anyone but himself, which we all know he didn't.
Right.
And I think they practice in front of a mirror how to deliver and how to gesture their arms. I would suggest, and I don't mean that, I'm not trying to say here that they are the equivalent by any means, but I think that one of the public figures that they study as a matter of rote was Adolf Hitler.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Oh,
I mean,
sure.
a master communicator. He knew how to, he would start, if you listen to his speeches, he starts very soft and then he gradually builds and builds. And by the end, he's screaming and gesturing. And it's an emotional, I mean, the tactics were very studied. This wasn't an accident. It was how to hypnotize people, it's like a form of wizardry. I mean, how to create a mass experience. It's something that Edward Bernays, speaking of Rockefeller, I think he was his brother-in-law. He's considered the father of marketing. He wrote a book called Propaganda in the early 20th century, where he basically taught Americans to have bacon and eggs for breakfast.
Yeah.
He taught women to smoke. I mean, there were these
Torches
kind of like,
liberty.
Yeah. I mean, to manipulate, it was to manipulate emotions and to manipulate people's behaviors. That was what it was all about. I mean, it's this is a very carefully studied thing. This is the whole art and science of psychology. In a way, is, I'm not saying we shouldn't have it, but it's a study of control. It's a study of how to manipulate and control emotions, both control of individuals, but of masses, of entire countries.
Yeah. And you're right when you talk about Hitler. If you watch his videos, some of his speeches, he'll step up to the podium and he'll stand there for like 2 minutes and not say anything. He'll just put his hand, fold his hands together and stand there and wait. And and the crowd is roaring. And after a minute, it starts to get a little calm. And after 2 minutes, it's silent. And then he starts very softly.
And they even went so far. It's an interesting study because they would manipulate all the senses. Like they would manipulate what you see with bonfires at night. What they would have smells, they would have sounds, it was kind of like a multimedia experience. And people would get caught up in it emotionally to the point where women were fainting. I mean, Obama reminded me of that a little bit. I'm not saying he was like Hitler at all, but there was that same phenomena, which was not something you generally saw in the United States, where women were fainting at his rallies.
Yeah.
Now, Trump is the opposite. I mean, it's very freewheeling and he's talking bluntly and, he doesn't look at the teleprompter. Sometimes he goes way off the edge and he needs to be reeled in a bit. But nevertheless, I've been to a Trump rally and it's a very real thing. No one's hypnotized. It's not like nobody worships Trump. It's quite the opposite. But they're into like worship of the state and of people and things that represent the state. And they exalt those things and they venerate them almost like they're demigods. And that's, I think, part of this whole program of international manipulation and control.
Yeah. Yeah. And you see that come out of the Tavistock Institute in the UK, where I just kind of describe that as the culture factory. When people see the Beatles, and they come to America and they're getting off the plane and all those women are screaming and everything. Those women were all paid to be there. I mean, that was a Tavistock project that they put forth, and they use this. And so there's a psychology behind crowd manipulation, and what works for politicians can also work for rock bands. And Tavistock was very heavily involved in this.
Yeah.
Guys like Dr. Alexander King, who was one of the creators of one of the founders of NATO, and was highly involved in this. And so you get these really sketchy characters involved in these institutes and connected to guys like Bernays as well, who create a culture. And they're, I mean, look, we have got to give them credit. They're very good at what they do. They know how to get us riled up. And that took, they took that to new levels. And then once television came about and became really mainstream, they went to work on television through the Tavistock Institute and the CIA to really use that to shape reality. And I think it's fair to say, especially given what we're going through currently with this coronavirus pandemic situation, that the media, in my opinion, is one of the most dangerous components of this whole octopus, because
and they do their nightly like fear mongering atrocity kind of reporting and anything. But okay, my guest is Charlie Robinson, and the book is The Octopus of Global Control. It's available at Amazon and other locations. Charlie, you brought up the Beatles. That's a really interesting subject to me. I mean, look, I love the Beatles.
Me too.
I love their music. I think they were geniuses. But John Lennon was always the truth teller in that band, and he's the one who said politically, he goes, look, we've been made to be more popular than Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
And he got in trouble for that. He kind of went off the reservation a bit, but he was saying something there. I mean, he was like, this is insane. I mean, and he would do, when they would appear, he would make Hitler salutes on the balcony when he'd wave to people. And he totally was like letting the cat out of the bag with all of that. And then it also is worthy to note that the Beatles, as great as they were, and as brilliant as they were, they introduced alternative Eastern religion, and they also introduced drugs. I know I'm going to get in trouble for saying this, but they glamorized drug use in the 1960s with their lyrics and their actions. And it was followed by other cultural icons as well. I mean, the Stones, of course, the Doors, various groups. And it was one of the contributing factors to the development of what Aldous Huxley talked about in his Brave New World, that he said in an interview just before he committed suicide in 1963, that the world was going to be turned into a drug-induced concentration camp, that we would all be on some kind of controlled substance, and we would become, servile to this kind of mass instinct. And so, you can't dismiss the possibility that the Beatles, certainly, maybe even others, might have been conscious and witting participants in this agenda.
Yeah. And the work of guys like Mike Williams, the Sage of Quay, who's done a lot of research into the Beatles, Mark Devlin, who's written 2 books, Musical Truth, Volume 1 and 2. He and I both spoke at an Acapulco a year ago, and I watched his presentation called No More Heroes, and it was interesting to dig into the background of not just these really famous musicians, but their families. You start to realize start to see that, like, Jim Morrison, lead singer of the Doors.
Yes, his father was in the CIA.
His father was the admiral of the ship that was allegedly attacked in the Gulf of Tonkin incident in Vietnam, which is one of, it didn't happen. It was an event that didn't happen. And so you start to dig into who are these people, and we see this now. We see this in pop culture with regards to, like, the Super Bowl halftime shows and the Olympics opening ceremonies. And we see a lot of the one eye symbology of the people, the famous pop stars that are covering one eye and all this stuff. And at some point, early on, here with that, you conspiracy theorists are all the same, but look, it doesn't matter to me, but it matters to them. They are sending a message. And you talked about this earlier about how these important families are, that ritual and, the way they carry on a public event, it matters to them. It comes from their culture of ceremonies and like witchcraft and Luciferianism and all these things that they're really into. And it's
Right.
and it matters to, so we can be dismissive of it. My point is we can be dismissive of all this stuff as just
Not at
being,
all.
but it matters to them. And so maybe we should pay attention when you keep seeing the pyramid showing up in all of these music videos or opening ceremonies of the Olympics or the opening ceremonies of CERN, or you're like, why are you having all of these? Why are you doing these crazy?
Oh, we could do a lot of talk on this topic. I mean, I feel nervous going too far because I don't want to lose my YouTube channel here.
Well, listen, let's get off it then, because it's a real thing.
I think that probably people who follow me and follow you, Charlie, kind of know what we're talking about here.
Yeah, there's plenty of other places you can go and get deep into that information.
That's right. I could do it on my audio show.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I want to do it live on YouTube.
Yeah, YouTube's funny
because
about that
maybe
stuff.
YouTube might be part of this. I don't know. I'm not saying they are, but you never know.
Talk
And
about
I appreciate
unicorns and
YouTube.
rainbows instead.
So anyway, your book is really weaves together all of these various elements to show, as you say, an octopus of control.
Yeah.
And I think that the three pillars in this is the culture, politics, and money.
Yeah.
And I suppose the fourth estate is religion.
Mhm.
And they tend to try to gradually, over time, control the high ground in all of these areas informally by getting into the system, working up the route line. I mean, a good example is the complete co-opting of American academe.
Oh, yeah.
Starting in the 1960s and right up till today, liberals gradually worked their way into these institutions and promoted other liberals to come in and got rid of conservatives through attrition, to the degree that now, even I think Boston Magazine, and I'm in Boston, they did an article showing that Boston and Massachusetts universities are like 97, 96% liberal professors.
Yeah.
It's like there's not a lot of diversity there. There's not a lot of dissent. There's a great deal of conformity. And at this point, it's become, really oppressive. And I think that students who go to these institutions, they kind of internalize these things, or they've already internalized them. And if they haven't, then they do so pretty quickly because they want to get through it and keep their head low and get their degree. You don't want to buck this kind of system. And I don't know. I'll just give an anecdotal situation. Back in 1998, I went to Tufts University and got a radio show as a citizen broadcaster. And I was conservative. And people there were mostly liberals, and they came in there with the blue hair and everything else. But we had a great time, and I would invite people in my show, and we would have debate and dialogue. And I had on prominent liberals like Noam Chomsky and Howard Zinn and others. And then I left that station, and I think it was 15 years later, in 2015, I came back and decided to do a show. And it was like Rumpelstiltskin waking up after having been asleep for 30 years. It was a whole different atmosphere. Nobody would talk to me. Eventually, I was reported to the anti-bias police. And then the newspaper did a story on me, calling me all kinds of names. And they moved my show to like 3 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
And it just was like a very kind of fascistic attitude. I mean, everything had changed. People were afraid. Nobody wanted to stick their neck out. People didn't want to, you're spending $60 grand a year for a college education. You don't want to get in trouble. They had this anti-bias Gestapo that could kick you out of school and could ruin your life. If you didn't goose step to the politically correct agenda.
Yeah.
So I think that they've really taken, again, I agree this is anecdotal, but they really have assumed the high ground in academia at this point.
Yeah, they've used tenure as a way to reward those professors that are towing the proper line that they want, and use it as, the carrot for others to get on board. If you want, it's kind of like the Supreme Court. You give someone a job for life, and then you're like, okay, well, then you lose all control over them. I mean, there's nothing you can do to them at that point where you're going to, so you've got college professors that are rewarded with tenure for doing it the way that the university wants them to do it. Then you've got this insanity that has sprung up lately that you're talking about, which is safe spaces and all of this, you know, 57 different genders and all this stuff. And if you point out the obvious, that this is all ridiculous, then you're somehow you're always anti-Semitic for whatever reason, just because.
Well, anybody that disagrees with the left is called an anti-Semite by the ADL.
Right.
And it's nothing to do with Judaism. I'm a Jew, by the way, and I think that they're one of the worst groups. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah,
if you don't goose step to the left, you're an anti-Semite, and they can put you under a microscope. I mean, black groups are doing the same thing. If you don't goose step to the left, you're racist. Gay groups, if you don't goose step to their agenda, you're anti-gay. I mean, it's ridiculous.
It's how about I'm anti-insanity. I don't.
Yeah.
I went to USC, which is in LA, and I got out of there in '95, and there was none of this stuff. But I don't know why. I don't. I have a daughter who's 8. When she decides to go to college, if she chooses that route, I don't want her to be in a school that says, "Oh, somebody has called you a bad name. Well, we've got a safe space for you." Because then you're starting to teach them that the world is filled with safe spaces. And listen, some of this is God.
No, I mean, I was broadcasting at Tufts, as I said, right. I came back during the Trump election, and people were weeping, and they had to set up safe rooms where people could play with Play-Doh, like they had reverted back to nursery school.
It's crazy.
I mean, and this was a time, whether you like Trump or not, we should have been celebrating the fact that we had a peaceful election, we'd had a change of power, that we have a democracy in the broad sense within a Republican context, and that we're going to have a new administration, whether you like it or not. I celebrated when Obama was elected, even though I didn't vote for him, because that's the system. I mean, you go into opposition, a loyal opposition, where you then criticize policies. You don't become the resistance. That's a communist term. It's just anyway. But
yeah. And I had this conversation with Sam Tripoli, who does Tinfoil Hat and is also a professional stand-up comedian. And I asked him, can you go out and play colleges? He's like, no, there's no way I can play a college. He goes, I have to make everybody in the audience happy. If I make one person unhappy, they go to an administrator who goes to, who then comes up on stage and, with the old hook cane thing and just pulls you right off stage. Well, who needs that stuff? And
it's become look at they drove Ben Shapiro out of I think it was UCal. I mean, he's like a moderate conservative guy. I mean, we're not talking about some real ideologue there. And I mean, they came up with pitchforks and burning. Yeah. They were crashing the door down.
Yeah. It's insane to me, but
and this very well could be a product of what we were talking about earlier with this kind of mass manipulation and the establishment using the means of communication, the media and the culture to present something in a way that is so pervasive and so over the top that people come to they internalize it, they are conditioned by it.
Yeah, and when you want to make a huge impact on society, if you're these maniac controllers and you want to impact society, it makes sense, like Adolf Hitler says, give me control of the textbooks and I control the next generation. So you've got them infiltrating not just the colleges and universities to get those kids thinking the way they want them to think, but also taking it a step earlier and going after the curriculum of schools. And one of the things that we saw early on was the Rockefellers and Carnegies putting lots of money into the compulsory schooling system. And we have Bill Gates in his new version of this, and he's one of the new Rockefellers, hiding behind his foundation. We've got him pushing Common Core, which is, if anyone has taken a look at the Common Core math component, it is, I don't know any other way to describe it other than intentional disinformation and torture of these kids, because it is so backward that it screws kids up, not to mention puts us way behind every other country in terms of math.
What they're doing is they've invented a new way to do equations that is so convoluted and complex that it doesn't get to the basic function of arithmetic, where you actually can solve problems. It becomes something else that, I mean, it's creating a dyslexic impulse. And I mean, my friend, the late Dr. Samuel Blumenfeld, wrote many books about this. He used to come on my show all the time. And he talks about how phonics, which is the way you learn English, because English is a phonetic language, and you develop a reflex by which you put vowels and consonants together to form words. It was replaced by look-say reading, and it was done deliberately by this establishment, starting with John Dewey, who was the father of quote-unquote progressive education. And what it did was require the new reader to memorize words as if they're pictographs. It created a dyslexic impulse. You didn't really read, you were guessing, and you were like looking at sentences and kind of glossing over them and kind of grasping at their meaning. And the result was, according not just to Sam, but to a lot of researchers who are legitimate people, including this Harvard professor, her name escapes me right now, the result was dyslexia and eventually ADD and other social disorders.
Wow.
Because, I mean, if you can read, you can become a real independent sovereign citizen. And that was interrupted by this whole rotten look-say method. And the Rockefellers had their fingerprints all over that one, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really devious what you can do to the kids if you take the time to invest in these education systems. I mean, people don't, and I didn't realize this either until I started researching for the book, that, you know, the reason why when you're a kid and you're in a public school and all the desks are in rows, you know, these single file rows, and then there's a bell that goes off, you know, when class is over or when school's over. It's that the Carnegies and Rockefellers wanted to create a simulation that would mimic the working in a factory, because they own the factories and they wanted these kids to go in, get this, you know, like a minimum type education, so that, as George Carlin says, they're smart enough to work the machines but dumb enough to not realize how badly they're getting screwed. And they incorporate the bells and the factory, you know, the desks in a straight line and all these things, so that when a kid goes into school, this becomes very normal. And when they get out of school and they go to work at a factory, that also becomes just a continuation of this. And so it's very, you know, what you realize is that we maybe haven't thought about it all that much, but they certainly did. They put a lot of time and effort into thinking of how this best would shape society for their benefits. And a lot of what we do and a lot of what we consider to be normal is normalized because they normalized us to it. You know, it wouldn't be normal to us if it hadn't been for the influence of these organizations like the Rockefeller Foundation, the Carnegie Institute, and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And so we see this moving forward. So I think one thing that a lot of us need to be aware of is that sometimes these organizations that purport to be there for the benefit of humanity are not actually doing the things they say they're doing, but they're actually being run by maniacs that that have a very specific agenda, and they are shaping reality to fit their needs. And so somebody that thinks, oh, the Rockefeller Foundation is out there doing all this great work. No. The Rockefeller Foundation was created because the Rockefeller family was so hated by society because their companies had treated people so poorly that there was a massive revolt against them. And so the Rockefeller Foundation was started with these guys that had an understanding of the new concept of public relations and press releases and things like that. And they started working on their image, and they started having professionals come in and help them with their image. And now we see, you know, now the average person sees the Rockefeller Foundation and thinks of it as this, you know, foundation for the betterment of humanity. And that's not what it is at all. And so I think it's important for us moving forward to understand that the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation is very similar in that respect as well.
Right. No, I think you're right. I mean, they might do some good work as window dressing, but the fact is that part of the 1913 passage of the 16th Amendment, which was the direct taxation of income, and we need to realize that wasn't the case before that. Before that, the federal government raised money from tariffs and from apportionment from the states. The states would do taxes, and it was much more democratic in that sense. This gave the government the right to directly tax your income and also know everything about you from your tax return. But one of the addendums to that bill was the creation of foundations and nonprofits which allowed these huge, behemoth, wealthy families like the Rockefellers and the Brown brothers and the Harrimans and these industrialists to put their money into these nonprofit silos, which they could then do two things. They could hire their kids, their ne'er-do-well children, and give them fat jobs and friends, and they could use the money to transform society outside of government by influencing in the culture and using money to do that. Yeah. And the Rockefellers were part of that. They were a big part of it, but there's a lot of these foundations that have gone on ever since. I think a good source of information on this is David Horowitz from the Freedom Center, wrote a book about it a couple of years ago that really documents how enormous the Carnegie Institute, the Ford Foundation, all of these people, the incredible amount of money they have and how they wield that money to fix our culture in a way that fits their image of how we should be, I should say. Now, again, I'm not saying they don't do also good work. I like the fact that they finance the Boston Symphony Orchestra. Why not? I'm talking about there's other aspects to it that are less visible. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Yeah, they've got to do something good, right? Or else no one will buy it. So
right.
they go around and they do things from time to time that benefit people. But more than anything, it's a tax shelter, and it's a vehicle that they use to so that they don't lose all of their wealth through once they die. So it's either easy for them to pass it on to their future generations and all these things. So yeah, it's always a very suspect when you look at these large organizations that say that they're out to help humanity. Look, some of them have an intention to do good things.
The smaller ones are usually, and they actually, I don't mean to be partisan about it, but the more conservative ones are. And of course, we knew that they were screwed over during the Obama years. They weren't allowed to get tax exempt status, thanks to Lois Lerner, who pled the fifth about 50 times before Congress and who met with Obama and who made sure that suddenly conservatives were waking up and saying, hey, we could do this too. We can form nonprofits. We can create foundations. And they said, oh, no, sorry, that's not meant for you. But anyway, Charlie, I'm reaching toward the end of the segment. So
sure.
Where do you see the present pandemic falling into all of this octopus, if you will? How are they manipulating what is a real disease, by the way? I mean, this isn't a joke, but I mean, I'm fearful about these mandarins of the octopus, as you call it. I mean, and them manipulating the situation to suit their image.
Yeah, for sure. They'll take advantage of every sort of crisis that they get because it creates chaos and panic, and it becomes this whole, the problem reaction solution sort of situation. So it almost doesn't matter whether an event is real or faked, staged, or not as organic as it appears, because the damage that's done as a result of it is what really matters, because we're seeing things like everybody's lining up to just loot the government as much as they can. You've got big business asking for money. You've got industries that have, that should never get government handouts or tax breaks or things like the cruise line industry when they register all their ships in Liberia and in Western Africa and then
the Kennedy Center.
What's that?
The Kennedy Center got $27 million.
Right.
Harvard got a big chunk of money. They've got more money than the Vatican. I mean, they've got like a $60 billion endowment, and they're taking money out of that.
Yeah, anybody that everybody sees this opportunity and they go.
Although they did return it after it became public, but
yeah, exactly. They had, but that's actually surprised me that they returned it because I would have expected them to just pocket it. But everybody's got their hands out in situations like this. The big pharma, which I don't trust at all. They're deeply involved in this, of course, with Bill Gates.
Well, they want to make. I mean, I think that's why they are discounting hydroxychloroquine, which, by the way, from what I understand, is very effective and very low risk. But the problem with hydroxychloroquine is it's cheap. It's been on the market since the 1930s or 50s, and you can get a 1 month supply for $20. Yeah. The drug companies aren't going to make money on that.
No.
So they don't want that. They want to have like these new expensive things that they can put on the market, and the stock price goes way up, and you've got these the vaccines, which are very questionable.
Yep.
And they end up really cashing in on it, and then raise the price of Medicare, and healthcare goes up because it all gets billed to the government. But anyways, Charlie, again, let my listeners and viewers know where they can get your excellent book.
Oh, sure. You can get the book at Amazon. If you like the paperback version, you can get it at Amazon, or you can get it at barnesandnoble.com. If you like the digital version, you can also get it there, or you can get it at my website, which is theoctopusofglobalcontrol.com. And I have a podcast called Macro Aggressions, which is on Apple Podcasts and Spotify and iHeartRadio, and also on David Icke's new video platform called Iconic. So you can check that out. But yeah, anybody that wants to connect with me can do so through the website as well.
And let's not go shape-shifting anytime soon either.
No, we will not. We will not go shape-shifting.
No, I like David Icke. Anyways, Charlie, listen, thanks for joining me. I'll put a link up to all of your sites on the YouTube channel as well.
Awesome. Thanks so much,
and
Charles.
I appreciate it.
I appreciate you reaching out.
All right. Have a good one. Thanks.
You too. Bye.
All right. Bye-bye. All right, Charlie, I'll send you a link to YouTube once it's up.
Right on. I appreciate it. Thanks so much. Thanks for reaching out to me. This is fun. I love talking to interesting people.
Yeah, me too. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, man. I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you for joining me, everyone. Charles Moscowitz here. Welcome to the program. And my guest emanating from Israel is Captain Elkanah Cohen. He is the author of the new book, October 7th, The War Against Hamas Through the Eyes of an Israeli Commando Officer. Elkanah, thank you for joining me today.
Thank you. It's a great privilege to be here.
Well, I'm glad to really finally have someone directly from Israel who is on the front line of this whole situation. Obviously, we're all concerned about Israel. Especially since this horrendous attack. And, certainly those of us who support Israel are. We're not talking about those who don't. But I'd like you to, first of all, start a little bit in our discussion on a more personal note and talk about what you went through on that day and how you dealt with the situation.
All right. So before telling my experience, I want to tell a little bit about myself. Okay. So as you said, my name is Elkanah Cohen. I'm 27 years old. Mm-hmm. Most of my friends call me Kuno, which means that you are also welcome to call me Kuno.
Thank you.
Newlywed, expecting father, and finally a student, also captain in reserve, and right now I'm in a break. And above all of that, love my country. And yes. When you tell me to describe how was it for me, so I think October 7th, not just for me, for everyone, was a shocking experience. That morning, I slept in my in-laws. I slept in their bomb shelter. I don't know if anyone knows, but it's not quite rare to have a bomb shelter in Israel. Almost every house in Israel have a bomb shelter. This was the empty room, so this is where we slept, me and my wife. And at 5:30 in the morning, she woke me up terrified, and she told me that 100 of terrorists are chasing us, and I couldn't use my gun for some reason. I'm usually walk with a gun, and for some reason I couldn't activate my gun. I told her, Shiran, don't worry, it's just a nightmare. I hugged her and I went back to sleep. And hours later, I was awake by the siren and the missile, and I realized that something happened. To be honest, I went back to sleep. I sometimes here in Israel, it's happened, unfortunately.
Right.
And then an hour later, when I woke up, I realized that it's not just a regular thing. And I ran into my house, which is 15 minutes walk. I opened my phone. I'm religious, and usually I'm not using my phone during holidays.
Right.
But I opened my phone, I called my commander, and I asked him, Yossi, what's happened? and just for you, let you know I'm here, and whatever it takes. And he told me, all right, prepare your stuff. I actually don't know anything what's happening yet and now. And while I'm turning off that phone call, I'm getting another phone call of my friend Gabi from a unit, and he told me that Shiran, Elkana, where is Shiran? Shiran, she's my wife. I met her on my active service. She also served in my unit. And he told me, you and your wife both called up. And for people who doing reserve, it's fine for me to get to called up, but me and my wife at the same time getting called up in a holiday, I
Right.
realized that we are in something.
Something big. Now,
Yeah.
is your parents-in-law located near Gaza, or where in general were they? Where were they?
So I usual I my parents live in the south, but not quite close to the Gaza Strip. There are, I think, 45 minutes drive, maybe a
Right.
bit more. But we didn't needed to hear for our parents. Everything was burning here. Like, I got phone calls. I've got uh, nothing even started yet, and I already figured that some of my friends already got murdered, unfortunately. And me and my wife, as I told you, we went to the base together. And that time I got another phone call of my friends from my old team, the one that I used to train with, uh, from my active service, and I decided to join them and to be part of their team. Usually, as I'm a captain, and I have a different job, different
Mm-hmm.
place to be. But that time I decided that I couldn't stay from the side and do something else, and instead of fighting. So I joined my friends, and this is how everything began.
Right. So, the thing that impressed me a lot in this horrible situation was how Israel really pulled itself together completely, and I mean that as a society and politically and militarily, the people started to just go out there. You had retired boobies and zadis showing up, and ready to fight, and everybody kind of was, you know, clicked into action. I mean, to deal with the crisis. And I think that had it not been for that kind of mobilization, it would have been a lot worse, because it seems to me that the IDF was caught flat-footed.
Yeah, that time was amazing because it wasn't just one person. I think everyone who realized the situation just did everything as much as he could in order to save those people in the south. Some of them went to the bases, some of them took their own pistol and went down to the Gaza Strip in order to fight. It was amazing because usually when you see terror attack happen, most of the time you can see people running away. But in our case, people run into the terror attack, into the
Yes.
breaching in order to fight and to protect their brothers and sisters that are getting slaughtered right now. So I think it's part of our Jewish DNA and the Israeli culture, not just the Jewish, because I can tell you that there was also Muslims who ran and
Oh yeah.
Christian.
There's a Muslim bus driver who saved many people. I mean, it was just everybody mobilized in Israel. And it was an extraordinary aspect to this story, one that is very inspiring in the face of this horrendous atrocity. Now, there are people on the anti-Semitic side of the fence who are denying the level of atrocities that were committed by these terrorists pouring over into Israel, but yet they were filming it themselves. They had their own smartphones, and they were making videos and bragging and sending it back to people saying, look at how many Jews I killed. And and they were filming many of the atrocities that we've heard about and that the anti-Semites want to deny happened. So it's not really a matter of the Israelis talking about this. It is these depraved and hateful genocidal terrorists who were talking about it and who were performing this kind of atrocious event.
Yes. I'm always sad that if it wasn't for hate, those protests, I'm the first one to go and speak with the people who protest, because if they are actually protest for the Palestinian, I think they just don't know the fact, because the IDF do as much as it can in order to protect those civilians, and Hamas is the worst thing that can ever happen to any Palestinian, and people don't understand that. That you see people protest for Hamas, gays for Hamas. It's almost, I don't know, it's almost like a joke, because if they will be in the Gaza Strip, those people gonna be slaughtered by Hamas themselves. So,
well, it's not rational, and it's also very well funded by Qatar and others who contribute huge sums of money to American colleges, and they have successfully pitched this this atrocity propaganda to the left and to the same people who came out against Trump. I mean, not to get into a political issue, but the pussy hat ralliers and all the rest, and the people who burned American cities, particularly black neighborhoods after George Floyd's death. These are the same motley crew of people who are now agitating against Israel. And again, this isn't an issue of whether or not Israel should negotiate the so-called two-state solution. It's more a group of people who want to destroy Israel and openly do so. And that they began the agitation within hours after the attack. So Israel didn't really respond yet. I mean, Israel, I think there were several weeks before Israel responded by going into Gaza. So, it's pretty obvious what their agenda is. So, Elkanah, then you're deployed. Can you talk a little bit about that? What happened in Gaza in terms of deployment? And has the operation been successful? I mean, I wonder if it has not been as successful as we might assume. Not that you can talk about specifics. I understand that.
So if I share my experience, I think that in some places, we did manage to have success, a huge success, and unfortunately sometimes we were the one to rescue bodies of hostages that were kidnapped and slaughtered. So it's always sad, because you feel like it is a success. You rescue your own people, but you rescue bodies, and it's hard to feel. It's hard to realize that you call it as a success. It's not really a success, but
No.
but yeah, we did manage to bring the body of the family, to bring their loved one into bury, which is also a big thing. And we discover lots of terror tunnels that used Hamas, and we destroyed them. And we figure that almost every house at the Gaza Strip, I don't know to speak for all the Gaza Strip. I can talk about the places that I've been to.
Okay.
And the places that I've been to, they were full with ammunition. The entire houses was full with ammunition.
Right.
Each house had rifles, bombs on their baby beds. This is how they're educating their people.
Mm-hmm.
Once we went through a school and I found a notebook, and I saw the Israel map inside the books. It was in a historical or a geographic book or something like
Mm-hmm.
that. And when I read that, I said, oh, there is a little bit of hope, because Israel doesn't exist on their map. But then I realized it's not that Israel exists on their map. There is no Israel. There was Palestine.
Exactly.
And the state of Israel. It's not just the Gaza Strip. They want everything. They want to wipe us out.
Of course, putting aside the fact that they actually expropriated the word Palestine, which was the description of the Jewish state before independence. So you have a situation where Israel has to fight this very, very difficult urban atmosphere of war. where people are setting up their munitions and their missiles inside their own homes with their children right there, and their wives and children, their parents, their family. And they seem to be doing this deliberately because they want to see people. I'm talking maybe the Hamas leadership. They want to see their people killed so they can use that as propaganda against Israel and to kind of hook into some of these anti-Semitic tropes about the Jews as, being somehow mean people and involved in atrocities. And they hide behind their own families as a way to do this. So Israel has to go in, unfortunately, in order to find the people who are killing Israelis and who are military targets. They have to go in and find them and try to take them out without hurting innocent people, which is almost impossible.
Yeah, it's very difficult, and they're using that because for them it's a weapon. It is a weapon. Every footage and every video that they're taking, it's a weapon. They're using human as a human shield, and one of their tactical army that they developed lately. I don't know if lately they're using that for years, but through the war, I realized that what they've done after, if you remember, after the first ceasefire, there were hostages exchanged, and they released some of the hostages. So we saw that what they've done, they put ammunition and weapons everywhere. And when we went back in order to keep fighting, we saw that those people was coming into their houses like they were innocent civilians. Then they get into the houses, they taking their AK-47, start shooting at you. They lay down their weapon and they going out like they taking care of their son. And unfortunately, they forcing us to think that everyone can be a terrorist. One of the time, a crippled guy on a wheelchair, and suddenly, miraculously, he stand up and pulling and a rocket. He built up I don't know how to say it in English, but he kind of a rocket, and he tried to shoot it towards us. So if you're getting to my mind, you can think about anyone that you see. You see a cripple, but you want to take care of them, and then
Right.
he can stand up and kill you.
Yeah, I mean and they deliberately set it up like that. They're playing up to basic notions of humanity when they send out someone like that. And of course, in violation of standards of war, they're putting on civilian garb and they're hiding and integrating within the civilian community while they're fighting. So it's a very difficult terrain, which is what's causing the and I have to ask you this, the what is reported to be high casualty rates, because this is the main item of propaganda by Israel's enemies. So the UN recently downsized the numbers of innocent casualties and admitted that they had gotten all of their information directly from Hamas, and they weren't checking it and double checking it. And they've also not included within those figures, they don't mention that probably a high percentage of them, if not half of them, were militants. So those are legitimate targets of war, and they don't mention the numbers of people that Hamas itself has killed. They found recently something like near a hospital, 20 or 30 body bags wrapped in black plastic. Turns out that it was Hamas who did this because these people were seen as informers for Israel. And it's not the kind of thing that Israel does. It just didn't look quite right. But yet that's reported as, oh, Israel is engaging in cruel activities and, atrocities. What is the actual, do you have any handle on what are the real numbers? Because, we are concerned about innocent people being killed. It's a very difficult situation, but, how does that actually break down?
First of all, I don't know the numbers, but
Understood.
I can tell you from my experience, as I told you, that we're doing as much as we can in order to avoid any casualties. And sadly, sometimes Hamas put us in position which we cannot choose, because while he decide to shoot at us, I have to respond. By the way, a lot of the time we just taking cover because we don't want to take care of those people. And still, sometimes that's happened. It's war, and I don't remember anyone protest against Britain when they killed German people when they fought against the Nazis. You know, sometimes in war there is casualties, and we, believe me, we did, and we're doing right now as much as we can in order to avoid those people. I want to show you a picture. But every interview that I have, I'm trying to talk about one of my friends that died and or got murdered, and I want to show you an amazing picture of a
Okay.
friend of mine, Shauli Greenlick.
Hmm.
And that guy, this is in Gaza. This guy unfortunately died several months ago.
Yeah.
And as you can see, he's an officer, captain as me. And during that time in Gaza, he saw a crippled lady and he decided to approach her and evacuate her from the place because, by the way, her entire family and everyone just run away. They don't care about people. Sometimes we care much more about their children, much more about their parents, because they leave them out there and run away, or they're using them as a human shield. But these guy, amazing guy, Shauli Greenlick, which is a truly amazing person. I can talk about him later if you want, but you can see from his picture that we care about those people much more than they care about themselves.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they care about their children as much as the Israelis do about theirs. I think it was Golda Meir said something
Yeah.
like that will have a peace. There'll be a move toward peace. So my guest is Captain Elkanah Kuno Cohen. The book is October 7th, The War Against Hamas Through the Eyes of an Israeli Commando Officer. It's available at Amazon and other sites. You seem to have covered the map politically in that you have a blurb from both Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and also from former Prime Minister Naftali Bennett. Why did the prisoner from Jabalia reveal to IDF soldiers that he had millions of shekels hidden in his home?
It's a great question, and the reason will shock you. The reason he told us that he had millions of shekels and dollars in his house was we were needed to interrogate him and to send him into some interrogator in order to realize if he somehow connected to the October 7 attack. And right before we took him, he told us in Hebrew, by the way. And it's important for people to understand why they talk in Hebrew. It's because they're working in Israel. A lot of them, I think every person in the Gaza Strip have cousins or uncle that getting salaries and getting paid in Israel, and still they decide to do what they do. So he approached us and said in Hebrew, I'll say it in English, not in Hebrew. But he said, I have all of that amount of money in my house. So my friend asked them, why do you telling me that? You want to lead me into a bomb, into how you say, a booby trap?
Yeah.
So he told them, no, the reason that I'm telling you that it's because if I leave my house, the Palestinian people who lives here, the Gaza people will, the first second after I'm going to leave my house, they're going to steal everything. And you know what? I'm trust you. I trust the IDF soldiers. And it sounds weird, but I think that you can hear huge truths in this sentence, because they know that they can trust on us and that we are actually moral and working with humanity code that they can trust us, while they acting like animals. Lots of them.
Well, I mean, I think that maybe one of the things that's been learned from this whole war is that the Hamas, which of course Gaza was handed over to the Palestinian Authority on a silver platter in 1995 by Prime Minister Ariel Sharon, and Jews were ethnically cleansed from their villages and their factories and farms were turned over to the Palestinian Authority. and money poured in from all over the world, including the U.S. taxpayer, to try to create a peaceful society there, one that could, and all Israel asked in return was just peace. They weren't asking for anything else. They weren't even asking for recognition. They just, they wanted an end of the hostilities. And this was an opportunity for the Palestinian Authority to turn Gaza into what would be the equivalent of Hong Kong. I mean, they're talking about beachfront property. These people are not poor there. You take a look at Gaza, from pictures. I mean, this is like the French Riviera. And they could
definitely could make it as an amazing place. I think they have the nicest beaches in our area.
It's beautiful, and Israel handed it to them, and they could have created a peaceful state alongside Israel, but instead they took all of their money and they poured it into this war machine, this incredible network of tunnels, which it's unbelievable. I mean, the football field-sized buildings underground with tunnels that connect, hundreds of miles of sophisticated tunnels, and they immediately started to fire missiles into Israel. Engaging in acts of war. They immediately started to ship shipments of armaments, like from the Karine B, and that's why Israel had to put a blockade. And they started to do other stuff, the flying in the terror balloons, the gas balloons to burn Israeli fields, and of course, eventually they showed up with the hang gliders with machine guns. So, here you have a corrupt leadership there. That, they're going to steal every penny they can, and instead of investing it in their own people, they're going to build a war machine in Israel and engage actively in a war against Israel. Not to mention that they siphon off enough so that these guys in Qatar have a bank account like $3 billion each. So, I mean, that's what you're describing here is kind of a manifestation of that. I mean, they're just going to grab everything.
You're saying hardly. I'm agreed with that.
Yeah. What's on the Hamas terrorist GoPro cameras?
So one of the time, one of the soldiers in my division found a GoPro, and beside the fact that they were filming everything, as everyone knows, as you start in the beginning, you said people try to say they did that, but they document them themselves and put it online on social media. They did that, so of course that, but also we saw huge tunnels. When I'm saying huge tunnels, I'm talking about tunnels that shuffles. I don't know how to say,
you mean like a
D9. It's a huge structures.
Yeah. It looks like the Southeast Expressway here in Boston. I mean, we're talking about, like four 2-lane highways, and this isn't.
I think subway will look even smaller sometimes.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
They invest so much on terror. Infrastructure. It's hard for me to say.
Infrastructure, absolutely. Well, that's where all the money goes, and that's something that I think should be clear. Why do you feel sick every time you eat meat?
I think I will let the readers to search deeply in the book while they read it.
That's in your book, okay? The book is October 7th. The War Against Hamas Through the Eyes of an Israeli Commando Officer. So my guest being Captain Elkanah Kuno Cohen. So Kuno, what is going to be the end game here? I know that you're not prime minister, but I have you here as an Israeli, so I need to ask, since I can't get high-level people yet. I mean, it's going to take a long time, I think, to finally defeat Hamas, but is Israel going to do this job of completely pacifying Gaza? Because I think if they don't, it's going to be a future war. And if and when they do, what happens then?
So first of all, as you said, I'm not the prime minister. I'm the one who...
Speaking for yourself.
Yeah, I'm speaking for myself, and I'm also the one who do what he needs to do. And right now, as I told you, I'm on a break reserve, but we always here and ready to protect our country. But before I'll tell you what I think that they're going to be, I also want to say thank you for the people that maybe the people who watched that video and the USA government. I know that there is disagreement what they should do or what they shouldn't do, but me as a soldier, the fact that we're getting the support, sometimes we got equipment, and we also in my active service, I had the privilege to train with Marines, which is bonding us, and I think it's a great connection. And when we're talking about how the solution will be in that moment when we are figure that this is not just Israel war, because Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East, and we are a void right now from all the other democracy to fight against those terror organization. And how it's going to be end, I think it will be end by all the other democracy, and of course the US, to understand that we are here together in order to fight those people, and no second guessing, no too much hesitation, because otherwise all the terror organization, they using that. You said about the hospital. Well, they're using the hospital in order to fight.
Oh, their headquarters is underneath that hospital.
Yeah.
But I want to get back to my question here. What happens to Gaza after the war? I mean, I don't see Israel. I mean, again, this is my opinion from the comfort of my Boston home here, that I can't imagine Israel allowing another Palestinian entity to develop there, because it's just going to be another repeat. Maybe down the road, they're going to just once again. I mean, if there's any lesson here, it's that Israel can't do that. I think that maybe there could be local election, municipal Arab governments, but I hope that at the end of the war, an Israeli could go to the beach in Gaza and order a shawarma at a beach stand and not worry and bring his family. That's the way it has to be after this war. So what do you see happening there?
Again, I'm not the prime minister, but what I realize that those people, the thing that they care the most, it's land. And I think that in order to show them that we are here and we are not gonna vanish,
right?
We need to take some of their land and to tell them, if you're gonna do more than that, more land will be taken, and it will be just after we're gonna clear their entire educating system and all their leaders that support Hamas, because this is not, people say Hamas, but Hamas it's not the only thing. There is lots of terror organization at the Gaza Strip, so it's a code name for me, Hamas. But I'm saying we need to kill all the people that supporting our deaths, because whoever wants to kill me needs to be dead.
Of course, this is a war, and these are military combatants. They've declared war against Israel. They've stated their mission, which is to destroy Israel. So Israel has every right, both from a practical and a moral standpoint, to fight back and to stop them by any means necessary. But my point is that once that's done, if you have Arabs in Gaza who want to live peacefully alongside Israel and who want to live with Israelis, then they should be honored, and I think they will be honored. But if you have those who want to continue to fight, they have to be stopped. And I just think that Israel has to maintain the upper hand there forever. I don't see them turning that region over ever again to anyone outside of Israel.
Unfortunately, I'm agree about that. I really hope to, I'm looking
from that standpoint. I mean, it's not going to work.
What?
I mean, it's a practical matter. How many times is it going to take where they continue to build up a war machine and continue to try to kill Israelis? It's like, if there's some lesson from this, it's that. And I think that from what I've heard in reports, there is an even bigger tunnel infrastructure and a more frightening and more dangerous system on the northern border. And I mean, unfortunately, Israel betrayed our Christian allies in Lebanon in 1990 when they evacuated south of Litani, and General Haddad lost his command, and the southern Lebanese army was basically went into the Galilee. Now you have Hezbollah in control there, and I hope that Israel can at least keep them at bay, but I fear that Israel's going to have to do the same thing they did in Gaza. Again, you're not the prime minister, you're not the general, but I'm asking you as an Israeli on the
As
street.
Israeli and someone who
Yeah,
served,
commando.
I just came back from a defense combat at the Lebanon border.
Okay.
I can tell you that for me, I don't see how nothing will change unless they all will be behind the Litani, because there is places in Israel like Metula. I don't know if you heard that.
Yeah, the northern border there. Mhm.
Yeah, so they surrounded 320 degrees of Lebanon, and they getting missile and RP like rockets every day, which is crazy. And the border looked like some some little kid tried to draw and he couldn't do a straight up line.
Right.
Border should be on a by geographic and also something that
Right,
you
like
can
the
control.
Litani River.
That the
Yeah.
border right now, yeah. And when you have river and you have high hills to control it, it makes sense. But when they have higher hills than you, and you surrounded by mountain that they control over your villages, it's cannot be like that, because as you know, we don't shoot them. We don't want them to die, but they do that to us. So if we want to live side by side, that even if they want to kill us, let's say, we have to have the insurance that they can shut us every
Right.
time they want.
Well, I mean, Israel learned this lesson in 1967 when they took over the Golan. The Syrians were firing from the heights into Israel, and it's simply a matter of practicality that to protect the country from these enemies, and they're not going anywhere. They have to ensure that there is, as the French say, a cordon sanitaire to preserve the border. I just hope that it's done carefully and swiftly, and with limited numbers of casualties on both the Israeli and the Lebanese side. And I hope that Israel is able to make an alliance with the Lebanese Christian government in terms of completely eradicating Hezbollah.
I wish for that, and people
Yeah.
don't understand that. The IDF, and it's not the IDF. You know, when you say the IDF, it's like it's a big term. It's a system. Well, I'm not talking as the IDF. Everyone in my unit, we don't want to fight.
No.
We want, we are young people.
Of
Some
course.
of us have families, expecting fathers. The last thing that we want to do is war. We hate to participate war, but sometimes we realize that we have to do that. And when we have to do that, we will do that with all of our power. But until then, we don't want that. And we hope that there will be as non-casualties at all. And
Of course.
that's
I mean, it's heartbreaking to think about the fact that Israelis, my fellow Jews in Israel, have to fight this ongoing war, but that's the reality. I mean, they have to operate from a position of strength and awareness of the nature of an enemy that's never going to back down. Israel, after the horrible attack of October, as a society, seemed to pull itself together. There was very serious conflicts going on between the anti-Netanyahu. I don't want to get into that, but I just want to say that it was concerning. It reminded me of historically what we learn in Hebrew school about the destruction of the Second Temple. That it wasn't really the Romans; they just stood by and watched. It was the factions that became so hateful toward each other that they killed each other, and the place fell apart. I hope that doesn't describe Israel today. I know that it seems like everybody has kind of circled the wagons. Is there any societal change now in Israel where people are a little bit more cohesive? I know that I understand there are major conflicts on both sides, and some of those are very real. But is there more concern now with preserving the society and the state?
So you're right. At the beginning of the war, before October 7, we were super divisive, and I think this is what allowed our enemy to attack us. And right after that, we saw an amazing unity in our nation. It's not just nation in Israel, Arab, Muslim, Christian, Jews, everyone got together. And unfortunately, I feel that maybe we're going a little bit on the wrong way right now.
Okay.
But I always says that this is the mission of all the soldiers. In in between our units, even those we have people from all the stream of the Israeli stream, left wing, right wing.
Right.
We all can communicate, and we are trust each other, and and I think that this is the mission of every soldier. They're coming back from a fight. You're finished, not finished. You need to go and to show that this is a possibility of living together. And I think also will be an example for the entire world, because right now you can see what happened in USA. It's the same thing. And I think people should realize that we can communicate. We need to communicate, and this is our only way to survive, because otherwise we will unfortunately get to the point that you just mentioned before the Second Temple Mount.
Right. Now, Kuno, I want to kind of wrap it up by just asking you generally, because this is, I think, a major concern for those of us in the United States who support Israel. How are Israelis feeling now? I mean, after this horrible event, and I'm sure that it's affected a lot of things. It's affected probably tourism. It's affected the fact that, as you say, Gazan Arabs worked in Israel and they got salaries, and turns out that they were spying on Israel in some cases. How are people feeling? I mean, is there a sense of like optimism? And how are Israelis dealing with this kind of pressure?
I think Israelis are great, and they have huge spirit. Of course, unfortunately, I can show you. This is my book in Hebrew,
Mm-hmm.
and unfortunately, I lost 26 friends during that fight. I write their name, all of them here. So I'm not saying that we're not dealing with a lot, and unfortunately, we're waiting for our entire hostages to come back. So yeah, we have some serious bad things that going on, and we need to take care of them. But beside that, I think we have great spirit, and it's amazing to see how we survive over and over again. It's we're talking right now about October 7th, but there was the Holocaust. It's not a new thing. Even the Egyptians tried to wipe us out. So I think one of the most incredible things about the Jews that we are here to thrive, and we have the ability and the spirit for that. And
we're able to persevere and even thrive and have a good time in the face of some very harsh and difficult circumstances that come up from time to time, and that's just the reality that we're in. It's an interesting subject. We could get into that. I mean, theologically, it's a big subject, so we'll have to leave it there. But I just want to thank you very much for joining me today, Captain Cohen, Captain Elkanah Kuno Cohen. The book is October 7th, The War Against Hamas, Through the Eyes of an Israeli Commando Officer. Kuno, is there any website that you'd like to share with our listeners, or any more information about you and what you're working on?
Yeah, so if people want to pre-order the book, they can go into my site. It's elkanah-cohen.com, and they can also pre-order through Amazon. I'm also, by the way, on 29th of September, I'm coming to New York to give some lecture
Wonderful.
people for some communities, and if people want to reach me out, they can call me. And I have all the details in my site, so it's alkana-cohen.com, and that's it. I
You
don't know
know,
if you.
I'm just glad that you're doing what you're doing. Thank God. I mean, you're putting a nice human face to the conflict. Somebody who's been there, and you know, I think that I hope to see more of that. And I just really want to thank you for your service in Israel. God bless you. God bless the state of Israel. And just thank you for joining me today, Kuno.
Thank you. It's a privilege. Again, privilege to talk to you. Thank you
Thank you
for
very
that.
much. All right, welcome to the program. Charles Moscowitz here. Thanks for joining me, everyone. It's an honor and a privilege to welcome Dr. Jerome Corsi to the program. Dr. Corsi has been a guest from time to time. He has been on the forefront of political and cultural analysis for the better part of the last several decades, going back to his work on the Swift boat controversy in 2004 when John Kerry was running for president. And he's got into a lot of very important issues. He's got a shelf full of books. His most recent research in two books is on the Kennedy assassination, and his most recent book on the topic, which he co-wrote with David W. Mantik and others, is The Assassination of President John F. Kennedy, The Final Analysis. Forensic analysis of the JFK autopsy. X-rays prove 2 headshots from the right front and 1 from the rear. So, Dr. Corsi, let's go right into it. What are the latest discoveries with regard to the Kennedy assassination?
Well, I'm going to start. First of all, Charles, it's great to be back with you. Thank you for the invitation. And I want to show you the cover of the book, and then we'll start there.
Okay.
Here's the cover of the book. I think you can see it now. Is it clear on the screen?
Mm-hmm.
Is it shared?
Yes,
okay. So the title is The Assassination of John F. Kennedy, The Final Analysis. And I co-authored it here, as you can see, with David Mantik. David Mantik is an MD. He's a radiation oncologist. So he's been reading X-rays for cancer patients for over 4 decades. And he also has a PhD in physics. And his PhD was on a physics topic dealing with X-rays. Now, Dr. Mantik has seen the JFK skull X-rays from the autopsy in the archives, the National Archives, 9 times more than anyone else. And he has done optical density measurements, which means you take a odometer, which is a scientific instrument, and you can meter or centimeter, okay, millimeter by millimeter, sometimes a tenth of a millimeter by tenth of a millimeter. You can measure the amount of light coming through the X-ray, which permits you to really do a detailed scientific analysis of what you're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Now, of the 3 X-rays that exist in the archives of JFK's autopsy from the skull, all 3 are, first of all, forged. They're not the originals, and they were altered to mask evidence of frontal shots.
Right.
Now, okay, so what you can see in the cover here, this is a Zapruder film. This is the frame.
Right.
JFK has just been shot in the throat. You can see his hands coming up to his neck. A bullet has entered the windshield from the front and it's hit him in the neck. Okay, and then of the headshots, the first one that hit Jack Kennedy was at frame 313 in the Zapruder film, and it moved his head forward, and it blew out a lot of the right front of his head. Less than 2 seconds later, a shot hit JFK in the temporal bone, right by the right ear, and it blew out the back of his head, the right back of his head. And then a shot hit him in the forehead almost at the same time. And if we look at that, in fact, if I increase the magnification on that and give it to you in a little bit bigger format, let's see if I can do that. Well, I'll do that when we get inside the others. But you can see here, the shot entered the forehead right at above the right eye at the hairline, and you can see the fragment of the bullet breaking up. It goes across the top of Jack Kennedy's head, the right quadrant of his head, and the biggest fragments in the back, which is clear indication of a frontal shot, because the large fragments are they weigh more and they have more momentum. They travel the farthest, and it did not exit the back of the head. So that's a clear evidence of a frontal shot. Okay, and that's again, what this means is that Lee Harvey Oswald was not the sole gun shooter, because he was supposed to have been shooting from the Texas School Book Depository, which was behind the limousine when the shooting started. And so therefore, there's no way that, and this means that there are essentially at least 3 gunmen, one from a low angle behind Jack Kennedy, probably in the Daltex building directly behind the limousine, and across the street from the Texas School Book Depository. The one from the hit in the temple, this keyhole fracture right here, that shot came from the grassy knoll. And I can show you some of the Zapruder film here when we get into it in a minute. This shot up here, like the shot through the windshield, probably came from a shooter who was on the other side of the grassy knoll, the south side of Dealey Plaza, up by the railroad yard above the triple underpass.
Right.
So you got a crossfire. You got 3 shooters, and this is different than other books, because here we've got scientific evidence. This is the measurement. You're looking at the X-rays. We know these X-rays are Jack Kennedy's X-rays because they are the X-rays of the teeth. The dental records match a pre-mortem before he was killed X-ray Jack Kennedy had taken of his skull that was found at the JFK Presidential Library in Boston. But this white patch back here,
right,
which you can see, that's too white. It's off the grade for what the range of light that can come through an X-ray. That means that this was intentionally patched and blocked from light, because the shot that came here and blew out the back of the head undoubtedly did damage this whole part of the skull. And you couldn't be permitted to see that in the X-rays, or you would have known that this was a frontal shot. Okay, now I'm going to quit sharing this for a minute, and here I want to give you a couple of other things here to think about. At Parkland Hospital, which Jack Kennedy was taken to Parkland Hospital immediately after the shooting.
Right.
And this was the doctors who, had the first look at Jack Kennedy, but no time to alter the wounds. And what they saw, they all said that it was two frontal shots that they saw. And I'm going to read you some of what they said. Here is a nurse. Her name is Nurse Bell. She just comes into the trauma room 1, the emergency room at Parkland, for just a couple of minutes. For literally, her job is to see how badly the patient is injured and whether or not there's going to be an operation needed, because she's going to go prepare the operating room.
Right. So she's the first person to see the president when he came in.
Yeah, and she's taking a look at it to see how bad the wounds are. So her testimony under oath to the Warren Commission, she said, when I took the first look, I could recognize the president, but I didn't see an injury because there was no injury around his face, she explained. So she said, where's the injury? Now, Dr. Perry, who was standing there, he was trying to do a tracheotomy. He's trying to open up the bullet wound in the throat, see if they get a tube down there to get JFK breathing. Perry reached up on the president's head, and he pulled it up, and he turned it a little to the left so you could see in here. And there was a gaping hole, she said, where the brain and fluids were dripping out. The wound on the back of JFK's head could have been 3 or 4 inches in diameter, what I saw. That's like a baseball.
Yeah.
Dr. Crenshaw said, I walked to the president's head to get a closer look. His entire right cerebral hemisphere, that's this part, the whole right of the hemisphere, appeared to be gone. It looked like a crater, an empty crater. All I could see was mangled, bloody tissue. From the damage I saw, there was no doubt in my mind that the bullet had entered the head through the front. As it surgically passed through the cranium, the missile obliterated the temporal, that's up by the ear, and all the parietal, this is up more towards the top of the head, and the occipital lobes in the back of the head were gone, lacerated, and then it lacerated the cerebellum, which is a part of the brain at the very back.
Yes.
The wound resembled a deep furrow in a freshly plowed field. Several years later, when I showed slow motion films of the bullet striking the president, the physics of the head being thrown back provided final and complete confirmation of a frontal entry by the bullet to the cranium. Okay, so now that's what they saw at Parkland. And I want to show you some of the Zapruder film and I'm going to share my screen again.
Yes.
And I'm going to show you in the Zapruder film where you can see these two of the shots very clearly. And here we go. Share this, and I'm going to pick out frame 313. Okay, this frame here is where the shot hits JFK in the back of the head, and you can see the blood and tissue are going up out of his head forward.
Mm-hmm.
The front of his head, the very front of his head here, they're kind of like a head flap. That's where the bullets exited, and the damage has caused the bullet going through the head, and he's pushed forward.
Mm-hmm.
Now, less than 2 seconds later, in frame 331, there is a massive hit to the side of the head, and I'm going to blow this one up so you can see the comparison here. This one here, I'm going to make that one go to be much bigger, and so you can get a close-up of it. We're going to go to, I'm going to zoom in on it.
Okay.
You can see basically there that JFK's head, you can see two separate wounds. This is just the front of it. This is the whole side of his head is just blown open by the bullet that hit the side.
Right.
And it's blowing out the back of the head. Okay, those two separate shots.
Yes.
Okay, so those are a shot from the rear, a shot from the front, and he is now thrown violently to the left. So if we follow through here, you can see he's pushed violently back into the left. This is where you get the violently back into the left sequence. And that's clearly from a frontal shot. Okay, and I'm going to now show you some more of these. See, that's again a separate shot from the shot that hit at 313.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm going to go actually into the book. And I'm going to show you some from the book now.
Okay.
I'm going to quit showing this. And I'm going to pick up the screen share here of the book.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to find the pictures I want. Let me look at the book for itself. The book is a large book, by the way. It's 500 and some pages long, and it is very, very thoroughly illustrated.
Mm-hmm.
Everything we're talking about is very clearly demonstrated in the book, and you can follow it along and see exactly. You know, we put all the medical, really detailed medical and scientific evidence in the back and appendices. So if you want to see them, you can read them. But again, it's not really required if you really want to just understand the argument of the book.
Right.
Now, I'm going to come up here to the frame 411. This is I'm showing you some of the Zapruder film now in frames. Okay, so here is this is the head explosion of 331, and I'm going to now again make sure I bring this up so you can see it really well.
Mm-hmm.
I bring that up to 500.
Okay.
You can see how much the head is blown apart.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a tough.
Yeah, these are gruesome pictures.
No, it's I can barely, even now I can barely stand to see this.
So he's moving back into the left, and Clint Hill is coming up onto this is a Secret Service agent. He's trying reaching for the hand. So the shot throws Jack Kennedy back into the left. Clint Hill gets covered by brain matter. As this officer over here gets covered by brain matter. Jackie Kennedy starts to come out of the car.
Yeah.
And she's reaching back. She's reaching for a piece of Jack Kennedy's brain in the back. I want to increase this one in size so that we get a good look at it.
You know, I think this part of the Zapruder film was only declassified recently. I mean, we saw a lot of it originally, but we didn't see this. I mean,
in this detail, she's reaching for a piece of the brain.
Mm-hmm.
And when she gets the piece of the brain, and the whole point of this is it's all blown to the left. There's a fragment of Jack Kennedy's head that's actually blown on the lawn over here.
Right.
That's clearly a shot from the grassy knoll.
Yes.
Okay. And the x-rays validate that. Now, when Jackie gets it, she goes back into the car. And what she does is she tries to put Jack's head back together again.
Oh,
So when Jack is going, when they're going through they're now driving further down on Elm Street, and they're going through the triple underpass, and Jack Kennedy is sitting upright. You can see his face,
yeah,
you can see his ear. He's dead.
right.
Back of his head, you can see this is all blown out here.
Yeah,
Okay, and so Jackie was trying to get him. It's like a reaction when you break a wrist or something like
Right.
that, and you
Yeah.
think you can put it back together again.
right.
But the evidence here that this is in fact a these shots. I want to show you a couple. I want to show you more clearly the shot to the forehead, because it's dramatically clearly a frontal shot. And again, this book now is definitive in that it lays to rest the question of whether Lee Harvey Oswald was the shooter, because no shots in this head came from the Texas School Book Depository. So we know now that the government has been lying for 60 years
Yes.
and framed Lee Harvey Oswald as the shooter when they
So
knew
there
he
was no shots coming from the Texas School Book Depository?
none at all that hit his head.
Right. I mean, obviously, the people that did the shooting, they were very,
here
very
because-
experienced sharpshooters. I mean, obviously.
Oh, these whoever did these shooting shots were perfectly. They were just
Oh,
killers.
yeah. They knew what they were doing. Yeah.
They knew what they were doing. I mean, they don't hit Jackie. They're shooting through the windshield through 2 Secret Service agents. The bullet that entered the forehead created the red blob. It's a marking. This was a liquid mercury bullet. As I'm going to explain, the body showed frontal shots, and the government's explanations of the shots had to come from the back.
Right.
So they flew the body into Andrews Air Force Base, and as I'll tell you in a few minutes, there was pre-autopsy surgery. Before the autopsy started, the 2 Navy pathologists at Bethesda altered Jack Kennedy's wounds. They did pre-autopsy surgery.
And who were they?
I'll get to that in just a
All right.
minute.
Thank you.
This is the track of the bullet. So you can see it breaking up. It doesn't exit. You can't remove a liquid mercury bullet. And so therefore, this is just clear evidence of a frontal shot.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see it entered the front. Dr. Chesser also did an analysis of it. When it entered the front of the head, there was all these little scatter dust-like particles that came at the entry point.
Right.
And then a picture of it here that shows you without color, but you can see here how it looked in the X-ray, where there's clearly so that's clearly a frontal shot.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Now, the government had a problem in that there was a photographer who was taking pictures of in front of the limousine. His name was Alchins. He was standing in front of the limousine when the shooting happened. And so the Texas School Book Depository was seen in the background, and that picture was published in newspapers across the country within about an hour or so of the assassination. It was on the AP wire.
Okay.
And so people across the country knew that the shooting had occurred. That's a big blow up of the Alchins picture, but the Texas School Book Depository is behind when the shooting starts. The bullet's coming through the windshield here and hitting his neck. So they couldn't have had any. If Lee Harvey Oswald was a shooter, you can't have had any shots from the front.
Right, of course.
And if we take a look at the pictures, the Alchins took another picture as the Kennedy limousine passed him. There you can see the bullet coming through the windshield. It's even clearer here in this blow up. So that's a reflection of where the bullet came through the windshield.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now, when they flew Jack Kennedy's body back to, by the way, the body was taken out of Parkland Hospital at gunpoint because the autopsy pathologist showed up and he said, "This is a local murder. I am the coroner. I am going to do the autopsy in Dallas." Well, it was known that the shots came from the front, and they had a problem. They couldn't let the autopsy be done in Dallas. I'm going to read you what Clint Hill said, and then I'm going to go back to sharing in a minute. But Clint Hill gave a very good description of what he of how the shots affected him. He's the Secret Service agent in the back of the car. Said, as I approached the vehicle, JFK's limousine, there was a third shot. It hit the president in the head, the upper right of the right ear, causing a gaping hole in his head, which caused the brain matter, blood, and bone fragments spew forth out over the car, over myself. At this point, Mrs. Kennedy came out of the back seat under the trunk of the car. She was trying to relieve something that had gone off to the right rear. She did not know I was there. At that point, I grabbed Mrs. Kennedy, put her in the back seat. The president fell over onto her lap to his left.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Frontal shot. And he also said the right head of JFK's head was exposed. I could see his eyes were fixed. There was a hole in the right rear portion of his head about the size of my palm. Most of the gray matter in that area had been removed. It was scattered throughout the entire car, including on Mrs. Kennedy. So there's no doubt, and in fact, if we go back to the book, all the doctors at Parkland say that they clearly saw that this was if I go to figure 4.3 about, all the pictures taken of these doctors show that they have to go find it here for a minute. It's not exactly numbered in the manuscript the way it got into the book. There were some changes.
Okay.
But you can see that in a minute, I'm going to show you the picture where all these doctors are saying he was hit in the back. By the way, that's how the bullet came in the forehead at a higher angle. That's how the bullet at the side blew out the back of his head, entering it by the right ear.
Mm-hmm.
And then all these doctors at Parkland, when they were asked about that's the Harper fragment that was blown out of the back of Jack Kennedy's head and was found on the lawn on the other side of the Dealey Plaza.
Right.
It's very clear he was shot from the front. There's another shot of the Harper fragment. And as you go through this and see what the doctors say, it's just clear the doctors are all in agreement at Parkland that he was shot. And let's see if I can find it quickly here. 4 point. It's pretty dramatic when you go. Oh, by the way, this is what Dr. Mantik's optical density measurements look like. He's taking measurements and recording them all across the skull.
Right.
It's very, very detailed analysis of the. See, these are the doctors at Parkland. They're all holding the back of their head where they saw the blowout.
Yeah, I see that bomb.
Okay, so there was really no doubt about it. Now, when they got the airplane landed, you see Bobby Kennedy comes and runs into the front. He comes up on the stairs and gets into the front of the airplane, and they begin to take the casket out of the airplane with a lift. There's a Navy ambulance there.
Mm-hmm.
And the Navy ambulance, they put the casket in the Navy ambulance, and Bobby and Jackie get in the Navy ambulance, and they head off to Bethesda. And Lyndon Johnson comes and gives a few-minute speech, very quick speech, and the lights are off. And that's at 6 p.m. on the night of the assassination, November 22nd, 1963. Now, the JFK's body arrives at Bethesda morgue a half an hour later, and it arrives in a shipping casket, a pink metal gray shipping casket. And these Navy corpsmen at Bethesda bring the shipping casket into the morgue, they open it. There's a body bag in it. They take the body bag out, but Jack Kennedy's in the body bag naked, and he's got a towel around his head. Now, that's not how Jack Kennedy left Dallas.
Right.
He left Dallas in a ceremonial casket that they had brought up from a local funeral home,
Mm-hmm.
and the nurses had wrapped him in sheets, his body and his head.
Yeah.
So the body had gotten removed from the casket
Mm-hmm.
and was helicoptered to Bethesda, and it arrived in a black Navy ambulance, which was not the same ambulance that, of course, Jackie and Bobby left left to go towards Bethesda. That was a completely different hearse. I want to find the quote here from Paul O'Connor, who was one of the corpsmen that night, and he made it clear that there was. He says Paul O'Connor was interviewed He said, Paul O'Connor, the back of the morgue opened up, and a crew of hospital corpsmen and a higher-ranking corpsman, Dennis David, brought in a plain pinkish gray, what I call a shipping casket. It was not ornate. It was not damaged. It was just pinkish gray casket. They brought it up into the morgue and set it. We had 2 tables in the morgue, autopsy tables. They were back to front. They weren't side by side. They were back to front. They brought it up front where we were. At that time, we opened the coffin, and inside was a body bag. Now, William Matson-Law, who did a lot of interviewing of these Navy corpsmen, interrupts. He says, "You're sure there was a body bag?" Paul O'Connor, absolutely sure there was a body bag. We unzipped it quickly. Inside was a nude body with a bloody sheet wrapped around the head of the body. We lifted the body onto the table. Now, 2 of the doctors, Dr. Humes and Dr. Boswell, who are going to do the autopsy, come out, and they start to do pre-autopsy surgery of the head. It's witnessed by Navy corpsmen. It's witnessed by one of the people who was there, the mortician, who's going to prepare Jack Kennedy's body to show it back at the White House. And they saw this surgery. Now, I'm going to show you what they did was they opened up Jack Kennedy's head to change the frontal shot in the forehead and make it look like an incision. They took a saw and they removed the top bone in JFK's head, which is called the parietal bone.
Yeah.
And this is what Jack Kennedy's head looked like after the pre-autopsy surgery was done. These pictures were not released until a few years later.
Sure.
And you can see a head brace under Jack Kennedy's head. That was not in the morgue. I'm going to increase this size, and you can see how the top bone is gone.
Yeah.
And how they've messed inside his head, trying to. The brains are all scrambled. And the front. It's got. I'm going to show you a better picture of this, but the front is like a wing nut. And they made a complete mess of the head. I'm going to go forward and show you another picture of it. Let's just see here. Maybe it's behind this. I'm not sure which direction it's in. Let me look for a second. I think it's in front. You can see how well illustrated this book is, by the way.
Yeah, beautiful.
And okay, now this is another view from the side. And here we go. So we're going to do 200. You can see they messed up the incision up here. And the top bone is gone. I'll show you one more of these pictures, which is in color. So it's really the most gruesome of them, but it's important that you see it.
Okay.
And okay, so I'm going to increase this too.
Okay.
All right, now you can see how this is where the incision in the forehead was.
Yeah.
You can see the straight line saw cut to remove that bone. That is clearly not.
Yeah, that's unbelievable.
That saw removed that bone.
Oh, yeah.
That's not a shooting from Park. That's pre-autopsy surgery. The 2 FBI agents who attended the autopsy said when Dr. Hume brought the body into the morgue, everybody gasped because there's clearly, to anybody who knows autopsies, this was pre-autopsy surgery, which is illegal.
Of course.
It's not how a bullet wound looks. And I guess Hume said there was pre-autopsy surgery because the 2 FBI agents put it in their 302 after action report. And that's in the public record. That there was pre-autopsy surgery. Okay, now I'm going to quit sharing the screen here for a minute. And now what happened with the casket is by about 7:17. So Jack Kennedy's body arrived at the morgue at 6:30. They began doing the pre-autopsy surgery. By about 7:17, the limo from Bethesda shows up. It comes to the front of the Bethesda Naval Hospital. Jackie Kennedy and Robert Kennedy get out and they go up to the VIP room through the front door.
Okay.
The two drivers who were the Secret Service agents driving the limousine in Dealey Plaza are now driving the hearse. And they don't know where the entrance is to the morgue. So Roy Kellerman goes inside the morgue from the front door to look for, it goes inside Bethesda Naval Hospital to look for the morgue. William Greer, the driver, is sitting there. And the two FBI agents who do the 302 report, Jim Siebert and Frank O'Neill, come up and they say, well, come with us. We have to get our FBI physicals every year at Bethesda, so we know where the morgue is. They take the hearse around to the back of the morgue, back of Naval Hospital, and the two FBI agents and the two Secret Service agents unload the Dallas ceremonial casket and put it in the anteroom for the morgue. The Navy corpsmen say you're not allowed to enter the morgue because obviously they're doing pre-autopsy surgery. They don't want that seen.
Right.
And this is the ceremonial morgue, casket that left Dallas. That's at 717. Now, there's also a Navy and there's all units honor guard. So Navy, Air Force, Marines, Army in dress uniforms. And they were at Andrews Air Force Base. They had their own car and they were going separately to Bethesda morgue. And they were going to get there too early. So Admiral Galloway from the morgue, he's part of the Bethesda Naval Hospital, finds another Navy gray ambulance, and he drives out and he finds these guys driving around with the honor guard. He leaves on a wild goose chase for 15 or 20 minutes around Washington to delay them.
Wow.
They don't arrive until about 8 o'clock. By then, they've got Kennedy's body back in the ceremonial casket. The honor guard brings the casket into the morgue. They open up the casket and start the autopsy. And they say there's pre-autopsy surgery. So I think you can see now from what Dr. Mantic did by documenting, this is like crime scene investigation. This is not he said, she said. We're not talking about who the shooters were. We're not speculating. We know everything we've said in this book is true. And the pre-autopsy surgery was validated by Doug Horn, who wrote an introduction to the book. He did 5 volumes inside the Assassinations Records Review Board. Doug worked on the Assassinations Records Review Board for several years, and he got the medical evidence, did a lot of interviewing of all the medical personnel, especially at Bethesda, and wrote a very comprehensive report on documenting the pre-autopsy surgery. Now, why this is important today, because it's clear that on November 22nd, 1963, the CIA, which, by the way, had a complete background analysis on Oswald. Oswald was captured about an hour into the flight back to going back to Washington.
Right.
And the CIA distributed worldwide a dossier on Oswald that said he was a Marine who had served at a secret base in Japan, from which we were flying these U-2 planes over China and Russia, and that he had defected to Russia as a communist sympathizer. So the CIA obviously had that prepared. They had a frame up on Oswald to begin with. Oswald said he was a patsy. When the limousine got to Parkland Hospital, the Secret Service gets a pail of water, and they start washing out the blood and guts from the back seat. They're altering a crime scene. People, bystanders, see the front bullet that came through the front of the windshield. They see it's a frontal shot. It punctured the outside as it entered the windshield, and it beveled the glass. Glass actually fell back in Jack Kennedy's face, and the mortician had a hard time stopping the little bleeding that was going on in his face, even after they prepared Jack Kennedy for display. And so the Secret Service got the limousine out of there. The Secret Service began altering evidence from day one. You have a deep state military-industrial complex killing a Jack Kennedy. Jack Kennedy did not want to go to war. He wouldn't go to war with Russia and the Cuban Missile Crisis. He back-channeled to Khrushchev. We took our missiles out of Turkey. Khrushchev took Soviet missiles out of Cuba. Jack Kennedy started to have détente. He wanted to have a test ban treaty, which he put in place for Kennedy and Khrushchev.
Right.
And he gave a speech at American University. That's where the final analysis comes from. Jack Kennedy said, in the final analysis, we all live in this small planet. We all breathe the same air. We all cherish our children and grandchildren, and we are all mortal. So he wanted to have coexistence. He had signed an order to pull out of Vietnam. The Joint Chiefs, there's going to be billions of dollars made going to war. They wanted to go to war. And so the deep state just took over and lied. They created a narrative. And so therefore, what the message of the Kennedy assassination is that this hasn't stopped. And 9/11, why do buildings collapse that were not hit by the airplanes? Building 7. Why in 1991 do we go to invade to get Saddam Hussein, invade Iraq, and there's no weapons of mass destruction found? Colin promised that's why we were going there. Why do we have a bad flu that's made into a pandemic and a vaccine that doesn't stop you from getting the disease, but in fact could make you sick and kill you? The government lies. And
Right.
we've been in a Jim Carrey Truman Show, thinking we're watching reality. We're just watching a scripted CIA, intelligence agency, military, industrial complex series of perpetual crisis after perpetual crisis, perpetual war. Destroying the economy when they want to destroy the economy, creating pandemics. Now you've got the globalists wanting to take over, and the rest of us are going to eat bugs. They don't need us anymore. We're useless eaters.
Right.
Well, you can see, I'm not sure that, I think the CIA has controlled every president since Kennedy, with the exception, I think, of Reagan and Trump.
Yeah.
And the CIA is still got
And
Joe.
look what happened to them. No, look, I mean, Kennedy actually thought that he was president of the United States, and he was fatally mistaken when he began to exercise the constitutional powers of that office.
That's right.
The deep state, which, as you say, they stand for a policy of perpetual war for perpetual peace, as historian Charles Austin Beard called it in his famous book in the 1920s. Of course, later on, he'd be denounced as an anti-Semite, which is not true. Basically that was the policy they were promoting. That was there were other elements of Kennedy that were troubling to them. I mean, he delivered a speech to this businessmen's association where he talked about the dangers of secret oaths.
That's right.
Secret societies. Fascinating speech. According to the late historian Jim Marr, he was releasing silver certificates backed by silver that did an end run around the Federal Reserve.
That's
that
right.
was stopped by Johnson within hours of the assassination. And there were other factors. Kennedy actually was a patriot who believed in putting America first and his country first, and he paid the ultimate price for that. That is the exact, and ever since then, this deep state has been enthroned. I mean, I think even Nixon tried to stand up to it. Look what happened to him. This is the way it goes down. I mean, it's what we're dealing with. It's obviously what's happened with President Trump, and that's what we have today. That's who's running the world today.
They'll stealing elections. They'll do anything their
Of
power.
course.
And then Jim Mars. You mentioned Jim Mars. Jim Mars wrote a book on the Fourth Reich.
Yes, they're very good.
Allen Dulles, head of the CIA, and his brother John Foster Dulles had State Department under Eisenhower.
Right.
Now they both had worked with Brown Brothers Harriman and Prescott Bush, who was George H.W. Bush's father. They were, before World War II, they were funding Hitler out of Wall Street, and they believed in Nazism. They wanted globalism. They liked this idea of a small, self-appointed elite: Klaus Schwab, John Kerry, Bill Gates, and they're the oligarchs of the world. They get all the money, and they multinational corporations and their machines. They run the world, and the rest of us are nothing to them.
Right. I mean, it's basically a transfer of governing powers to this unelected, authoritarian elite. I mean, it goes back to Wilson and the signing of the Federal Reserve Act and the 17th Amendment, which is the direct taxation. But I mean, I think that the modern manifestation actually goes back to the Rhodes Roundtable, and as discussed by Professor Carroll Quigley in his book Tragedy and Hope,
which is a great book. It's a great
yes,
book.
the emerge of America and the British Commonwealth into an Anglo-American establishment, and that would informally rule the world. It's an old story. Every generation has dealt with it all the way back to Adam and Eve. This isn't new. And every generation has also had patriots who have woken up and who have gone to bat and taken a stand for freedom. That's what this country was supposed to be all about, a rejection of these authoritarian ideas. And so here we are today. We have President Trump standing in the breach. He's like this unique figure that is a truth teller and that's willing to go to bat. He certainly doesn't have to. If he had kept a low profile, he'd be fine. He wouldn't have all these phony laws created to go after him and his family and his wealth. What do you think is going to happen now, Jerome? I mean, what do you think is going to go on with this election?
Well, I think that there's a lot to happen yet. It's still in the works. I think that the American people are waking up. I do believe this book has played a role and will play a role. I've now created the Anti-Globalist Alliance. I've been Archbishop Vigano in Rome has been calling for this to be done for years, and I finally did it. And I've gotten to be in communication with Archbishop, with His Excellency, and I'm writing a book which I'm just doing the final editing on it today, which is entitled the Anti-Globalist Alliance Manifesto.
Great.
And its subtitle is Ending the War on Humanity. It'll be published in either August or September by War Room Books, and Bannon is writing the introduction.
Wonderful. Great man, by the way. War Room Pandemic is a tremendous resource. They're trying to put him in prison, probably will. But, I think that people see this, they see through it. These are prices that have to be paid. So Jerry, what can my listeners and viewers do to help? How can we get involved?
Well, there's lots of ways to get involved. When I form the Anti-Globalist Alliance formally and launch it with a website, you can join as members, participate. We're going to be running programs, to get things back into community control, get it out of the control of the globalists. Different programs are going to be outlined in this manifesto. Follow my website, which is thetruthcentral.com. And we're going to have lots of different ways where people can participate. But I'm very actively taking steps to reverse this. I've created new telemedicine companies. I want to get medicine back in the hands of doctors and people, and we'll be working. Those are part, again, of the Anti-Globalist Alliance, getting things back into community level. And so we're going to be very active on this as the elections approach. And I think these two books go together. Robert Kennedy Jr. knows about this book. I've talked with him about it. I've spoken with him, and he asked for a copy of the book, and he asked for a Dr. Edward Fogarty, who's a radiologist, to look at Dr. Mantik's work. And Dr. Fogarty told Robert Kennedy that the book is 100% solid. That's correct.
Good.
And Dr. Fogarty is actually working with me on a project he's on. I have a medical website called GetLongevityMeds.com, and he's going to be offering hyperbaric treatment and some immune supplements, which are quite extraordinary.
Wonderful.
So he turned out to become a good friend, and now we're working together.
Good. I should look into that. I'd like to. And I also am still concerned with the apparatus of voter stealing, of the ballot fraud. I think there's been progress made. The American people are aware of this. I follow some of these really sinister people like Mark Elias on Twitter, and he tends to show the truth. I mean, he'll tweet what they're doing. He was one of the architects of the phony Trump impeachment and the J6 scam, which now has been exposed even further with this tape that just came out with Nancy Pelosi. But nevertheless, their infrastructure is still in place.
Yes.
They can still do it, and they probably will do it if they need to. They'll do whatever they need to do to stop Trump. So I'm very concerned about that. Obviously, we all are.
We are. I mean, they look. They're ramping up the Ukraine war. We're now giving long-range
Yeah,
missiles.
firing missiles into Russia. Can you imagine that? Every
Well,
president from
I
Truman
wouldn't.
on down has avoided a kinetic war with a nuclear armed Russia. I mean, it's insane.
The Biden is obviously going through very fast progressing senior dementia.
Indeed.
So you can't have a president who's in senior dementia. So it's obvious he's not running the country.
So who is?
Well, you got this deep state, the CIA, and I'm sure Obama's involved in it. I mean, the truth is, you don't know who's running the country. We don't have a republic any longer. We don't have representative Congress. These congressmen are all bought and sold.
They are. I mean, what the hell happened with Johnson? I mean, they're worse than if it was controlled by the open deep state.
Yeah, I mean, it's between Johnson and Mitch McConnell's wife is Chinese, and her family's worth billions or millions or whatever it is in China. And that family wouldn't be around if Mitch McConnell wasn't. He has to do what China wants. That's how China plays. That whole family would be killed. And so therefore they play that game in China. They know it's cheap to buy Joe Biden for them.
They've owned him for decades.
And Joe Biden's been for sale for decades.
Yeah.
And the problem is that the CIA, has been so deeply involved in everything. I mean, I caught HSBC in 2011 doing money laundering. They were taking people left the bank and they took their names and their social security numbers. They ran millions of dollars through new accounts opened under that information. They closed the account. Well, Department of Homeland Security asked for the information. I gave it to them, sent a permanent investigating committee. HSBC was charged $1.9 billion in criminal fines and nobody went to jail. They were money laundering for the Mexican drug cartels. The CIA was in on it. The Treasury is monitoring. We are the drug cartels. You can't run a drug cartel without a bank and an intelligence agency. You can't drive around with semi trucks full of $100 bills. You got to get the money into a banking system. And so therefore, if people wake up, they realize we've got a criminal government that murdered a president and is getting us into suicidal wars. I mean, for all I know, their October surprise of this neo-Marxist Democratic Party will be to have a nuclear war.
Yeah, we don't know if anything could go down. If they'll do anything to stop Trump and the MAGA movement and people who are trying to reassert sovereignty.
But I think, I say in the end, God always wins. And
indeed,
this scheme always loses. It's just we're going to have to pay a big judgment of God because we've, let the country get away from God. We've killed too many babies in the womb, chopped them to pieces after Roe v. Wade. We've started taking God out of our schools in the 1940s. This has been a country that moves from God is going to get lost and it's going to get destroyed. And we have to get back to these roots. I think the American people are still and increasingly awakening to this. I think if we have a great revival, which is possible, and I'm encouraging people, my TheTruthCentral.com daily podcast, weekday podcast, to say 2 Chronicles 7:14, we need to get down and repent, and God will hear our prayer and heal our land. I mean, it's really gotten to that point. And these demons, and I do mean satanic demons, mutilating children.
They're absolute demons that are at the very core of the deep state. They always have been. The problem is now they're out in the open about it, and now they have the technologies and the means that would have made Hitler and Stalin blush. I mean, they really can do things that are so all-encompassing that we can't even imagine it. I mean, the subject I think you've gotten into also is the mind control developments, particularly since World War II.
Yes.
And MK Ultra and all of the rest. These things are real, and these things are manipulating people to behave in certain ways and think certain things that they don't understand. It's an interesting subject.
It's very manipulative. It's calculated.
Right.
And so therefore, I mean, and one of the other books I wrote on the the truth about neo-Marxism, cultural Maoism, and anarchy was that, you know, you had a defector from Russia, Bezmenov, in the 50s, who came over and said, he said the whole methodology was to get God out of things, to destabilize, to create this one series of crises after another, run psychological operations, get people to feel confused, and then they abandon power. The middle class is being destroyed, and people are finding there's going to be a massive economic crash eventually here with all the debt that's around. And so, again, you have to understand that this is being done intentionally by the deep state. They want to destroy in order to create. They're depopulationists. They don't care. They don't think they need these billions of people. They want the Earth's resources for themselves. And they will gladly eliminate billions of people. And they say so openly.
Oh, yeah. And it's become that, and these new technologies around artificial intelligence and transhumanism with its front is transgenderism. The idea of blurring the difference between men and women, blurring the difference between property and government. All of these things are everything that go against the Bible, and that we need to understand distinctions.
That's right.
That's part of what God's blueprint at Sinai. I mean, to show what is sacred and what's profane, and to understand that, and we can understand it.
Yes, we can. And the Kennedy assassination was the day this changed. It was the day the deep state decided they're just going to take control.
Indeed, and that was the coup.
That was the coup d'etat.
So, Dr. Corsi, again, the book is The Assassination of President John F. Kennedy, the Final Analysis, Forensic Analysis of the JFK Autopsy, X-rays proves 2 headshots from the right front and 1 from the rear. This is available as a paperback at Amazon.com. And Dr. Corsi, I hope to have you back as you release your manifesto and from time to time, and to stay in touch.
I look forward to that, Charles. Thank you very much. Great to be back with you, and thank you.
Thank you, sir.
God bless.
It's amazing what you can do with technology now, you know?
Yeah.
And here we go. All right. Welcome, everyone. Charles Moscowitz, Monday through Friday, 3 to 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I want to thank the good people over at TECN TV, the Exceptional Conservative Network, which is now carrying the show live, and their owner, Ken McClanton, great conservative out of Washington, D.C. If you want to chat, you can do so at rumble.com/Moskowitz. And we actually take calls here, 617-396-4958. My guest is Captain Seth Keshel. Captain Keshel has been, he's a former naval intelligence officer. Army. Thank you, sir. And thank you for your service. And you have been on the issue of the great election steal since Election Day. I have followed you. You have an extraordinary breadth of knowledge with a particular orientation towards statistical analysis, which is very important. You have traveled the country. You have spoken on the issue. You like to have fun, I noticed. You do some recordings, so you bring a real energy to this issue at a time when those of us who are critical of the election have been vilified often, and it's not always easy. It's kind of a lonely trog occasionally. So I thank you, Seth, for what you've done, first of all. So
you're welcome, Charles. I appreciate the invite to the show. We've been trying to connect for quite some time.
Indeed. So let's go right to it here. I mean, the whole country knows, I think, and polls indicate that most people know that the election of 2020 was stolen. 60% Republicans polled even recently still believe that and still understand that. And I don't know if there's polling on Democrats, but I'm pretty sure it's probably 20 to 30%, and a large number of independents. The way polling works oftentimes as well, people might be afraid or intimidated to speak the truth when asked, because when you have the FBI kicking down people's doors, you don't necessarily want to mention that you believe this because you might end up on the wrong end of that kick on the door. So, suffice to say that everyone knows damn well what happened in 2020. And I think that you are bringing a lot of data to this and science to it that further reinforces what happened. So let's just talk for starters about your methods of analyzing the election state by state, county by county.
All right. So there's 3,143 counties or county equivalents in independent cities in the United States that contribute votes in our presidential elections and also in statewide elections in those states. And of course, they are going to have a finite number of votes, which maxes out clearly at the number of registered voters, which we'll get into is a serious problem. Now, some of these counties, including in the key states that are key for the Electoral College with any Donald Trump run for the presidency and really any Republican run now that the map is shifting around, you have states like Pennsylvania and Michigan, Ohio, Iowa, Wisconsin, Indiana, all across the Midwest, the Rust Belt. And a lot of those counties are stagnant in population. So they're fixed. The population hasn't changed much or it's declining. And in counties like that, Westmoreland County, Pennsylvania is my favorite example. When you have what's called a coalition shift, people that vote this way that then start voting the other way when the population is dropping because jobs are leaving, then what that means is one party's stack of votes continues to go down. You can look at Westmoreland County for 3 decades, declining vote totals election after election after election. And what you have there is a record Trump performance in 2020. And at the same time, a record Biden performance as well, shaving Trump's margins by about, it looks like 18,000 plus votes in my estimates in a state decided by 80,000. So it takes into account population change, whether that's a surging stream of new population or whether that's a trickle or whether that's a decrease. Then we have the party registration where it's available in 32 states. You can see in the counties which way the trends in the elections should be going. And if you don't believe in that, you can take any state that has party registration and put down the registration trend between presidential elections, and whichever party made the advantage is the party that benefited in the next election, whether that was a tighter loss or an expanded margin of victory or a flip of the state. You can see that coming with party registration. So in a state like Massachusetts, I can see coming that the state's going to become more Democrat with an expanding Democrat registration. In a state like Pennsylvania, when it was a 21-to-1 ratio of registered Republicans to Democrats in Trump's term, that is signaling very strongly that Trump is not only going to win Pennsylvania again, he's going to win it by a wide margin. My number for Pennsylvania is 6.4%.
Okay, so let's just focus on Pennsylvania because it's one of the most egregious examples of what happened. I think it was public knowledge before the election that Republican registration was way up in that state. That was in the news. I recall reading about it. We also had a situation where the state legislature was being undermined by a very corrupt attorney general and secretary of state, mainly installed due to financing from George Soros, who were switching and changing the laws against the U.S. Constitution, Article 2, which says that only the state legislature holds the plenary power to make election laws. And they challenged that, and the challenge was thrown out by a corrupt state judiciary. Eventually, it made its way to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court ignored it after the election. So, the issue of the corruption of our judiciary is a separate question. But the point I'm making here is that Pennsylvania, like several other states, and I know this is such a complex issue. There's so many moving parts, but on election night, it was one of the states that simultaneously shut down and stopped counting. And at that time, Trump was ahead by almost 750,000 votes, right? Then they reopen the next day and they start recounting and recounting and recounting until a week later, they suddenly find enough votes so that the media, the mainstream Mockingbird media, could declare Biden the winner. And that was how he won. Now, I mean, what do we do to counter that? Because that kind of corruption is so pervasive and so ingrained there now that I don't see how there's ever going to be another free election in that state, given those circumstances.
Pennsylvania has gotten much worse since the 2020 election. This has been a stealth play ever since Trump won the states in 2016. So you have the Trump flip of PA, Michigan, Wisconsin, and a near flip of Minnesota in 2016. Minnesota was on the same trend as the rest of the states and should have been a Trump state in 2020. So when we look at the data on those states, you can see in 2018 that the 2018 midterm is when the Trump level election manipulation actually began. But because Donald Trump wasn't removed from office, most people didn't notice, especially since the end result, which was a flip of the House. And hey, there's actually a split decision here. We got more Senate seats. Most people didn't notice the massive turnout. My number suggests that there's 12 to 21 million more votes cast than are feasibly possible based on historic turnout figures since 1974. So that's the 2018 midterm. And that midterm was instrumental in Pennsylvania for reelecting Tom Wolf and making sure that Pennsylvania had statewide Democrat leadership in place for 2020, because they had it in place for 2016. But in 2020, they needed it because Pennsylvania looks like it had a rightward lurch in the 2018 midterms as well. Mm-hmm. And then you see in Michigan, 2018 was important for getting Nessel, Whitmer, and Benson in office there in Michigan.
Right.
All three of them were swept in 2018. John James also lost his Senate seat in 2018, and that was when he ran against Debbie Stabenow. He probably should have won that race as well, but instead the result was they got their beachhead in there to prevent Trump from carrying Michigan in 2020. And in Wisconsin, you have Evers, who snatched the governor's seat away from Scott Walker in 2018. That was with the Milwaukee dump of votes late in the night and put it just over the recount threshold. Walker conceded the race. So that is the origins of this. They got their people in place, and of course Minnesota did the same, and they made sure, and Arizona did the same. You have Katie Hobbs was put in 2018 after the race was called for Steve Gaynor, who ran against her for Secretary of State, and they counted in Maricopa County for days. It's when they got Kristen Sinema in the Senate, and you've seen it all throughout the state. Brad Raffensperger went into Georgia in 2018, and we have this nexus of politicians that were put in place in 2018 or before to ensure that Trump wasn't able to get reelected in those key states, because those 6 states are what I call the contested states: Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. I have all 6 going to Trump easily. The closest state of those 6 is Pennsylvania at 6.4%. None of those states belong in the actual top 10 of the 2020 election. I also have Minnesota as a Trump state. And I have a number of states that you would never think of in a million years that are within 6 points, that are perpetually blue states.
Right. I mean, that would be if we actually had an honest election.
Correct.
So you had the Soros's project of installing secretaries of states, attorneys generals, and corrupt district attorneys, that because he understood that that's where the power lay, that's where you could have people manipulating the law in such a way that would benefit them. And, you've mentioned several of those situations. I mean, Jocelyn Benson in Michigan, along with the other 2 witches, she changed the laws regarding signatures on absentee ballots. That was overturned, her law. 6 months later, of course, it was too late by then. And then just before this recent election, after a citizens group brought evidence that there were 200,000 ballots that no longer resided in the state, they were from people who had either died or had moved out of state, and that they demanded that she remove those ballots, and they had all the names, she just ignored that as well. So we're talking about serious corruption here that in an ordinary time would have been involved with would have been felonies. But yet they are still there. They are more powerful than ever. They were able to, regain their seats in this last election, I think, under very strange circumstances. Do you go into the business of the numbers of ballots that are on the books that are from people who had either died or who are no longer residing in the state?
So people in the state election integrity groups, they get into that because they have to, and that's their piece of terrain. that they can control. Where I came in at a national level. At the end of the 2020 election, while President Trump was still in office, I was brought in to give statistical guidance, just like I do now, and it was to provide material for the lawsuits. So I had context, which of course the courts don't care about that because statistical proof is not hard evidence of a crime like you might find on a security camera. But it supports, hey, something's not right here. Your blood pressure is 200 over 150. Something's not right here. And that is what my statistics show. So I came in at the national level. And then when the election integrity movement kicked off with a national perspective, I've never really been at the county or state level. That doesn't mean I don't have insight on it, but the people that are working at the counties and at the states, they know very closely. They know their county officials, their elections administrators, their county commissioners. And for me to get involved in it would really only create a more difficult path for them. They're going to say, here's a national election denier or one of the more prominent election deniers in the world at this point. And that is something, but I am aware of the New York Citizens Audit for one. I'm aware of all the election integrity movements across the country, and there's a lot of really good ones. You have them everywhere. Audit the Vote Hawaii is outstanding. Audit the Vote Pennsylvania is outstanding. All across the country, we've got, even in Alabama, dark red states, we have people that are doing good. Even there in Massachusetts.
Oh yeah,
you've got some groups there that hosted me in Middlesex County last year, and that was fun. We had about 10 Antifa show up with their masks on, and they took a look at me, decided they didn't want to do anything about it, but
they're out there. Yeah, the thugs are the kind of what Lenin called the shock troops are brought in occasionally to deal with the lower side of the scissors, the upper side being the institutional kleptocracy, I guess you might call it, the oligarchies, who are really determined to do whatever they have to do to advance their power. And at this point, it's open, it's out in the open, even more so than in 2020 when we all watched it happen on TV, all the states shutting down. I mean, it just, they just did it in broad daylight. And I'm talking now about Maricopa County, where they literally sent ballots in that jammed the machines. I mean, that they were fitted in such a way that they shut down machines in only the most Republican of precincts and wards. And in a way, I suppose you could say that Republicans kind of stepped in it with that one, because we announced in advance that we would be voting in person. And maybe if we had been a little bit more stealthy about it, we could have pulled it off. I don't know. But the point is that that was the most open, the most egregious steal of all. Now, do you get into the business that Mike Lindell has done such a good job with in terms of looking at the algorithms in the machines? I mean, I know that during the forensic audit in Maricopa County, the corrupt, really rotten election board there refused to relinquish the passwords to the machines. They couldn't actually go into them. And that the company that runs them, that I'm even afraid to mention by name here because they sue everybody with slap suits, they would sue, as I say, I mean, they sued anybody who criticized this.
Well, so all the machine companies, all election machines,
yes,
are vulnerable to misuse, to potential hacking, and to manipulation. So as far as my involvement with Cause of America or Mike Lindell, I am tightly wound with a number of their key personalities. I do a lot of travel, and I regularly present with people who are tight with Mike. I'm on good terms with Mike as well. And my stance on machines, and from early on, just like you said with Maricopa County, from early on, Maricopa County's officials, their county commissioners, they were the big tell that something was up with the electronic elections equipment. Because if they had nothing to hide on that, they could have acquitted themselves easily by turning over all electronic election equipment, letting people look at it, letting cyber experts and forensic experts go through everything, see what the deal is, reconcile the electronic vote records with hard ballots to reconcile it with the voter registrations, and they didn't do that. In fact, they did everything they could to prevent them from being turned over. So that is something to me, given the circumstances, that, and it's not frivolous, it's something they were subpoenaed for, logs, routers, and other electronic elections equipment. The fact that they resisted that so much is a pretty big tell. Now, what can the machines do? Well, the electronic poll books are a big problem. They can determine on election day who's not voted. It's right here on electronics, and not on a binder anymore, where you show up at the precinct, sign your name, and go vote. That is by design, that we're herding people into voting centers, and that we're trying to make this as digitized as possible, because now we have much more data, and people are now abusing the data, and they are using duplicate or triplicate registrations. They are not cleaning voters off the rolls that have moved or died or moved out to a different precinct. And then you have, of course, completely fictitious voters, which you can find everywhere in those 6 key consensus states, especially. But they are on the march in Texas as well. And there is a lot of election fraud in Texas. Yesterday, Smith County, which is the home county of Tyler, Texas, which is a mid-sized city in East Texas, it's heavily Republican. They showed a sample size of 584 fraudulent ballots that were cast in Smith County. As in, these are absentee ballots that don't, on the count, that don't match the hard count of ballots on hand. And that's a small sample size of the county. I'd have to go look at my records to see how many estimated votes I had Smith County, Texas, as being over. In fact, I'm going to do that right now.
Right.
But
my understanding, Seth, is that some of the methodologies being used here are so subtle that even most, good conservatives and good vote integrity groups can't detect it. And that includes things like setting up phony separate accounts online that then suddenly appear, they accept votes, and then they disappear. There's a lot of weird stuff that's happening. You have this organization, the name escapes me right now, but they have a headquarters somewhere in upstate New York that has gotten all of many counties around the country to sign up for them handling the counting of their votes, and that they are very secretive about how they do this, that the votes go to their center. And then you had this group, ERIC, E-R-I-C, which was contracted 10 years ago, including in some red states like Louisiana, to basically clean the voting rolls. And their record is that they've done absolutely nothing, and that the head of their group is a radical left-winger who was funded by George Soros. So, do you know anything about those things?
Yeah, ERIC is something in Alabama. Alabama just got away from ERIC, the electronic voter registration infrastructure. Now, we also have in Texas, the state Republican Party is reportedly getting ready to get behind a push to get rid of ERIC. Now, will that actually happen legislatively? I don't know, because the Secretary of State of Texas, they rotate them out constantly. John B. Scott was the Secretary of State until a couple months ago, and he's gone now. So the Secretary of State in Texas is not an elected position, so there's not any voter accountability there. And now we don't really know all of the positions that the current Secretary of State has. All I know is that Harris County, even in the Secretary of State's own audit, Harris County, home to Houston, and also you can look at some of the other counties, Dallas County, Tarrant County, Collin County, they were also audited. Harris County and Dallas County had very poor remarks come in. Now, Tarrant County's got issues too. There's an elections director there named Hyder Garcia, who I am aware of. I've never spoken about him directly. I don't do a whole lot of personal probing. I do all the top level 30,000 foot stuff. Well, he is sniffing around and went to the papers to cry about my numbers, even though the Democrats stayed stuck in the 200,000s vote range for 4 consecutive elections, then completely finished those off, went through the 300,000s and topped Trump, who had a record Republican vote gain in a county that had been Republican since 1968.
Very suspicious.
Right. So all we really need is transparency. We don't need really the result of a lack of transparency is the wrong people get in office. I mean, look at New York. My number suggests that Lee Zeldin should be the governor of New York today, not Kathy Hochul.
I think that I saw you write about that you had some very strange swings in certain counties in upstate New York where the vote turnout did not match the number of registered voters.
Well, correct, but
Yeah.
it's not so much about the registered voters. It's the statistics over time, over duration. The statistics provide us an expectation of output of how many votes should be cast. It's just like if you look at baseball, we use the Red Sox for example. You know, Ted Williams played from 1939 to 1960. He had 521 home runs. So Ted Williams probably averaged, he missed 4 or 5 seasons solid being at WAR. But Ted Williams must have averaged 35 home runs a year if he played a full season. Now, if we have him at 35 a year, we can look at some of his highs. He probably finished in the 40s here and maybe had a season that was cut short in the 20s. Now, if all of a sudden he's got one season that it's 71 home runs, well, what happened here? Now, you can see it in the 90s where you have the steroid era where players are cracking home runs out like softball leagues. But statistics generally give you an expectation. And if everybody all of a sudden starts hitting 50 and 60 home runs, then you know something is going on. So if Joe Biden has 81 million votes, or if even in the 2018 and 2022 midterms, America just started voting all of a sudden and we have record high turnout everywhere, then we should see that everywhere. And still, I can go through the map in 2020 and find places that did not have a spike. Suffolk County in Massachusetts looks normal to every election year. So according to my model, I flagged that as green. Now, I'm sure that any big city county like that has its inherent issues that are always.
Well, that's because it's been corrupt for 50 years, but that's putting that aside.
But in all the right metros, they corrupted 2020 as well. So Baltimore County in Maryland, Baltimore City in Maryland, and then not Baltimore County, Baltimore City, and then Suffolk County, Massachusetts, or you can look at Bronx or Manhattan, New York. They look normal compared to every election trend. In fact, Trump trended New York, or he trended Manhattan, Bronx, Queens heavily in his direction. But you can look at other places like all of a sudden, why is there no motivation for Biden among rural black voters in Alabama or in Arkansas? But it's really an enthusiastic block for him in Georgia. So these things don't make any sense to me.
Right, and it does look a little strange when you see, these kind of anomalies. And another factor that, of course, enters into the picture is the amount of money that poured in from people like Zuckerberg, who wrote a personal check for $420 million to fund these 2 turf organizations, which basically spread it around, as they used to say, greased a few palms. Only in the battleground states, only in Georgia, Arizona, I think in Detroit, where basically people, and Wisconsin, where people were doing activism, like harvesting ballots and signing people up and setting up tables at fairs and doing the kind of the street work. The thing that's amazing to me about that is that there's very few whistleblowers amongst people who were doing this kind of shady work. Was it just because, there was 1 or 2 that spoke to Dinesh D'Souza in his movie 2000 Mules, but it's amazing how tightly sealed that whole thing is. Why do you think that is?
I think that people become too siloed in their understanding of what happened in the 2020 election. It's not just the computers. Some people go in, it's just ban the machines. That's part of the problem. But the mechanism of the election of 2020 and other elections is to use various means that are allowed by state law. You can look at the West Coast, Washington, Oregon, California. Ballot harvesting is legal. Then you have other states where it's not. So when you do it, you're going to do that at the risk of getting caught. Georgia, Arizona, but then you have compliant, wimpy, useless state legislatures and corrupted courts that refuse to crack the whip on that. Now, in Florida, ballot harvesting is not only illegal, it's a felony. And there was the creation of an election crimes task force, which threatens to come into those boiler rooms in the event of a close election that might be trying to flip the state. Mm-hmm. So as far as why is there not a lot of people that talk about it? There are. The Maricopa County has been caught red-handed time and time again. So I've heard it put recently, the 2020 election there was a Bigfoot sighting and nobody got it on camera. Well, 2022, that's on camera. Everybody saw Maricopa County operating in real time to make sure Kari Lake didn't win. In fact, Kari Lake never even took a single lead. Abraham Hamadeh took a lead for a split second before the lead went away. So I think that Kari Lake was kept below even just to make sure she
Oh,
didn't.
I think they had to stop her, because if she had won, the whole rotten thing would have been blown open. I mean, that would have been the beginning. And so they didn't even care. They just did it out in the open. And even with Hamadeh too, he lost by what? Less than 200 votes?
Hamadeh lost by less than 300 votes after a slight adjustment in December. Now, he's recently been out there on record saying that the look at the provisional ballots would have given him the victory. But my numbers for those guys, that whole slate in Arizona was an all-star slate.
Oh,
my numbers for those guys suggest that Hamadeh, of course, would have finished first if that were to be the same all the way down. But Kari Lake's margin of victory is about 9.9%.
It's huge.
The most conservative estimate. That's more than 200,000 votes over Katie Hobbs. And that's me being very generous towards Katie Hobbs. So Hamadeh is probably an 11-point winner. And then you have Kari Lake at 10. You have Fincham and Masters are about 4 and 5 points apiece at that rate. Now, Masters, of the four, Masters is the only one that conceded the race, which was completely foolish of him.
Right, I agree. And I think that Kari's that's going to an appeals court. I kind of think that the judge in the state, Thompson, I think he might have been threatened or something. I mean, I think that, these people play hardball, because that was such an obvious case of fraud. And yet, he's decided it wasn't. I mean, it just, could he be either that corrupt, or I think he might have been frightened. But either way, it's now in an appeals court. Where are they now? Do you know?
So the main issue that you're getting at here with Thompson is a nationwide epidemic. Judicial corruption has been, the foundation of that has been laid for decades. You really started getting into that when politics got very divisive in the 90s. You might remember red state, blue state became a conversation topic around Bush Gore. So the political well was poisoned. Politics is supposed to be boring. You had, remember in 1976, it's Gerald Ford versus Jimmy Carter, and they were arguing about inflation. Now we argue about inflation now because inflation is getting worse and has potential to get much worse and devalue the entire monetary supply. But with politics in the 70s, it was very boring. Now we have every election is do or die. The country lives and hangs by this special election. And Judge Thompson was probably put in place by the McCain cartel. I believe he was appointed in 2010 or 2012 by Jan Brewer, who would have been governor then. So Thompson saw the evidence. He looked horrified by Hobbs's defense team. And of course, the Lake team came up with absolutely excellent. With very little time to present it in a 2-day trial.
And that's after he kicked away several of the charges, except just 2.
72% of Americans agreed with Kari Lake that the Maricopa County Elections Board and county commissioners rigged their own election and prevented their own voters from being able to vote freely on election day. So that's where we wind up with, okay, you acknowledged all this, you saw all this, so why is there not a ruling that provides proper relief? Now, Lake's team requested either she be named the victor or she gets a new election. And a lot of that, it's somebody has to be the first person to throw the ruling to allow for a country like ours to have transparent, free, and fair elections that people actually trust. We should be able to do this. Children in kindergarten can vote for what's for snack on paper, and you can go look at the vote and make sure that only eligible kindergartners voted,
right,
and verify what they want. But somehow the nation that won 2 world wars and put somebody on the moon and has cured certain diseases and viruses, like, we can't figure out how to run an election. All you need is more people to run the election with more transparency. We have 330 million people here. You're trying to tell me that the largest counties need to count votes for 7 days, but the smallest ones don't? How about just get a proportional number of people working the elections in a broken down precinct operation? And that's why you have the large voting centers in the large counties to make this practically inauditable.
Right, and that's been a recent trend as well, to centralize the voting centers We should note that it was only a few months ago that France held a national election. It's a country of 50 million people. They had it done within hours of the closing of the polls. No machines, all hand counted. It's it really can be done, and the fact that it's not in this country is, it's obviously a scandal, but it goes to the fact that we're going to lose our freedom. We're going to lose our ability to be a self-governing people. I mean, unless we solve this. Now, the other leg on the stool, the first one was, of course, the media, the Mockingbird media, which was completely in the bag. They demonized anyone who questioned the election immediately after the election day. They attacked viciously. Anybody can read that. It's obvious. The second thing was the judiciary on the state level. Hundreds of cases were brought. The Trump administration brought several, and they were all kept out of the court. And this was used as a vehicle by the Biden coup, as I call it, to further try to legitimize their claims by saying that these cases were dismissed because there was no evidence, when in fact, they never really reached the inside of a courtroom. They were dismissed on technicalities by clerks whose job is to actually try to dismiss cases on technicalities, but they have a little judgment there, and they can make judgments, and they did so uniformly to stop any of these cases from entering the court. Now, my memory is faulty here. Maybe you might know something about this, Seth, but I seem to recall that there was one case that made it to an inside of a courtroom, and that was in Wisconsin, and the judge, the name escapes me, he heard the evidence. He said this is very convincing that the state had been stolen, and that was a really obvious one, but that he would not rule on it because he did not want to get involved with politics. He did not want to make a ruling that might change the outcome of an election. Am I right about that?
Wisconsin had a lot of issues, and even some of the sheriffs have been involved. Sheriff Schmaling from Racine County has identified, no doubt, slam dunk election fraud in nursing homes in Racine County.
Oh, yeah. That was a big one, yeah.
Racine County is in the far southeast of the state, and that's a county that's got at least 10,000 fraudulent votes for Biden, which is half the margin in the state between the two. Then you have Justice Gableman's investigation
Indeed.
in 2021 that was so thorough that even Robin Voss had to admit, with the press in his face, that the election in Wisconsin was severely compromised and basically stolen. Now, Robin Voss won't do anything either. So it doesn't surprise me that people that owe their judicial careers to these political bodies rule in the same vein, or they comment in the same vein as the politicians do. So yes, that's a punt, and it's also a head fake to suggest that you have the ability to see that something's not right, but I don't want to be the one to do anything about it.
Oh, that to me is one of the most outrageous things, because the judiciary is supposed to be independent. They're not supposed to look at the politics. They're supposed to look at the facts. They're supposed to be, if we don't have, that's a complete compromise of the principle of a balance of powers, that they would say, we don't get involved in politics like hell. I mean, that's outrageous that they would take that position. But that is the position they took across the board, including the Supreme Court. They just decided at some level, and I'm not saying it was a conspiracy, the people sitting around in a room somewhere and talking about it. It was just more of kind of an informal decision that they would not get involved in politics. So,
well, it's not politics when people's voices are disenfranchised.
Right.
American citizens can't cast their vote as constitutionally prescribed. Then it goes beyond simple politics. Where you don't want to get involved in a squabble between two political parties as a bill is being debated. It's injustice at that point. So can you imagine? Can you imagine if we had an issue today that was clearly involving discrimination of some sort? Imagine slavery on the table, and history records that people didn't want to get involved in politics. Well, there are people that didn't want to get involved in politics. In fact, the Democrat Party for many years would run a northern man of southern intentions, and they would carry the states in New England and of course the South, and they could win starting with Martin Van Buren and Andrew Jackson. So then eventually it became something where everybody has to oppose. And now that excuse wouldn't fly that you didn't want to get involved dealing with injustice over politics. So the same thing is true. The voting issue is the civil rights issue of our lifetime. And it's the reason that the hit pieces don't work on people like myself or anybody else who goes around talking about election fraud is because 60+% of the country agrees that the elections are toast. If you don't believe me, go ask some people that don't look like your standard Republicans and start talking about that and mention Build Back Better. And then if there's a head nod, talk about the election issues. Almost everyone I've talked to agrees with that. So I'm not so sure there's not an extreme majority in this point.
Oh, no. The whole world is looking at the United States and they see that this regime is illegitimate. And it's kind of common knowledge. I mean, it's not even, something that's up for grabs, but it's particularly disappointing to me, the judiciary. You bring up the Civil War. It was a judiciary. It was jury nullification, actually, that got rid of the Fugitive Slave Act because they said this is not constitutional. And it was Massachusetts, of all states, the founding of a lot of things, which got rid of slavery because of lawsuits brought by slaves and representatives into the state judiciary. And it ended up becoming so costly to keep a slave that they got rid of it, not because the government wanted to. So the judiciary has a very important function here, and it really has fallen down on the job. Now, the third leg in the stool was the events of January 6th, the assembly. The assembly was when every 4 years, the president, they get together and the delegates basically confirm who is going to be the next president of the United States. And every 4 years, going all the way back to Jefferson, there have been many cases where there has been a contest, including Jefferson's contest himself in 1800, where Jefferson, as the president of the assembly and as the vice president of the United States, declared himself president of the United States. I mean, it's an extraordinary power that president has, who is also the vice president. And there were 7 delegations that were being contested. There were signed letters with at least one representative and one senator jointly signing a letter requesting a hearing on 7 states. That was in the process of happening. The media was there filming. Those states were the states you've mentioned, Seth, along with New Mexico, apparently. And Arizona was first because alphabetically the states are called. In the middle of the hearing, all of a sudden the guy shows up with the Viking hat and it's over and everything got shut down. And if anybody was watching television at that time, and I was, they were rolling out extraordinary evidence of fraud, and the whole country was watching. And so it was put to a stop by that incursion. Of course, then later that night or in the wee hours of the next morning, they reassembled and they just gavelled Biden through. Talk about a coup. No hearings, no media, no one saw it. So what say you about that particular incident?
Mike Pence could have, if you've read the Brunson brothers case. Now,
yes,
I am not somebody who is bullish that courts are going to see the law and see the facts and do the right ruling. So yes, it's as far out in left field as that case appears to be, it's actually correct, because these are people that took their oath and they vowed to support the United States Constitution and defend this country, and with it, the rights of the people. And when you have the dozens of congressmen or senators that hesitated to certify the results or asked for audits to be done on the results and to delay, they neglected to debate and deliberate on the merits of that subject, and in doing so recklessly certified this result. Now look at the global impact of this person being president and his appointments and the precedent that this is set for us to just go ahead and say that it's real. I mean, the epitome of what it is to be an American is to not trust the government.
Of course.
Because that's the foundation of this country. In fact, the foundation of our nation is right there, basically where you are in Massachusetts, how far that's fallen. But those were people that knew better than to trust the government with everything, including your liberty, including your wealth. And so, yes, Mike Pence should have paused the certification of the Electoral College and sent the electors back. One of the major, sorry, I'm in a hotel here.
That's okay.
You get some of the background noise. One of the major problems President Trump faced in his last days in office was people began to bail on him. You could see the entire cabinet, saying that this is bad. We've already done our challenges. And one of the things the left did is they rushed right ahead, or even the so-called right, these Republican houses, they rushed right ahead and certified their election results. And then what they did is they appointed their Biden electors. And then they slammed it through on January the 6th. So they cemented in their goalposts as they moved them. And everybody that was part of the legal challenges in 2020 thought, before we really saw the extent of the judicial corruption in this country, we were like, well, this is very obvious to everybody that they, screwed this election up big time. So certainly we're going to get the right outcome. And then, of course, here's the hearings in Georgia. Here's Texas versus Pennsylvania, which was from the Attorney General of Texas, Ken Paxton, which alleged that Pennsylvania's miscarriage of the 2020 election led to Texas's 38 electors being disenfranchised. Well, they tossed that case too on procedural grounds or on standing. So nobody could get in to the courts, even though you can read some of the sidebar about Clarence Thomas's wife and her opinions about the election, and you would have had at least one justice that would have tossed the election. That'd be Clarence Thomas.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
You know where John Roberts is, and I will also say that Amy Coney Barrett and Brett Kavanaugh have been major disappointments on the court, in my opinion.
No, I agree with that.
And Neil Gorsuch has been hit or miss, but he's.
But on that one, they completely fell down. Nobody wanted to hear that case, and that was such an obvious one, with amicus briefs from 5 other states. They were simply saying that this state of Pennsylvania had violated the law by allowing their governor and their attorney general to make laws and put the whole country at jeopardy by putting in place a fraudulent system. And to me, the fact they wouldn't even hear that is it just shows how deep the corruption goes.
Yeah, it's not a single issue, just like the elections. It's not just machines. It's not.
It's a very complex issue. There's so many moving parts to this, and it all kind of fell in place. I mean, there's a new book out by Dr. Alexander that he talks about. He was on the COVID task force, and he says that Fauci and Birx, they trusted him mainly because he was black and because he had like an Indian accent, and so they thought, oh, he must be one of us, a Trump hater. So they kind of let their hair down around him and talked about how they were trying to sabotage Trump by using the COVID virus. I mean, can you imagine how despicable that is? They don't care that people might be dying from a virus and the country's locked down. They wanted to prolong that because they thought it would hurt Trump. So there were so many moving parts. We didn't even talk about the Hunter Biden laptop and the fact that 55 intelligence officers, including a former CIA director, lied and signed a document saying that this had been a Russian plant. The New York Times eventually admitted it a year later. It's too late. But it just has such a coordinated look to it. I mean, I think that it has everything to do with this kind of world order movement. I don't want to put on a tin hat right now. So let's just say that, I think the same thing happened in recently in Brazil with Bolsonaro, all electronic machines, all voting a certain way. In some cases, he was getting more than 100%, the other guy, 100% of the vote. It just didn't look right. And I think that it's going on all over the world right now.
The whole world is upside down. Every coalition, just about every alliance that's out there, the way that people goad people into alliances and wars is really the same as it's been for more than 100 years. You could see that with I was on Bannon's War Room today, and he mentioned that a lot of what's going on in Europe today resembles the beginning of the Great War that happened in 1912, 13, 14.
Yes.
And, with the potential for involvement and engagement.
Now we have a nuclear confrontation
in other nations.
Yeah, except now they seem to be planning for a nuclear confrontation. I mean, the leadership is really even more demonic than it was then, in terms of the potential to really destroy half the world in order to achieve their bizarre and hateful agenda of world power. I mean, it's it's really kind of overwhelming. But since we are reaching toward the end of the program, Seth, on all of this unhappy information, I know that we need to talk about what can we do positively as citizens because you are out there doing a lot of very important work here, and other people can contribute in their own way. What do you see that's good? What can we do positive? I mean, one bright light, frankly, I think, was the election in Virginia, where Glenn Youngkin, who was a multimillionaire, and we need a few more of those, fielded a team of thousands of people who volunteered at the polls, who volunteered in the counting rooms, who showed up. These are retired people, teenagers, students, people from all walks of life, and that the Republican National Committee put money behind it. They knew damn well what had happened. And he won. Probably the cleanest election in that state since Jefferson, and I'm not even sure that one was so clean. So what can we do, Captain Keschel?
People have to get involved in every corner of the country.
Yeah.
And for my field of fire, which is elections, I've
Right.
set up something called 4 for the Core. And that is to address 4 issues of the 10 points of true election integrity that can be handled potentially, depending on the state, at the county level. And that would have to do with voter registrations, the abandonment of electronic voting systems, security, getting rid of drop boxes, and finally the push to provide more transparency, whether that's a small county agreeing within the confines of the law to hold its vote counts back until the larger counties report for a change. Can you imagine if 66 counties in Pennsylvania waited out Philadelphia, and every time they won and Philadelphia lost, what the uproar would be? And those are the 4 points I think that activists can push at their county level. And we're getting some feedback, whether that is a confirmation of how hardened people are to putting in election integrity measures, or even positive feedback. And that would be 4forthecore.com, FOUR, thecore.com.
Excellent.
And the instructions are there for people to sign up. We have about 1/5 of the country in terms of counties committed for the Core to provide us information for phase 1. Phase 1 is simply information gathering. And we'll be able to determine from what comes in what can be acted upon, what is actionable for phase 2, which would be sending experts to discuss voter registration databases or perhaps issues with electronic voting systems.
Okay. All right. Listen, Captain Seth Keschel, thank God you're out there doing what you're doing. And I think that everybody can play their role, however it is, within their own capacity to try to preserve freedom in this country. And the most basic and fundamental element of that is to make sure that we have a free election, that we preserve the sacred principle of one man, one vote. So, Seth, thanks for joining me today. I really appreciate it. Let's stay in touch.
All right. Appreciate you, Charles. Thanks for your show.
All right. Thank you, sir. Okay. So Seth Keschel is with us there. Thank you very much. I shall return, God willing, tomorrow, 3 p.m. The program is Monday through Friday, 3 to 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I am not sponsored, so I basically am sponsored by myself. My books. They're available at Amazon Books. You just put my name in the server, Charles Moscowitz. That's like Moscow with a Witz. And you will see about 20 books come up. My most recent book being The Populist Wave. Let me see if I can just hold that up briefly to the camera. And other books include The Biden Coup and a bunch of others. Right now, I'm actually writing a book about Judaism, which is interesting. So, check them out. They're there, or they're available as soft covers, hard covers, in some cases, ebooks. And please sign up for the program at Rumble. I would really appreciate it. Rumble is still the flagship station. I'm expanding the footprint all the time in terms of figuring out technically how to sign up new streams, especially since I was kicked off of YouTube. for discussing issues like I just did with Seth Keshel. And I don't want to go back on YouTube for that reason. I don't want to worry about censorship. You know, I'm a former radio talk show host. I understand what censorship is, and I know the difference between censorship and community standards, which I observe. And what we're dealing right now with in this country is political censorship, pure and simple. And I wish that there were more people on the left who were with me. I keep hearing them take pot shots at Elon Musk. And in fact, today I heard Jim Brody over at WGBH in Boston refer to Elon Musk as right-wing. Really? Right-wing because of why? One reason only. That is that he's ending censorship at Twitter. That makes him right-wing. And I suppose he's right. That does make him right-wing because the left is authoritarian and they want to clamp down on freedom of speech and specifically freedom in general. So on that note, I want to thank you for joining me. I want to again thank Seth Keshel, Captain Keshel. You can check him out on Telegram. I think he's got a website, captainkeshel.com. I shall return tomorrow. I've got 2 guests tomorrow, so you might want to check that out. Charles Moscowitz, please check out my books and check out my Rumble page. Thank you for joining me, everyone. God bless you all. God bless America. All right, welcome to the program, Charles Moscowitz. Thanks for joining me, everyone. My guest is Vince Everett Ellison, who is the author of Crime, Inc., How Democrats Employ Mafia and Gangster Tactics to Gain and Hold Power. Excuse me. Vince Ellison was born on a cotton plantation in Haywood County, Tennessee. In 2000, Vince received the Republican Party nomination for South Carolina's 6th Congressional District. In 2019, Vince wrote The Iron Triangle, which became an Amazon #1 bestseller. And this book deals, I think, in a less than veiled way with the Democratic Party, a little bit of history of it and where it stands today. So, Vince, why don't you introduce your book a bit here? Give us a thumbnail on its story.
Well, this is my book. It's Crime, Inc.
Indeed.
It says how Democrats employ mafia and gangster tactics to gain and hold power. In this book, I just take the Democratic Party and I show that they are very similar to a organized crime family, how they use similar tactics and they have similar goals, and how they also coordinate together. So how I've proven in the first chapter that the Democratic Party, just like the mafia and the triads and MS-13, are a foreign entity. Their ideology comes from a foreign government. Their ideology comes from Moscow. It's not an American form of ideology. It's not an American ideology. And I show how the civil rights movement was used to infiltrate the Democratic Party into this Marxist communist group right now. So the NAACP, RAM, the Black Panthers, SELC were all communist fronts. And even the white people, even the white atheists and Marxists and weirdos and hippies back in the day infiltrated the civil rights movement and backed it up so that they could take over the Democratic Party, which they did in 1972. And since then, the Democratic Party does what the mafia does. They make their money through hits. The mafia has hitmen. The Democratic Party has Planned Parenthood. They do trafficking. You know, the mafia does human trafficking and drug trafficking and sex trafficking. The Democratic Party does through by allowing the borders to be open. The mafia grooms their children very, very young. They get them when they're 9, 10, 11 years old, and they get them in the gangs. And, you know, the gangs do the same thing. But the Democratic Party uses public education for the same thing. They groom the children to join the Democratic Party and do all this weird stuff. They're into porn. They hate women. They hate minorities. They send the drugs to the minority areas. They control the minority areas. When you read this book, you'll see that the Democratic Party and organized crime are one and the same. Even when it comes to false piety, you know, the mafia, the triads, all of them try to act like, and all these Crips and Bloods act like they're so religious. They go to church and they pray and whatnot. But then when it comes down to it, they'll kill you. They'll take children and use them for porn. They'll do anything for money. So it's a false piety. So as you read this book, you will ask the question: did the Democratic Party cause organized crime, or the organized crime form the Democratic Party? They're both one and the same, hand in glove.
You know, it does seem to be like kind of a double-faced entity, kind of like the Roman god of Diana, which had two faces. And on the front face is this pious, benevolent group, and then behind the back is an entirely different agenda that is really hard to explain. And since they control the high ground of the media and the culture, you don't get to question it. You talk about groups that purport to be civil rights groups like the NAACP and others that have been infiltrated by the left, certainly. Same thing is true in my case, with Jewish groups like the ADL, and with women's groups like the National Organization of Women and NARAL, even with gay groups. You have them basically acting as enforcers in that they're going to take out a microscope and try to find something that somebody who is their opponent because of political reasons, they might have said 20 years ago that was insulting. Maybe now they're doing it to men who might have had a bad date 20 years ago, and all of a sudden somebody comes out of the woodwork and is accusing them of rape. Or they'll do, they'll somebody suddenly is a Holocaust denier. I mean, these crazy charges that can destroy a person's life. It can destroy the reputation of a company, and they manufacture these things to do that, to suppress. Not only does it destroy someone who's in opposition to their leftist agenda, but it chills the public debate because people see this happening and they keep their head low. Nobody wants to be accused of these things. It's kind of like in the times of the Spanish Inquisition, there was an auto da fe. They would take someone out in public and they would publicly humiliate them and then probably execute them because it sent a chill throughout the entire society. Hey, I better not step out of line here. Look, this is what they did with Jesus. I mean, right? They had they would crucify people outside the gates of Jerusalem in Golgotha, known as Calvary, to scare the entire country into sort of, kowtowing to the will of the mighty Roman Empire and to scare people who would step out of line. They would take advantage. They would make examples of people. So this is their tactic, and it is a mafia tactic, both in terms of tactically, but I agree with you, Vince. It's literally a mob situation. It's an organized criminal syndicate.
Well, they've always been that way. It's never been a time in the history of the country where they haven't been that way. From 1800 to 1860, with a party of slavery, raping women, putting them on, selling their own children.
Oh, the horrors, of course.
Yeah, and making them work without pay. Then after that, they were the party of the Confederacy. They succeeded from the United States of America, killed their own countrymen in order to keep on doing the evil that they were doing. And after they lost the war, they got worse. They became the party of Jim Crow. They started raping, maiming, keeping people from voting, extra-constitutionalism, breaking the law. The law meant nothing to these people. They were criminals. Every city right now and then had a Democrat political machine. In New York, they had Tammany Hall. In Chicago, they had the Daily Machine. In Memphis, they had the Crump Machine. In Los Angeles, they had the Bradley Machine. In Missouri, they had the Pendergrass Machine. They always had these political machines that controlled the politics of the area. And they sent their mafiosos out to intimidate and hurt people to make them vote for the Democratic Party. The union representatives were the same way. They come out and they beat you and slap you around and make you vote for the Democratic Party. This is who they've always been. And when John F. Kennedy stood in front of the Berlin Wall, he said, if people think that communism is a good thing, let them come to Berlin. What I say, if people think that the Democratic Party is a good thing, let's go see what happens in the places where they rule. If you think the Democratic Party is a good thing, well, I'll tell you, let them go to Detroit. Let them come to Chicago. Let them come to Washington, D.C., Memphis, Houston, L.A., Milwaukee, Philadelphia. Wherever the Democrats rule, there's nothing but chaos. There's nothing but death and destruction.
You're obviously absolutely right.
Perverts, liars, hypocrites, and anti-Christian bigots. And we need to run them out as quick as we can. Y'all buy Crime Inc., read it, share it with your friends, use it as a gun and as proof who these people are. Educate yourself, and let's send them packing in 2024.
Well, this is what we need to overcome here because, as you point out, they have controlled the big American cities, I think, absolutely since the mid 1960s when they started with these riots that were communist inspired, and that they enthroned these machines that are stealing elections. They have these they shut down when the polls shut down. They have people in there, these ward healers who fill out the ballots. There's plenty of witnesses of this. And I think that has only been enhanced by electronic machines that are online and all these other mechanisms, these mass mailings of the absentee ballots that people get like 30, 40 ballots at their house, or they go to a vacant building and they get somehow mailed in and they stuff the drop boxes. We all know what happened. Everybody knows it, whether they want to admit it or not. And it has really become worse. I don't think it's an accident that these corrupt Democrat machines are controlling these cities, and these cities have literally gone to hell. People aren't voting for that. I don't believe they are. I mean, I don't believe that people are that.
No, the Democrats have been stealing elections since 1872. That's why the Civil Rights Movement was precipitated, because the Democratic Party wouldn't let black people vote. They were stealing elections then. They never stopped stealing elections. They would rather steal an election than win one outright. This is just who they are. And I go into a lot about Martin Luther King Jr. and how the communists were controlling the Civil Rights Movement. In 1956, Taylor Brandt wrote in his book, American the King Years, he said in 1956 that the Comintern gave a order that their people in the Civil Rights Movement were supposed to turn the black community to a replica of the old Soviet Union, And they did that. We have one party rule, dictator worship, false religion. They bought the communists to the black church and they made it apostate. Martin Luther King Jr., a lot of people don't know these things about him, but he was excommunicated from the black church in 1961. He was excommunicated from the National Baptist Convention for trying to take it over for the communists and the Civil Rights Movement. So he started his own religion. He called it the National Baptist, the Progressive National Baptist Convention. Look it up. The Progressive National Baptist Convention was started when the National Baptist Convention, a 10 million member unit, kicked Martin Luther King Jr. out of it. He killed a preacher on the floor, rioting, trying to take it over in 1961. Also, a lot of people don't know that Martin Luther King Jr. was the first recipient of the Margaret Sanger Award in 1966 for having opened up abortion clinics. They also don't know that he was the reason for the man out clause in welfare. They ran the father out of the house. They said that the mother could get money only if the father was out of the house for welfare. Yeah, King was behind all of that. See, Martin Luther King and John F. Kennedy told King before the March on Washington that he had communists in his organization. You need to get them out because they want to help. They want to destroy America. So people need to understand the history of King, and I talk about this a lot in my book. I Have a Dream speech, which people read which little school children now have to recite, was written by two communists, Clarence Jones and Stanley Levinson. And King said in that speech that he had 100 years after the Emancipation Proclamation, the Negro is still not free. Well, that is a lie. I was born free. God gave me my freedom. According to John Locke, my freedom is an unalienable right. It is irrevocable, non-transferable, and unsellable. And he also said that we should be ashamed of the color of our skin, that we dream of one day that we will not be judged by it. I will not walk up to a racist and ask him to look over the color of my skin. Never me. If Martin Luther King wants to do that, let him do that. I don't care how you feel about the color of my skin. That's your problem. If you put your hands on me, you're going to have another one. So I want all your viewers and your listeners to go to my website, VinceELlison.com. That's VinceELlison.com. You'll see my blogs. You'll see my books for sale. You'll see my documentary, and buy them, and they'll rock your world.
Oh, you bet. So, Vince, your book is Crime, Inc., How Democrats Employ Mafia and Gangster Tactics to Gain and Hold Power. It obviously makes a lot of sense. And you get into in your book these really explosive charges about the late, great Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who I will still say I give a lot of credit for because he did stand for nonviolence and he didn't want to have a violent revolution, unlike
nonviolence is not a Christian virtue. Non-aggression is a Christian virtue. That's why he told that lie that nonviolence was a Christian virtue. It's not. It's non-aggression. There's no virtue in me and you walking down the street and seeing a 3-year-old girl getting raped and accosted, and we stand there and say, well, since we 3, 2, do anything.
Of course.
No, our job is to grab him, whoop him till he stops fighting, and then can turn him over to the police to testify at his trial. There's no virtue in you and I as godly men, me as a Christian, allowing men to come in my house and rape my wife and my family. Where's the virtue in that? No, Christianity is a religion of non-violence. When Jesus went into the temple and he told the money changers not to come into his house anymore, changing money, and they disobeyed him, I don't know how many times, what did he do? He got the cord, he ran them out. Yes, he also told his disciples tonight. You remember when I told you not to bring your no clothes nor money? Well, tonight you'll need some swords. How many do we have? And Peter said we have 2 of them. He said that's enough. Look, it's a lie, and because of that, Martin Luther King Jr. and his nonviolent concept made us a generation of stalkers. A tree is known by the fruit it bears, isn't it? They asked Christ, how you know a false prophet? They said by his fruit, not by what he says or he does. When you look at Martin Luther King Jr. and you look at the condition of the black community, and it's revealed that we made more progress the 100 years after slavery than we have in the last 50 years, how can anybody say he was a success? The black community is destroyed. The black family is destroyed. The black education system destroyed. Black business is destroyed. 5 times more men in prison. Show me one place that he's been successful except for getting more black liberals and Democrats elected into office. What place has he been successful?
I think you make a brilliant point. I mean, it's.
He's
and also, I think
Jesus said that you will know them by their fruits. And his fruits
and
are
what I've also heard, Vince, is that Martin Luther King and the Southern Christian Leadership Conference and his whole group, they purged the black church of conservative ministers, and they kind of took the high ground with the full backing of the establishment that actually was hoping to keep black people down and keep black people in their place. I think that the 1960s saw left-wing organizers implement Lyndon Johnson's War on Poverty and Great Society, which, as you said, it damaged the black family. I mean,
Martin Luther King Jr. was behind that. Listen,
yeah, I believe
Patrick Moynihan did the Moynihan report.
Yeah, that's
in 1965. Right. He told Lyndon Johnson that we need to use the federal government to put the black man back in charge of his family. Lyndon Johnson agreed. In his book, Bearing the Cross, David Garrow talks about this. He told Moynihan to take his report to the civil rights community. McGeorge Bundy was with Moynihan when he did it. He took it to Martin Luther King Jr. and the civil rights community at this convention they were having. And McGeorge Bundy wrote, it was a wonder Moynihan got out of that room alive. They cussed him out, called him everything but a child of God. The feminists said that marriage was like slavery. And they did not want to put the man back in the head of the family. And so they put the man in-house clause in welfare and said if the man is caught in the house, instead of the family getting welfare, he gets none. They only get money if the man is out of the house. And in one generation, we went from 80% of our children being born in wedlock to 80% being born out of wedlock. And that's because Martin Luther King Jr. turned down Lyndon Johnson's, when Lyndon Johnson said he wanted to put the black man back in the head of the family, they turned it down. People put this on LBJ. It was not LBJ. It was MLK. And my documentary proves it, and my book proves it. I have a documentary out. It's called Will You Go to Hell For Me? And in this documentary, I asked the question, can a Christian vote for a person that says, I'm going to cut off the breasts of little girls and call them little boys, castrate little boys and call them little girls, give them puberty blockers and mess up their lives forever, vote for 9-month abortion, killing children on the table, do the sex trafficking and fentanyl across the border that's killed 100,000 Americans every year, trap children in failing schools where they never learn to read and write, take weapons from people in war zones so people can kick their doors in and kill them and defund the police so they can't be protected. Can anybody vote for that and think that they won't be held responsible in the eyes of God? I say no. What is evil? I'll make it simple for you. Evil is anyone that'll harm a child. Jesus Christ said anybody that will harm one of these little ones, they'll put a millstone be tied around their neck, they'd be thrown into the sea. Well, I hope these Democrats can swim.
You make, as I said, I mean, I can't really add anything to that. It's a brilliant presentation. I hope that it reaches enough ears. And I know they're trying to censor you on YouTube and all of that, and your documentary. Vince, where can people get your documentary?
They can go to VinceELlison.com. VinceEEllison.com. You can get my books, you can read my blog, you can get my documentary there. If you want to see the trailer, go to VinceEEllison.com. You can watch the trailer there, and it'll send you to a link where you can buy the documentary, stream it, or where you can buy the DVD. I debuted the documentary on Tucker Carlson's show a month before he left Fox News. Tucker said it's one of the most powerful trailers he's ever seen. Sean Hannity said the same thing. I would ask you to watch that trailer and then look at this documentary. Buy it or buy the DVD or stream it. But it will change your life. All this stuff about Martin Luther King Jr. and how they let the communists infiltrate the civil rights movement and how they went into the Democratic Party. It's all in there. All about the black preacher, the black politician, the black civil rights worker being used as conduits by rich white liberals to keep black people under control. It is all there. Every question you have about why
excellent.
black
I mean,
Christians,
the black church began to be corrupted in the late 1930s with Margaret Sanger and her so-called Negro Project, where she set up an abortion clinic in Harlem, knowing that as a white woman she wouldn't be able to convince black people to go have abortions. So they started to pay ministers to encourage it. And she was a very close friend of Ernst Rudin, who was a Nazi sociologist, and she would publish his work, and she believed in race theories, and she considered black people to be a dysgenic race, and all of this.
That black people believed it. It's not that white people believed it. They can believe what they want to believe. But the black preacher, the black politician, the black civil rights organizers taught black people to believe it. This is why we kill each other in such astronomical numbers. And this is why the most dangerous place in the world for a black person is inside the womb of his mother. So they teach us to kill one another while we're in the womb. So we definitely kill each other after the child is born. We have a dysfunctional society. And that's because we always had a dysfunctional clergy. And the clergy was taught by the plantation owner to tell black people to kowtow and keep themselves in line for white people. And this is why black people during the civil rights movement turned into stalkers. They had their own schools, they had their own communities, and we've been the only people in the history of the world that ever forcibly asked or forced our oppressor to allow us to integrate with them. That's because of a Stockholm syndrome and a cognitive dissonance. It made no sense. It makes no sense now. Most of the other minorities, whether it be Indian or Jewish, think about Jewish people after the Holocaust going up to the Germans, asking them to integrate with them. It's ridiculous. Instead,
of course.
Instead, just like Brigham Young, what did they do? Brigham Young went out west,
created his own state.
Group. The Indians did the same thing. Give us our reservations. Most people want to get into an enclave. They want to remain American, but they don't want to be under the heel of their oppressor or the people that they think are their oppressor. The black American, led by the Democrat Party, asked, cried, and demanded to live under the heel of their oppressor. And that's where they are now, under his heel. And it's not the white Democrat, it's not the white conservative that's doing it. The white conservative, the best decision the white conservative ever made was to leave the Democrat Party in the early 1970s. Because if they had, they would have fallen victim to the same stuff that the black people have right now. They would have had them at the bottom of every socioeconomic statistic in America also. Instead, when you come down south, the white conservative is doing fine. He saw it coming. He saw the LGBTQ coming. He saw the atheism coming. He saw the lies, the deceit, and the poverty coming. And he said, the heck with the Democrat Party, and got out of it. Saved himself. But black people wanted to hold on to the master. Hold on to that D. Nancy Pelosi held a glass of water and said, in minority communities, people will vote for this glass of water if it had a D on it. That's how brainwashed black people are with the Democratic Party.
And here you have it again. We talked about it in the 1960s, as you say, they scuttled the Moynihan Report. They replaced it with welfare that paid women to get rid of their husbands and then have more babies out of wedlock. So you have young black men growing up without a father figure in the house. You have leftist economic programs that are stripping the neighborhood of entrepreneurialism and opportunity and all of it. You've got the school system that's been infiltrated and taken over by ideologues who are not teaching things like phonics to help a person know how to read and all of the methodologies and the Constitution. Instead, it becomes a behavioral soapbox run by these leftists. And that includes it particularly affected black families because they had already started to destroy the family. And they didn't have the support.
And Martin Luther King Jr. them and all of them backed it up. I mean, it's the stupidest thing in the world. You say you hate George Wallace and you hate Orval Faubus and Lester Murdoch and all those guys, right? All those old Southern governors, but then you have a school system that you have absolute control. We said, no, we don't want to scuttle that school system and hand our children over to the racists. It's like Jews saying, I want to hand my Jewish children over to Nazis to educate. Now, look at what's going on now. The children can't read, they can't write. Baltimore doesn't have one school that can educate children properly in math or science, not one, or reading, not one. Nevertheless, when people start talking about school choice, black people, when you poll them, will go 95% for vouchers and charters. But when it comes time to vote for the politicians, they say, I won't vote for a Republican because he's a Republican, but I vote for a Democrat. It's brainwashing, it's Stockholm syndrome, and they demoralize them to a point where they cannot even think. They think that they are what they say they are. You're no good, you're ignorant, you're stupid, you don't deserve anything, but the crumbs that fall from the table, that's all you're going to get. Don't try to do any better. Don't try to do any better. And when Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson walk out there talking about you how can you pull yourself up from with your bootstraps and you ain't got no boots? You know, telling black people what they can't do all the time. Jesus Christ said what? He said, you're more than a conqueror. You cannot be a victim. You cannot be oppressed. They said, thou shalt not covet. But what do these guys say? Income inequality. They say, he said, my peace I leave with you. What do they scream? No justice, no peace. They walk around here begging and stalking white America, looking in the window. Everybody hates a stalker. I don't care how pretty a woman is. If she's a stalker, she's despised. And they turn black America into a generation of stalkers who are pitied and despised all over the world as opposed to be respected. That's why I can't stand the Democrat Party. They are a cabal of liars, perverts, psychopaths, anti-Christian bigots, full of pride, full of hate. They destroy everything they touch. Crime Inc. tell you all about them. Get the book. Learn about this evil party and never vote for them again because you're putting your soul in hell. You're putting your soul in jeopardy when you vote for this party.
Yes, indeed. And we talked about what they did economically to the black community, how they try to force integration, what they did with welfare, what they did to the black church, what they did to black education. Then, of course, in the 1980s, they introduced drugs. And now, you have young black men mostly who don't have a father figure and who are therefore susceptible to this. They don't have employment because of this bad economic agenda of the left. And so they turn to things like drugs. And then the final line of defense is police department keeping the 99% of people in that community who are trying to get to work and get to school, keeping them safe from drug gangs, many of which have been imported. And then they want to defund the police and basically leave the neighborhood completely.
The one thing they do, Mr. Moscowitz, is they keep people from praying to their God. If you go to a football game now and you kneel, if you are praying to protest, if you're kneeling to protest your country, they will give you accolades. But if you're kneeling to pray to God, they want to put you in jail. They have taken God out of schools. They brought the drag queens in. They've taken the Bible out and they brought porn in. My mommy, my two mommies, and my two daddies. Right. They're allowing demented men in dresses to go in the bathrooms with little girls and women. They're allowing demented men to participate in sports with women. See, this party is insane. And when you start voting for an insane party, like people are doing here, you're going to be held responsible in this life or the next. There's no severability between you and your vote. You ask the Nazis about that, the ones that put Hitler in charge. Did they not pay for it? Of course they did. Ask the Russians about it, the ones that put Stalin in charge. Did they not pay for it? Of course they did. Ask the Italians about it, the one that put the crazy Mussolini in charge. Did they pay for it? Of course they did. And America is going to pay for this if they do not repent. This is what we got to understand, because what the Democratic Party tells you, and this is what they do, their biggest sin, is they tell you not to repent because you've done nothing wrong. They tell you to walk around in pride. C.S. Lewis said that pride is the most damnable sin. All other sins are flea bites and pinpricks compared to pride. All sins derive from pride. All of it. Murder, divorce, envy, hatred. And that's all the Democratic Party is. Envy, hatred, covetousness, everything that's evil, they want to make legal. Everything that's good, they want to make illegal. They want to make death legal. They want to make aborting children legal. Bad schools legal. Drugs legal. You name it that's bad, they want to make it legal. And these people aren't criminals because they litter and run stop signs. They are evil because they kill and destroy people, and they enjoy it. They're not trying to change things in Baltimore. They're not trying to change things in Memphis. They're not trying to change things in Chicago and New York. Oh, they strutting. Yeah, they happy. They run for re-election. Talking about, yeah, look how good we've done. A Democrat Party heaven is an American hell. Never forget that. And we have to beat these people in 2024.
How?
Crime Inc.
How can we do
right
it?
now,
I mean, you've
right
got the
now
same.
They are panicking right now because they just saw this poll that said Trump is ahead by 10 points, and they and that the black
Yeah,
community
but they
voted
still.
about
I know,
20%
Vince,
for
but
Trump.
yeah,
That's how
black
you do
people
it.
now,
That's what
black men
black
are up.
done.
Yeah, I mean, look, Trump obviously is a natural hero for black people, for minorities, for young people, for people blue collar, everyone that is basically trying to participate in the American way of life. But they still have their corrupt machines that are running the show, and they don't care. How do we defeat that? I mean, that infrastructure that stole the 2020 election and stole the 2022 midterm. They're still there. No one's doing anything about it.
Well, we're hoping. We're hoping that something is done about it. We're hoping that they will have all their ducks in a row and that Trump will have his people in parts of the inner city. All he has to do is go into he has to go into Detroit, Milwaukee, Charlotte, and Atlanta, and he'll be fine. Because they stole the election in Wisconsin, they stole it in Pennsylvania, stole it in Michigan, they stole it in Pennsylvania,
and everyone knows it, but nothing is. Those states are still run by the same people.
Well, you go into those 5 cities and you put your people there to watch the polls, and you know how they did it last time, and they've done a good job at taking out all the ballot harvesting and the drop boxes. The legislators have changed the law quite a bit in a whole lot of those cities and also the mail-in balloting. So they have an opportunity now if you want to come in and watch the polls, because we also have decided that we're going to get involved in the early voting. And also the mail-in voting. This is something that the Democrats used to just control. We just came out to vote on election day, and they would already have the lead on us by 1 million votes. So what we need to do is do what they do. We need to take advantage of the same thing they do. The ballot harvesting, the street money, all of it. We need to play the game the way they play it. This is a war, and if you're not willing to use the same tactics as your enemy, you've already lost.
No, I agree. You can't come to the war disarmed. They had Zuckerberg give them a check for $420 million for walk around money on the street.
Like Coke and everybody else and Elon Musk, we gotta do the same thing. This is how you beat them. You got to play their game. You don't go into Oakland Raiders to play the Oakland Raiders and think you can play some type of pity pat football. You got to go in with the sledgehammer when you're playing them. That's how you beat them. So when you go against the Democrat Party, you got to understand who you're dealing with. You're dealing with the mafia. You're dealing with the triads. You're dealing with MS-13.
Literally.
You're dealing with the criminal, man. This is why I wrote this book. You got to have a J. Edgar Hoover to go in and take these guys on. And that's why the left hates Hoover, because Hoover went in there and played the game the way they played it, and he beat them. And they tried to bastardize his name even right now because he beat them all. Every time he beat them.
I know Hoover, at least Hoover went after some genuine enemies of America, like the Klan and like the communists and like the mafia. Yeah, he did.
And if we had a Hoover now, they wouldn't be here now. Hoover took them out.
And
that's why they use the public education system right now to try to take Hoover down, because they want to bastardize Hoover's name because Hoover did such a good job on it.
Vince, now we have an apparatchik who is putting men in jail for 22 years for expressing their opinions. But Vince, let my listeners and viewers know where they can get your excellent book, where they can get more information about your documentary. I really applaud what you're doing. I'm glad to see that you're out there. It's very encouraging.
Go to VinceELlison.com. 3 E's in the middle. VinceELlison.com. Look at the trailer for my documentary, Will You Go to Hell For Me? It's about 2 minutes long. As Tucker Carlson and Sean Hannity said, it's the most powerful trailer they ever saw. Look at it. Stream the trailer or stream the video or buy the DVD. You can also buy Crime Inc. on their website. And my other 2 books. All of my books have been bestsellers. I've sold over 100,000 books in the last year. They 25 Lies, Iron Triangle. And this is why the black community is turning for Donald Trump. It's because of this. Because of what I'm doing out here, what other people are doing, and we're going to keep on going. And what my friend tonight having me on his show so I can talk to y'all. I appreciate you giving me an opportunity to talk to your audience. And I hope that they take in what I'm saying, because this is so very, very important. They've been lying about you. They've said that you're homophobes, that you're racist. You're not. Stay strong. I speak for you. Buy my book, put it in your liberal friend's face and say, now answer this question.
Drop it on the coffee table of your liberal friends. All right, Vince Ellison, I want to thank you for joining me. It's been an honor.
I enjoyed you.
Let's stay in touch. Thanks a lot. All right,
thank
take
you.
care. Thanks for joining me, everyone. Welcome to the program. I just want to make sure I'm live on Getter. Getter's a big growing site for me. It's really amazing. And also Roku will be on board next week. All right, Boris Epstein, investment banker, political strategist, attorney, advisor to President Donald J. Trump, co-host on the War Room Pandemic with Stephen K. Bannon. I try to take that in every day. What an excellent show. It's amazing he's still, they can't seem to touch him, that he's still up there. Before we get into a talk about the Bitcoin, the FJB, I have to ask you about current events, and I have to talk about the ransacking of President Trump's house and what now an Israeli journalist has referred to as America's Kristallnacht. I don't know if you saw that. But what's going on? I mean, how is President Trump?
Well, I mean, what's going on is very clear: is that this is a politicized persecution, a weaponization of, of law enforcement, and it's clear as day that Biden and his feckless administration are doing all they can to try and intimidate President Trump from running again. But it's not going to work. President Trump's going to continue to fight for the American people.
I can't believe how amazing Donald Trump is as a man. I mean, to withstand this kind of personal attack against him and his family for 7 years. I mean, I hope that he knows how loved he is by so many people in this country. When you look at the strength that he's displayed, I don't think there's been a case of leadership like that probably since Lincoln.
No doubt about it. The president is this country's leader. He's the irrefutable leader of the Republican Party, the MAGA movement, but America as a whole, because he's got the broad shoulders that we need to lead us during this difficult time.
You know, it's a relatively new phenomena in this country for FBI agents and people, ninja dressed law enforcers showing up at private homes and banging the door down and pulling people out of bed at 5 o'clock in the morning. This is not normal. Has this ever happened? I mean, other than obviously for drug dealers and crime.
It's unbelievably troubling. It's using and weaponizing law enforcement to target political opponents. It's what we thought could only happen in third world countries, but now it's happening right here in America, and it's a scary time, a dark time in America, as President Trump said in his statement.
Indeed. And I think that there is a huge backlash against it, even among some people on the liberal side. Certainly there's a break on the part of independents. I think some of the rhino Republicans, the Trump-hating types, are queasy about this, and they've even come out and said that they're against it. Maybe with some outliers like Liz Cheney, with an exception. And you only see a few liberals, like maybe Rachel Maddow looks like she's having an orgasm on television. But other than that, I don't see them exactly standing up and cheering for this.
I mean, the old ACLU liberals who used to stand for freedom and against tyrannical government are not for this. Libertarians are not for this. Independents are not for this. Charlie Sykes, National Review.
Boris, you have followed since day one the election steal, and you've been one of the people that I've looked to as a great source of information, particularly in the 6 states where the election was stolen. Probably more than that, probably 7 or 8 states. President Trump, all of his endorsed candidates in the primary won their primaries. All of the Trump-hating Republicans who voted to impeach President Trump lost their primaries, with the exception of Liz Cheney, and she's going down in about a week. Does this have anything to do with this home invasion, do you think?
I think the President Trump's continued strength in terms of the midterms, strength in the polling for 2024, and just at CPAC among Hispanics at 81, the next guy's at 16. Overall, he's at 69, next guy's at 24. I think, yes, President Trump's political strength has everything to do with this raid, with this break-in of his home. Absolutely, it has all to do with that.
To just look at the break-in itself, I understand, according to the Gateway Pundit, that President Trump's lawyers were not allowed to go in and observe what was happening, that they were in there for several hours. Possibly, did they plant something? I mean, is there something, going on here? I think they were just trying to soak up some gossip, that just like they did when with the Steele dossier, where they could spy on Trump and listen in on his phone calls.
Well, it's possible, to truly know at this point in time. They've been out there a lot in reports, but also President Trump's account on Truth, that it's definitely concerning the way that this was handled by the DOJ is concerning. It was completely unnecessary. President Trump and his team are in full cooperation with the necessary agencies, and this kind of ransacking, break-in. They had asked President Trump and his team to put a lock on a specific door. They went and broke that. So. Same broke a save. This kind of break and raid, absolutely unprecedented and deeply, deeply unnecessary. And it's very concerning for all Americans, this sort of abuse of FBI power. And you've got, the Washington Post is writing it up. The Wall Street Journal is writing it up. There's a true deep concern up and down the block.
And obviously, take a president taking home archival information is something that goes back to John Adams when he left the White House. This is nothing new. It is perfectly legal and appropriate. A president is not held by standards of classification. They can take that home. It's not like Hillary Clinton with the 30,000 emails after she was subpoenaed by Congress, destroying them. She wasn't president. So I don't see where they have a case for this.
It's complete nonsense. It's just, again, it's political targeting. And the Democrats and the deep state, the establishment, they know they've got a major enemy in President Trump, and they're doing all they can to attack him and attack his family. That's, in the end, is what it's all about. Of course, President Trump followed all proper rules and regulations, and his chief executive had wide authority over documents. I mean, the whole premise is so ludicrous, and that's, I think, why there's been such a general and overarching uproar against this. And I think you're going to see that continue.
And I think the Gateway Pundit also mentions that there were several attorneys that are on the team of Attorney General Garland that were there at the site. So
I don't know anything about that, but I will tell you that this was a production that was completely unnecessary. It was a political stunt, and that stunt is blown up in the Democrats' face.
It has, and I think they just reelected President Trump to a third term. I mean, it seems to me. Maricopa County is still counting, ironically. I mean, are they still trying to stop Carrie Lake? What's going on over there? Do you know?
Well, I think that election's over, and Carrie Lake has won it, and now it's on to going up against Katie Hobbs for the in the general there. And
there couldn't be a better example of what happened in 2020 than what's going on right there in broad daylight. Right. In Michigan, Dana Nessel has said, Attorney General, very corrupt, has commented that she's going to prosecute Matt DePerno and that she's going to bring charges and felony charges. This is what the Democrats seem to be doing now, rather than running.
That's what they're doing. That's what they're obsessed with. They're trying to use the law enforcement to target it against their opponent, and it's very disappointing. My friend, I'm so sorry. I've got my phone's blowing up. There's a lot going on. It's just
briefly, Boris. Yeah, let's wrap it up. But briefly, talk about the Bitcoin, the F Joe
Sure,
Biden.
crypto. It's FJB. It's FJB Coin. FJBcoin.org. FJB stands for obviously what it stands for, but also Freedom, Jobs, Business. And it's a community in cryptocurrency, which is another way to push back against tyrannical overreach, against radical woke corporations who debank you, deplatform you with credit cards, and that's this is a big part of that. Steve Bannon and I have been a part of that community now for months, and are proud to see it grow. They just introduced a wallet through which you could purchase and buy and sell crypto, not just FJB, but other coins as well. So FJBcoin.org. If your audience would check it out, I think they may find it interesting.
And how do they get to it, and how do they get more information about you, Boris?
FJBcoin.org about the coin, and on me. Thank you so much for having me. BorisEP.com is the website, BorisEP.com. It's at BorisEP on Twitter, at BorisEP on Getter, at Boris on Truth, and Boris_Epstein on Instagram.
Way to go. All right, Boris Epstein, thanks so much for joining me this afternoon.
Thank you, my friend.
All right.
Appreciate you. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Okay, we are live. Charles Moscowitz. Thanks for joining me, everyone. My guest is Dr. William Makis, MD, Dr. Makis is with the University of Alberta in Canada. He is a what I would describe as a whistleblower. He's a doctor of conscience. Um, Dr. Makis, this is a I can't describe it as anything other than a depressing and a very frightening topic, which is the possible consequences of the mRNA vaccine, so called, the spike protein, and all the rest. So before we go there, could you talk a little bit about your practice and how you got to where you are?
Certainly. Thank you for having me. I'm a Canadian physician. I did all my medical training in Canada. I have an undergraduate degree in immunology. I have a 4-year MD and then a 5-year specialization in nuclear medicine, radiology, and oncology. My practice has been mainly oncology for the last decade. I've diagnosed about 20,000 cancer patients with cutting edge diagnostic tools like PET-CT, positron emission tomography, CT. I also was a primary oncologist for several hundred end-stage cancer patients that I treated with targeted radionuclide therapy. So I have a background in oncology. I'm not a medical oncologist. It's a specific branch of radiology and oncology that deals with radiation for diagnosis and treatment.
Mhm.
Now, I've been reporting sudden deaths and injuries related to the COVID-19 vaccine since late 2021. So I've been doing this for over 2 years. I started because I realized there were many red flags with the COVID vaccines, and I saw it in my colleagues. I saw it within Canadian doctors who, in late 2021, were mandated to take the COVID-19 vaccines. If they hadn't been mandated, then my path might have taken a very different course.
Mm.
But what the mandates did was they forced everyone to produce evidence of having at least two vaccines, or they would be kicked out of work. They would not be allowed to continue practicing medicine. And these mandates occurred across Canada, that the deadlines were October 2021. In some provinces like Alberta, the deadlines were pushed back because there was a huge outcry from healthcare workers. Approximately 30% of healthcare workers in Alberta refused to submit proof of vaccination status. They were
Mhm.
threatened repeatedly until a lot of them submitted, and the rest either retired or left medicine completely or simply, refused and were fired. So we had tens of thousands of healthcare workers in Canada effectively fired at the end of 2021. And so what you have, or what I saw was a cohort that was 100% vaccinated because of the mandates. And
Mm.
once
So
they were
that's more than a
100%.
casual sampling of that would be required for any statistical analysis. And there are several things that strike me as significant here. Firstly, the vaccine mandates came after the actual COVID virus was pretty much gone by the end of 2020. And yet, all of a sudden, there comes this mandate both in Canada and the United States, and it's a very heavily handed enforcement. I mean, in the United States, for example, military men and women were required to get the vaccine or they would be court martialed and they would lose all their benefits. I mean, you weren't even allowed to resign. You were told you get the vaccine or you're finished. And there was this whole business of the vaccine mandate proof of vaccine cards that suddenly we're being told that if you don't have this, you can't go to a restaurant, you can't go to a store. Right here in Boston, for example, the new mayor, the first thing she did was sign a bill saying that you had to show a vaccine mandate in order to go into a restaurant or store. Now, the people that saved the world, frankly, and I thank God for them, were the Canadian truckers. If it hadn't been for the Canadian truckers bringing the economy of Canada almost to a standstill, because that's the power they have, and that was spreading to the United States, to Australia, New Zealand, France, even Israel, and it was becoming a worldwide thing. The entire establishment that was pushing this experimental jab backed down. They can't have everything stopped. The mayor of Boston backed down, and we at least got a reprieve. But the broader question is why wasn't the medical establishment consulting such respected figures as yourself and as many doctors in the United States? Um, such a Dr. Peter McCullough comes to mind, Dr. Robert Malone, Dr. Reish from over at Yale University Medical Center. They were denounced. These were men who were, and women who were they had their careers threatened and in some cases ruined for questioning the efficacy of this so-called vaccine. So what's going on here? Before we get into the horrors of the vaccine itself, what is going on with the politics of this, at least in Canada, which I think is a reflection of the world?
Well, it's important to note that before the mandates came, they tried every incentive imaginable to get maximal uptake of the COVID vaccines. And so, initially it was just, save grandma and protect the healthcare system. It then moved to all kinds of perverse incentives, such as, here's a donut, Krispy Kreme donut for a vaccine, or fries or burgers or ice cream
Sure.
for kids, and so on. It actually, the incentives progressed to $1 million lotteries. We had, I think, two $1 million lotteries here in Alberta, and this is a conservative province. And so there were all kinds of incentives to maximize the uptake. And I believe the uptake probably was already in the region of 70% or so with the two doses by the time they came with the mandates. So really the mandates were to hunt down the remaining 30%, of which they probably knew they could never get at least 10 to 15%. They would never have, no matter how much they forced. So it really was, to get sort of the most hesitant individuals,
Right.
and to really put pressure on, and maximal pressure on them, and force them into this. I always felt that vaccine mandates were illegal. They were not only unscientific, they were unethical, they were immoral, but they really were illegal. And the courts have failed. They failed, certainly in Canada, to address the illegality of the mandates. The United States had much more success
Mm.
in getting mandates overturned. And, I think because a lot of the damage I see is in vaccine mandated professions. The damages being suffered by individuals, for example, at the universities and colleges who were mandated the vaccines and might have otherwise not taken the vaccines. And so that is where the bulk of the damage is and was caused,
Right.
was by mandating these shots. And of course, people who didn't abide by the mandates had their lives destroyed, utterly destroyed.
Yeah, I
Uh,
mean, in the case of the Canadian truckers, they had their bank accounts shut down. They called them
exactly.
Nazis, and this sort of very vicious, denunciations that seem to have accompanied the incentives, sending the message out that if you didn't play ball with a vaccine, you could lose your career, you could lose everything. And the other irony is that we now know, I think, quite definitively that there were a lot of very big lies told about the vaccine. The first one that comes to mind is that the vaccine gives you 95% immunity from the virus, and that our vaccines in America are superior to the Russian vaccine and the Chinese vaccine, which only gives you 85% immunity. That was a complete lie, and they must have known that. Then they changed the story to say, well, it doesn't give you any vaccine. Even the CDC admitted this, but you won't die from the virus if you take the vaccine. And then the Cleveland Clinic came out with a survey that was very definitive, and that was more than a sample. It was everyone who had ever entered into that world-renowned clinic, showing that 70% of the people in their hospital had the vaccine. So, it's just lie after lie. What is going on here? I mean, is it a matter of money? Is it a matter of politics? Are they trying to kill us off? Or what the hell is this about?
Well, that's a good question. I just wanted to address also the Canadian truckers. I believe the Canadian truckers absolutely changed the game and really changed
Oh, yeah.
potentially the outcome of where this was all going. Got the mandates removed
Indeed.
and probably put a big wrench into this uh, plan really to put pressure on everybody to get vaccinated, or people would be completely locked out of society, which is what 6 million Canadians were. 6 million Canadians experienced communism in the sense of we had an iron curtain. They couldn't travel, they couldn't get on a plane, they couldn't get on a train. They were locked out of government benefits. I mean, this was full blown communism with the censorship as well. And I think that's one thing that maybe gets forgotten, is that during that time, the medical establishment didn't listen to us because we were censored. We were banned off social media platforms. We were not given a platform.
Right.
On Twitter, there were over 11,000 accounts that were suspended, terminated, censored due to COVID-19 misinformation. And a lot of
Sure.
these were doctors, PhDs like myself, like Dr. McCullough, like Dr. Robert Malone. There was a wave of terminations of accounts around this time. I lost my account in March of 2022. And the reason I lost my account was I had posted a study. I had actually reposted a study that had come out about children 5 to 11 years old who had the vaccine, who were showing evidence of negative vaccine efficacy after a certain time, which means that they were getting sick more often than unvaccinated children, which means that their immune systems were being damaged. I said in my post that the vaccine should be taken off the market. That is all I said. That was my
That was
only
enough to have you
commentary.
banned. I mean, I
And
was
that
part of
was
the
enough
YouTube
to have me
program
banned.
sometime. There was a massive censorship. It was declared, quote, misinformation, unquote, which, of course, as you say, it was very communistic. It was extremely authoritarian to be able to not discuss by people who are qualified, such as yourself, a medical issue. It's very anti science, I would add. These are people who love to talk about anti science. I mean, how much more anti-science can you get than this? There's also, I believe, I'm not mistaken when I say that VAERS, which is a federal agency, it's part of the CDC. It was created in the early 1970s as part of OSHA that keeps track of vaccine damage, and they issue reports annually, and I've even think quarterly, on any vaccine that enters the market. I think it was the summer of 2021, they stopped doing this. They just censored it. They no longer issue that information. It's no longer public. So, you have a situation where there's a real blackout on information. And as far as the vaccine card goes, I don't think I'm wandering off the reservation by suggesting that the World Economic Forum had already talked about a digitized card, which means that you would have to present a digitized card that ultimately, quite frankly, could be implanted under the skin. Alex Jones talked about that. I know he's very controversial. I know how criticized he is, but he's been right about a lot of this stuff. But even so, this digitized card could potentially have any information on it that they want to put on it about you, and
Yeah.
you could end up having to, you can't eat, you can't go into a buy, you can't do banking, you can't get into a car without it. So this would be essentially the end of freedom. This would be it. It would be
Well,
it.
we were very close.
Yeah.
If people will remember, Europe, for example, had a vaccine passport that had 8 vaccine spots on it. And this was at a time when people only had 2 vaccines. And so it seemed ridiculous that we would get to a point
Right.
where you would have to have 8 vaccines noted on this vaccine passport, and yet right now this is where we are. The CDC is about to recommend the ninth dose, I believe, in the fall. And so we are at the point where if someone followed the recommendations, whether issued by the public health chief in Canada, Dr. Theresa Tam, or whether issued by CDC, you would have had 8 vaccines at this point, which is exactly what the European vaccine passport had back in early 2022. And so I think we were headed in that direction. As I recall, Israel also had a vaccine passport that was called like a green card or something like that, or would be green if you were up to date on your vaccinations. A number of places around the world had this plan to implement vaccine passports, and even for a while in Canada, for example, they were forcing people to show proof of vaccination, whether to get into a restaurant, whether to get into sports facilities. So I believe this seems to have been the plan from the beginning. The goal to vaccinate. You asked what's what was the purpose to try to get everybody vaccinated, and I do believe I'm not big on depopulation theories per se, but I do believe that there is strong evidence that based on how the pharmaceutical companies are positioning themselves right now, that there was certainly a profit motive, and there may have been a motive to at least disable a significant segment of the population, significant enough that now all the pharmaceutical companies are positioning themselves to profit off vaccine injuries that they themselves caused.
Oh yeah, I mean, so they cause it's like the poison and the antidote in the same laboratory. They cause myocarditis in young men in particular. Now they're coming out with a heart treatment to deal with the myocarditis
Yeah.
that they caused. And just briefly, again, the business with the electronic passports. George Gilder, who's one of America's most respected scholars, he spent 3 years in communist China back in the 1980s, and he talked about. I heard him interviewed in an NPR program here that China was implementing this program of social score.
Yeah.
If you didn't have a high enough social score in China, you didn't get to leave your community. You were basically living under house arrest. And he predicted that this would come to this country under the guise of the high, the social media, Google in particular, that every American ultimately would have this score. And now that's kind of admitted. I mean, you've got BlackRock and you've got Fidelity basically scoring investments based on what they call the what is it, environment EKG score, rather than whether or not they're making a profit. And so there's no reason to think that it's certainly not even speculative that these bio passports would be used to keep that kind of information about you ultimately as part of this world control. Now, I want to talk about the actual vaccine itself a bit here because I know a lot of people who have gotten the vaccine, including members of my family. I've gotten the vaccine. I didn't want to do it, but I was put under my frankly, my wife and my daughter let me know I had to do it under no uncertain terms. So and I actually looked to Israel, which I should not have done. And I said, gee, if they're doing it, it might be okay. They're not going to kill their entire population. So I went ahead. I'm fine. I didn't have any reaction. And recently, someone suggested to me on my show, actually Michael Shaw, who's a regular guest of mine and who's a medical researcher, that there's a likelihood that the vaccine companies, a percentage of the vaccine's a saline solution. And the reason they did that is because they didn't want us, because there would be such an outcry, it would be so obvious the amount of harm this thing was doing that they reduced that by simply not putting it in the vaccine. And that I probably got the saline, although a very close friend of mine now has cancer. And in this case, I don't think she did get the saline. She got the real toxin. Do you think there's anything to that? Do you think that this portion of these things are saline?
It's very possible. There is tremendous batch to batch variability. And I think this has been confirmed. People can go on howbadismybatch.com, put their serial number in, and see how many adverse events, serious adverse events, and deaths have been reported to VAERS for that particular batch. And there's tremendous variability. And so I have seen, I think it was Danish researchers that had analyzed the batches and made a conclusion that probably 30% of the batches were saline, although that this hasn't been confirmed, but at least that's what it looks like based on the adverse event profile in VAERS. And then there's another 60-65% that have a variable rate of injuries and deaths, anywhere from very few to quite a significant amount. And then there's approximately 5% of batches that look to be what are called hot lots, and they have a very high rate of injuries and deaths. And
So,
the cancers now that are showing up are really extremely aggressive. And it remains to be seen what percent of the population is eventually going to be affected by cancer. What's interesting is that Albert Bourla, Pfizer CEO, when he does interviews, he confidently states that 30% of people will get cancer, and that is
incredible.
which is
And he was under
shocking.
controversy for not getting the vaccine right away. And he said, "Well, I want to make sure that people in need get it first," which seems a little fishy to me. But either
Yeah.
way, he eventually did get it. Do you think that these people got the saline?
Well, here's an interesting thing when we're talking about Pfizer employees and so on. They had special batches for their own employees that nobody else got. So they had their own
Lovely.
batch, which may just be saline.
Yeah, maybe a non-batch.
Exactly.
And also, I think Congress gave itself an exemption from the vaccine, which
Yes. And even there have been now Canadian politicians that have come out and said that, oh, none of the public health recommendations actually applied to the Canadian politicians. And so some of them have admitted this on the record. So,
so the vaccine was for the rest of us lumpen proletariats. I mean, it's it's for the us chumps.
yeah.
What can we do if we have had the vaccine? I mean, it's. I know this is a very depressing subject, and I know
Mhm.
people don't want to hear about this, but there have been. I mean, I've interviewed Ed Dowd a couple of times. He's a researcher who has shown that actuarial charts for insurance companies are through the roof on both life and health insurance, where
That's right.
they are reporting, and they don't want to report this because they lose money. It's not like they're part of any conspiracy here, but they are reporting an increase in sudden death, in myocarditis, pericarditis, and blood clots, and not to mention that there are questions of infertility, particularly for pregnant women. I mean, it's horrible that they would give a vaccine like this to a pregnant woman. But what can we do if we've had the vaccine? Is it too late for us? Are we going to be dead within the next 5 years, or what?
No. So I had discussions with Ed Dowd about this. We were together at CPAC. I was also with him at Senator Ron Johnson's hearing.
Right.
I saw the data that he presented at the Senate, and it's very very stark numbers. 1.1 million excess deaths since the rollout of the vaccines, 3.5 million disabilities, permanent disabilities, and about 28 million injuries of some kind that didn't necessarily lead to disability or death. And so this is the data that he presented based on his analysis of like you said, insurance information and missed time off work and so on. So that is over 10% of the US population has been really significantly adversely affected by the vaccines. Now, I'm not the type of person to panic or to make wild claims like, everyone who had the vaccine is gonna die in 5 years or something like that. I don't believe that. I don't think the data is showing that or suggesting that trajectory. What it is suggesting is that the deaths and injuries continue. They're not slowing down. They're continuing at roughly the same rate as last year, and so that is concerning over the long term because as I report the sudden deaths of individuals, I could see the same. I could see people still coming down with myocarditis, still coming down with blood clots at a very steady rate, even though people have stopped taking booster shots. So these are long-term effects of the
And these are
vaccine.
young people too, by the way.
Young people, exactly,
Athletes, people in top
exactly,
health. This
and
is
so it's still happening. And most of these people are not taking booster shots. Booster shot uptake is about 10% only now. So, but really, there's a bigger tsunami of neurological injuries and cancers, these turbo cancers, as they're called. So the question is, what does anybody do? I think you have to be, if you've taken the shots and you haven't had any issues, you haven't had any side effects, you still have to assume that you've been effectively poisoned to some degree, at some level, that there may be damage happening that you're not aware of. And people who are proactive, I believe, will do much better than people who are reactive, meaning reactive means you wait until you have the heart attack, you wait until you have the stroke or develop the cancer. One shocking statistic I can tell you about the sudden deaths that I've reported is that about 80 to 85% of people who've suffered a sudden death in the past year did not have a warning sign, did not have health problems, did not have blood clots and myocarditis or anything that would have given them a warning sign. That is why so many of the reports say family and friends are shocked, completely unexpected, sudden and unexpected, right? And so being proactive is extremely important, I believe. And there's very simple things you can do.
Yes.
I'm a big believer in fasting, in a long fast, like a 3-day fast, a 72-hour water fast, which brings your body into a state of ketosis and then initiates autophagy, where your body itself starts clearing damaged cells and removes them, destroys them. And this may be the only way to deal with some of the damage that's been done, whether by the mRNA or by the spike protein, because of course the mRNA is artificial. It's a pseudouridine modified mRNA that lasts much longer in the system than it should and causes problems. And of course the spike protein lasts even longer than that. People are still producing spike protein sometimes a year or two after taking their last shot. And this suggests that there may have been integration events where either the mRNA or what we are now learning, the DNA contamination in the vaccines, may actually be integrating into our genome. And so fasting may be a way to remove some of these things, some of these transfected cells, and have the body simply destroy them. Because if they're producing the spike protein on the surface, that's a foreign protein. The immune system may be attacking it. The body may recognize it as a damaged cell, and then during a fasting, it may actually destroy or remove those cells. So that is the cornerstone for me in terms of approaching. And you could do a 3-day fast. You could do it. You could do it once a month. You could even do it twice a month. It's quite doable. I've done 3 of these myself, just to see how it would be, and it's very rejuvenating. It's a very fascinating thing to try.
And
Um,
by the way, if you do it, make sure you have plenty of liquid, right?
Absolutely, plenty of water. You could even add black coffee or plain tea to it. It's supposed to stimulate the autophagy without stopping the actual fasting process.
Now, I'm not a
And
biologist, but what is the deal with the mRNA altering the DNA structure in the helix? Is that something that can become a permanent restructuring? I mean, this is the CRISPR technology,
yeah,
and is that an issue that once that's introduced and it basically interrupts the code of the DNA, is that something that can be done permanently? And what do we have any idea about the long-term effects of that?
Well, so this is the big issue. I actually believe that this is the big topic right now. Um, Geneticists like Kevin McKernan, Philip Buchholz, they've confirmed that there is DNA contamination in every single vial of Pfizer and Moderna. Every single vial that they've tested, and whether it was the original vaccines, whether it's the boosters, or even the newest booster shot, all of them have contamination of billions of copies of either DNA plasmids or DNA fragments, which are there because of the mass manufacturing process that Pfizer and Moderna employed. So initially, they apparently handmade these vaccines for their clinical trial under very controlled, very specific conditions. But when it came to making these vaccines for the general population and mass manufacturing them, they actually changed the manufacturing process to make it easier and cheaper for themselves. And they used E. coli and DNA plasmids grown in E. coli to make this process easier, faster, cheaper for themselves, and of course to be able to mass produce, hundreds of millions of doses. And unfortunately, it seems that because of this manufacturing process that has never really been employed before, there are remnants of these DNA, E. coli, DNA plasmids and fragments that have remained in the vaccine vials. They were supposed to get rid of them. They were supposed to purify the mRNA after making it and get rid of all the DNA that served as the template, and they didn't. For whatever reason, they didn't. Some people think it was intentional. Some think it's a quality control issue. But these contaminants are there, and there was always a question of whether the mRNA can reverse transcribe and integrate into the genome, and this was seen as either extremely unlikely or impossible, even though it was shown in vitro by one research group who published it. But this was seen as a very, very low risk. However, now that the DNA contamination has been discovered, that completely changed the topic, because if you have billions of copies of foreign DNA injected into you with a delivery mechanism of the lipid nanoparticle, which delivers it very easily into cells, now you have something that can very easily integrate into the genome. And if it integrates into the wrong place, like a tumor suppressor gene, well, now you've astronomically increased the risk of getting cancer, which is what we're seeing. We're seeing extremely aggressive cancers, inexplicable in young people. So this is the problem, is that now we know that there's DNA contamination. Florida Surgeon General Dr. Joseph Ladapo has actually called out the FDA on this. He asked and demanded, have you done the testing to see if there are integration events from this contamination? And they refused to give him an answer. So he called for a halt of all these COVID vaccines. If there are integration events happening, and this is where the work is being done right now, I believe in the next few months, we will see paper after paper after paper confirming DNA integration events, which means that the genome of a vaccinated person has been modified, has been molested, has been damaged. And that will be, I believe, the big thing that probably brings down, Pfizer and Moderna as companies. We see their stock is crashing, relentlessly, despite the fact that the markets are setting new highs. There's something behind the scenes. Insiders know something very bad about these companies. And so I think this will be the next big scientific discovery, is confirmation of integration into the genome. And what do you do with that? Nobody knows. How do you clean that up, right? How do you get the stuff out of your genome? I don't think anybody knows. I don't think anybody has the answer to that. But, when we talk about,
the shocking
yeah,
aspect to it is that they are giving it to, I don't know, millions of children as young as 1 year old.
that's right.
And these are children that would not have caught COVID anyways. And
Yeah.
now that they've admitted that this vaccine does nothing to stop the spread of COVID or create immunity, what's the justification for it at all?
Well, there's no justification. I mean, there was never
I
justification
mean, what is their
to
marketing plan?
mandating it.
What are they claiming it does?
Well, so they're claiming at this point that it doesn't prevent transmission, but it reduces the severity of disease. So it reduces
In
hospitalizations and death
general, or just with COVID?
for COVID. So,
But
but
there
the
is no
problem,
COVID now. I mean, it's like,
well, so, but that's the problem, is that the data, the excess mortality data in every highly COVID vaccinated country shows that there was no benefit, that no one benefited, from this
not to
vaccine.
mention the fact that several countries didn't have much COVID because they used ivermectin and
Yes.
hydroxychloroquine, which are
Yeah.
FDA-approved drugs that have been around forever as treatments for viruses. And of
Yeah.
course, in this country, that was denounced. Now I've heard that this mRNA research, this CRISPR research, they're going to be putting it into all vaccines. They're going to be putting it into meat. They're injecting it into cows. It's everywhere. How
Yeah.
are they justifying that? And is that true?
So, this is an interesting topic. The mRNA technology that was used in the COVID vaccine is not yet in the meat, although I believe the Australian government actually has a project that launched in 2022 where they are building facilities to have the capacity to quickly mRNA vaccinate all their cattle should there be some kind of an outbreak. And so there's been a stated intent by the government to vaccinate all the beef, for example, in Australia. There was an Israeli company that has just been given funding to pursue a project of mRNA vaccinating shrimp. And you may ask, well, how do you do that? You can't inject shrimp, right? So they have a new technology where they are putting the mRNA vaccines into the feed of the shrimp. So the shrimp are feeding on this, whatever form of it there is, and they're taking it up. And so now you end up with mRNA in the shrimp. And they said, we want to do this for all marine, animals that are farmed for human consumption. And so there is this push to get this technology out and to get it
also,
in.
what about the shedding or the shredding or whatever? I mean, if you're near a person who's had the jab,
Yeah.
the bioweapon, if you will, I mean, can you catch it from them? I mean, just by being in their presence?
Well, you can't get vaccinated through shedding. At least I don't believe you can. I don't believe there's been any evidence shown that can happen. However, you can certainly be affected by it. You can be affected by transfer of lipid nanoparticles and mRNA or the spike protein from a vaccinated person. What's interesting is that this has been denounced as a conspiracy theory for a long time and still is. There are still physicians online that are saying this is a right-wing conspiracy theory.
Right.
However, Pfizer actually admitted to shedding, told us about shedding in their clinical trial documents. They don't call it shedding, but they call it environmental exposure through inhalation or skin contact of their product, of the lipid nanoparticle mRNA. And where they were concerned about this was pregnant women, women who happened to get pregnant in the Pfizer trial. They specifically state that if the pregnant woman is exposed to their product through inhalation or skin contact, you have to notify a Pfizer safety officer within 24 hours, and it has to be documented in the clinical trial. So shedding is real. Pfizer admitted to it themselves. What no one knows exactly is the extent of the shedding, how many particles are shed. Certainly, the maximum shedding occurs right after vaccination. That is when, about 75% of the dose ends up in the bloodstream. And then you can shed these particles either through bodily fluids or through exhalation. And what's interesting is that the content of the lipid nanoparticles, the mRNA, can actually, once they're dumped in the cell, they can be repackaged by the cell and sent back out in these particles called exosomes. And those you could breathe those out. So someone could actually be exposed to particles with mRNA or the spike protein once the spike protein is being produced by the body. Now, people have reactions to these things. And so there are people who will react to someone who's been recently vaccinated. They might feel sick. They might have a rash. They might even have bleeding. There have been reports of miscarriage just by being, in the surrounding of someone who's been vaccinated. I've had people come to me. I've had massage therapists come to me and tell me that they've been sick whenever they are massaging vaccinated clients because they're exposed to bodily fluids, all day long at work by the way of massage, which is their work. And so this is real. It happens. I don't believe it's a concern in terms of actually becoming vaccinated or getting an additional dose by being around someone who's shedding. But if you are a person who reacts, and a small percentage of people react to this external exposure, they should take steps that are somewhat similar to what the vaccine injured should take steps, or people suffering from long COVID, and that is take steps to mitigate the spike protein damage or the immune system reaction. And there's ways you can do that. Vitamin C, for example, or NAC, N-acetylcysteine. These are antioxidants that mitigate some of the spike protein damage. And you can actually try to address the spike protein itself. There are things that block the spike protein, like ivermectin. Ivermectin binds the spike protein. You can use it.
now pretty much over the counter. And what about nitokinase and bromelain?
Yes. So nattokinase is another thing you can use. This is an enzyme that breaks down the spike protein. Some people have had relief with nattokinase. Bromelain is another enzyme derived from pineapple. Nattokinase is derived from fermented soybeans. But like I said, ivermectin, quercetin, black seed oil, Nigella sativa, Artemisia annua. These are things that you can take to mitigate the damage of the spike protein, whether you're exposed to it by shedding, whether you're suffering from long COVID, or whether you've been vaccine injured.
That's right, and they're harmless if taken properly. I'm not here to recommend any of it. I mean, I've used nattokinase, and I've also taken a vitamin C, D3, and zinc and chloroquine formula. And
Yeah.
I would suggest that the listeners here look into finding some means. These are not expensive things.
That's right.
That they can do something to sort of detox, if you will. And I think that your suggestion about the fast is one that I'm certainly going to take up, and it's a good one. Dr. Marcus, you seem optimistic that this whole rotten thing is going to be exposed in the next coming months. In spite of the censorship, we still have an ability to get the word out. And if you hear somebody say something's a right-wing conspiracy, it means it's true, okay? But anyway, what do you think is going to happen in the near future with all this?
You look at Senator Ron Johnson's hearing, for example, and I was there, I was present in the room, and I've spoken to almost everybody in that room. We've discussed what's going on, and that presentation has gone viral around the world, something that wouldn't have happened even a year ago. And it's what I'm seeing is I am seeing a shift of the discussion of the vaccine injuries and deaths and the dangers of the mRNA platform, or the lipid nanoparticle mRNA platform. I'm seeing that shift from the corners of the web, or the fringe minority, as Justin Trudeau likes to call it, really into the mainstream. You're seeing a shift of this discussion into the mainstream. It's not considered taboo anymore. It's not considered extremely controversial. People might still disagree about many things, but you're seeing Steve Kirsch on Tucker Carlson. You're seeing Dr. Brett Weinstein on Tucker Carlson. You're seeing Dr. Pierre Corey on Russell Brand.
And these guys have a following that's 10 times bigger than the mainstream media at this point.
Exactly.
The entire censorship regime has really failed, and I think that the re-election of Donald J. Trump will help matters, quite frankly, both in this country and around the world, in terms of getting to the bottom of this whole rotten issue and how it's affected people, including our children.
I just want to say that you're absolutely right that the censorship has failed. There was an attempt to completely control the narrative on all the social media platforms and have a united sort of a consensus, I should say, to have a consensus on all the COVID propaganda points, including all the points around the vaccine. And we still see attempts to do this in the medical establishment. There are still attempts to completely silence and destroy all the dissenting doctors. This is happening in Canada. This is happening in the United States, UK, Australia. Doctors who are speaking up are having their careers, medical careers, destroyed. However, the censorship is failing, and it's failing because of a platform like Twitter or X, where you can get information that is not allowed on Facebook. It's not allowed on Instagram. I, for example, can only post images on Instagram. I cannot post commentary because I would lose my account. Whenever I put out
Same
articles,
here. Yeah, that's what's going on. Now, what's happened? I mean, are doctors' medical licenses being threatened? And is it gotten to be that bad? What about the Canadian equivalent of the American Medical Association? What's going on with them? Are they coming to bat for doctors?
they're suspending doctors' licenses, and when they do that, when they suspend your license, um, or they damage your license, and the way they do it is they'll say, well, you have complaints on your license for unprofessional conduct, and that makes you effectively unemployable anywhere else, because anywhere you go, let's say you go to a different province, well, they look at your record and they say, oh, well, you have unresolved complaints, we can't hire you. And this is what the colleges of physicians and surgeons in Canada have done in every single province. They're persecuting doctors who are speaking up. They are desperately trying to maintain this scientific consensus, which is completely fraudulent and completely artificial. But they have a consensus because they have effectively threatened everyone into submission and compliance. And the doctors who refuse to comply have had their lives and their careers destroyed. So this is still happening right now at a very aggressive level. However, those of us who are speaking up online, we have big audiences. Like I said, it's reached with Tucker Carlson, for example. You reach an audience much bigger than the mainstream media can
Oh
reach.
yeah, it's huge. And I mean, look, it takes a lot of courage for a doctor to speak out. You spend 8 years in medical school and internships, and you have all of this time invested. I mean, I've seen this. My own doctor totally changed her tune at some point and was no longer candid with me because they're afraid you're going
Yeah.
to lose everything. I get that. It's sad, and a lot of people don't have the courage to stand up like you do. But I think more and more people are, and the more doctors that do it, the more power you're going to have.
Yeah.
Anyway, William, where can people get information about you and about your work?
Well, thanks for having me again. People can find me on Twitter at MacusMD. I also have a very active Substack, macusmd.substack.com. And people can also find me on Instagram, WMacusMD. I only post images. These are, vaccine injuries and sudden deaths. I can't post commentary because I would immediately lose my account. But people can find me on those social media platforms.
Well, listen, I admire your work, and you're saving lives. You're doing what doctors we assume are supposed to do when you take the Hippocratic Oath, which I understand has been changed. But, you have a calling, and I admire that, and I appreciate what you're doing, William. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks a lot.
All right. Thanks for joining me, everyone. Charles Moscowitz here. Welcome to the program. And my guest is Robert Spencer. And Robert is the author of Empire of God, How the Byzantines Saved Civilization. Robert Spencer is the author of over 25 books, a prolific writer. He is the director of Jihad Watch. He's Silman Fellow at the David Horowitz Freedom Center. Robert, thanks for joining me today.
Good to see you, Charles. Thank you very much.
Well, before we get into the topic of the Byzantine Empire as a very important historic issue, given your expertise on the nature of Islam and your best-selling books, I need to ask you, in the aftermath of the bloodbath in the state of Israel with the Hamas slaughter of over 1,000 Jews and Israelis, there has been this huge support for Hamas. And in the United States, that's translated in the form of people on the far left, including the Jewish left, I may add, coming out in favor of Hamas. And in Europe, even worse, more troubling, you have the rumblings of what looks like, Islamo Europe. I mean, it's like a takeover of entire zones and cities. I guess that for the first part of my question, is Europe to be saved for Christendom, for the West, or has it reached a tipping point, do you think?
It's going to be very difficult. The Europeans have been setting the stage for what's happening now for many decades. What's happening goes back to the 1970s when the European Commission and then the European Union entered into a series of agreements with the Arab League that would encourage mass migration of Muslim Arabs and not require any assimilation. They would, in other words, be allowed explicitly by the word of the European governments to establish enclaves where Islamic law was enforced and the laws of the land would be ignored. These enclaves have only grown with the steady rate of migration that accelerated. As a matter of fact, in 2015, when Angela Merkel in Germany started her Wir schaffen das campaign, we can do this, to bring massive numbers of Muslims into the country, and many of other Western European nations followed suit. The European Union is completely on board with this initiative, pressuring Poland, Hungary, and other states that have been reluctant to go along into dropping their objections and opening their doors also. Poland is just about to do that now, as a matter of fact. And it seems as if they didn't realize that this would mean the Islamization the Islamization of their countries and the subjugation of the native population. Now, of course, there are some groups that are waking up to it. Geert Wilders, who has long opposed this initiative, was just given the largest vote in the Netherlands, but even then, he just dropped his proposals that have been on the table for 5 years to ban the Quran and close the mosques, because he can't build a coalition or become prime minister while favoring those things. And so it seems as if Europe is in a very difficult situation. It would take major upheaval to reverse what's happening now. And if it's not reversed, then Europe will be Islamic by the end of this century.
Robert, we would assume by conventional wisdom that nations would act in the interests of their own futures, of their own people. And obviously, it does not seem to be the case with regard to the welcoming in of a mass influx of Muslims from Africa, from Asia. So what exactly, I could put on a tin hat here and think about some kind of conspiracy, but in conventional parlance, what exactly is their rationale for this? What exactly what did Germans expect to achieve by letting in 1 million Muslims? How is this marketed to the average German?
Yeah, Europeans have had a declining birth rate for quite some time now, and it's below replacement level. And so it was sold to them on that basis, that these societies are aging and they won't have people to make up the workforce. And so the migrants were sold, the mass migration was sold to the Europeans as a way to make up for that shortfall. The migrants would come in and do the work as the European native population aged. Now, the problem there is manifold. And one aspect of it is the fact that the Quran stipulates that Muslims must fight against non-Muslims. And then it says in chapter 9, verse 29, until they pay the jizya with willing submission and feel themselves subdued. Now, the jizya is a tax. Historically, in Sharia societies that imposed Islamic law, the non-Muslims had to pay this tax for the privilege of continuing to live as non-Muslims. And they were subject to various other forms of humiliation and discrimination and harassment that were institutionalized in these societies under Islamic law. Now, when the tax is not enforced, because it's in the Quran, because it's commanded to the Muslims collect it in the Quran, when it's not collected, there have been Muslim clerics, even in Europe, who have said, in lieu of the payment of the jizya, you can go on welfare. You can collect the benefits that these states offer. And this is why Germany is such a magnet for mass migration, because it offers more generous welfare benefits than the other countries in Europe. And so many of the new arrivals come into Italy or Greece, but they pass right through because those countries are relatively impoverished and they don't give great deals to the migrants compared to what Germany gives. So they were brought in to work, and they're going on.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I mean, it kind of contradicts the original selling point for this, which was economic, that they would basically contribute to the economy. They would take jobs, as Bush used to say, that no one else wants, which is really not true. But they're obviously not taking those jobs. They're becoming a burden and a ward of the state, which means a further drain of an economy and a further burden on a dwindling population, thanks to policies like abortion. So you have this phenomena where large groups of people are taking over particular neighborhoods and areas in Europe, and they are not working, and therefore you have all kinds of social problems emanating from that. Like in Britain, you've got these gangs who are, rape gangs, as Tommy Robinson says, and he's just been put in prison, by the way, for even mentioning this. And similar situations in Sweden and Norway, and I think parts of Germany. So the situation there is pretty bad. But in the United States, I am told by my liberal left-wing friends that American Muslims have done a great job of integrating, of being assimilated into the American culture. And they point to Dearborn, Michigan, which has the largest Muslim population outside of the Middle East, as an example of Americanism and people who are productive. And in a way, many of them are. What is the difference between the United States and Europe in this regard, if there is one?
The difference is really only in the percentage. About 10% of France is Muslim now, and the percentages all over Europe are almost as high. And so in the United States, meanwhile, you have like 2% Muslims, maybe 3%. That's it. And so the situation, and also a much larger landmass, you're going to have much less of the kind of societal pressure emanating from people who want to see Sharia implemented than you see in Europe. But as that number grows, and it's certainly growing, that's going to change, and we'll go down the same road that Europe is going down now. That is proven by the historical record. There's never been a case where large numbers of Muslims move into a country and adopt its mores and assimilate and don't try to impose Islamic law. It's never happened in history. Why should it be different here?
Right. And if you want to understand what you mean by Islamic law or Sharia, you can check out Robert Spencer's books. He's got a New York Times bestseller on the topic of Sharia. Also, the issue of jihad, which is unique to Islam. It's not something that exists in Christianity. I'm told by my liberal friends again that this is not what we think it is, other than maybe Al Qaeda. It's actually a personal struggle. It's an internal improvement. They make it almost sound like a Western value. Is there an element of that? I mean, there are portions of the Islamic world that embraces this sort of westernized peace, love, and freedom version of jihad, or are they all believers in the bloody version?
Well, there is a tradition within Islam. It's not just a westernization or a Western influence. There is Islamic tradition of jihad as spiritual struggle. And the famous statement of Muhammad that he was coming from a battle and said, "We're leaving the lesser jihad and going to the greater jihad," which is often quoted in the West to show that fighting is only a secondary aspect of jihad at best. Now, this is actually quite misleading, and there are many Muslim authorities who will point out and have pointed out that that statement is considered of dubious authenticity by Islamic scholars, and that statements involving jihad as warfare are much more common, much easier to find, and much more central within the Islamic texts. And so the idea that there is some sort of a benign understanding of jihad that rejects the violent aspects is just an uninformed view that does not take into account what Islam actually teaches. The teaching of jihad is very clearly primarily warfare against unbelievers. The easiest proof of this is the fact that in chapter 8, verse 41 of the Quran, it says that when you fight, you should give a fifth of the spoils of war to Muhammad. He gets his cut like a mafia don. And the thing about it is, Charles, that the spiritual struggle, if that's what jihad is, there's no spoils of war. So it's very clear that the Quran, when it's speaking about fighting and struggling, which is what jihad is all about, struggle,
Right.
then it means warfare, that kind of struggle, and not any other kind.
Right. It's warfare and a looting operation, and the very word booty comes from Arabic. And the word Islam means total submission of the entire planet in order to match a complete and one Almighty God in the Islamic understanding. It's a physical military subjugation of the planet. It's in a way the world's first world order movement. The what should be done? I mean, my own thoughts are that Muslim minorities in the United States and in Europe and elsewhere, they ought to take an oath of loyalty to the country that they reside in, and if they violate that oath, then they should have to go. As far as Islamic countries are concerned, let them do whatever they want. I mean, respect their sovereignty within reason. I mean, if a country is going to be so evil in terms of human rights, then the world will have to respond to that. But for the most part, if they want to be Islamic, be Islamic. But if they want to engage in aggression against their non-Islamic neighbors, they have to be met on the field of battle.
Well, yeah, this is exactly the kind of thing that we should be doing if we had a sane administration in Washington that took into account the real meaning, the real history, and the real understanding of jihad that prevails among Muslims today. The nation's mosques should be put under surveillance with the understanding that if they teach something regarding the overthrow of the government, regarding the imposition of Sharia in the United States, then that will be considered to be seditious. In other words, all we really need to do is enforce laws that are already existing. But nobody wants to do that because to do it would be Islamophobic or would appear to be discriminating against Muslims. There was talk of monitoring mosques 10, 15 years ago, right after 9/11, and the Muslim groups objected, saying, well, then you should monitor synagogues and churches. And I thought, well, in the first place, synagogues and churches aren't producing terrorists. They don't have texts that teach warfare against unbelievers as a cardinal element of the religion. But if you have terrorist activity in a synagogue or a church, then yes, certainly it should be monitored. And there are plenty, for example, the Dar al-Hijra Mosque in Virginia or the Islamic Society of Boston, they have many jihad terrorists who attended there.
Indeed.
And that ought to be an occasion for saying we need to take a look at what's being taught at these places.
No, exactly. Instead, they're spying on Catholics because they're pro-life. You say Islamophobic. I don't think there's anything phobic about concern over what we're talking about here. There's some genuine issues that need to be brought up if we are to secure our future in this world. And to get back to history here, the book in question is Empire of God: How the Byzantines Saved Civilization Robert Spencer is here discussing this most recent book. Robert, the Byzantine Empire, or the Eastern Roman Empire, existed for almost 1,000 years, from the time of Constantine the Great, who was the founder and who moved the Roman capital to Constantinople, which at the time previously was known as Byzantium, right up till the 1453 final sack of Constantinople by the Seljuk Turks. You have, as you say, a bulwark against this advance, which of course busted out of Arabia in the 7th century. What was Byzantium like? I mean, what kind of a civilization was it?
Well, this is the civilization really that was the foundation of Western civilization. You know, people talk about the ancient Greeks, Plato, Socrates, Aristotle, and so on, as being the source and really the standard for all political thought, philosophical thought, even theology in some ways, ever since then. But we would not even know about those writings were it not for the Byzantines having preserved them and then taken them west at a time when the empire was imperiled and then later when it fell. In Western Europe in the 15th century, they only had 2 books of Plato and very little understanding of his philosophy. And it was Byzantine teachers traveling to Italy who began to teach about Plato and introduce the other books that had been lost or never known in the West to the thinkers in Western Europe, which sparked the Renaissance. So that's one great, tremendous way in which the Byzantine Empire influenced Western civilization. Really, we wouldn't be even having this conversation now had it not been for the Byzantines holding off the forces of jihad for 800 years until they fell to the Ottomans in 1453, because they would have overrun Europe. The Byzantines were the ones who were holding them back. And if they had not been there, then Europe would have been conquered and Islamized. Western civilization would never have developed. In the United States, if we were here at all, it would have been a vastly different place.
Right, and as it was, the Ottomans reached the gates of Vienna and the southern outskirts of Poland, and were beaten back in the famous Battle of Vienna by Sobieski, the Polish general. And but again, not to echo a liberal historian who's a very close friend of mine, when I mentioned that I was discussing this, they claim that it was the Byzantines who destroyed the great library of Alexandria, when in fact my understanding is it was the Muslims who destroyed it. Who destroyed that library?
Yeah, you know, there's an old story about the Caliph Umar, the second successor rather, of Muhammad as the leader of the Muslim community, going into the Library of Alexandria, ordering it be burnt. And they said, "What are you doing, burning the library?" He said, "If the books in it agree with the Quran, they are superfluous. If they disagree with the Quran, they are heretical. Either way, we don't need them." And that is, many people question the historical accuracy of that story, but it's much more likely that the Muslims, many of whom did have that kind of attitude, burned the library, than that the Byzantines, who revered learning and knowledge and books and so on, would have done so. But it surprised me that you've heard this, or that your friend would say this, because this is one of the reasons why I wrote the book. The Byzantines have a very bad rap in the popular culture today, insofar as people know about them at all. And there are all sorts of things told about them that are patently false, but there is a concerted effort on the part of Muslims to whitewash the history of Islam, which is one reason why I wrote another book a few years ago, The History of Jihad. And they have created and circulated various stories about notorious incidents in order to deflect the blame for them from Muslims onto non-Muslims and to protect Islam from criticism. There's the adherents of no other religion do this kind of thing. And it has created the fact that there are all sorts of people who know very little maybe about the Byzantine Empire, but what they know is inaccurate because it's part of this PR. I'll tell you another one. For example, Robert Kaplan is a noted historian of the modern day. I've never met him, but I read his book, Balkan Ghosts. And at one point, he's talking about in Balkan Ghosts, he's touring around in the Balkans, and he goes into an Orthodox church and he sees several Orthodox churches. He sees that the icons, the holy images that are revered in Orthodox Christianity, all have their eyes scratched out. And he asks, what's up with that? And somebody tells him, this is the old ladies come and scratch the eyes out of the icons and use them in potions to try to cure people's blindness and eyesight difficulties. Now, when I read this, I was ready to throw the book at the wall. This is ridiculous. It shows a manifest misunderstanding of many things. One of them, Orthodox Christians, these pious women in the Balkans, are not going to deface icons. The people who deface icons are the enemies of the Orthodox, and they are reviled by the Orthodox for doing so. It was the Muslims who destroyed the eyes of the icons when they occupied Eastern Europe. Why did they do that? Because in Islamic theology, the human image is not to be represented. It's a temptation to idolatry. So you don't have images of human beings in Islamic art. It's all calligraphy and so on. You don't have any representations of forms at all. And in order to destroy the power of the image to incite idolatry, you take out the eyes or break the nose or something like that. And so if you go into museum after museum, you'll see statuary from the Middle East, from Central Asia, and the noses are broken.
Right.
And why is that? Is it because there are appendages that are sticking out? Probably in some cases, sure. But in other cases, it was done to ruin the idolatrous power of the image, done by Muslims. But of course, the museums would never dare to tell you that.
Maybe that's why the nose in the Great Sphinx is blown off.
Oh, yeah, that's another good example.
Although I always heard that it was Napoleon's troops when they occupied Egypt in 1899.
It's another fake story.
Okay,
Napoleon
1879.
shoot off the nose of the Sphinx. The proof of that is drawings of the Sphinx that predate Napoleon's presence in Egypt and show that the nose was already gone. There is also, I forget the guy's name. It was Muhammad something, but it's in my book, The History of Jihad. There was a Muslim leader who had the nose removed from the Sphinx in order to destroy its power as an image to incite idolatry.
Sure.
And so it's exactly the same thing. It was a couple hundred years before Napoleon got there. But even now, tour guides in Egypt will tell you that because they're trained. It's a cultural habit, really, to deflect the blame away from Islam in all cases.
Well, I mean, the more recent examples of that were the destruction of the great Hindu statues in Afghanistan that were carved into a side of a mountain.
Yep.
And also the destruction of Palmyra, which is, of course, an ancient Roman era city in Syria, was destroyed by ISIS, so largely destroyed. So, you've got this kind of culture, anti-human. I mean, component. This idea is almost a nihilistic approach to anything that has any value, any beauty, any authenticity. It's seen as a threat, I suppose, to the cult.
Well, the Quran says in chapter 3, verse 137, to look upon the ruins of the of pre-Islamic cultures, and you'll see the power of Allah in judging the non-Muslims. And so the people like ISIS and the Taliban, they like to create ruins of non-Muslim cultures because they think this shows the power and judgment of Allah, and they are the executors of that wrath, as the Quran also says, chapter 9, verse 14 to 15, that the Muslims should fight the unbelievers and Allah will punish them through their hands. So they are the wrath of Allah. And so when they blow up the statues or destroy the ancient city, They are enacting the wrath of Allah against the unbelievers.
Right, and they also engage in major cases of mass psychological projection, as they are doing now regarding Israel allegedly engaging in genocide, which is very insulting, putting that aside, because they're trying to find and locate the Hamas enemies that are firing missiles and digging terror tunnels and floating, hang gliders with machine guns. And yet, that particular line of reasoning has been embraced by so many left wingers in the United States. They're not Muslim. Why are they siding with that? What's going on with that?
Leftists hate Israel, which is paradoxical since many Jews in the West and in America in particular are leftists. But I don't think they've thought it through with respect, because the fact is the left is a collectivist impulse. The left wants uniformity. It wants everybody to be the same and everybody to be on the same economic level, everybody to have the same culture, the same perspective. There's a great hostility to dissenting views every time. Excuse me. Every time the left takes power, it crushes dissent and it enforces a kind of uniformity. I think most vividly illustrated by the fact that in Mao's China, you had everybody wearing the same clothes.
Right.
Because if I wear different clothes from you, then yours might be nicer than mine or vice versa. And then there's inequality. So
Yeah.
to enforce the equality of all people, everybody wears the same clothes. Everybody's in the same cookie cutter house. It's all the same. Now, the Jews are the fundamental group of people that resists uniformity and collectivization, because they have resisted assimilation and being drawn into the wider culture all over the world throughout history. And so they're quintessentially anti-left, even
Exactly.
if they don't
Even
realize.
even if they think of themselves as on the left. I mean, the reality is that the way the belief system, the way they conduct their lives, even the atheist Jews, they are, as you say, they're nonconformists, they're individualists. They've embraced certain values of education, of family, of success, both material and spiritual, that do set them apart and that also make them targets. So you have a situation where Byzantium was in place, as we said, for 800 years, and it was the world's first Christian empire. The regions that were conquered by the Islamic forces were Christian lands for many, many centuries. Egypt, North Africa, Palestine, Syria, eventually Turkey, or what was Asia, Anatolia. These had long settled Christian populations. I think that they finally did in the last influential Christian population in these occupied lands when there was the genocide against the Armenians and the Greeks in the early part of the 20th century. And they continue to attack the indigenous Christian people of these countries. I mean, these are people who were there long before Islam came in with the sword and imposed itself. I just think that's something people don't seem to realize, especially people who think there's something trendy about being indigenous.
No, they don't have any idea. The people who think it's trendy to be indigenous are completely ignorant of history. And they have no idea that if they are going to be consistent in claiming, and I don't believe that it's a true claim or an accurate claim, but they claim that Israel is on stolen land, then they should be saying Turkey is on stolen land. And, I myself, my grandparents lived in the Ottoman Empire and were exiled during World War One. So do I have a right of return to Chesme in Asia Minor? Nobody says that, of course, because Turkey is not a target for the global left and the global jihad. But it's exactly the same kind of, actually, it's much more accurately called stolen land situation than Israel is. So you have these people being indoctrinated and propagandized and essentially lied to, and then they're going out and acting in increasingly militant fashion upon those lies.
Oh yeah, I mean, indeed, as you point out, I mean, Turkey, what's called Turkey, had ancient Greek communities. The Pontian Greeks come to mind, which were completely ethnically cleansed in the early 1920s, and Turkey was made. It was de-Christianized in the literal sense. I mean, the Coptic Christians of Egypt go back. It's the world's first Christian church. They go back to the time of Christ. I mean, it's not. We're talking about the very cradle of Christianity that is now occupied by these occupiers, if you will. So, Robert, where can people get your excellent book?
It's at Amazon, at Barnes and Noble, anywhere fine books are sold, and it's available
All
now.
right,
Also,
Robert
go to
Spencer. Yeah, I'm sorry. Where?
Oh, you can also go to jihadwatch.org, and you'll find links to order all my books.
Oh yeah, and I would urge people to subscribe over at Jihad Watch if you want to get the real news that's not covered by the mainstream Mockingbird press. Robert Spencer, I want to thank you for joining me.
Hey, pleasure, Charles. Thank you.
All right, take care. Thank you.
Too.
Okay, thanks for joining me, everyone. Charles Moscowitz. My guest is Matt Ehret, who is really truly a modern intellectual. He does historical analysis, geopolitics, cultural analysis. He tends to look at what's going on behind the scenes, if you will, the conspiracy aspect to world history. And Matt, you tend to connect, as you say in your show, you connect the dots by bringing up issues in an interconnected way. You're looking at the whole world, and you look at events in the context of the greater issues. You look at events in the present in the context of history. And what you're doing is very unusual. It's a great contribution, and I really appreciate it. So thanks for joining me.
Oh, well, thank you so much for having me on, Charles. And I appreciate the opening remarks. And yeah, like I think the context is just so important. It changes everything. You know, the text without context is pretext, as some have said. So we often we jump into a conviction on something that opinion shapers have given us to think about, as far as like what is a narrative that will explain some element of history or something in the current world without any of the proper appreciation of what are the historical forces, what are the intentions, the agendas, the precedents, the principles that are actually at work, at play, shaping those things I'm looking at. And by ignoring it, we make half-assed decisions and make big messes throughout history. So I'm hoping that I could try to correct a little bit of that in my limited way, as I'm trying to figure things out too.
Well, you're contributing to an avoidance as best we can as individuals of World War III, if we're not already in it. And of course, you mentioned information that we have historically and today. When the people in power generally write the history books and they suppress that which doesn't fit their particular narrative. So what we're doing here, what you do, it's very difficult to sort of pierce that veil of establishmentese history and take a look at events that actually did happen, or how they've affected the way the world is. And when you try to do that, you're assaulted as a, quote, conspiracy theorist.
Yeah.
When in fact, much of the edifice of the establishment is woven on their own conspiracies, and often those conspiracies are insane.
Yeah, absolutely. No, absolutely. And that's the only way, as far as I've come to think about it, the only competent way to understand anything in the human world is through through recognizing the causal nature of intentions to do things based on concepts, where people, not just one, but will have a common intention with at least some common idea, whether right or wrong, and they will do things. And sometimes the things that they do that will be associated with power, with a capacity to, like obviously if you're a billionaire, you're going to be able to have a lot more capacity to do things that have a larger amplitude than somebody who's, a typical blue collar worker. It doesn't mean that that the type of effect a conspiracy of blue collar workers can have isn't very powerful. We saw that with the trucker convoy in Ottawa back in 2022. I mean, getting normal people, although that still was only successful, keep in mind, because there was some some leadership, but getting normal people acting on a common idea that tyranny is wrong, freedom is better than tyranny, and I love my kids. I'm going to make sacrifices because of my love of children and my own children and humanity and my nation. And it helped that there was some wise, because this sort of thing can go anarchistic, like the Jacobin mobs that just cut the heads of everybody off and derailed a lot of potential that was good before the French Revolution turned into a bloodbath, because that was a lack of leadership. There wasn't anybody who qualified themselves philosophically to understand the terrain and teach the masses how to understand what they're operating within. Whereas at different other moments, like Martin Luther King, he was not from a rich, wealthy family, Martin Luther King Jr., but yet he was still able to invoke a very, very edifying process that made people better and more courageous, more dignified, that did change policy. It did have a permanent effect upon the continuity of history. So the same thing for the trucker convoy. You had certain people who were able to take the courageous stand of being, to take a leadership position.
Mhm.
You had Ratty Hillier, you had a few other people, and there were a variety of people who were able to still keep it in harmony, avoiding falling into the traps of provocateurs who were in, as we know now, were instilled by those who wanted to turn it violent. And but all that to say, conspiracies are very important for good or for bad. I mean, it's for both. So that's what I'm trying to help people be, like, both understand as both what's shaping their world, but also what they can feasibly, if they choose to, and develop their minds appropriately through understanding, participate in doing what you could consider to be a positive form of conspiracy, organize others, work in town halls, but just be a part of something that is good. Yeah.
Right. And obviously conspiracies, as you say, I mean, first of all, it's a fact of life that people conspire. They come together to work on something, and oftentimes they do it with a level of secrecy that can be required, and that can be for good or for bad. Good examples of conspiracies would have been right here in Boston. The Tea Party was a conspiracy. They got together secretly, and they the Sons of Liberty, which actually was drawn on Masonic lines, and they conspired to basically overthrow the British crown, and it triggered the American Revolution. Another good conspiracy was the Valkyries, which was led by von Stauffenberg, which plot to assassinate Hitler. So, these are things, sometimes you need a level of secrecy when you're dealing with very bad situations. But the problem with general conspiracy, I think, is that it's pervaded the establishment to such an extent that they're almost living in an alternative reality. And while there has been conspiracy elements at every generation, it's reached a level now where they can really mold the mainstream narrative, in that they control enough of the means of communication, as Karl Marx called for. And I trace it in the modern sense, and this will get us into the topic I want to talk about, to what Professor Carroll Quigley talked about in the Anglo-American Establishment in his book Tragedy and Hope. It was the Rhodes Roundtable, and it was this idea of merging the British Commonwealth nations and the United States into a world control entity that would informally control the world, and basically by a small clique of white supremacists, essentially. You mentioned, Matt, that you can have a truth speaker stand up and say something true, and they can change the whole dynamic. You can go to like a local town meeting and simply make a statement of truth, and it changes everything, and it blows up the whole narrative. And you use as an example the Canadian truckers, and you're a Canadian activist. I want to say, as an American, thank God for the Canadian truckers. They really changed what was coming down the pike, which was these forced vaccine passports that would have eventually become digitized and would have carried all sorts of who knows what information about every single person. It would have been modeled ultimately, and there's no reason to assume otherwise, on the communist Chinese model, which is giving people a social score, which means that you can't eat unless you have a good social score. You can't travel. They were in the process of launching that, and it was stopped by the Canadian truckers. It really was. I mean, when they got up and they blocked the roads and they threatened to close the Canadian economy down, the whole thing fell apart, and that was spreading. It was spreading to the United States, Australia, New Zealand, France, even Israel. The truckers were waking up, and they had to back down. I mean, here in Boston, where I live, we had a new mayor who just the first thing she did when taking office was say that you had to have a vaccine passport to go into a restaurant or a store, and that the manager of those businesses would have to check your passport.
Yes.
And and once the truckers came on the scene, that everybody backed away. The whole thing fell apart because nobody wants to have that kind of paralysis. And I think that it put them in abeyance, at least for now. Now, that doesn't mean they're not going to try to come back, and it doesn't mean that they haven't put in these authoritarian laws, but at least it shows that a group of people can organize and throw enough of a light on this kind of darkness that it puts a stop to it. So I just want to say I'm grateful to those Canadian truckers.
Yeah, no, it was surprising. I didn't think that we had it in us. I didn't think our culture had the capacity to generate something like that, because in my analysis of Canadian history, it's a series of a lot of very disappointing evaluations of very bad slavish pro-monarchical judgments over the course of 250 years.
Right.
Mostly there are these little moments of brightness, of courageous sort of Republican freedom-loving sentiment that emerges from time now and again throughout the history records that mostly have been brushed or erased from collective memory by the narrative shapers of the British Empire. But the culture has been really, really made mushy by the handlers of Canada, who are located primarily, as Carol Quigley illustrates very nicely, not within Canada. There's an internationally extended roundtable organization tied to Oxford. This is actually a junior branch of a higher operating system that's more tied to Cambridge, which is sort of like the brains, whereas Oxford produces the brawn, the doers, whereas Cambridge produces not Massachusetts, but the thinkers, the Bertrand Russells, the Lord Maynard Keyneses, the grand strategists who will shape the rules of the game, in which then the Rhodes Scholars, the Fabians, will be deployed to then act within the framework of the rules shaped by the dungeon masters in the Royal Society in Cambridge. Exactly. So that's sort of the way that this whole deep state has been cultivated and groomed within America, within Canada. We've got our own many leaders who die very mysterious deaths, or just outright, assassinated before their policy vision could culminate in something really good. You'll usually find the hand of this apparatus there in some way, and anybody who's looking for it will find it, as long as, like I said, as we were talking about, you don't let go of the understanding that the principle of conspiracy, utilizing, of course, not just because conspiracy, the difficult thing for people is that it's tied to immaterial intentions, and we have a very materialist society in terms of our education system, how people are trained to conduct history research or carry out any type of political theory. There's what's called the name that's given to it is radical positivism. This idea that the truth is located in the facts, and just by accumulating the facts, you can find a pattern. You could just sort of assemble them and impose some explanation onto the model. That's incompetent. The facts are useful. Looking for patterns is useful. Those are useful things that we can do. We can use our senses to collect things that we then call facts, arrange them how we see fit on any type of, graph or whatever on a timeline. That's fine. You could take names, make an encyclopedic list of associations. That's fine. And you could look for patterns. That's good. That's okay too. But if you think that that's all you have,
well, it's dumbing down a broader picture, because you need to analyze those facts, and also who's getting to choose which facts are included and which facts are. I mean, I've talked to people tell me, I say that for example, the New York Times is biased on the left, which of course it is, and it's really the main mouthpiece for the entire establishment. Every news deliverer gets a copy, no matter where they are in this country, probably in the world. But they're biased not because of what they talk about necessarily. It's what they don't talk about. It's what they leave out. that makes the bias. They decide what the public is going to hear and not hear. They choose the facts. And now we're having, I'm sure you've talked about this huge censorship campaign that's been in place, particularly since President Trump was elected. And they have these, misinformation mills at the big universities, like right here at Harvard, they've got the Shorenstein Center, that they decide what's, quote, misinformation and what isn't. And they censor that which they deem to not fit this narrative. Now, of course, they also were promoting complete garbage for years, as in Putin conspired with Trump to steal the 2016 election. That was a big conspiracy theory that they had no problem with. So, this is all very selective and it's very authoritarian in nature. And it's against the American spirit, which is competition and which is a free and open exchange of ideas. Now, my new book is The Anti-Semitic Imagination, and I talk about how the anti-Semitism has been used as a tool by the establishment to divert attention from their own malfeasance. But at the same time, and how Judaism has always stood against this kind of thing, going all the way back to the battles against pagan worship and the worship of false gods and idols. And yet I also get into what I would call the Jewish deep state. And I see it as starting with the infiltration of this false messiah in the 16th century called Shabtai Zvi. It's very specific that he introduced this antinomian idea that whatever is good is evil, whatever is evil is good. It's very satanic, actually, in nature.
This is pre-Sabbatean.
This is the founder of the Sabbateans.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah. All right.
17th century, and he was after he was exposed. He said that if we create such degradation and such debauchery and such evil in the world, then the Messiah will come to save the world, which is the exact opposite of the Jewish conception and the Christian conception. I mean, Jesus came to fulfill the Torah and to uphold the moral and ethical precepts of God's writ. Right. It's a complete, it was a complete heresy. And yet, after he was exposed as a fraud, his followers, or many of them, most of the people dropped out of it, but an elite group of them went underground and they formed this Sabbatean society. And that it's that society that has struggled to take over Judaism. It's been a kind of a quiet.
Yeah, Jacob Frank and all that.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, no, well, but the thing that I think, because that's something that people will encounter very, very quickly in doing some of this research, is the Sabbateans and the Frankists afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
And that's certainly a serious issue. But it's the more I look at at this history from this lens of the occult and how the occult has been at the heart of the creation and practice of the various intelligence agencies, the migration of imperial agencies from location to location. Obviously, when Rome collapsed, a lot of the leading families, I mean, a couple of them might have disappeared. The patrician families, a lot of them stayed in power, but they migrated. Some of them stayed within Rome, tried to use and reconstruct the system of the demigod emperor in the form of the Pope, utilizing certain forgeries like the donation of Constantine that we later discovered was a forgery, which posits